Having been reborn, he clutches the script of his life, embarking on a unique journey of cultivation and nurturing. Amidst the urban hustle and bustle, he encounters a myriad of women, each possessing their own charm, innocent, gentle, and radiant in their allure. A touch of whimsical fantasy intertwines with the mundane, intricately depicting the tug-of-war of hearts and emotions. Seizing the opportunity presented by live broadcasts, he skillfully weaves training and companionship into the fabric of everyday life. The vivid realism of city life unfolds, where each instance of nurturing becomes an exclusive manifestation of his tender control. Chapter 1. The Counselor. I can't take it anymore. Yu-hung lifted her up once more. Yu-hung, can't you stop thinking about these things every single day? Hae-Ming-Yao waved him off. Yu-hung furrowed his brow. You are my wife. Which good person behaves like this? Don't you like it too? But I'm not in the mood right now. Can't you just sweep the floor or do the laundry? Then what will you do? Yu-hung, did I marry you to be your maid or a plaything? Wasn't it you who said you were willing to resign and be a housewife? So everything is left for me to handle? Just the other day at your mother's house, I cooked too. My brother has passed away, leaving only this grandson. She is understandably heartbroken. Who told you that after 2 years there's still no news from your belly? Does your mother insist on seeing that grandson? With my brother gone, she is left with just this one grandson. Of course she dotes on him. Who told you that after 2 years, there's still no sign of life from your belly? Upon saying this, Yu-hung felt a twinge of regret, but the words had slipped out and could not be taken back. Yu-hung, you bastard, go find someone else to give birth to a child. Divorce. Divorce? If you want to, then let's do it. I've had enough of hearing about divorce every day. Yu-hung was indeed quite exasperated by the constant mention of divorce. Let's go, let's leave right now. Hae-Ming-Yao paused for a moment, not expecting Yu-hung to actually agree this time. In the past, he would always relent at the mention of divorce. But with the conversation at this point, let's go then. She rummaged through drawers to find their household registration and marriage certificate, along with their identification cards. She threw Yu-hung's ID at him, saying, looking all handsome. Hae-Ming-Yao, if we're divorcing, don't resort to personal attacks. Yu-hung immediately retorted, if you're not a dog, then who is? Hae-Ming-Yao shot back. Who was it that said I could stay home as a housewife, assuring me I would never suffer? Who was it that claimed they would definitely make a good housewife, without complaints or fatigue? To be my supportive spouse. Yu-hung countered defiantly. So what? Does that mean I become a maid? Yu-hung, what happened to your love for me? Upon hearing this, Yu-hung fell silent, calming down. He slowly spoke. Love? Does love even hold any significance? Fine, then let's not argue anymore. Let's just go. Hae-Ming-Yao tossed the documents onto the table and began dressing. Yu-hung followed suit, putting on his clothes and tucking his ID into his pocket, trailing closely behind. They both drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau in separate cars. Upon arrival, the procedures were quite smooth. They had little property, just one house and 2 cars, all considered joint marital assets. Shortly after their marriage, Hae-Ming-Yao became a full-time housewife, while Yu-hung's salary was decent. He earned over $10,000 a month, which was quite substantial in the county-level city of Anqing. Yet they had little savings. The cars were worth around $100,000 each, one for each of them. The house was purchased for $700,000, and they had paid off a considerable amount of the mortgage. It was now valued at approximately $1,500,000, belonging to Hae-Ming-Yao, who then compensated Yu-hung with cash. In her fury, she borrowed $500,000 from her parents and handed it to him the same day. On his way back from the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yu-hung contemplated how, despite the divorce, he had a car and money, planning to treat friends to a meal. Just as he took out his phone to make a call, the car suddenly collided with a loud crash. It was unclear whether he had rear-ended someone or had been rear-ended himself. He felt his consciousness begin to fade. Driving recklessly often leads to tears from loved ones. The next thing he knew, he heard someone shouting beside him. Instructor, someone has fainted. He then felt himself being lifted by a pair of arms and placed onto his sweaty back. Instructor, I'll take him to the infirmary. It was the same voice. Yu-hung, recognizing the voice, thought it sounded familiar. Was it Hao Junren? The person carrying him jogged quickly towards the infirmary, and just as they were nearing, he suddenly lowered his voice. Stop pretending. Get down and walk yourself. Yu-hung opened his eyes, and indeed, it was him. Didn't I just get into a car accident? Did you cause it? Yu-hung raised an eyebrow at him. He then surveyed his surroundings, realizing they were in his university. Could it be that he had been reborn? What are you mumbling about? If you're awake, get down and walk. Hao Junren set him down and then propped up his arm, pushing open the infirmary door. Teacher, someone has fainted. Hao Junren exclaimed. The nurse immediately approached, helping Yu-hung to the bedside. What happened? Heat stroke. It seems so. Teacher, please give him in 4. Hao Junren urged. No, teacher. I just need a bottle of Hua Xiang Zheng Qi Shui and a bit of rest. Yu-hung quickly declined. Don't be like that. And 4 works better, and I'll stay here with you. Hao Junren insisted relentlessly. Yu-hung silently cursed. This fellow was really putting him in a tight spot to escape military training, clearly not wanting to get a needle. The nurse returned with 2 bottles of Hua, Xiang, Zheng, Qi Shui. All right, both of you take 1 bottle and rest for a while. Yu-hung instinctively glanced at her name tag. Liu Lia? As she walked back to her station, Yu-hung admired her slender figure and delicate waist, thinking that this nurse had a great physique and was quite beautiful. However, he had never stepped into the infirmary during his 4 years at university, so he must have never seen this nurse before. It seemed he truly had been reborn. How is this year, 2018? Yu-hung squinted and asked, "Who are you calling a rat?" "You're the rat." Hao Junren replied with a look of disdain. How go, it's September 2018, right? Hao Junren stared at him as if he were a fool. Of course. If it's not September, what month could it be? Today is September 25th. Did you really get heat stroke and fry your brain? All right, fantastic. This was a chance to reverse his fate. There were countless opportunities to redo the past during his 4 years at university. This time, he would not marry right after graduation, only to divorce within 2 years. In this life, he intended to live freely and pursue wealth and career with fervor. However, is there truly no golden finger? What a system. Isn't rebirth typically accompanied by a system? After waiting for quite some time, he observed no signs of movement. What are you daydreaming about? Hao Junren inquired. Nothing much. I feel as though I have no further business here. Shall we depart? Yu-hung replied as he rose to his feet. Upon hearing this, Hao Junren furrowed his brow. Are you out of your mind? Having come all this way, why not linger a while longer instead of returning to the sun? Tisk. Yu-hung contemplated retorting, but recognized the validity of his words. Why stand when one could recline? At that moment, the door to the infirmary creaked open. A woman clad in a light gray skirt suit entered. She possessed a voluptuous figure, her bosom ample, yet her waist was remarkably slender. Each step she took exuded the allure of a mature woman. Nurse Liu, I heard a student has fainted. Her voice was gentle as she glanced at Yu-hung on the sickbed and Hao Junren beside him. Yu-hung instinctively sat up a bit straighter. He recognized this woman as their department's counselor, Qin Liu. In his previous life, although he had little interaction with her during his 4 years of university, her striking physique and beauty left a lasting impression. He distinctly remembered her fondness for outfits that accentuated her curves, swaying enticingly as she walked, leading the boys to jest about her in private. Now, upon encountering her once again in this rebirth, he couldn't help but steal a few glances. Her mature charm was identical to his memories. She could have stepped straight out of a Korean comic. Counselor, what brings you here? Hao Junren immediately donned a compliant expression and answered proactively. Yu-hung just fainted during training. We brought him to the infirmary to rest. Qin Liu approached a few steps closer, looking down at Yu-hung. What happened? Heat stroke. A faint scent of perfume wafted from her, reminiscent of jasmine intertwined with sandalwood. Yu-hung's nostrils flared slightly. That fragrance complemented her figure exquisitely, quite alluring indeed. I'm fine, teacher. It's simply the heat. A bit of medicine and a short rest will suffice, Yu-hung responded. Qin Liu reached out to touch Yu-hung's forehead, her fingertips cool against his skin. Your temperature isn't high. You seem like a sturdy young man, yet fainting during military training suggests a lack of vitality. You must enhance your physical conditioning. As she bent down, her collar opened slightly, revealing a deep cleavage. This woman truly did not regard her students as outsiders. However, to suggest that a man is weak is quite erroneous. I assure you, teacher, I am genuinely fine. Yu-hung chuckled. Perhaps I simply didn't eat breakfast this morning, leading to low blood sugar. Nonsense. Hao Junren interjected. Didn't you devour 2 meat buns this morning? Qin Liu raised an eyebrow at Hao Junren. Since Yu-hung is fine, you may accompany him to rest for 10 minutes before returning to the team. I've already informed the instructor. Hao Junren's expression fell. No, teacher. Yu-hung's complexion is still pale. I must stay to ensure he doesn't faint again. Yu-hung cursed inwardly at this drama king, while outwardly he complied with a groan. Teacher, I still feel a bit dizzy. Qin Liu crossed her arms, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Having been a counselor for so many years, I've seen many such ploys to escape military training. I can discern the truth from deception. However, considering your pallor earlier, how about this? Rest until lunchtime? But her gaze swept across Yu-hung's face, and she emphasized, if I discover that you dare to run off, you shall bear the consequences. Yu-hung exhaled in relief and promptly declared, Thank you, teacher. We shall rest obediently. Before exiting, Qin Liu cast one last glance at Hao Junren. You do not entertain thoughts of feigning illness. Return to the team punctually in 10 minutes. Once the door closed, Hao Junren collapsed onto the adjacent empty bed. Damn, that woman truly. Yu-hung kicked him lightly. Keep your voice down. She hasn't gone far yet. Hao Junren quickly fell silent, then leaned in with a conspiratorial expression. Hey, our counselor's figure, Tisk, it's truly impressive. Do you think any teachers at our school have a fling with her? Chapter 2. Deskmate and Childhood Friend. how Junrin dawdled for over 10 minutes, his backside seemingly glued to the bed, until Yu Hong, growing increasingly impatient, kicked him. Get a move on. Stop putting on a show here. What if Qin Lu comes back and catches you? Yu Hong urged. Damn, you make a fair point, I'm off. How Junrin grimaced, sluggishly rising to his feet. While you're enjoying yourself here, don't forget to treat me to a meal later. Eat my foot, just hurry up. Yu Hong waved him off as how Junrin reluctantly slipped out of the infirmary, glancing back multiple times. The infirmary fell silent, and Yu Hong reclined on the bed, idly pulling out his phone. At that moment, his device was a Meizu M2E. To be fair, he genuinely believed that Meizu was quite user-friendly, though this particular model was somewhat antiquated. Even in 2018, flagship models had undergone numerous iterations since then. He unlocked the screen and began navigating through the apps. Most of the contacts on QQ and WeChat had been deleted, and various group messages had dwindled to a mere 99. Yu Hong scoffed, reflecting on how many times these people in groups had changed. Finally, he swiped and opened Alipay. The balance page popped up, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Yu Hong nearly bounced off the bed. 500,000? Where on earth did this come from? He repeatedly refreshed the page with his fingers, but the numbers remained unchanged. Damn it, so my golden finger has been waiting here for me all along? He muttered under his breath, an involuntary grin spreading across his face. No system accompanying his rebirth, just cash. After pondering, he concluded that this must be his golden finger, bringing back the 500,000 he acquired from his previous life as divorce. Staring at the Alipay balance, he exited and re-entered the app repeatedly, confirming that the 500,000 was not a system glitch, and sat up straight, excitement coursing through him. 500,000, he murmured softly, his fingers still swiping across the screen. The significance of having that much money was extraordinary. At this moment, he felt an unusual buoyancy, his spine instinctively straightening. Not just his posture, but his entire demeanor seemed to harden. Nurse Lu Lia approached with a tray, glancing at him and furrowing her brow. Student, do you feel better? She inquired, leaning closer, her neckline subtly revealing curves. Do you need me to check your temperature? In his elevated mood, Yu Hong found her more appealing. That waist-to-hip ratio, the body shape beneath the lab coat. Nice. No need to check, Mississippi. I'm perfectly fine now. Yu Hong beamed, lowering his phone screen. I just had a bit of low blood sugar earlier, but I'm feeling better now. Lu Lia raised an eyebrow. All right, but you still look a little pale. Rest a bit longer. Habitually, she touched his forehead as she turned to leave. It was somewhat cool, but her hand was soft. He wondered if it felt the same in other places. Okay, miss, I'll lie down for a bit longer, he replied. As he reclined, he began contemplating ways to make his money work for him. Although he didn't possess omniscient knowledge of the future, he was familiar with his field. The future was, after all, the era of live streaming and short videos. Moreover, the cost of starting a business was not particularly high. 500,000 was ample. He didn't seek immense wealth, merely a comfortable life. Achieving a degree of financial freedom would suffice. As for great riches, he knew he was cut out for that. Rebirth wasn't a cheat code. He recalled novels he read in the past, where characters underwent a complete transformation after being reborn. It seemed that upon rebirth, one's mind became as if connected to the internet, evolving into a mature and far-sighted individual. In reality, however, a person essentially remains the same until death. One's character is largely established by the age of 18 or 19. Lost in thought, his eyelids began to droop. I'll just take a quick nap, he muttered, shoving his phone beneath his pillow. He fell into a particularly deep slumber, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already 11:30. Damn, it's time for lunch. Yu Hong sat up briskly, quickly putting on his shoes and pushing open the infirmary door. Teacher Lu, I'm feeling better now. I'm heading to lunch. The afternoon sun was rather blinding, and the new students undergoing military training were still standing at attention in the courtyard, clearly suffering. Hang in there, brothers. I'm off to eat, he said, hands in his pockets, making his way to the cafeteria. After securing his meal, he sat down at table 91 when a notification pinged from WeChat. He pulled out his phone and swiped the screen, revealing two messages, one above the other. First was Shun Yueling, succinctly asking, "Where are you? Want to eat together?" Below was Ning Yutong's message, "Where are you? Let us have lunch together." What a coincidence. Yu Hong frowned at his phone. Shun Yueling was a childhood friend, having known each other since they were in diapers. While Ning Yutong was a classmate he had a good rapport with during high school. Coincidentally, all three of them had been accepted into the same university. Of course, such coincidences are often orchestrated. Shun Yueling and he had conspired to apply to this school together. Ning Yutong, on the other hand, had followed Yu Hong's lead in her application, though he only learned this later. His fingers flew as he replied to both. I'm at the cafeteria. Come over to table 91. After sending the messages, he began to eat while awaiting the arrival of these two prominent figures. Shen Yueling was majoring in fashion design, while Ning Yetong pursued music performance. After more than half a month of military training, both had gained a degree of recognition in their respective fields, primarily due to their striking looks. Shen Yueling embodied the archetype of a cool and aloof beauty, with a strikingly beautiful face, a tall and curvaceous figure, and an air of detachment complemented by a mature sense of style. Even with just minimal makeup, she could effortlessly outshine many in the art academy, a place brimming with stunning individuals. Moreover, her demeanor had always seemed a bit haughty. Yu Hong had previously thought she wore a perpetual expression as if the world owed her something. It wasn't until high school that he realized he had misjudged her character. What a goddess, he mused. In contrast, Ning Yetong exuded a gentle and serene charm. Despite her 36 figure being far from delicate, her demeanor was soft-spoken and considerate, always speaking in a gentle tone. Most notably, she loved to wear JK uniforms, resembling a character straight out of a Japanese anime. It wasn't long before both girls appeared at the table almost simultaneously. Shen Yueling wore a simple black t-shirt that accentuated her curves, standing with an indifferent expression as she watched Ning Yetong. Ning Yetong, clad in a plaid JK outfit, looked back at her with a warm smile. The two exchanged a glance without uttering a word. Then, in a tacit understanding, seated themselves opposite Yu Hong. As they settled in, Yu Hong felt the weight of numerous gazes upon them, and faint whispers of curiosity reached his ears. To his left was the cool and aloof beauty, and to his right was the sweet and spicy girl next door, with himself sandwiched in between. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Perhaps it wasn't wise to have both of them appear together, especially seated directly across from him. The scene was undeniably striking. However, they were all adults. Surely no one would engage in childish rivalry over this. He could only reassure himself internally. As the three of them dug into their meals, the atmosphere felt somewhat awkwardly tense, lacking the natural ease they once shared in high school. When things changed, it seemed that this shift had quietly occurred at the onset of university. During the long summer break following their exams, Yu Hong had spent an extraordinary amount of time with Shen Yueling. Both their parents were busy, leaving only the two of them at home during the day. They often found themselves either lounging on her sofa, watching movies and playing games, or sitting on the floor of his home, chatting while munching on watermelon. They nearly lived in each other's pockets that summer, their intimacy feeling almost second nature. Until one day, Shen Yueling discovered a film file on his computer. She asked what it was, and Yu Hong replied that it was an action movie. Have you seen it? She inquired, to which he answered no. Then let us watch it together. Before he could utter a word of consent, she swiftly clicked it open. The two of them, caught in the moment, watched without fast-forwarding for a full second. Then, the tension ignited unexpectedly. Had it not been for his mother's sudden return, they might have crossed a line. Since that incident, it seemed as though certain elements had quietly shifted in their relationship. The previously untainted camaraderie between them began to intertwine with something else. However, having missed that particular atmosphere, rekindling it proved to be a formidable challenge. Opportunities to do so never arose again. On the other hand, Ning Yetong found herself in a different predicament. Having shared a desk for 3 years in high school, the combination of a handsome boy and a beautiful girl was already a subject of fascination. Rumors about their romantic involvement never ceased, despite their vehement denials. Yet, the incessant gossip had caused an awkwardness even in their occasional glances at one another. Upon entering university, where they coincidentally attended the same institution, it seemed that Ning Yetong might indeed harbor feelings. Their communication had increased in frequency compared to high school, and the tone appeared to be more intimate. Unfortunately, in his previous life, Yu Hong was too preoccupied with enjoying life with his dorm mates and indulging in games to delve deeper into these feelings. By the time he realized the implications, he had already begun a relationship with Min Jae-oh and felt no particular sense of loss. Now, sitting across from the two, the reincarnated Yu Hong was acutely aware of their sentiments. He desired both of them. Only a child would be forced to choose. Why is it so quiet between you two? Yu Hong attempted to shatter the suffocating silence. Shen Yueling, idly stirring the vegetables on her plate with her chopsticks, replied in a flat tone, "What is there to say?" Ning Yetong lifted her head and flashed him a sweet smile. "We can't talk while eating." Thus, he found himself at a loss for words. Yu Hong grinned, burying his head in his meal, deciding there was no need to rush through this peculiar dinner. The atmosphere remained strange as they finished their meal in silence. Almost simultaneously, Shen Yueling and Ning Yetong stood up, carrying their plates. Shen Yueling tossed out 2 words, "I'm leaving." With that, she turned and walked away. Ning Yetong's voice was gentle as she added, "See you tonight, Yu Hong." Waving goodbye, before heading towards the dish return area, the two of them merged into the crowd, disappearing in an instant. Chapter 3. A virtual streamer dog? Holding an empty plate, Yu-Heng tossed it into the recycling bin when someone suddenly slapped him on the shoulder from behind. Whoa! Yu-Heng jumped in surprise, turning to find Hao Junren grinning mischievously. What are you daydreaming about here? I just saw you dining with two stunning beauties. Not bad, my friend. Both seem to have their eyes on you. What nonsense! Yu-Heng scoffed, rolling his eyes. Come on, Hao Junren said incredulously, wrapping an arm around Yu-Heng's neck jokingly. That busty one was practically undressing you with her eyes. Get lost, Yu-Heng replied, shaking off his grip. I'm heading back to the dorm for a bit of sleep before facing the sun again this afternoon. Sleep? We should talk, Hao Junren insisted, trailing closely behind, his enthusiasm unabated. Yu-Heng tuned him out, his mind preoccupied with pondering how to utilize that 50,000. They bickered their way back to the dorm, where their two roommates were already snoring away in bed. Hao Junren, realizing he was left to mumble to himself, soon flipped over and fell silent. The dormitory settled into tranquility, yet Yu-Heng found no inclination to sleep. He pulled out his phone, instinctively opening Bilibili, intending to watch some videos to lull himself to sleep. As he scrolled, an enticing live stream thumbnail caught his eye. The thumbnail featured a virtual character with animal ears. Yu-Heng thought this level of exposure would likely be banned by moderators in a few years. He instinctively clicked on it. The streamer was named Night Spirit Abyss. The artwork was exquisitely crafted, and most notably, the fabric she wore was scant, barely covering the essential areas. A rather androgynous voice began speaking, laced with a lazy rasp. Thank you for the gifts. Such generosity. The contrast between her sultry appearance and her voice was striking. Yu-Heng observed the skin-tight suit that swayed gently as she spoke, her slender waist and nearly bursting bosom captivating his attention. The suit must have cost a fortune. Just the artwork and live 2D modeling alone would not come cheap. This sparked an idea: virtual streaming. It was only 2018, and the domestic market for virtual streamers was still largely untapped. Only a few individuals were dabbling in it, making professional endeavors like this quite rare. He recalled that in just a year or two, this industry would explode, with various guilds and capital flooding in. With that 50,000, why not venture into this? He could establish a guild, recruit promising streamers, provide them with high-quality suits, and offer operational support, taking a cut from donations and future business collaborations. This was the perfect time to enter the market. Low costs, minimal competition, a prime opportunity for expansion. Furthermore, Bilibili's guild policies at that time were particularly enticing. He recalled that in 2020, they were even losing money just to attract attention, with a 100 yuan donation returning 110 yuan. Yu-Heng watched the streamer, still expressing gratitude for the gifts, and casually clicked to follow her. Then became a captain. Thank you to Captain September for joining. Your investment is appreciated. He adjusted the volume on his phone, lowering it to avoid waking his roommates. What are you sneaking around watching? Hao Junren suddenly leaned over, narrowing his eyes and grinning lewdly. You're not asleep? Yu-Heng quickly concealed his phone. Shut up. I'm watching a legitimate stream. Legitimate? Hao Junren slid down from his bed and leaned in closer. Let me see. Wow, that suit is something else. You call this a legitimate stream? What makes it illegitimate? She's still wearing clothes. Yu-Heng pushed him away, lowering his voice. I'm researching a business opportunity. Give me a break. Business opportunity? You just want to be the top donor and meet up offline, don't you? If you have excess energy, go find a pipe to play with. Yu-Heng shot him an exasperated glance. Hao Junren leaned in even closer. But why does this streamer's voice sound so androgynous? Don't tell me it's an old dude using a voice changer. Who cares if it's a person or a dog behind the suit? As long as it looks good? Yu-Heng scrolled through the screen, receiving a private message from the streamer. Boss, thank you for becoming a captain. Welcome to the captain's group, group number XXXXXXXXXX. He clicked to join, and within seconds, his request was approved. The group was lively, with dozens of messages flying by. Group messages, dog-headed strategist. Is Ling streaming tonight? I haven't finished my homework, just waiting for you. Night Spirit Abyss. Yes, starting at 7 p.m. Continuing the suffering journey, referring to a game. Spinning Armstrong. Sister Ling, your suit is making me dizzy. Can you stay still for a bit? Night Spirit Abyss. No way. Movement is what brings it to life. September new anime. Newcomer reporting in. Banana not as big as me. Welcome, Captain. Great choice, brother. Night Spirit Abyss. Welcome. September thank you, Captain. A Ling will never die. A Ling's voice is a bit hoarse today. Drink more hot water. Night Spirit Abyss. Got it. Stayed up late playing games last night. Yu-Heng scrolled through the screen, amused by the banter. His fingers danced across the keyboard as he opened Night Spirit Abyss's profile, attempting to add her as a friend. To his surprise, she accepted almost immediately. He opened the chat box and typed, How long have you been streaming? Night Spirit Abyss. Just started. It's my third day. Why do you ask? Yu-Heng raised an eyebrow. Fingers flying. Having dozens of captains on your third day is quite impressive. Night Spirit Abyss. Haha, I mainly stream games. Didn't he expect so many people to support me? Yu Hong smirked internally. Those viewers weren't there solely for the games. He replied, these individuals aren't here merely for gaming support. It's your alluring outfit that captivates them. Yi Lingyuan chuckled. Indeed, it seems that way. Yu Hong pondered this. The streamer's reaction was rather subdued. He continued to inquire. Is this a personal hobby, or are you pursuing it full-time? Yi Lingyuan responded, it's just a personal hobby. I'm still a student. A student? Yu Hong paused momentarily, astonished that a student could create such an extravagant outfit. He couldn't help but remark, is such a creation truly just a personal hobby? Is the setting about a repairman? Yi Lingyuan laughed. Yes, exactly. Yu Hong focused intently on the screen, realizing that he was being rather dismissive. However, he appreciated this particular setting. If it wasn't merely a ploy to attract attention, it suggested that this streamer shared similar interests. He glanced at her QQ profile. 18 years old. A student at Tangching University of Technology. Same school? Chapter 4 same school? Yuan clicked on Yi Lingyuan's chat box again. Yu Hong, are you from Tangching University of Technology? Yi Lingyuan. How did you know? Yu Hong, it was written in your profile. Yi Lingyuan. Oh, forgot. Yu Hong, then we are classmates. Are you also a freshman? Yi Lingyuan. Jlasmatis. Wow, what a coincidence. Yu Hong, I am majoring in internet and new media. Yi Lingyuan. I am in the comic arts program, so we are even in the same college. Yu Hong's fingers danced across the screen rapidly. This was becoming quite intriguing. Being from the same school in college, if he could sign her, she might just become the first marquee talent for his guild. Yu Hong, what a coincidence. Given your major in comics, creating virtual streaming outfits must come easily to you? Did you draw it yourself? Yi Lingyuan. Not at all. I commissioned someone else to create it. It cost me 2 months' worth of living expenses. Yu Hong smirked at the crying emoji. How could one stream in such a revealing outfit, yet maintain such naivete? Furthermore, a costume of this caliber could be made with just 2 months' living expenses? Quite the little rich girl. Yu Hong, you're quite willing to invest. However, I must say, the quality of your outfit is indeed commendable. And the streaming effect is quite impressive. Yi Lingyuan. Hee, I mainly just love this style. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Could it be that you are just as flamboyant in person? Yu Hong, after streaming for a few days, how do you feel about it? Have you considered doing it long-term? Yi Lingyuan. It's actually quite fun, though it can be a bit tiring. I have to prepare content every day and deal with some strange private messages. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Strange private messages? Considering your outfit, it's surprising you haven't received any harassment. Yu Hong, this is the norm for streamers. If you're looking to develop this seriously, it's best to find a team or a guild. Yi Lingyuan. Guid. I'm not too familiar with that. I'm just casually streaming at the moment. Yu Hong mentally cursed the wastefulness. With such promising potential, she was just casually streaming? Yu Hong, I happen to be researching this field. If you're interested, we could discuss a collaboration. Yi Lingyuan. Jolaboration. What do you mean? Yu Hong looked at the screen and patiently explained. Yu Hong, I could provide you with resources, such as better outfits and operational support. In essence, I would help you enhance your income, and I would take a portion of the profits. Yi Lingyuan. Oh, I see. But I'm still a student, so I might not have that much time. Yu Hong couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was frustrating to deal with a streamer who had excellent conditions yet lacked the desire to earn money. The most vexing part was that she didn't seem to be in dire need of cash. With a monthly living expense of several thousand, getting her to stream a few hours a day to earn 20 to 30,000 a month might not even pique her interest. Yet, if he suggested that this could lead to earning hundreds of thousands, Yu Hong was uncertain of success. After all, in the streaming industry, small profits rely on hard work, while substantial profits depend on luck. Yu Hong, time can be coordinated. Your conditions are quite favorable, and it would be a pity to waste them. Yi Lingyuan, let me think about it for a bit. Yu Hong, sure, take your time to consider. After all, we're classmates, so if we were to collaborate, it would be convenient. By the way, which class are you in? I'm in Internet and New Media, Class 1. What about you? Yi Lingyuan, I'm in Comic Arts. Class 2. We might have seen each other in the cafeteria. Yu Hong, we might as well. Let's grab a meal together sometime. Given her outfit, he was genuinely interested in the real person behind it and was looking for an opportunity to get to know her better. Yu Hing stared at the screen, waiting a few seconds for Yi Lingyuan's message to pop up. Yi Lingyuan, dinner? Oh, isn't that a bit too soon? We just met. Yu Hong, what's wrong with having dinner? It's not like we're going to a hotel, haha. Yi Lingyuan, no way. No lewd thoughts allowed. Yu Hong, just kidding, just kidding. It's mainly because of this coincidence. I want to get to know you better, and discussing collaboration in person is much more convenient than online. Yi Lingyuan, all right then. But it has to wait until after military training. I'm exhausted these days. Yu Hong smirked. This was promising. He casually clicked on her QQ space. hoping to browse a few photos, but found the album locked, revealing nothing. Yu Hung. All right, so it's settled. When are you free? Yi Ling Yuan. How about Saturday evening? Yu Hung. Sounds good. Let's meet at the first floor of the second cafeteria at 6 on Saturday. It's less crowded and quieter there. Yi Ling Yuan. Okay. Yu Hung put down his phone, contemplating what this girl might look like in real life. Moreover, the outfit's theme was about a repairman. He glanced at his phone. It was nearly 2 o'clock, and the lunch break was almost over. He shoved his phone back into his pocket, knowing he would have to endure more sun exposure in the afternoon. The day after tomorrow was the military training performance, and they were currently practicing formations, marching around the playground. Quite dull. How Junren beside him slumped his head. Other schools had military training with weapons, tactics, and movements, while theirs consisted solely of marching in unison. Yu Hung chuckled. Isn't there also marching runs? Aren't they just different paces? How Junren rolled his eyes. The distinction is just that one is faster and the other slower. All right, enough with the chatter. Yu Hang shook his head. There aren't many schools like that nationwide. Most are just like this. Let's just get through the training and be done with it. The two followed the group as they marched around the playground a few more times before the instructor finally blew the whistle for a break. Everyone collapsed in a heap, and the instructor shouted, "Come on, everyone. Let's liven things up. Who wants to come up and perform something?" By this point, everyone had lost the novelty of the situation. After more than half a month, those who could sing or dance had already showcased their talents, while those lacking any skills had been dragged up to awkwardly perform several rounds. Only a few particularly eager individuals went up to belt out a couple of songs. While Yu Hang was focused on picking at his nails, How Junren suddenly nudged his arm, whispering conspiratorially, Hey, look over there. The dancer from the dance department. She's really good." Yu Hang squinted towards the other side. Although it was a bit far, that figure was too familiar, with a slender waist and long legs. Her movements were graceful, yet carried an undeniable air of pride. Damn, wasn't that Min Jae-oh? Indeed, this was how he had met her in his previous life. He had noticed her dancing during a break in military training and was immediately captivated. Later, he had specifically inquired and learned she was from the dance department, eventually obtaining her WeChat. At first, he had merely chatted casually, but after the new year, he found himself genuinely smitten, leading to a swift romance. She was indeed beautiful and an exceptional dancer, but the mundane realities of married life, the trivialities of daily existence, had eroded any spark of attraction, leading to mutual disdain. In this life, he had no desire to tread the same path of torment. With such time on his hands, he would rather contemplate Ning Yutong or Shun Yueling, or perhaps both. After all, having been reborn, a single loss would be acceptable, but two would be pure profit. What do you think? Isn't she stunning? How Junren continued to nudge him. She's decent, Yu Hung replied, withdrawing his gaze. Her dancing is quite nimble. Is that all? How Junren looked incredulous. Has your taste become so refined? Exhausted, and I can't be bothered to look. Yu Hung closed his eyes. I genuinely think she's quite impressive. If you're not interested, I might just make a move. How Junren said. Yu Hung felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing his words. Although at this point, Min Jae-oh bore no relationship to him. In the realm of his psyche, she remained his wife. No, rather his ex-wife now. Chapter 5. Your true self should match your outer appearance. Hey, why are you so laid back today? How Junren squinted at him, scrutinizing his demeanor. Normally, when a beautiful girl appears, you are more enthusiastic than anyone else. What else with this sudden change? Yu Hung closed his eyes, feigning a yawn. If you want to pursue her, then pursue her. Just stop your incessant chatter. Could How Junren actually succeed in courting her? Forget it. It was none of his concern. After all, having been reborn, why should he care about his ex-wife's romantic endeavors? Suddenly, the instructor's whistle pierced the air. Break time is over. Everyone stand up. Let's continue with the marching drills. A chorus of groans erupted from the crowd. Reluctantly, Yu Hung got to his feet, brushing off the dust from his pants. Once they finally endured the training session to its conclusion, the instructor's whistle sounded again, and the crowd dispersed like startled birds. How Junren seized Yu Hung's arm. Come on. Accompany me to ask for her WeChat. I need some moral support. Get lost. If you're feeling timid, don't drag me into it, Yu Hung retorted, shaking him off. I'm heading back to the dorm to lie down. Don't. It's embarrassing if I get rejected. If you're by my side, I can say I was asking for you. How Junren pleaded, dragging Yu Hung toward the dance department. Min Jae-oh was busy tidying up her belongings with a few other girls when How Junren dashed over, putting on a bright smile. Hello, classmate. May I add you on WeChat? Yu Hung stood a few paces away, observing. Min Jae-oh frowned slightly, responding politely yet distantly. I'm sorry, but I don't add strangers on WeChat. How Junren, undeterred, pressed on. Come on, we're all freshmen here. Let's be friends. Min Jae-oh cast him a sidelong glance before walking away. Yu Hung raised an eyebrow. surprised by her frosty demeanor. She had not been so cold when he had asked for her WeChat. Hao Junren returned, dejected. Damn it, I couldn't even get a WeChat. Yu Hong snickered, hands stuffed in his pockets as he walked toward the dormitory. I told you not to go. You brought this upon yourself. Let's eat instead. Upon returning to the dorm, the other two roommates were already engrossed in a video game. You two are quick, Hao Junren remarked. Are you joining? We need 2 more for a 5-man match. Lu Tiankai chimed in. Hao Junren immediately plopped down in a chair. All right, wait for me. Hurry up. This match is about to end. Ho Sudong called out. Then turned to Yu Hong. Are you playing? I think I'll pass. I'm quite tired. Yu Hong shrugged off his military training uniform and collapsed onto his bed. As the clock ticked towards 7, he donned his headphones, preparing to watch a live stream. Suddenly, a video call notification popped up. It was Shun Yueling. Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback before answering. On the screen, Shun Yueling appeared in her pajamas, her hair damp as if she had just bathed. Her expression was stoic as she inquired, Are you in your dorm? Where else would I be? Yu Hong tilted the camera toward the ceiling. What do you want? Ning Yatong mentioned you promised to accompany her to the library tonight. Shun Yueling replied in a flat tone, though her gaze was somewhat frosty. When did you become so studious? Yu Hong cursed inwardly. When had she ever mentioned going to the library? You must be mistaken, he said, rolling his eyes. I need to catch up on sleep tonight. Shun Yueling scrutinized him for a few seconds before asserting, Then come out now and accompany me to buy some things. Yu Hong nearly laughed aloud. Sister, I'm exhausted from military training. Can't you find someone else? No can do. Wait for me at the supermarket entrance. Shun Yueling abruptly ended the video call. Yu Hing stared at his phone, exasperated. This woman was as domineering as ever. He glanced at WeChat and saw that Ning Yatong had indeed sent Shun Yueling a message half an hour ago. Ning Yatong, would you accompany me to the library? I just asked Yueling if she wanted to join, but she said no, so I'll go with Yu Hong instead. Hee. Yu Hong frowned. Was Ning Yatong a bit two-faced? He quickly dressed and left the dormitory. After waiting a few minutes at the supermarket entrance, Shun Yueling approached, clad in a t-shirt and shorts. Let us go, she stated flatly. What are we buying? Did you really need me to come for this? Yu Hong followed her into the supermarket. Shun Yueling led the way, her tone indifferent, yet her words somewhat jarring. Ning Yatong seems to be looking for you quite often lately. Does she? Yu Hong feigned ignorance. It's not that big of a deal. Suddenly, Shun Yueling halted, turning to scrutinize him. You two were rumored to be dating in high school. And now you're in the same school again. So, are you two planning to start a relationship? That is all just hearsay, Yu Hong interrupted. Since when did you become so nosy? Shun Yueling remained silent, continuing to walk ahead. As Yu Hong observed her retreating figure, he pondered her unusual behavior today. Typically so aloof, she was now bringing up such matters. Upon reaching the beverage aisle, Shun Yueling handed him a pack of bottled water. Hold this for me. Yu Hong accepted the water, unable to resist asking, You call me out just to buy this? Is that a problem? Shun Yueling shot him a glance. Are you curious about my relationship with her? Yu Hong grinned. Not really. I just thought carrying bottled water would be a hassle, Shun Yueling replied. We truly have nothing going on. Yu Hong chuckled, enjoying this rare moment of her vulnerability. But are you perhaps feeling a bit jealous? Jealous of what? Shun Yueling glared at him. Really? After what happened last time, Yu Hong was cut off. Shut up. Don't you dare bring that up. Shun Yueling shot him a cold look. Then why did you agree to come out with me? Yu Hong was taken aback by her question. Wasn't it you who insisted I come? You could have refused, Shun Yueling countered, maintaining eye contact. Yu Hong felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze and averted his eyes. I suppose I've just grown used to it. The moment those words left his mouth, a thick silence enveloped them. Since the days when they wore diapers, Yu Hong had indeed rarely turned down her requests. Let us go. Shun Yueling abruptly turned and headed for the checkout. Yu Hong followed her, bewildered. What was up with her today? Had she taken some strange medication? Carrying the pack of water, he trailed behind her back toward the dormitory area. So, why did you buy the water? Yu Hong quickened his pace to walk alongside her. Isn't there a water dispenser on every floor of the dorm? Shun Yueling kept her gaze forward, her tone devoid of inflection. To drink. She simply wanted an excuse to boss Yu Hong around. Yu Hong felt a bit flustered by her bluntness. Fine, you win. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory, Shun Yueling stopped, turning to take the water from him. I'm heading up, she said. Is that it? Yu Hong stared at her. Shun Yueling held the water, gazing at him for a few seconds. What else do you expect? How about a kiss as payment? Yu Hong suggested, then quickly bolted away, joking. Back in the dormitory, Hao Junren and the others were still shouting at their computers. Mouse, can you even play? Flashing in and giving away kills. Lu Tiankai bellowed. I just wanted to cut to the back line. Who knew their support was lurking there? Hao Junren shouted even louder. Ho Sudong chimed in, trying to mediate. All right. One wave at a time. We can win this. Damn it. Is this guy using hacks? How Junrin slammed the table. Just practice more. Lu Tiankai retorted without looking back. Where did Yu Hong go? Doing manual labor. Yu Hong replied, shedding his jacket and climbing onto his bed, slipping on his headphones. He opened Bilibili and, sure enough, Yi Ling Yuan was live streaming again. Still in that skin-tight suit, he was playing a single-player horror game, occasionally shrieking in fright. After watching for a while, Yu Hong found it dull. He switched to Yi Ling Yuan's QQ. Yu Hong, are you there? A few minutes later, a reply came through. Yi Ling Yuan, still streaming, boss, what is up? Yu Hong, Saturday evening at 6, first floor of the second cafeteria. Don't forget. Yi Ling Yuan, got it. Won't forget. Yu Hong, I hope you're as impressive in real life as you are in that suit. Yi Ling Yuan. Yu Hong, haha, see you Saturday. With a chuckle, Yu Hong closed the chat window, scrolled through his phone for a bit, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 6. The Contrast of Emotions. The last 2 days of military training felt like an eternity. Under the blazing sun, the cadets marched in formation repeatedly, all for those fleeting moments of performance. My feet are practically worn to the bone, complained Hao Junren under his breath while kicking his heels in time. Enough chatter. Just march, Yu Hong retorted. His gaze fixed ahead, feeling the dampness of his camouflage uniform clinging to his back from perspiration. His thoughts had drifted far away, pondering his upcoming encounter with Yi Ling Yuan that Saturday evening. The allure of that skin-tight suit was intoxicating. What would the real person be like? Yu Hong, are you marching in unison, or is it a three-legged race? The instructor's bellowing voice jolted him back to reality. Yu Hong quickly adjusted his stride. At long last, the day of the military training performance arrived. Freshmen from the entire school lined up on the playground, while the school leaders delivered speeches from the podium. Finally, it concluded, and Hao Junren tossed his cap onto the bed. Yu Hong remained silent as he glanced at the time, 4:30 in the afternoon. There was still time before 6 o'clock, but he needed to prepare. After a refreshing shower and donning a clean short-sleeve shirt, he tousled his hair in front of the mirror. Oh, all spruced up. Off to a date? Hao Junren quipped with a sidelong glance. Just gonna grab a bite, Yu Hong replied vaguely. With whom? Is it one of those two beauties from last time? Hao Junren perked up. No way. You aren't playing both sides, are you? Get lost, just a friend. Yu Hong dismissed him, slipping his phone into his pocket as he readied to leave. Someone in the group mentioned, we're organizing a send-off for the instructors. Are you not going? Hao Junren asked. What, are you bored? Paying them off? Yu Hong scoffed. What is the point of those sentimental performances? They're just a bunch of soldiers. Fair enough. I'm not going either, Hao Junren nodded. But you didn't see. Some girls were crying like they lost their mothers. Ha! Whether they lost their mothers or not, I'm not sure, Lu Tiankai interjected. But I did hear that a girl from the music performance department was dating an instructor and even booked a hotel room, only to break up right after military training ended. Is that true? Hao Junren raised an eyebrow. Absolutely. When I came back, she was still wailing by the roadside. Ho Sudong chuckled. Tisk tisk, that's ridiculous. Hao Junren pouted. What's the point? Then let us all skip it. Let us go. Lu Tiankai called out. You guys have fun. I'm stepping out for a bit. At 10 to 6, Yu Hong arrived at the first floor of the second dining hall. There were few people at this hour, so he settled into a wall-side seat. At 6 sharp, a message arrived on QQ, indicating her arrival. Yu Hong glanced toward the entrance, spotting a figure standing at the door of the dining hall. The girl sported a fresh, short haircut, her features exquisite, exuding an air of confidence. Clad in a simple white t-shirt and athletic pants, her physique was well-toned, suggesting she was no stranger to physical training. Yu Hong's first impression was encapsulated in an idiom, gallant and dashing. She surveyed the area before her gaze locked onto Yu Hong, striding directly towards him. Are you the one from a September new series? She inquired, halting in front of him. Her voice, reminiscent of her live stream, bore a slightly husky yet clear quality. Yu Hong quickly stood up. Yes, I'm Yu Hong. You must be Yi Ling Yuan? Bai Xin ran. She smiled, extending her hand graciously. From class 2 of the manga department. Yu Hong shook her hand. Please, have a seat. He gestured to the chair opposite him. Her appearance and demeanor were strikingly different from that skin-tight suit. The contrast was palpable, perhaps even more intriguing. You're not quite what I imagined, Yu Hong remarked, pushing the menu towards her. Neither are you, Bai Xinran replied. Glancing at the menu, I thought the people who watch live streams on Bilibili were all introverts. That is quite a sweeping generalization, Yu Hong chuckled. Do I not look like an introvert? Well, you're better off than those in our class who cling to their tablets, calling them wife, she noted, ordering a clay pot rice noodle. What about you? I'll have the same. Yu Hong called out to the counter 2 bowls of rice noodles, 1 spicy and 1 not. After placing their orders, a brief silence enveloped them. Yu Hong pondered how to broach the subject of the guild. About your skin-tight suit, he decided to be forthright. What inspired that particular style? Bai Xinran raised an eyebrow. What kind of style are you referring to? The sexy one? Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback by her directness. Rather alluring. That's my original character design. She shrugged. You could interpret it as my envisioned self. So, you envision yourself as a seductive figure? If we're going to discuss this, I'm all ears, she replied. That is quite a unique hobby, Yu Hong remarked with a smile. Coincidentally, I share the same interest, though in my previous life, Himenjeo didn't quite fulfill it. What's wrong with that? XP is all about freedom. Bai Xin Ran stated boldly. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow, realizing that discussing hobbies could wait. Financial matters were more pressing. How do you find live streaming? Do you intend to pursue it long-term? Yu Hong inquired. It's all right, quite interesting, she replied as the rice noodles arrived. But sometimes, dealing with obnoxious comments can be quite bothersome. That's the nature of being a streamer. Yu Hong stirred his spicy noodles, which is why I suggest joining a guild. It would alleviate a lot of stress. At least there is someone to manage the comments and handle harassment. Bai Xin Ran slurped a noodle and looked up at him. What do you mean by collaboration? I'll cover the costs and equipment. In the future, if you need to update your suit, arrange peripheral graphics, I can reimburse you. Even explore 3D options. I'll also assist with operations, traffic generation, and business engagements, Yu Hong explained, eyeing her. The revenue will be split proportionately, with you taking the larger share. What is your angle? Bai Xin Ran asked directly. If you profit, I profit too, Yu Hong replied plainly. I believe this industry has potential. You have great conditions worth investing in. He understood the operational logic of guilds best, and scrupulous guilds were merely there for quick profits, relying on broad nets and penalties for breach of contract to generate income. But such schemes were short-lived. A guild aiming for longevity would accumulate initial capital and, if wishing to remain in the industry, would evolve into a conscientious guild. Conversely, some started as honest, growing stronger through operational prowess and reputation. Once their revenue and streamer count increased, it became a virtuous cycle. Bai Xin Ran took a few bites of her noodles, pondering before responding. Yu Hong didn't rush her, continuing to eat. Can I think it over? She finally asked. Of course, Yu Hong replied, pulling out his phone. Shall we add each other on WeChat? It'll be easier to stay in touch. Sure, Bai Xin Ran replied succinctly, scanning the code to add him as a friend. Her WeChat avatar was a simple doodle of a dog's head. Looking at the avatar, Yu Hong was reminded of her original character's livestream title. You're quite different from that seductive character. He couldn't help but comment. Bai Xin Ran smiled, but didn't respond, instead asking, Are you really studying network and new media? Yes, in class 1, Yu Hong nodded. Bai Xin Ran squinted slightly. But I've read in some novels about live streaming that guilds take the lion's share, leaving the streamer with only a pittance. Those authors probably aren't in the industry, Yu Hong chuckled. They think streamers are akin to them. Fools in reality, but in novels, they become spiritual capitalists. Ha ha. You're quite amusing. Bai Xin Ran finished her last sip of soup. Thank you for the noodles. Next time, it's your treat. No problem. After their meal, the two exited the dining hall together. She waved casually and turned to head in another direction. Yu Hong watched her retreating figure, noting the confidence in her stride. Distinctly different from most girls in the dining hall, the gallant and dashing original character intrigued him. Suddenly, he found himself wanting to see her contrasting side. Chapter 7. National Day Holiday. The afternoon before the National Day holiday, Yu Hong waited for a rideshare at the school gate. The late September sun was no longer as harsh, but prolonged exposure still felt draining. Yu Hong, Ning Yatong, came running with a small suitcase, the hem of her JK skirt swaying. Have you been waiting long? Just arrived. Yu Hong glanced at her pink suitcase. Is that all you're bringing? It's only for 7 days. Ning Yatong stood beside him. What about you, Ling? She said she'd be here in 10 minutes. As a result, after waiting nearly 20 minutes, Shen Yueling leisurely emerged from the school gate, carrying a backpack. You really take your time, Yu Hong remarked, glancing at his phone. Shen Yueling did not respond, but cast a glance at Ning Yatong's suitcase. Let us go. The car has arrived. A black SUV was parked by the roadside, with a bespectacled boy already seated in the front passenger seat. The driver rolled down the window. Is this a rideshare? Heading to Ankin? Yes. Yu Hong promptly stuffed Ning Yatong's suitcase into the trunk. Upon returning, he found Shen Yueling had already settled into the window seat on the left. Ning Yatong hesitated at the car door. You should sit on the right, Yu Hong suggested. The two had clearly been quite close in high school, inseparable. Yet now the atmosphere felt so awkward. Ning Yatong nodded and bent down to climb in. Yu Hong followed suit, taking the middle seat, and, as he closed the door, he suddenly felt both sides of his arms pressed against someone. Buckle up, everyone, the driver reminded, starting the engine. Yu Hong sensed a subtle tension in the air. On his left, the faint scent of laundry detergent wafted from Shen Yueling, while on his right, he occasionally felt Ning Yatong's elbow brushing against him. Damn, this position is truly uncomfortable. The car left the urban area of Tang City and merged onto the highway. Yu-hung, do you have any plans for the holiday? Ning Yutong inquired, tilting her head, her hair brushing against his arm. Sleeping, playing games, he replied, shifting slightly forward, attempting to create some distance. Shen Yueling glanced at him. Why are you squirming? Then I'll move over here. Yu-hung adjusted to the right. Ouch! Ning Yutong exclaimed softly, you're pulling my hair. Yu-hung quickly straightened up, my apologies. Tisk, shouldn't he take some initiative? It felt too passive in front of these two girls. Ning Yutong retrieved a pair of headphones from her bag. Want to listen to music? I can share one with you. No, thank you. I get car sick. Indeed. He was feeling a bit queasy. The car seat was uncomfortable. Suddenly, Shen Yueling spoke up. Your mom called my mom yesterday, asking you to come over for dinner tomorrow. Yu-hung was taken aback. Huh? Why? My parents miss you. Shen Yueling replied flatly, stating it had been a long time since they'd seen him. The boy in the front passenger seat turned to glance at them before looking away. Shen Yueling continued, tomorrow at noon, come early. All right, Yu-hung scratched his head. Shen Yueling closed her eyes, resting her head against the car window. Ning Yutong pursed her lips and lowered her head to play with her phone, lapsing into silence. Yu-hung felt increasingly warm. Was the air conditioning in this car broken? He took out his phone and saw a message from Bai Xin Ran, sent 10 minutes ago. Bai Xin Ran, I've thought it over. I'm open to trying a collaboration. Yu-hung raised an eyebrow, surprised at how quickly she had come around. He replied, let us discuss the detailed plan after the holiday. Bai Xin Ran responded almost instantaneously. Okay, enjoy your holiday. Yu-hung put down his phone and felt a weight on his right shoulder. Ning Yutong had somehow fallen asleep, her head resting against him. He stiffened for a moment, instinctively glancing at Shen Yueling on his left. She was observing the sight of Ning Yutong leaning on him. She is asleep? Yu-hung whispered, feeling inexplicably guilty. I saw. Shen Yueling returned her gaze to the window. Ning Yutong's gentle breaths brushed against his neck, leaving Yu-hung hesitant to make any sudden movements. This position was beginning to feel numb, yet he found it difficult to push her away. Suddenly, the driver slammed the brakes, causing Ning Yutong to wake abruptly. Realizing she was resting against Yu-hung, her face flushing with embarrassment. I'm so sorry. It's all right. Yu-hung adjusted his shoulder. Shen Yueling suddenly let out a soft laugh, barely audible, yet Yu-hung caught it. What is so funny? He turned to ask. Nothing, Shen Yueling replied, a hint of amusement lingering at the corners of her mouth, finding the situation rather amusing. Yu-hung sensed the air in the vehicle had grown even more suffocating. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived in Ankin, where the driver dropped them off in the city center. Ning Yutong's home was nearby, and she exited the vehicle first. Goodbye, keep in touch during the holiday. She waved to Yu-hung, then glanced back at Shen Yueling. See you tomorrow, Yueling. MHM. Shen Yueling nodded. The car resumed its journey, leaving just the two of them in the back seat. Yu-hung shifted to the right window seat, finally able to stretch his legs. What were you laughing about earlier? He inquired once more. Shen Yueling was gazing at the familiar streets outside. I found your flustered expression amusing. What do you mean? Didn't I see? Your back stiffened when Ning Yutong leaned against you. She turned back, a teasing glint in her eyes. Yu-hung grinned. You'd stiffen too if you were in my position. Don't worry, she won't lean on me. Shen Yueling replied nonchalantly. That is not a certainty. Yu-hung smirked playfully. Who knows? That day might come, right? The car pulled up to the entrance of Shen Yueling's community. She grabbed her bag and turned back before leaving. Tomorrow at noon, don't forget. I know. Watching Shen Yueling enter the community, Yu-hung exhaled a sigh of relief. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Young man, is she your girlfriend? No. Yu-hung rubbed his temples, just a childhood friend. Oh, the driver elongated the syllables, clearly skeptical. Where to next, young man? The driver asked. To the Bayou Garden community. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Yu-hung paid the fare and exited the car, pushing open the door to his home. He found his mother busy in the kitchen. You're back. Are you hungry? Dinner will be ready soon, Lu Jianfen asked. Iem me fine. Yu-hung kicked off his shoes and collapsed onto the sofa. The weather was too hot, so he decided to take off his short-sleeved shirt and sit bare-chested. Lu Jianfen emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes. Noticing his state, she remarked, Hey, your sister-in-law will be off work soon. Hurry, and put something on. Yu-hung froze for a moment, remembering, oh right. At this hour, his brother was already in trouble. His sister-in-law, Zhou Wanyi, was living with her mother and taking care of the child, who was just about 7 or 8 months old now. Yu-hung quickly put on a shirt and tiptoed to the inner room to take a glance. Indeed, his little nephew, Yu Hui, was sleeping soundly in the crib. Gazing at the infant, Yu-hung felt a mix of emotions. In his previous life, this child had been quite close to him. As he was lost in thought, the front door opened. Yu-hung looked up to see Zhou Wanyi return. Sister-in-law, you're back. Yu-hung greeted her warmly. Zhou Wanyi seemed taken aback to find Yu-hung at home. Pausing for a moment before offering a weary smile, Xiao Hong, on holiday now? Yeah, just got back. Yu Hong replied, noticing her tired expression. He casually asked, did you have to work overtime today? Zhou Wanyi hung her bag on the coat rack and rubbed her temples. Yeah, month-end reconciliation, busy until now. You've worked hard, sister-in-law. It's all right. I'm used to it. Zhou Wanyi forced a smile. How long is your holiday? 7 days. Yu Hong responded cheerfully. Zhou Wanyi nodded, but did not say much more, turning to head into the kitchen. Mom, let me help with the dishes. Lu Jianfin replied from the kitchen. No need, you rest, it's almost done. Dinner was quite tranquil. Yu Hong focused on his food, while Lu Jianfin occasionally served Zhou Wanyi more dishes. Eat more, you've lost weight again recently. Zhou Wanyi smiled gratefully. Thank you, Mom. After dinner, Yu Hong helped clear the table. Lu Jianfin emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands. Yu Hong, when you go to Yueling's house tomorrow, remember to take that bag of vegetables from the fridge. Yu Hong was stacking the plates. What vegetables? All the ones I picked when I went back home. Fresh beans and eggplants, among others. Lu Jianfin opened the fridge door and pointed. Take them over for them. Got it, he replied, stretching. I'm off to shower. I'm all sweaty. After his shower, he wrapped himself in a towel and returned to his room, closing the door behind him, finally feeling a bit of tranquility. The room was somewhat stifling as he didn't even have air conditioning. He got up to open the window, feeling the cool night breeze, which was quite pleasant. Pulling out his phone, he habitually opened Bilibili and found a live stream of Yiling Yuan. She was currently playing League of Legends. Thanks to the new September anime for the spicy strips, the screen displayed a demoness tilting her head, her voice laced with laughter. You're quite late today, boss. Yu Hong casually typed a comment. Just got back from vacation. Ah, it's wonderful to be on break. Even Shogo is on holiday. Knight Ling Yuan remarked while skillfully maneuvering in the game. Hey, can this support player even play? Yu Hong observed the screen where a writhing succubus danced, recalling the dashing figure of Bai Xin Ran he had seen earlier that day. The contrast was striking. The disparity between the outfit and your voice is quite amusing. He commented in a chat. Knight Ling Yuan's gameplay momentarily faltered. Haha, as for the outfit, it's merely a figment of imagination. Yu Hong smirked, wondering if he was truly envisioning himself as a flamboyant character. Will you be streaming tomorrow? He inquired. Of course, I'll stream throughout the holiday, Knight Ling Yuan replied, having already demolished the opponent's crystal in the game, declaring, look at me, boss. I'm amazing. He opened a private chat window on QQ. Yu Hong, you're so dedicated, even during the break? Knight Ling Yuan, idle hands are the devil's workshop. Yu Hong, let us discuss the collaboration details after the holiday. Do you need any equipment? Knight Ling Yuan, not for now. My laptop and sound card suffice. Yu Hong, all right then, keep streaming. I'm off to bed. Knight Ling Yuan, good night, boss. Yu Hong chuckled at her message, bemused by how different her online persona was from her offline self. He drifted off to sleep, only to be awakened by his bladder at midnight. Groggily, he climbed out of bed, squinting as he navigated through the dark. The living room was illuminated only by a small night light, casting a warm glow where he spotted Zhou Wanyi curled up on the sofa, startled by his sudden appearance. She hurriedly adjusted her clothing, a flicker of alarm crossing her face. He felt a twinge of awkwardness. I'm just going to the bathroom. Go ahead. Zhou Wanyi replied softly, shrinking further into the sofa. Once inside the bathroom, he sighed in relief after closing the door. Upon emerging, he found Zhou Wanyi still seated on the sofa, her head bent as she tidied up. Sister-in-law, I'm heading back to my room, he said quietly. Zhou Wanyi placed the organized items into a bag beside her. You should go to bed early. All right, you too, he replied, returning to his room and shutting the door. Yu Hong found sleep elusive. She was undeniably beautiful, with a classic oval face and fair skin. Her figure remained splendid. After giving birth, she not only retained her shape, but had gained a touch of voluptuousness, accentuating her curvaceous silhouette. She exuded an allure befitting a mature woman. And at merely 25 or 26 years old, she was in her prime. However, her daily routine of work and childcare had rendered her somewhat haggard. The next morning, Yu Hong was roused from his slumber by his mother, Lu Jianfin, who exclaimed, "What time do you think it is? Hurry up and deliver the vegetables to Yu Ling's family." She yanked open the curtains, the sunlight blinding him. Squinting, he checked his phone. It was only 10:30. Mom, it's barely that late, he grumbled, rolling over. Yu Ling's mother just called, asking why you haven't arrived yet. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Reluctantly, Yu Ling got up and headed for the bathroom to wash up. Upon exiting, Lu Jianfin thrust a bag of vegetables into his hands. Be quick about it. This amount of green beans, eggplants, and potatoes should last them 3 days. He slipped into a t-shirt and shorts, slipping on his slippers as he stepped outside. Arriving at Shun Yuling's building, he sent a WeChat message. I'm here, open the door. Moments later, the entrance swung open. Yu Hong ascended to the third floor, where Shen Yuling's door was ajar. He entered to find her standing at the entrance, clad in a simple white shirt and jeans, her hair casually tied back, exposing her fair neck. "Here are the vegetables," Yu Hong said, handing her the bag. Shen Yuling weighed it in her hands. "So heavy? My mom was just talking about you." "What did she say?" Yu Hong asked, bending down to change his shoes. "She wondered if you overslept." Shen Yuling turned toward the kitchen. "Come on in." Yu Hong followed her into the living room, where Shun's mother peeked out from the kitchen, donning an apron. "Xiao Hong, you're back from break? How's school treating you?" "It's fine, just the usual," Yu Hong replied, taking a sip of water. Shun's mother emerged with a platter of fruit. "Yuling, hasn't this child caused you any trouble at school?" Yu Hong glanced at Shen Yuling, who was engrossed in her phone, seemingly oblivious. "What trouble could she possibly cause?" He chuckled. "Xiao Hong, you two need to take care of each other," Shun's father interjected. Yu Hong took a bite of an apple. "She's quite independent. She doesn't need my help." "That's different." Shun's mother leaned in, lowering her voice. "You two have grown up together. We feel better knowing you're around her." Finally put her phone down, Shen Yuling remarked, "Mom, why are you saying all this?" "I'm just concerned for you." Shen's mother chided gently. "Xiao Hong is not a stranger. Dinner is ready." Shun's father timely interrupted the awkwardness. "Yuling, help your mother with the dishes." The four of them sat at the dining table. Shen's mother kept piling Yu Hong's plate high. "Eat more. Are you getting enough at the school cafeteria?" "It's all right," Yu Hong mumbled, focused on his meal. "How is Yuling doing at school? How does she get along with her classmates?" Shun's father asked. Yu Hong chewed on a piece of braised pork. "She walks around as if everyone owes her money. Who would dare to provoke her?" Shen Yuling kicked him under the table. "Ouch." Yu Hong grimaced. "What happened?" Shen's mother asked, concerned. "Nothing, just a cramp," he replied. Glaring at Shen Yuling, Shun's father chuckled, shaking his head. "Yuling's temper, only Xiao Hong can tolerate." Yu Hong thought to himself, "I certainly don't want to tolerate it." He resolved to find a chance to teach her a lesson. Chapter 9. I am a wolf, a lustful one. After dinner, Shen Yuling and Yu Hong retreated to her room. Without hesitation, Yu Hong sprawled across her bed. "Get off. I just made the bed." Shen Yuling glared at him from the bedside. "I'm tired from eating. Let me rest a moment," Yu Hong replied, propping his arms behind his head and shifting toward the center of the bed. Shen Yuling pushed against his shoulder. "Get up." Suddenly, Yu Hong opened his eyes, gripping her wrist and pulling her down. Unprepared, Shen Yuling tumbled onto him, her elbow jabbing into his chest. "Damn, that hurt." Yu Hong winced, yet his arms remained wrapped around her waist. "What are you doing? Get off," Shen Yuling whispered, pressing her hand against his chest. "From now on, don't be so domineering with me." Yu Hong leaned closer to her ear. "Be good, understand?" Shen Yuling turned her head to evade his breath. "Answer me first." Yu Hong remained unmoved, nudging her with his knee. Shen Yuling bit her lip, turning away. "Fine, I'll agree." Only then did Yu Hong loosen his grip. Though he didn't fully rise. "Now that's more like it." "Can I get up now?" Shen Yuling pushed against his chest. Yu Hong slowly rolled onto his side, casually pulling her closer into his embrace. Shen Yuling struggled, but eventually ceased her resistance. "Shen Yuling, be a bit gentler with me from now on." Yu Hong's fingers twirled a strand of her hair. "Who told you to keep provoking me?" Shen Yuling pinched him at his waist. "Ouch." Yu Hong gasped. "Have you forgotten what you just agreed to?" The sound of Shun's mother's footsteps echoed from outside, prompting both to fall silent. Once the footsteps faded, Yu Hong lowered his voice. "Want to go for a walk tonight?" "No, I'm tired," Shen Yuling replied, eyes closed. "Then let us just stay in." Yu Hong's hand began to wander beneath her shirt, reasoning that once Annie and the others finished watching television, they would retire for the night. Shen Yuling pressed down on his wrist. "Don't overstep." "Who is it that promised to be good?" Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. "That doesn't mean this kind of good." Shen Yuling kicked him again. "Get off, I need to tidy the sheets." Yu Hong observed the blush creeping to her ears and chuckled inwardly. This woman may appear fierce, but she truly cannot withstand a little teasing. "Fine, I'll head back to sleep." He feigned an intention to rise, just as Yuding sent a message inquiring whether she would like to accompany him for a shopping outing the following day. Shen Yuling immediately grasped the corner of his garment. "When did she message you?" "Just now," Yu Hong replied, shaking his phone. "Are you feeling jealous?" "If you wish to go, then go," she retorted, releasing her grip and turning to tidy the bed sheets, her movements noticeably imbued with a hint of force. Yu Hong wrapped his arms around her from behind. "I was just teasing you. There's no message. Get lost." Shen Yuling elbowed him. "Are you really not going out tonight?" Yu Hong inhaled the delicate fragrance wafting from her hair. "What time?" 8 o'clock, at the back gate of the community. "If my parents ask where I'm going, just say you're going for a walk. What is the problem?" As he spoke, Yu Hong gently massaged her earlobe. Knowing it was her soft spot, Shen Yuling had come to accept this level of intimacy with calmness. After all, that incident had surpassed these moments significantly. Moreover, she rather enjoyed such physical contact, though she could never bring herself to initiate it. I'll head back first then. Yu Hong tucked his phone into his pocket and turned to leave. See you tonight. Shen Yueling didn't lift her head. As Yu Hong opened the door, he nearly collided with Shun's mother, who was holding a plate of freshly washed grapes in the living room. Little Hong, you're leaving already? Stay a bit longer. I just washed some grapes. No, Annie, I have some matters to attend to at home, he replied, bending down to change his shoes. Thank you, Uncle and Annie. For lunch. Shen Yueling poked her head out from the room. Mom, he is too full and needs to go digest. Yu Hong shot her a glare, but she had already retreated. This child Shen's mother chuckled helplessly. Well then, come by often, Little Hong. Sure thing, Annie. Yu Hong closed the door. Hearing Shen's mother ask inside, Yueling, you and Little Hong didn't have a quarrel, did you? No. Shen Yueling's voice was somewhat muffled through the door. He just ate too much. Yu Hong smirked, amused as he descended the stairs. This woman was still so stubborn, yet when he had restrained her earlier, she hadn't really pushed him away. Shortly after 8 o'clock, Yu Hong slipped into his slippers and stealthily made his way to the back gate of the community. From a distance, he spotted Shen Yueling already waiting there, having arrived 3 minutes late. She raised her hand to check her watch. Clad in a light gray tracksuit with her hair tied up in a high ponytail, Yu Hong grinned broadly, naturally taking her hand. Let us go for a stroll in the park. Shen Yueling made a half-hearted attempt to pull away, but ultimately relented. The two strolled leisurely along the pavement towards the park. The night breeze was refreshingly cool, rustling the sycamore leaves along the roadside. What did you eat for dinner? Yu Hong asked to break the silence. Leftovers, Shen Yueling replied tersely. I had instant noodles at home. Yu Hong sighed. My mom went to my aunt's, and my sister-in-law took the kids to bed early. The park was not far, and they arrived in about 10 minutes. At this hour, there were only a few elderly folks walking their dogs. Yu Hong led her to a bench, casually resting his arm behind her. This is much cooler than indoors, he remarked, taking a deep breath. Your air conditioning is set too high. It gave me goosebumps. Then don't come over. Shen Yueling shifted slightly away to evade his arm. That is not an option. Yu Hing inched closer. I enjoy coming. It drives you mad. Shen Yueling remained silent, fiddling with the zipper of her tracksuit. Yu Hong admired her fluffy hair illuminated by the streetlight, feeling a familiar itch of longing. He pulled her closer. Are you cold? Hot, she replied, pushing him away. Such a contradiction, he murmured, bending down to inhale the scent of her hair. What shampoo do you use? It's quite fragrant. Bee flower, she retorted, looking up to glare at him. Are you a dog? I'm a wolf. Yu Hong kissed her cheek. Pervert. Yu Hong felt elated. Returning to life had changed his perspective. In his previous life, after that incident, he had deliberately avoided being alone with Shen Yueling, even after they were married, to avoid any misunderstandings. This time, he felt free to indulge. Shen Yueling wiped her face, annoying. The two engaged in a light-hearted conversation when suddenly a rustling noise emerged from a nearby grove. Yu Hong perked up, chuckling as he listened. Did you hear that? He nudged Shen Yueling with his elbow. Sounds like a wild encounter. Shen Yueling clearly heard it too, her body stiffening. Don't say such things. Who's being ridiculous? Yu Hong lowered his voice, listened to that commotion. Quite the intense situation. Shen Yueling abruptly stood up. Let us go. It's time to head back. In a hurry? Yu Hong pulled her back down onto the bench. Let us observe a bit. If you want to learn, do it yourself. Shen Yueling struggled to free herself from his grasp. Yu Hong leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Shouldn't we find a place ourselves get lost? Shen Yueling kicked him hard. Ouch. Yu Hong grimaced. I was just kidding. Why so serious? At that moment, the noise from the grove suddenly ceased. Moments later, a young couple hurriedly emerged from the thicket, heads down, and quickly departed. Yu Hong watched their retreating figures, unable to suppress a laugh. These two certainly know how to pick a spot. A bit too swift, though. Shen Yueling shot him a glare. You seem disappointed? Perhaps a little. Yu Hong shrugged. I wanted to watch a bit longer. Pervert. Shen Yueling turned and headed towards the park exit. Yu Hong quickly caught up, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Are you really upset? I'm not upset. Shen Yueling struggled. I just find it disgusting. What is so disgusting about it? It's only natural, he reasoned, inching closer besides. Didn't we almost if you say that again? I'll really be angry. Shen Yueling pushed him away, striding forward without a glance back. He hurriedly closed the distance. Taking her hand, I won't say it again, I promise. Let me walk you home. Shen Yueling didn't shake off his hand, but she remained silent the entire way. Upon reaching the back gate of the community, Yu Hong halted her. Are you truly angry? No. I just think you can be quite annoying at times. If you find me annoying, why let me hold your hand? Shut up. Chapter 10. Little Moments in the Cinema. The next morning at 7:30, Yu Hong was abruptly awakened by the ringing of his phone. Following that, a flurry of 3 messages from Ning Yuding arrived. Wake up. You promised to accompany me today. If you don't reply soon, I'll come to your house and knock on your door. Yu Hong rubbed his eyes, glancing at the time, feeling a surge of annoyance as he raked his fingers through his hair. Ning Yuding had indeed messaged him, requesting his company for shopping, to which he had agreed. Ah, how could he have forgotten? He slowly typed a reply. Just woke up. See you in half an hour at Tianyang Square. Ning Yuding replied in an instant. Okay, I'll wear the new dress I bought for you to see. Yu Hong threw on a hoodie and a pair of sweatpants before heading out. The weather had turned distinctly cooler. The community was very close to the mall, just a block away. Upon reaching the west entrance of the mall, Yu Hong spotted Ning Yuding standing at the entrance of the expansive supermarket, dressed in a light pink dress. Yu Hong, over here, she called, jogging toward him, her skirt swaying gently in the breeze. What do you think of my new dress? She twirled in front of him, her 36E bust swaying slightly with the movement. Yu Hong instinctively glanced twice. It's decent. What do you mean by decent? Ning Yuding pouted. Let me tell you, when I bought this dress just then, Yu Hong's phone vibrated twice in his pocket, prompting him to pull it out and check the message. Ning Yuding cupped his face in her hands. Look at me. Look at me. While I'm talking to you. You need to look at me. Caught off guard by her sudden gesture, Yu Hong paused for a moment. I'm looking, he said, pulling her hands away. As I was saying, when I bought this dress, the salesperson kept praising me, saying that this dress, without straps, is something that most people can't pull off. Haha. Well, you certainly have the advantage, Yu Hong chuckled. Ning Yuding beamed, linking her arm with his. Let us go. Let us grab breakfast first. Upon arriving at the soy milk shop, Ning Yuding insisted on sitting beside him. You should sit across from me. Yu Hong nudged her shoulder. Don't. Come a little closer, Ning Yutong said with a sweet smile. Yu Hong took a sip of soy milk and pouted slightly. Ning Yutong wasn't like this back in high school. She wasn't as cold as she is now. Even before that incident with Shun Yueling. Do girls really undergo a complete transformation in spring? That's no better than a dog. After breakfast, Ning Yutong dragged him to the mall, from the cosmetics counter on the first floor to the women's clothing store on the third. She insisted that Yu Hong wait outside the fitting room while she tried on clothes. How does this look? Ning Yutong lifted the curtain, stepping out in a tight-fitting spaghetti strap dress. Yu Hong glanced at her, too revealing. No way. Ning Yutong twirled in front of the mirror. It's so beautiful. Don't you think it looks bad? Suddenly, she rushed in front of him, tilting her face upwards to look at him. Look at me and be serious. Yu Hong found himself stepping back a half step, his back against the wall. It looks good, just buy it. Ning Yutong cheerfully returned to the fitting room. Yu Hong stood at the door, bored, playing with his phone. Does this look good? Ning Yutong peeked out, holding a light yellow dress in front of her. It's all right. Yu Hong replied without looking up. You didn't even look. Ning Yutong came over and tugged at his arm. Look at me. Seriously? Yu Hong had no choice but to glance up. It suits you. Only then was Ning Yutong satisfied. She went back to change and came out, spinning around. How about this? The dress indeed flattered her figure, cinching at the waist just right, revealing her delicate collarbone. Most importantly, it didn't accentuate her bust, which was sometimes overwhelming due to her size. Not bad, Yu Hong nodded. Then we'll buy this one. Ning Yutong exclaimed happily, leaning closer to him and whispering. Is it your favorite type? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Does it matter whether I like it or not? Of course it matters. Ning Yutong replied confidently. A woman adorns herself for the one she loves. Her words were so straightforward that Yu Hong was momentarily at a loss for words. After buying the dress, Ning Yutong dragged him through several more stores, and before they knew it, it was nearly noon. I'm hungry and quite tired, Ning Yutong said, rubbing her stomach. Let's go eat hot pot. Upon entering the hot pot restaurant, Ning Yutong slumped into a sofa chair, exhaling, shopping made my back ache. Well, those watermelon-sized assets would make anyone's back ache, Yu Hong chuckled. Ning Yutong blinked at him, staring for a moment before reacting. Oh. Yu Hong grinned at her flushed cheeks. So you do agree, don't you? Why have you become so cheeky lately? Ning Yutong lightly pushed him, muttering softly. They had been at the same table for so long. Ning Yutong had worn cool clothes during summer before. Back then, he hadn't reacted much, probably due to their young age and his lack of interest in such matters. But now, things were different, being so close to such a beauty. What was there to pretend about? After lunch, Yu Hong glanced at the time. It was only a little past 2 in the afternoon. Where to next? Ning Yutong tilted her head in thought, her eyes lighting up. Let us go watch a movie. Sure, Yu Hong shrugged indifferently. After all, he was accompanying her today. At the cinema, Yu Hong purchased a couple's seat. The couple's seat consisted of 2 adjoining sofa chairs without a dividing armrest. Ning Yutong sat next to him, placing the popcorn between them. Not long into the film, Yu Hong's hand began to wander. He first pretended to casually place his hand on the sofa. then slowly moved it towards her. Ning Yatong was engrossed in the screen until Yu Heng's palm gently rested on her thigh. "What are you doing?" she whispered. It did not pull away. "Stop messing around. We're watching a movie. I'm watching mine. You watch yours." When the movie ended, the lights brightened. Ning Yatong hurriedly stood up. "I'm a bit tired. I'll head home first. I'll see you off." No, I can go back by myself." Ning Yatong quickly waved her hand. Upon returning home, the first thing Ning Yatong did was rush to the bathroom. She needed to change her underwear. On Yu Hong's side, as soon as he entered the house, Lu Jianfin frowned and asked, "Where have you been?" "I haven't seen you all day. I went out with some friends." "Didn't T.I. inform you?" Yu Hong replied. "Was it a guy or a girl?" Lu Jianfin probed. "What difference does that make?" "Mom, I'm in college now. Being in college doesn't mean you can just run wild. Don't mess around." "I know, Mom." Yu Hong stretched lazily. "Where's my sister-in-law?" "She's in a room taking care of Zaiwai." "Perfect timing. You should call her out for dinner." Chapter 11. I want to taste what dumplings are like. Yu Hong pushed open the door to Zhou Wanyi's bedroom, where she was sitting sideways on the edge of the bed, her shirt slightly open, focused on feeding the baby. He quickly closed the door, calling out through the door, "Sister-in-law, dinner's ready." "Got it. I'll be there soon." Zhou Wanyi's voice was slightly hurried. Yu Hong stood outside, smiling wryly. This was the second time he had walked in on such a scene. Though they were family, it felt a bit awkward. Besides, he had lived a second life, and his mindset had changed significantly. Reflecting on it, he wondered what kind of dumpling flavor he wanted to try. He took a seat at the dining table, and Lu Jianfin emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of soup. "Did you call your sister-in-law?" "I did." Yu Hong picked up his chopsticks. "Mom, I'll be going back to school the day after tomorrow." "So soon? You've only been on break for a few days." Lu Jianfin frowned. "There are some matters at school," Yu Hong replied, picking up a piece of pork rib. He needed to return early to prepare. Zhou Wanyi came out carrying the baby, already wearing a cardigan. She placed the baby in the stroller and sat across from Yu Hong. "You're going back to school so early?" she asked softly. "Yes, there are some things I need to handle," Yu Hong said, focusing on his food. Lu Jianfin served Zhou Wanyi a bowl of soup. "Wanyi, eat more. You've been looking thinner lately." "Thank you, Mom," Zhou Wanyi replied. Yu Hong noticed the faint dark circles under her eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Sister-in-law, are you still so busy with work? It's the end of the month." "So there's a lot to account for." Zhou Wanyi smiled. "I'm used to it. You must take care of your health no matter how busy you are." Lu Jianfin interjected, "Your complexion hasn't been great lately. By the way, Mom," he quickly changed the subject, "I want to visit Dad before I go back to school." Lu Jianfin paused for a moment. "All right, I'll accompany you tomorrow." "No need, I can go by myself," Yu Hong said, pushing around the rice in his bowl. Wanting simply to have a chat with Dad. Lu Jianfin thought for a moment. "That's fine, you can go by yourself. Your sister-in-law will be working tomorrow and needs to stay home to look after Zaiwai." The next day, Yu Hong rode his electric scooter back to his hometown. It wasn't too far. It took only 20 minutes. He took a shovel from home and filled in some dirt at the grave. Then he sat down. "Old Yu, your son came to see you. You're quite fortunate. 2 sons barely raised you before they left. My mom has had it tough. Waking up earlier than roosters and sleeping later than dogs. Managing to send both of us to college. My brother followed your lead. He was in such a rush to leave before his son was even born. Your eldest grandson is quite sturdy and will grow up to be clever. You can rest easy. The Yu family has descendants. As for me, I'm doing well. After graduation, I worked at a media company as a live broadcast operator, earning anywhere from 30,000 to 50,000 a month, and even as little as 10,000 to 20,000. I married a beautiful wife, but unfortunately, our family is all widows, and I never learned how to live with someone. Your daughter-in-law is quite the character. Things didn't work out, and we divorced. But guess what? I was reborn. Haha, can you believe that?" Yu Hong sat at the grave for a while longer, until his legs began to feel numb before standing up. He brushed off the dirt from his pants, slung the shovel over his shoulder, and rode his electric scooter back home. By the time he got upstairs, it was nearly dark. Lu Jianfin was sitting in the living room watching television, and without turning her head, she asked if she heard the door open. "Back? Did you clear the weeds at the grave?" "What weeds?" "I just filled in some dirt." Yu Hong flopped onto the sofa. "What as for dinner?" "Just heat up the leftovers. Your sister-in-law is still at work." Lu Jianfin grasped the remote control, switching channels. "Are you truly leaving tomorrow?" "Indeed, I have a ticket for the afternoon," Yu Hong replied, extracting his phone for a quick glance. His train was scheduled to depart at 4:50 p.m. The following afternoon, Yu Hong returned to the university, carelessly tossing his luggage into the dormitory, his stomach grumbling in protest. He stealthily made his way to the cafeteria, ordering a serving of chicken chunks with potatoes and rice, before casually selecting an empty table to indulge in his meal. After finishing, he returned to his dormitory, pushing the door open to find Lu Tiankai engrossed in a game. Headphones on. Ah, you're back. Lu Tiankai remarked without diverting his gaze from the screen. How many days have you spent playing League of Legends in the dormitory? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow, inquiring. What else would I do? Lu Tiankai finally glanced at him. The round-trip ticket I bought home could have afforded me several skins. Why not pursue a girl instead? Yu Hong playfully kicked the leg of his chair. You spent the entire 7-day National Day holiday with your computer? Not interested. Lu Tiankai scoffed. Girls can't compare to games. Yu Hong shook his head, concluding that this guy was beyond redemption. He glanced at the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock. Climbing onto his bunk, he retrieved his phone and opened WeChat, searching for Bai Xin Ran. Yu Hong, I've returned to school. When will you be back? Bai Xin Ran. I didn't go home. I've been at school all along. Yu Hong, shall we meet tomorrow? Ground floor of the second cafeteria? Bai Xin Ran. Sure. How about 2 in the afternoon? I plan to sleep in. Yu Hong chuckled, exiting WeChat and casually clicking into her live streaming room on Bilibili. On the screen, a character clad in a skin-tight outfit was playing a game, a neutral voice chattering away. The next afternoon, at 1:50 p.m., Yu Hong arrived early at the second cafeteria. He purchased 2 cups of milk tea, and just as he settled down, Bai Xin Ran walked in through the door. He handed her one of the cups, and she graciously thanked him. You should say, thank you, boss, Yu Hong remarked. Huh? Thank you, boss. No, that's not the right tone. It's thank you. Boss Yu Hong mimicked her intonation from the live stream. Bai Xin Ran felt a wave of embarrassment. That's online. I can't say it now. Haha, all right. Let's get down to business. Yu Hong leaned forward. How long do you stream? Every day now. Only 1 or 2 hours in the evening, Bai Xin Ran shrugged. It's not convenient in the dorm. I worry about disturbing my roommates. Besides, she lowered her voice, if they see my outfit, it would be mortifying. With such limited streaming time, what can you accomplish? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Nurturing fans is akin to tending to a garden. You need to water it daily. Thus, you propose collaboration? Bai Xin Ran reclined back. What insights do you have? Yu Hong pondered for a moment before suggesting. I could rent a place next to the school, specifically for streaming. Would that be feasible? Bai Xin Ran was taken aback. Rent a house. Isn't that a bit excessive? Excessive? Yu Hong chuckled. If you genuinely intend to pursue this profession, how could you manage without a fixed location? Are you truly going to stream from the dormitory until graduation? But how much would renting cost? Bai Xin Ran hesitated. That's not something you need to concern yourself with. Yu Hong waved his hand dismissively. I'll cover the initial investment. Once you begin earning, we'll deduct from your share. Bai Xin Ran scrutinized him for several seconds. What if I can't earn any money? Investments come with risks. Yu Hong sipped his milk tea, but I have a knack for judging people. As long as you don't slack off, it should be fine. Bai Xin Ran contemplated for a moment. How's the profit sharing structured? You get 70, I take 30. Yu Hong stated decisively, including rent, equipment, and operational expenses from his share. This profit-sharing ratio and treatment are quite standard in the industry. After all, a streaming company cannot expect to make substantial profits by treating a single streamer like a slave. More streamers mean more earnings. Costs must be shared fairly. We can't expect Bai Xin Ran to shoulder the entire rent of a villa. Such calculations would make even capitalists weep. Bai Xin Ran appeared visibly intrigued, yet still hesitant. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. How about this? Let's try it for a month. If it doesn't work out, we part ways amicably. You won TB at a loss. Right? Bai Xin Ran bit her lip. All right, let us give it a month. Chapter 12. From ex-wife to lover? Yu Hong parted ways with Bai Xin Ran at the entrance of the cafeteria, contemplating finalizing the housing arrangements that very afternoon. The university town of Tangsheng was constructed on reclaimed land. A few years prior, it was still desolate, but it had become lively in the past 2 to 3 years as universities relocated to the area. Directly across from the school stood a new residential complex, featuring several rows of small villas. The real estate market was booming, but most properties here were purchased for investment, with few actually occupied, making rent surprisingly affordable. A 2-story house with 4 rooms and 2 living areas typically cost between $3,000 to $5,000 a month, depending on the quality of the renovations. Yu Hong did not seek a real estate agent, as they were generally unwilling to come to this area. He purchased a pack of cigarettes from the complex's supermarket and headed directly to the property management office. Upon entering, he found a middle-aged man idly sitting at a computer. Excuse me, I'd like to inquire about something. Yu Hong tapped on the doorframe. The man looked up, the glow of his phone screen illuminating his face. What is the matter? Does this complex have any houses available for rent? I'm looking to rent one. Renting? The man appraised him. A student, huh? Yes. From Tangsheng University of Technology, Yu Hong offered a cigarette. I'm seeking a quiet place for studying. The man accepted the cigarette, his demeanor softening slightly. Studying? Nonsense. You're not trying to live with a girlfriend, are you? Yu Hong grinned. You get it. The man rummaged through a drawer, pulling out a notebook. We have a few units that were previously marked for rental. What are you looking for? Do you have any of those 2-story small villas? Preferably with decent renovations. Actually, We do. The man flipped through the notebook, but they start at 3 to 4,000 a month. Are you sure? Absolutely. Please help me contact the landlord and arrange a viewing. All right. The man picked up his phone. I'll ask if there's a viewing available right now. There is. Right now works. After making a call and confirming, the man said, let's go. I'll take you to see it. The landlord is asking for 4,000 a month. Following him through the complex, Yu-hung thought 4,000 was reasonable. The location was convenient for Bai-Zin ran to visit, and he intended to reside there himself. After so many years since graduation, adjusting to communal living again felt rather strange. Upon arrival, the landlord, a woman in her 40s, was already waiting at the door. Are you the one renting the house? She scrutinized Yu-hung. Yes, I'd like to take a look first. The woman opened the door, revealing a rather new interior. Fully furnished, but lacking a lived-in feel. This house has never been occupied since it was purchased, she explained. As you can see, everything is newly decorated. Yu-hung took a tour, noting the spacious master bedroom on the second floor complete with an en-suite bathroom, while the other rooms were also decently sized. Most notably, he was captivated by the large floor-to-ceiling windows in the master bedroom. Can you lower the price a bit? Yu-hung inquired. Is this already expensive? The woman frowned. Look at this renovation and the location. 3,500. Yu-hung countered, I'll sign for a year with a 3-month deposit. The woman hesitated. 3,800 is the lowest I can go. All right, 3,008 it is. Yu-hung pulled out his phone. Can we sign a contract now? In such a hurry? The woman was momentarily taken aback. Yu-hung flashed a smile. I need it urgently. After signing the contract and completing the payment, he bid farewell to the landlord and the agent, leaving him alone in the house. He sent a WeChat message to Bai-Zin Ran. The house is sorted. I'll take you to see it tomorrow. Bai-Zin Ran replied instantly. So quick? Yu-hung, I'm efficient when it comes to business. Bai-Zin Ran, how much is the rent? Yu-hung, 3,008, a 2-story villa. Bai-Zin Ran responded with a flurry of exclamation marks. Wow, you're so generous, boss. Yu-hung chuckled, shutting his phone. In the commercial district of a university town, there is a large supermarket where Yu-hung planned to stock up on necessities, preparing to stay at the villa for the next few days. He pushed a shopping cart through the supermarket, tossing in toiletries like toothpaste and towels. From a distance, he spotted Hee-min-jae pushing her own shopping cart. He instantly recognized her silhouette. He was all too familiar with his body, having spent countless nights in intimate embrace with it. Yu-hung understood her physique better than she did herself. She donned a light gray knitted sweater today, paired with high-waisted denim jeans. Standing at a height of 170 centimeters, she was quite conspicuous amidst the crowd. However, her gait appeared somewhat awkward. It was likely the onset of her menstrual cycle, and indeed, it was the first day. He distinctly recalled that during the previous 2 days, Hee-min-jae had suffered particularly severe menstrual cramps. Sure enough, after merely a few steps, she crouched down, resting her forehead against the shopping cart's handle. By a twist of fate, Yu-hung approached her. He retrieved her preferred brand of sanitary pads from the shelf and placed them into the cart. Haven't you taken ibuprofen? I did, just now. It hasn't taken effect yet. Hee-min-jae responded instinctively, looking up only to be momentarily taken aback. Who are you? This person seemed vaguely familiar. Hadn't he been standing nearby when someone asked for her WeChat during military training? My name is Yu-hung. We attend the same school, he stated, noticing the pallor of her face. Will you be able to walk? Hee-min-jae attempted to rise, but, feeling her legs weaken, sank back down. I just need to rest for a moment. Yu-hung frowned, recalling how she would roll in agony during her most painful moments. Will you be able to get back on your own? Shall I escort you? Hee-min-jae shook her head. No need. Then call your roommate and have someone come fetch you, Yu-hung suggested. Is there anything else you need to purchase? I can assist you. Not much else. Hee-min-jae's voice was faint, just some tissues and shower gel. You can call your roommate here. I'll go get the items, Yu-hung said before pushing the cart toward the living area. He returned with the items she mentioned, all from brands she frequently used. Upon his return, Hee-min-jae was still squatting there, on the phone. Yes, I'm over by the daily necessities section. Yu-hung placed the items into her cart. All done. Hee-min-jae hung up and glanced at the cart, momentarily bewildered. How did you know I used these brands? When is your roommate arriving? Yu-hung inquired. She said 10 minutes, Hee-min-jae replied, still studying him. Have we met somewhere before? I was nearby when my friend asked you for your WeChat during military training. Yu-hung redirected the conversation. Do you often experience such severe menstrual cramps? Yes. Hee-min-jae did not pursue the matter further, pressing her hand against her abdomen. It's like dying every month. Yu-hung recalled how, in their previous life, each time she suffered, she would whine and nuzzle against him, saying, darling, rub my belly. Seeing her in such a pitiful state now stirred a pang of discomfort within him. Despite their divorce, the years of their relationship had undeniably existed. To be candid, their separation had stemmed from financial struggles, yet their feelings had not completely dissolved. Drink more hot water, he offered awkwardly. Himinjeo shot him a disdainful glance. Typical male response. Yu Hung chuckled. Her expression of disdain was strikingly reminiscent of the past. Himinjeo, in terms of personality and appearance, was still quite endearing. She simply wasn't suited for domestic life, or perhaps she should never have been made a housewife, as her temperament did not align with such a role. What is your major? Himinjeo inquired. Network and new media, Yu Hung replied. Oh, I'm from the dance department, she said. I know. An awkward silence ensued. Yu Hung, observing her wan complexion, couldn't help but suggest. Why don't you sit in the cart? Standing must be more uncomfortable. No need, Himinjeo replied, just as she swayed slightly. Yu Hung clicked his tongue. Don't be stubborn. Himinjeo gradually leaned against the cart. I'll rest for a moment. Is your roommate reliable? Yu Hung asked. I hope she doesn't stand you up. She'll be here shortly. Himinjeo glanced at her phone. Thank you for today. It's nothing, he offered. Would you like something warm to drink? He gestured toward a nearby milk tea shop. My treat. Himinjeo shook her head. I can't drink anything right now. It hurts. Just then, a girl with short hair rushed over. Yao Yao. Are you alright? Fortunately, Himinjeo stood upright. This is my roommate, Lin Wei. Lin Wei glanced at Yu Hung. Who is this? Yu Hung, a fellow classmate I happen to run into. He helped me buy some things, Himinjeo explained. Lin Wei eyed the cart and smiled. Thank you. You're welcome. Yu Hung handed the cart over to Lin Wei. Take your time. I'll be on my way. Wait. Himinjeo called after him. Shall we add each other on WeChat? I'll treat you to milk tea next time. Yu Hung paused, pulling out his phone. Sure. After adding each other on WeChat, Yu Hung turned toward the checkout counter, pondering whether this could be considered history repeating itself. Not quite, as although they had rekindled a connection, this time he could steer the direction of their relationship. What sort of relationship might it evolve into? Certainly not that of a husband and wife again. If Himinjeo were to become a lover, would that not suit her better than being a wife? There was some merit to that notion. After all, the mundanity of marriage had dulled their once fiery passion. Yet in this lifetime, there was still ample opportunity for nurturing connection. As a dance student, her physique and flexibility were indeed delightful. Chapter 13 Boss. No sudden driving. Yu Hung emerged from the supermarket, burdened with 2 large bags of daily necessities, his fingers numb from the plastic. Upon returning to the villa, he tossed the items onto the living room floor and headed straight upstairs, taking a shower in the bathroom. While drying himself with a towel, his WeChat chimed again. Himinjeo, thank you for today. I'll treat you to milk tea another time. Yu Hung raised an eyebrow. That was quick to reply. Sure. Let us discuss it after I recover, he texted back. Himinjeo sent a hammer emoji. I'm already back to life. Ibuprofen for the win. So, are you able to bounce around now? Pretty much just feeling a bit weak. Did you finish your shopping? Yes, just returned to my place. You live outside? Yes. I rented a place. Wow, how extravagant. Yu Hung chuckled, choosing not to respond further. Himinjeo's personality was the type that preferred solitude when unfamiliar, but became quite talkative once comfortable. The challenge lay in establishing that familiarity. While deep in thought, Zinran sent another message. Boss, I just thought of a question. Go ahead. Are you covering the live streaming equipment? My laptop works fine for live streaming, but it struggles with single-player games. Thinking of switching to a desktop? Exactly. The viewers are tired of watching me play League of Legends daily. And I'm not particularly fond of it either. Other games lag too much. Alright, let us go to the computer city tomorrow to set one up. Really? What's the budget? Under 10,000, that should suffice. Generous boss. I'll bow to you. Yu Hung shook his head with a smile, questioning whether this online persona was being handled by someone else. Zinran. By the way, where's your house? Send me the address. Yu Hung. The new community across from the university town, the last row of villas, building 7. Boixinron. All villa? You rented a villa? Yu Hung. Yes, a 2-story small building. Zinran. Wow, boss, you really went all out. Yu Hung. Since I'm living there too, you can come over to live stream after class. If you don't want to stay in the dorms, you can move in with me. Zinran's typing indicator showed she was inputting for quite some time. Zinran, move in? Live with you? Isn't that inappropriate, boss? Yu Hung. What is inappropriate about it? There are so many rooms in this house. Are you concerned about sharing a bed with me? Xinrang, no. Yu Hung. That is a relief. I just thought it might be too late for you to head back after live streaming, and it's not safe for a young girl. Zinran. Is it safe to live with the boss? Yu Hung. Don't worry. It's absolutely safe. You're not my type. Zinran. Oh. What type does the boss like? Yu Hung. If you could be as fiery with me in person as you are on the live stream, I'd definitely like that. Zinran. So the boss likes that kind of person. Yu Hung. What man doesn't like a little fire? Zinran. Then go find someone fiery. Yu Hung. Aren't you already available? Online fire is fine. I'm not picky. Zinran. No way. Boss, don't tease your own streamer. Yu Hung. Haha, right. Let us meet at 9 tomorrow morning and then we'll head to the computer city. Bai Xin ran. Okay, I'll be on time. Yuheng closed his phone and returned to his dorm to grab his laptop. Then she applied to join the Billy Guild. At precisely 9 o'clock the following morning, the doorbell rang. Yuheng, still yawning, opened the villa door to find Bai Xin Ran standing outside in a black windbreaker. Quite punctual, aren't we? Yuheng remarked as he stepped aside to let her in. Of course. Did the boss just wake up? Bai Xin Ran grinned. Yuheng, still clad in his pajamas, chuckled. Well, it's still a holiday. My biological clock tells me there's no need to rise early. As Bai Xin Ran stepped into the foyer, her eyes brightened. This place is really nice. Shall we take a tour? Yuheng gestured inside. You can choose a room for your live stream. I occupy the master bedroom, so feel free to pick from the 3 guest rooms. All right, let's have a look, Bai Xin Ran replied, following him inside. Yuheng guided her around the first floor, showing her the kitchen, living room, and bathroom, as well as the remaining rooms. Peering into each room, Bai Xin Ran eventually pointed to the one near the corridor on the first floor. I'll take this one. It's closer to the entrance. Great. You can leave your things here. Let's head out, Yuheng said, glancing at the time. The bus runs every half hour. We shouldn't miss it. Bai Xin Ran tossed her backpack onto the guest room bed. Let's go. The two locked the door and exited the community, making their way to the university bus stop. While waiting for the bus, Yuheng bought a few buns from a roadside stall, handing 2 to her. Just a little something to tide you over. We can have a proper meal at the computer market later. Bai Xin Ran took the buns and took a bite. Thanks, boss. The bus arrived, swaying as it approached. With only a few students on board, they settled into the back row, with Yuheng by the window and Bai Xin Ran beside him. As the bus started moving, Yuheng casually asked, "Where's your hometown?" "The capital," Bai Xin Ran replied, pulling out her phone to check messages. Yuheng raised an eyebrow. "A daughter of Beijing." "Huh?" Bai Xin Ran turned to him. "What do you mean?" Yuheng chuckled. "Oh, nothing. But why didn't you study in the capital? Why come to this remote place?" "I suppose that phrase isn't quite in vogue yet. I've been in Beijing for school my whole life, and frankly, I'm tired of it," Bai Xin Ran replied, tucking her phone back into her pocket. "Still studying in Beijing while in college? How dull. You should have gone to Guangdong or Shanghai then." Yuheng tilted his head. "Tang City is only about 400 miles from the capital. It's practically the same as not moving at all." Bai Xin Ran pouted. "Well, I was afraid my family wouldn't allow me to go too far." Yuheng laughed. "In that case, Tang City isn't far at all." "Absolutely. It's only a 2-hour high-speed train ride home. My mom can just about accept that," Bai Xin Ran said, lifting her chin proudly. "So, a little heiress from the capital? No wonder she's willing to spend so much on a skin." The bus hit a bump, causing Bai Xin Ran to lean toward him. Yuheng instinctively steadied her, catching a whiff of her light shampoo scent. "What do your parents do?" He continued the conversation, intrigued by her seemingly extravagant lifestyle. "Just ordinary office workers." Bai Xin Ran seemed reluctant to elaborate, swiftly changing the subject. "Boss, will you be able to help with the computer setup later? Don't let anyone con you." "Can I advise you?" "Don't worry," Yuheng shrugged. "In my past life, I helped people set up several machines." "Oh, really? Then I guess I won't be needed, huh?" Bai Xin Ran laughed. "You know about computers?" Yuheng arched an eyebrow. "Aren't girls supposed to have cluttered desktops and be utterly clueless about technology? That's a stereotype," Bai Xin Ran retorted. "I not only understand computers, but I'm also quite good at basketball. I can keep up with whatever you guys can do." Clearly a sporty girl, Yuheng grinned. "There's one sport you definitely can't excel in." "What sport?" Bai Xin Ran raised an eyebrow. "A competitive sport." Bai Xin Ran squinted. "What is it?" "Shooting," Yuheng said, deadpan. "Well, you're mistaken. I have actually done that before. There's shooting ranges in the capital," Bai Xin Ran replied, then noticed Yuheng's smile was a bit off, realizing, "Boss, no sudden turns." Chapter 14, The Official Livestream. Yuheng chuckled, but remained silent. He noticed that Bai Xin Ran never blushed or got angry at such remarks. Upon reaching the station and exiting the main gate, Yuheng hailed a taxi. "Driver, to the technology building, please." Inside the car, Bai Xin Ran was busy scrolling through her phone. "I checked a few configuration lists. Take a look." Yuheng glanced briefly. "No need to complicate matters. We could just find a shop to assemble it." Arriving at the computer market, they located a shop on the 3rd floor. "Hello, we need a host for live streaming, capable of running single-player games smoothly," Bai Xin Ran told the staff. The staff, a bespectacled young man, asked, "What's your budget?" "Around 10,000, Yuheng replied. The staff's eyes lit up at that price. "We can assemble something excellent. What model of graphics card do you prefer?" "The 1060 is quite popular now." Bai Xin Ran leaned in closer to Yuheng, whispering, "I think we should go for the 1070 Ti. It will make the live stream much smoother." Her warm breath brushed against his ear, and Yuheng turned to glance at her. "All right, then let's go with the 1070 Ti. After selecting the host, they chose a monitor, keyboard, and mouse, and the final bill came to 9,800. A fair deal. The staff grinned widely. "Do you need help carrying it downstairs?" "No, we'll manage," Yuheng said, picking up the host case while Bai Ran cradled the monitor. They took a cab back to the villa. Save where you can, and spend where you must. If it weren't for the lack of taxis around the university town, we wouldn't have taken the bus here. Once home, they moved the equipment into Bai Ran's room, where she eagerly began assembling it. Yuheng leaned against the doorframe. Watching her work, you seem quite skilled. Of course. I built my own computer back in high school, Bai Ran replied without looking up as she connected the cables. So, this room will serve as your live streaming space? Yes, it has a bed too, so you can rest if you get tired. You can even sleep here on weekends. Yuheng chuckled. After finishing the host setup, Bai Ran powered on and tested it. Awesome. Finally, I won't have to endure the buzzing of a laptop anymore. Are you live streaming tonight? Yuheng asked. Absolutely. Bai Ran stood up. I need to grab a few things. I'll be back by 6 of the live stream. Waving her hand, she turned and left the room. He reclined back on the sofa, pulled out his phone, and scrolled through Bilibili, where the homepage was filled with gaming videos and quirky content. Virtual streamers? There were indeed very few at this moment. Most were still just rehashed Japanese content. At this time, virtual streamers were still a rarity, especially domestic ones, which were even scarcer. Even if there were some, they were mostly 3D. Only someone like Bai Ran, with some disposable income, would go through the trouble of making herself a live 2D skin out of passion. Later that evening, as Bai Ran entered with a backpack, Yuheng was sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. You're back. Yuheng looked up at her. Yes, I have everything I need. Bai Ran placed her bag on the floor and pulled out an audio interface and microphone. I'll set up the equipment first. Yuheng got up and walked over, leaning against the doorframe. Need a hand? Nope. It'll be ready in a jiffy. Bai Ran used her Apple phone as a camera. If you need to say anything, just message me on WeChat. I can see it on the computer. Before the live stream began, Yuheng made her take a moment to sign the contract. The content was relatively simple, just a revenue-sharing agreement, not a formal contract. After all, he didn't have a company yet. They would sign an official contract once he registered a license. At 6 o'clock sharp, the live stream commenced. Bai Ran donned her headset, and the strikingly designed skin appeared on the screen. Cleared her throat, her voice sounded softer than usual as she greeted, "Good evening, everyone." Yuheng pulled up a chair and sat beside her, entering the live stream on his phone. The chat began to fill with comments. Wow, that skin is amazing. A domestic virtual streamer? Is this for real? Tonight, we'll be playing a horror game called Visage, which just launched in the past few days. It's my first time playing, so please don't be scared. Wow, can that skin even pass Bilibili's review? I told you it won't be long before Bilibili hosts streams like this. The host's voice doesn't quite match the skin, though. Bai Ran paused momentarily upon reading the comment about his voice not matching, then chuckled. A bodysuit is a bodysuit. I am who I am, don't you all like it? The audience in the live stream was evidently captivated by this refreshing novelty, with a barrage of comments speeding up. This is the first time I've seen a national virtual streamer with such a style. What game is the host playing? Such a chest, such a waste. I'm impressed. The essence of the second dimension is lacking. It's not quite right. Bai Ran seemed to have relaxed considerably. Today, we're diving into something thrilling. A horror game. Don't blame me if you get scared. As he muted the trolls, he also took the lead in showering gifts. Thank you for the gifts from the September news series. Bai Ran's voice was laced with amusement. Why is the boss so generous today? Yuheng sent a comment. Support national virtual streamers. It's only right. After more than 2 hours of streaming, the number of viewers had surprisingly reached 100. Most comments were filled with curiosity and praise. The light of national virtual streamers. The bodysuit looks fantastic. Did you design it yourself? Streamer, please broadcast more. I love watching. Of course, there were always those who lacked insight. What kind of virtual streamer is this? Just selling skin. There's no essence of the second dimension here. I'm unfollowing. Yuheng was merciless in silencing each one. These people understood nothing. Such bodysuits will become the fundamental flow of virtual streamers on Bilibili in the future. If not for the edgy content, who would come to your little station to watch live streams? However, Bai Ran had long begun streaming. Why had he never heard of him in his previous life? This was an elder of national virtual streamers, simply indulging in a hobby and not streaming much, or had he been dissuaded by trolls? After all, at this time, virtual streamers and the second dimension were still closely related and bodysuits were not yet in vogue. But since Yuheng had been reborn, he had to advance this trend and benefit the enthusiasts. Thanks to my wife, Aling, for the small television. Bai Ran read the gift aloud, his voice brightening. Thank you, everyone. We'll stream until 10 o'clock tonight. Yuheng glanced at the time. It was barely past 8. He stood up to pour a glass of water and placed it beside Bai Ran. Thank you, boss. Bai Ran mouthed silently, then continued interacting with the microphone. That plot just scared me to death. Did you all see it? Yuheng sat back down, continuing to watch the comments. The atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly fervent, and some even began to chant the rise of national virtual streamers. He chuckled to himself, thinking this was just the beginning. Yu Hung quickly typed a comment. Did the host design the bodysuit themselves? Indeed, Bai Xinran replied, his voice gleaming with joy. It cost me quite a bit of my pocket money. Just then, Bai Xinran was startled by a monster that suddenly appeared, causing him to scream. The comments erupted in delight. Ha, he's so scared. The host's screams are truly melodious. Yu Hung immediately commented, protect our host. He swiftly granted moderation privileges to several users who sent gifts. The livestream was halfway through, and the online viewer count had already soared to several hundred. The barrage of comments sped up noticeably. This bodysuit has a great level of exposure. Is this how national virtual streamers are playing now? Another comment popped up. Virtual streamers are getting so risque. How shameless. He swiftly muted another user. Fans must be filtered. This is a form of purification. Bai Xinran evidently noticed these comments and paused momentarily. Yu Hung quickly sent a comment. As long as the host is enjoying themselves. Those who don't like it can simply leave. She quickly adjusted her demeanor, her voice returning to its lively tone. So, where were we? The live stream continued for over 3 hours, concluding with a stable viewer count of around 1,000. Bai Xinran closed the streaming software and let out a long breath. I'm exhausted, she said, removing her headphones and rubbing her neck. The results are quite good. Yu Hung tucked his phone back into his pocket. You received quite a lot in gifts today, right? Not bad. Bai Xinran opened the back-end data, her eyes lighting up. Wow, nearly 10,000. You should keep streaming here from now on. Yu Hung stood up. Your state is clearly much more relaxed. Bai Xinran tilted her head at him. Is the boss being quite dedicated to the atmosphere team today? Of course, Yu Hung grinned. I need to ensure a return on my investment. He turned back at the door. Same time tomorrow? Yes. I'll come over right after class. Bai Xinran nodded emphatically, then glanced at her phone. Wow. I've gained over 2,000 followers. Chapter 15. Just a lonely boy and girl. This was merely the increase from the live stream. Once I post a few videos, the follower count will rise even faster. Yu Hung remarked. Bai Xinran took off her headphones, stretched, and suddenly pouted. Some people are just so rude. Yu Hung raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Look at these comments. Bai Xinran pointed at the screen. If you don't like it, just don't watch. Why do they have to comment? Just to seek attention. Is that what's bothering you? Yu Hung pulled up a chair and sat down. The most important thing for a streamer is their mindset. Bai Xinran frowned. But what they said was really hurtful. So what if it's hurtful? Yu Hung shrugged. Can you control what others say? He pointed at the back-end follower count. Look, you've gained over 2,000 followers today. Some may not like you, but others do. Bai Xinran still seemed displeased, but no boots. Interactive. Let me ask you, were you happy interacting with the fans today? I was happy. Then that is all that matters. Yu Hung patted her shoulder. Focus on those who support you. Those trolls aren't your audience, and certainly won't spend money on you. Bai Xinran sighed. I'm just feeling a bit down. Down about what? Yu Hung laughed. You've almost made 10,000 in gifts today. Why feel down? He opened the gifts list. Look, so many people are willing to spend money on you. What can those trolls do besides type a few words? Bai Xinran glanced at the gift records, her expression lightening slightly. Yu Hung continued. In this line of work, you have to be open-minded. If some people like you, others will naturally dislike you. It's perfectly normal. I know, Bai Xinran replied quietly. It's just that being scolded by so many people for the first time feels a bit strange. You'll get used to it. Yu Hung smiled broadly. Once you become popular, you'll have even more people scolding you. Bai Xinran shot him a glare. Is that supposed to be comforting? I'm just being honest. Yu Hung spread his hands. Look at those big streamers. Who hasn't been criticized? The more popular you are, the more criticism you'll receive. The more you get scolded, the more popular you'll become. He stood up to pour himself a glass of water. If you care about this, you'll be crying every few days. Not to that extent. Bai Xinran pouted. Actually, if you think about it from another perspective, Yu Hung continued. If people are criticizing you, it means you have attention. It's scarier if no one is criticizing you, because that would mean no one is watching you at all. Bai Xinran burst into laughter. What kind of twisted logic is that? It's the truth, Yu Hung asserted confidently. Even negative attention is still attention. Besides, he leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Those who scold you might actually be the ones most engaged with your live stream. They post comments just to grab your attention, hoping you'll respond. Bai Xinran raised an eyebrow. Some people actually seek to be scolded? Absolutely. Yu Hung looked at her, chuckling. Aren't you the one who should understand this best? Bai Xinran paused, surprisingly stuttering. Boss, I should head back. Yu Hung chuckled. It's already past 10. Where are you going? During the break, they aren't checking dorms. That doesn't matter. Bai Xinran grabbed her backpack. Just a boy and girl alone. Yu Hung pressed down on her backpack strap. What are you afraid of? I want to eat you. Besides, the dormitory doors are probably locked by now. Bai Xinran frowned at her phone. It's only 10:30. The dorm locks at 11. It takes over 20 minutes to walk back to school. Yu Hung raised an eyebrow. What if you encounter a creep along the way? By Zin Ran scoffed. I've trained in Sonda. Who is afraid of whom? Yu Hong clicked his tongue in his mind and decided to sprawl on the sofa. Do as you wish. Bai Zin Ran hesitated for a few seconds, and her stomach suddenly growled. She awkwardly rubbed her belly. I didn't eat dinner. Yu Hong chuckled. There's instant noodles in the kitchen. Just cook some. You let your employees eat instant noodles? Bai Zin Ran glared at him. What do you want to eat? I can order takeout for you. Yu Hong pulled out his phone. Barbecue? Fried chicken? Bai Zin Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Barbecue. Make sure to add plenty of spice. As Yu Hong placed the order, he muttered, all right, since we've made quite a bit today, let us indulge. Having received nearly 10,000 in gifts, they would net around 4 to 5,000 after deductions. And with the profit-sharing arrangement, Yu Hong would pocket just over 1,000. While waiting for the delivery, Bai Zin Ran busied herself tidying up the live streaming equipment. Are we doing this again tomorrow? Yu Hong inquired. Yes, Bai Zin Ran replied without looking up. But I need to head back to the dorm to grab some change of clothes. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Are you really considering staying over regularly? Bai Zin Ran paused momentarily. Did you say I could move in? That was in consideration of the live stream. Yu Hong chuckled. Don't get the wrong idea. Who is getting the wrong idea? Bai Zin Ran deftly coiled the sound card cable. I just want convenience, and I'll only be here for a couple of days. I'll only come by on weekends after this. The takeout arrived, and the two settled on the living room carpet to enjoy their barbecue. Bai Zin Ran, starved, devoured chicken wings, leaving her face greasy. Yu Hong handed her a napkin. Eat slowly. There's no one competing with you. Bai Zin Ran mumbled through a mouthful. You know, streaming for so long is quite physically demanding. That's why you need to replenish your protein. Yu Hong teased, picking up a skewer of kidneys here. Try this. Bai Zin Ran pushed it away in disdain. You can have it. Yu Hong chuckled inwardly. Had it been He Min J.O., she would have blushed and scolded him for being a rogue. Bai Zin Ran, however, was remarkably straightforward, perhaps too much so, which made it less amusing. Of course, it could also be that Bai Zin Ran's contrasting side was more deeply concealed. After finishing their meal and tidying up, the clock approached midnight. Bai Zin Ran glanced at the time. I really can't go back. Yu Hong pointed towards the guest room. The sheets are in the wardrobe. You can set them up yourself. Bai Zin Ran entered the guest room with the sheets, and Yu Hong leaned against the doorframe. Need any help? Nope. Bai Zin Ran efficiently spread the sheets. You can go out. I'm about to change and sleep. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. What else with the formality? Just change. Out. Bai Zin Ran firmly pushed him out and shut the door with a thud. Yu Hong stood outside, rubbing his nose. This woman has quite a grip. It seems her martial arts training ISNT just for show. He returned to his room and lay on the bed, scrolling through his phone. A new message from WeChat appeared. He Min J.O. sent a sticker. Are you up for some milk tea? Yu Hong replied. How about tomorrow afternoon? Where shall we meet? He Min J.O. responded almost instantly. At the school's milk tea shop? Sound good. Is this how relationships differ in this lifetime? He Min J.O.'s proactive approach certainly contrasted with how he pursued her in the past. At that moment, Bai Zin Ran knocked on Yu Hong's door. Her voice muffled through the door. Boss, are you asleep? Hearing the commotion, Yu Hong sat up. Not yet. What is up? He opened the door to find Bai Zin Ran standing there, her hair a bit disheveled. Do you have an extra bath towel or something? She chuckled awkwardly. I want to take a shower, but I didn't bring anything. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow and scanned her figure. A bath towel? Let me think. Bai Zin Ran shuffled her feet on the floor. If not, it's fine. I could just use tissues. Yu Hong couldn't help but laugh. How stubborn could she be? Just wait a moment. He turned and retrieved a new gray bath towel from the wardrobe. Bai Zin Ran accepted it, murmuring thanks. Chapter 16. Shall we study the mortise and tenon structure? Yu Hong had already showered that day and didn't intend to again. He simply turned off the light and fell asleep. He did consider sneaking a peek at the bathroom, but that seemed a bit too forward, so he decided against it. The next morning, around 7, Yu Hong was awakened by sounds from the kitchen. Rubbing his eyes, he stepped out to find Bai Zin Ran frying eggs. Up so early? He yawned. I'm used to it, she replied without turning around. I went for a morning jog and picked up some groceries. Yu Hong leaned over to peek at the frying pan. You're quite the cook. Of course, Bai Zin Ran replied proudly, lifting her chin. My mom says if I can't get married, I should open a restaurant. Yu Hong chuckled. Why not try marrying me first? Bai Zin Ran tossed the spatula aside. Get lost. Yu Hong raised his hands in surrender, just joking. He leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching her bustle about. If she truly moved in, it would be quite nice, someone to cook for him. Bai Zin Ran plated the fried eggs. After I eat, I'll head back to the dorm to grab some things and come back for the afternoon live stream. Yu Hong nodded. Need help moving? No. Just a few pieces of clothing, she said, sitting down to eat. Oh, by the way, should I transfer you the gift earnings today? Let us settle that at the end of the month. No rush. He waved his hand. Bai Zin Ran finished the last bite of egg, stood up, and began cleaning the plates. I'm off. I'll be back before the evening stream. She placed the dishes in the sink, shook off the water from her hands, grabbed her bag, and headed towards the door. Yu-hung watched her energetic demeanor, pursing his lips, then slumped onto the couch, pulling out his phone. WeChat had a new message from Hee-min-jae. See you at the milk tea shop at 3 this afternoon? Yu-hung replied, all right, I'll be there on time. Yu-hung changed his clothes, glanced at the time, and decided to head to the supermarket to stock up on some ingredients. If Bai Xinran really moved in, they could survive on takeout every day. After returning from a supermarket with a bag full of vegetables, meat, and eggs, he had a light lunch before strolling towards the school's milk tea shop. Upon entering, he spotted Hee-min-jae already seated in a corner booth. Right on time, Yu-hung remarked as he sat across from her. Dressed in a winter practice outfit, her hair loosely tied back, Hee-min-jae asked, what would you like to drink? A fruit tea, anything will do. Yu-hung observed her. She looked well today. Feeling better? Is your stomach still bothering you? Much improved, thank you for that day. Hee-min-jae smiled as she stood up to place the order, her skirt swaying gracefully, her movements imbued with the unique flexibility of a dancer. Yu-hung's gaze lingered on her slender waist. With such a figure, she would surely earn a fortune if she streamed. Once their relationship deepened, he would definitely coax her into trying it out. Previously, he had suggested she could stream dance lessons, but she had insisted she had no time for it. Hee-min-jae returned with 2 cups of milk tea, placing one in front of him. Here you go. Thanks. Yu-hung took a sip. Do you have many classes in the dance department? Not too many. I'm majoring in contemporary dance, so it's manageable, she replied, sipping her milk tea. What about you? I heard your major is quite relaxed. It's true, not much going on, Yu-hung shrugged. Which is why I have the time to rent a place outside. Hee-min-jae raised an eyebrow. Living alone? For now, Yu-hung grinned. What? Do you want to come over for a visit? Don't even think about it. Hee-min-jae shot him a glare. The small complex across from the school. I won't disclose specifics, but feel free to drop by any time. Hee-min-jae remained silent, stirring the pearls in her milk tea. Yu-hung leaning closer. What's wrong? Afraid I might eat you? Who's scared? Hee-min-jae glared at him. I just think you're a bit too direct. Is being direct a bad thing? Yu-hung reclined, better than those who beat around the bush. Hee-min-jae chuckled. That's true. I'm already being rather restrained. Yu-hung smiled. It could be even more straightforward. More straightforward? How so? Hee-min-jae raised an eyebrow. How about we study the mortise and tenon structure together tonight? Mortise and tenon? Hee-min-jae squinted her eyes. Aha. Are you being a rogue? Haha. Just kidding. Yu-hung took a sip of milk tea, thinking to himself that once she's with him, she'd probably be the one making lewd jokes. After chatting for a while, Yu-hung glanced at his phone. It was almost 4. I need to head back. He stood up. I have some things to take care of tonight. Let us meet up next time. Hee-min-jae stood as well. All right, bye. He waved and stepped out. Upon returning to the villa, Bai Xinran was already back, sitting on the living room floor, sorting her things. She had changed into a loose t-shirt, the neckline askew revealing part of her collarbone, paired with shorts. Her long legs were crossed, with a bit of dust on her knee. Finished moving already? Yu-hung kicked off his shoes and walked over. It's just one suitcase. How slow could it be? Bai Xinran remained engrossed in her task, her head bowed as she rummaged through the box for clothes, the neckline of her t-shirt drooping slightly. Yu-hung couldn't help but notice Bai Xinran's allure. As he stared at her neckline, she suddenly looked up, asking, what are you staring at? I find the print on your shirt quite unique, he replied nonchalantly, seamlessly sitting down on the carpet beside her. Need any help? No, I've almost finished tidying up, she said, catching Yu-hung still gazing at her. Boss, your gaze is rather predatory. Yu-hung grinned. Is it? Then perhaps you should be more aware. Boss, such behavior is inappropriate. Bai Xinran's playful retort brought a smile to Yu-hung's face as he remarked, inappropriate? I'm merely admiring you openly. Besides, when an employee offers benefits to the boss, how can it be deemed inappropriate? Benefits, you say? Bai Xinran tossed the neatly folded clothes into the box, adding now, there's a fee, 100 per glance. So exorbitant? Yu-hung feigned shock, leaning back. How much do I owe you now? Would you consider a barter? No way. Bai Xinran snapped the suitcase shut and stood up, brushing the dust off her pants. I'm heading to my room. I have a live stream later. Watching her carry the suitcase into the guest room, Yu-hung slumped onto the sofa and pulled out his phone to message his instructor. How can we apply for off-campus accommodation? After waiting for a while without a reply, he opened Bilibili to scroll through some videos. At that moment, Bai Xinran emerged from her room, now dressed in pajamas. Boss, what are we having for dinner? Should we order takeout or cook? Yu-hung glanced at the fridge, which was well stocked from his earlier shopping. Let us cook then. What do you want? I'll take care of it. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Then make whatever you like. Bai Xinran tied on an apron and began rummaging through the fridge, murmuring, tomatoes and green peppers. How about some scrambled eggs with tomatoes and shredded pork with green peppers? And I'll cook some rice. Yu-hung listened to the clattering from the kitchen, pursing his lips. This girl is surprisingly capable. I wonder how our cooking compares to Jos. After a while, the dishes were served. Yuhing tasted it and was pleasantly surprised. Well done, Aling. He praised generously. Your culinary skills are impressive. Right. Bai Xinran beamed with pride. But calling me Aling feels odd, especially since I'm not live streaming. What should I call you then? Classmate Shogo? Just stick with Aling. After dinner, Bai Xinran swiftly cleared the table and glanced at the time. It's almost 6, time for my stream. At exactly 6 o'clock, the live stream commenced. Bai Xinran cleared her throat, her voice softer than usual. Good evening, everyone. No games tonight. Let us chat. Instantly, the comments flooded in. Aling is so cute today. Chat time. I'm in love. Wife, look at me. Bai Xinran tilted her head to read the comments, smiling brightly. What should we talk about today? Just then, a question appeared. What type of boys does Aling like? Bai Xinran read it aloud, chuckling. The type I like? Well, he should know how to cook, otherwise I'd de-starve. Yu Hong smirked at the doorway, thinking, aren't you quite the cook yourself? Another comment popped up. Aling, your outfit is so revealing. Is the real you as bold? Bai Xinran playfully shook her outfit. This is just the outfit. I'm still me. But, a little contrast is stimulating. Isn't it? The comments erupted. Haha, fair point. I get it now. The contrast is thrilling. Aling is clever. Another question floated by. What do you like to do besides streaming? Bai Xinran adjusted her headset and replied, I enjoy sports, running, playing ball, and I've even trained in Sanda. The comments were filled with surprise. Wow, a fierce girl. This contrast, I love it. Sanda? Now I'm even more excited. As the stream progressed, the viewer count approached 2,000. The comments scrolled rapidly, and Bai Xinran could only pick a few to respond to. Thank you to Aling S. Shiogo for the support. She read a comment. Can Aling scold me? What S with this peculiar preference? The comments erupted in laughter. Yu Hung thought to himself, these people clearly enjoy a bit of masochism. He glanced at Bai Xinran, who was stifling her laughter. Suddenly, a comment caught her attention. Does Aling have a boyfriend? Bai Xinran hesitated for a moment before answering. Nope. What would Aling need a boyfriend for? I just need some food. Are you going to introduce me to someone? Me. Aling, pick me. I'm full of energy. Pick me first. Bai Xinran chuckled at the comments. Oh, this boss is quite enthusiastic. But I'm full today. Maybe another time. The comments erupted again. Aling is picky. I'm a big eater. Pick me. Wife, look at my comment. A new comment appeared. Will Aling meet fans in person? Bai Xinran paused for a moment and then replied, this boss, Aling, is a virtual streamer. Meeting in person might lead to disappointment. She winked, reminding everyone that the outfit is an ideal, while reality is different. Thank you to Aling is my wife for the support. Bai Xinran read another comment. What color is Aling's pajama today? She lowered her voice slightly, adding a hint of allure. Is that something I can reveal? But it's black lace. Thank you to I Want to Be Stepped On by Aling for the support. Bai Xinran continued reading. Can Aling say something in a mature tone? Clearing her throat, she lowered her voice. Like this? Is that satisfactory? The tone was entirely different from her usual neutral voice, carrying a husky magnetism that intrigued the audience. The comments surged. I'm ready. Aling's voice can change so much. One more, please. Bai Xinran smiled at the comments. It seems everyone enjoys this. But my voice isn't in the best shape today. Let us save it for another time. She glanced at the clock. It had been over 3 hours of streaming. That's enough for today. I'll answer 3 more questions before signing off. Several comments immediately flooded in, and she chose the most prominent one. Thank you to Aling's dog for the support. She read, has Aling ever been in a relationship in real life? Bai Xinran hesitated, her outfit swaying slightly. Well, not yet. No more questions about Aling's personal life. Okay, the next question came, what type of boys does Aling like? She elongated her voice, responding leisurely, whatever the boss is like, that's my type. Yu Hong mentally clicked his tongue, thinking, this woman is becoming bolder. Finally, Bai Xinran read the last comment. Can Aling scold me for being foolish? She shook her head helplessly. Why do you all want to be scolded? Silly. Her gentle scolding only amused the comments further. Aling is so cute, even when scolding. I'm good. Thank you, Aling. One more, please. That's enough. I really have to go now. Bai Xinran waved at the microphone. Same time tomorrow for more chatting. Bye-bye. Once she turned off the streaming software, she let out a long sigh, removing her headset and leaning back. I'm exhausted. How can they talk so much? You did well. You've opened up quite a bit. Yu Hung chuckled. I suppose your gift income has increased again today? Bai Xinran checked the back end, and her eyes lit up. Wow. Just from the comments, I received nearly 20. Today, the revenue surpassed 15,000. It's quite commendable, demonstrating a steady growth. Yu Hung chuckled. That's outrageous. Is live streaming truly that lucrative? I initially engaged in it for amusement, and I would be elated just to have someone join as a captain, Bai Xinran murmured. You will earn even more in the future. Broaden your horizons. All right then. Let's make a fortune. Suddenly recalling something, she turned and glared at him. Did you sneakily observe me at the door just now? I was merely supervising. Yu Hung replied with unwavering confidence as he settled down. In case you misspeak, I needed to be ready to rush in and cut the connection. Bah. Bai Xinran placed her headphones on the table. Just don't barge in while I'm streaming. If the audience catches wind of it, it would be disastrous. Yu Hung raised an eyebrow. What? Are you afraid they might discover that you cohabit with the boss? Who's cohabiting with you? Bai Xinran seized a cushion and hurled it at him. This is a partnership. Do you understand the concept of collaboration? All right, collaboration. Yu Hung caught the cushion and grinned. But I'm curious why I haven't seen that black lace you mentioned. Could you model it for me? I don't possess such attire. I was merely jesting. Bai Xinran shot him a disdainful glance. It was for the sake of the show. She stood up and stretched, the hem of her t-shirt rising slightly to reveal a glimpse of her fair waist. Yu Hung's gaze fixated on that sliver of skin. Wondering if he were to reach out, would she perhaps retaliate with a martial arts maneuver? What are you staring at? Bai Xinran tugged at her shirt, warning him not to harbor any improper thoughts. Yu Hung raised his hands in mock surrender. How could I dare? After all, you're skilled in martial arts. Bai Xinran snorted, clutching her water cup as she headed outside. I'm going to shower. Don't you dare peek. Chapter 18. The instructor truly does not regard him as an outsider. The first morning after the National Day holiday, Yu Hung was roused by the blaring of his phone alarm. Squinting, he glanced at the time, 7:10. The sound of Bai Xinran humming a tune wafted from the living room. Yu Hung donned his clothes and exited his room, spotting Bai Xinran bustling about in the kitchen. You're up early? Yu Hung rubbed his eyes and yawned. I have class during the first period, Bai Xinran declared as she plated the fried eggs. Don't you have class too? Indeed. I have an 8 o'clock. He checked his schedule, noting that the morning classes were Introduction to Communication Studies and Digital Media Technology. Is there enough breakfast for 2? Yu Hung leaned against the counter. Plenty. Bai Xinran pushed the plate toward him, eat quickly, and head out. I certainly do not wish to be late on the first day of the semester. Yu Hung finished the fried eggs in a few bites, glancing at Bai Xinran's room before departing. Streaming again tonight? Yes, I'll return after class. Bai Xinran locked the door, asking, will you be dining in the cafeteria or at home? It depends. Yu Hung stretched lazily. Perhaps I'll eat with my roommates. The two parted ways at the school gate, Yu Hung meandering toward the teaching building. Upon locating the classroom, Yu Hung chose a seat in the back row. Joe, Hao Junren approached, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Where did you frolic during the holiday? Just lounging at home. Yu Hung tossed his backpack onto the adjacent seat. You're pulling my leg. Hao Junren squinted mischievously. Did you go out and book a hotel with some girl? You're quick off the mark. Which one was it? The busty one or the more aloof one? Yu Hung raised an eyebrow. Nonsense. Who told you that? Lu Tiankai mentioned it. Hao Junren lowered his voice, claiming you returned from the holiday and didn't stay in the dorm. Tisk, that's mere gossip. I rented a place outside. Yu Hung dismissed casually. How'd it turn into a hotel stay? You've rented a place? Not staying in the dorm anymore? Hao Junren raised an eyebrow. Not necessarily. The instructor hasn't replied yet. Hao Junren was about to press further when the teacher entered the classroom. The Introduction to Communication Studies was taught by a bespectacled middle-aged woman who spoke in a slow, measured tone. After 10 minutes, Yu Hung began to zone out. He took out his phone and messaged Bai Xinran. In class? Bai Xinran replied instantly. Yes, indeed. The first class is a breeze. It's utterly dull. Yu Hung chuckled as they exchanged light banter. The moment the class bell rang, Yu Hung rose to leave. Where are you off to? Hao Junren inquired. The next class is still in this room. I'm going to find the instructor. Yu Hung replied as he exited the classroom. He approached the door of the instructor's office and knocked. Come in. Pushing the door open, he found Qin Lu seated at her computer. Today, she wore a fitted beige knit sweater, the soft fabric hugging her form. It accentuated her ample bosom and slender waist, the neckline slightly open, revealing a delicate collarbone. Her hair was casually styled into a bun, with a few stray strands cascading beside her ears, enhancing the graceful line of her neck, exuding a palpable aura of maturity. Yu Hung couldn't help but steal a few glances. This woman was no longer young, yet she maintained an impressive figure. The ripe curves gently swayed with her keystrokes, emanating an indescribable languid allure. Teacher, Yu Hung approached the desk. I messaged you yesterday regarding the external lodging inquiry. Qin Lu looked up, adjusting her glasses, as the sleeve of her knit sweater slipped down, exposing a delicate silver chain on her wrist. Yu Hung, please have a seat. Yu Hung took a seat across from her. Why do you wish to apply for external lodging? Qin Lu interlaced her fingers on the desk, leaning slightly forward. The school generally discourages first-year students from living off campus. The shadows at her neckline danced subtly as she spoke. Tisk, does this instructor truly not regard him as an outsider? Or is she deliberately testing his composure? Teacher, I am currently working on a new media entrepreneurial project. Yu Hong endeavored to sound sincere, requiring a relatively quiet and independent environment, as the dormitory is rather inconvenient. Qin Lu raised an eyebrow. An entrepreneurial project? What exactly are you working on? Virtual anchor operations. Yu Hong assessed her expression. It essentially utilizes digital technology. I am familiar with virtual anchors. Qin Lu interrupted. I didn't expect you to have an interest in this. Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback. Her reaction was somewhat unexpected. How about this? Qin Lu retrieved a form from her drawer. Fill out the application. Parental signature is required. Additionally, you must ensure it does not affect your studies. No problem, teacher. Yu Hong promptly accepted the form. My academic performance will certainly not falter. Qin Lu nodded. By the way, how many anchors do you currently have? Just one at the moment. Yu Hong replied truthfully. Why do you ask, teacher? Are you in need of an anchor? Qin Lu adjusted her glasses, her tone somewhat hesitant. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Yes, of course. Now is the perfect time for expansion. My daughter has dropped out of school and has been staying at home for over a year. I simply cannot manage her. Qin Lu sighed. I'm not comfortable letting her go out to work at such a young age. Recently, I noticed she has been glued to her phone, watching live streams, insisting that she wants to stream too. Since we've crossed paths today, I thought, why not let her give it a try? Yu Hong smiled. This was an unexpected delight. That sounds great. Would it be convenient to meet and discuss? I have all the necessary equipment ready. How about tonight? Qin Lu glanced at her watch. Where do you live? I'll take her over to see the environment. The community across from the school. In the last row of villas, number 7. Yu Hong replied affirmatively. How about 7 in the evening? Sound good. See you then, Qin Lu stated. All right, see you tonight. Teacher. Yu Hong exited with the application form in hand. After attending another class, the moment the lunch bell rang, Yu Hong's phone began to vibrate incessantly. He unlocked the screen, and a barrage of WeChat messages from Ning Yutong flooded in. Yu Hong, have you finished class? Why didn't he reply to my messages last night? I returned to school early, hoping to have dinner with you. Looking pitiful JPG. Yu Hong rubbed his forehead, quickly replying, I had something to attend to last night and didn't check my phone much. As soon as the message was sent, Ning Yutong replied almost instantly, what about now? Are you free? Shall we go have lunch together? Yu Hong was about to respond when a succinct message from Shun Yueling arrived. Let us have lunch together. Yu Hong sighed, his finger hovering over the screen for a moment, first replying to Shun Yueling with a simple acknowledgement. Then he switched back to his conversation with Ning Yutong, replying in kind. After pondering for a moment, he added for Ning Yutong. Perfect timing. Yueling is also looking for me. Shall the three of us go together? After sending the message, he stared at the screen, his heart pounding with trepidation. Observing the chaos of others can be rather exhilarating, yet when it falls upon oneself, it feels overwhelmingly burdensome. This awkward state must be shattered. Some means must be devised to ensure that they can at least coexist harmoniously. Moments later, Ning Yutong replied, sure. Smiley face. She even appended a delightful cat emoji. As Yu Hang gazed at the smiling face, he found himself increasingly uncertain. Was this genuine indifference? He greeted Hao Junren and then made his way to the agreed-upon cafeteria. Along the way, he pondered how he might make this meal feel somewhat normal. Upon arriving at the entrance of the cafeteria, he spotted Shun Yueling and Ning Yutong waiting from a distance. Shun Yueling maintained her usual cool demeanor, standing there with her arms crossed and her gaze tranquil. Ning Yutong, clad in a JK uniform, was smiling and chatting animatedly with Shun Yueling. Let us go inside. Yu Hang approached them. Shun Yueling responded nonchalantly. Great. I'm craving spicy hot pot today. Ning Yutong immediately chimed in, her voice sweet. The trio collected their meals and settled at a 4-person table by the window. Yu Hang took a seat on one side, while Shun Yueling and Ning Yutong exchanged glances and sat across from him. He cleared his throat, attempting to break the silence. So, Yueling, do you have many classes this semester in your major? It's manageable, Shun Yueling replied without lifting her gaze. And you, Yutong, how about your music performance classes? Yu Hang turned to her. It's all right, we have 15 classes a week, Ning Yutong answered softly. After lunch, the three parted ways back to their dormitories. With no classes in the afternoon, Yu Hang decided to return to the villa directly. At 6:50 p.m., the doorbell rang. Yu Hang was in the kitchen boiling instant noodles. As by Zin Ran hadn't tea cooked today, he had to fend for himself. Hearing the commotion, he turned off the heat and rushed to open the door. Standing outside was Qin Lu, accompanied by a petite figure. Yu Hang's gaze first fell upon Qin Lu. She had changed into a black deep V-neck dress, appearing even more voluptuous. The teacher is remarkably punctual, Yu Hang remarked as he stepped aside to let them in. Such a figure as a counselor is a waste. If she wore this to stream, those who favor mature women would undoubtedly shower her with gifts. He chuckled to himself. Realizing his occupational tendency made everyone seem like potential streaming resources. Qin Lu stepped into the foyer, her high heels clicking crisply against the floor. She surveyed the living room. This place is quite spacious. It should be around 200 square meters, Yu Hang replied with a smile. This is my daughter, Qinya, Qin Lu said, patting the girl's back. Only then did Yu Hang have the chance to observe the girl behind her. She was small, with a youthful face resembling that of a little lowly, dressed in a black hoodie and shorts. The hem of her hoodie barely concealed the edges of her shorts, revealing two slender white legs that, at first glance, appeared as if she were not wearing any pants at all. This mother-daughter pair was dressed quite lightly. Didn't they feel the autumn chill? Qinya pouted, reluctantly mumbling, "Hello, uncle." Yu Hang's lips twitched. How could she call him uncle when he was only a few years older? Just call me brother. He endeavored to maintain a friendly demeanor. Come in and have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Cola or Sprite? Chinya's eyes lit up, but she quickly adopted a serious expression. Cola? The three of them moved to the living room sofa, where Qinya curled up in a corner, her thin legs extending from beneath the hoodie, her delicate ankles appearing as if they could snap with a mere touch. Yu Hang couldn't help but steal a few glances. Her legs were indeed exquisite, both slender and straight. If she donned white stockings for a stream, she would surely attract a slew of lowly enthusiasts willing to part with their money. This environment is indeed suitable for streaming, Qin Lu observed as she glanced around. How is the soundproofing? It's decent. No one lives upstairs or downstairs, Yu Hang replied, handing over the cola. Qinya accepted it without hesitation, opening it and taking a sip. Yu Hang sat across from her, observing her features, which were rather delicate, though her expression was rather haughty. This type of tsundere character could potentially thrive in the streaming world. One classic route among virtual streamers is the female imp. Do you want to start streaming? Yu Hang tried to engage her in conversation. Without lifting her head, Qinya replied, "My mom insisted I come." Qin Lu shot her a glare, her chest rising and falling slightly with each breath. Speak properly. It's just chatting and gaming in front of the camera, right? Qinya finally lifted her head, a challenging look on her face. What is so difficult about that? Yu Hang found it amusing. The little girl was surprisingly bold. It's not that simple, he said, holding up his fingers to enumerate the challenges. You need to engage with your audience, handle pressure, and you might even face criticism, Qinya scoffed. Just retort back, and it's done. Yu Hang raised an eyebrow. Ah, I see. We need someone like you to be a virtual streamer. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Qin Lu lowering her head to adjust her skirt, her hair cascading down her neck, revealing her fair skin. He suddenly recalled the jasmine and sandalwood scent he had caught in the infirmary. Tonight, she exuded a more intense, rose fragrance that wafted enticingly through the air. Qin Lu interjected. She has been like this since childhood, speaking without any decorum. Her tone carried a hint of exasperation. Yu Hang chuckled. It's all right. Having the courage to speak is a good thing. That's what streaming is all about. The daughter shares her mother's surname, Qin, likely indicating a single-parent household. It's no wonder she has become so spoiled. Yu Hang glanced at Qinya, who was engrossed in her phone, appearing indifferent. He cleared his throat, leaning forward slightly. So, when do you plan to start streaming? Qinya didn't even glance up. Anytime, then let's aim for this weekend, Yu Hang replied, looking at her. We'll need to get you a computer and also set up a sound card and microphone. He turned to Qin Lu. Do you think that's all right? Qin Lu raised her eyes, pondering briefly before saying, Sure, let her give it a try. I appreciate your help. She tucked her stray hair behind her ear, her silver bracelet sliding down to her forearm. This child has been idle at home. It's better for her to have something to do than to be cooped up all day, of course. Yu Hang smiled. The equipment is all ready to go. The trio chatted a bit longer before Qin Lu stood up. Well, that's it for today. We'll be heading back now. Yu Hang stood as well. Let me see you out. No need, Qin Lu replied, picking up her bag. Just carry on with your business. Qinya had already bounced to the foyer, and Yu Hang stood at the door, watching them leave. The sound of Qin Lu's high heels clicking on the stone path faded before he closed the door. He slumped back onto the sofa and pulled out his phone, scrolling through the screen before tapping into Bilibili and entering by Zinran's livestream. Today's casual chat was even more lively than yesterday, with the barrage of comments flying by and the gift effects lighting up the screen. Aling is so cute today. Wife, look at me. I could lick this suit for a year. Bai Zinran was reading one comment. Aling, can you say good night in a mature voice? Clearing her throat, she suddenly deepened her voice. Good night, my dear little hooks. The comments exploded. I'm dead. Aling, kill me. This voice makes me want to sign up for Social Security. All right, Bai Zinran is truly getting into the groove. As Bai Zinran concluded her stream and removed her headphones, she emerged from her room to find Yu Hang slouched on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Did someone come by earlier? She asked while stretching. I think I heard voices. Yes, the counselor brought her daughter to check out the environment. Yu Hang replied without looking up, I'm thinking of recruiting another streamer. Bai Xinran leaned in, plopping down onto the carpet. The counselor's daughter? How old is she? Younger than you? Yu Hang put down his phone. She's a dropout, and the counselor can't manage her, so she's try her hand at streaming with me. Bai Xinran raised an eyebrow. A problematic girl, huh? Who knows? Yu Hang shrugged. She'll be trying out this weekend. You can help her out then. Sound good. Bai Xinran grinned, but I'll need to charge a fee. Yu Hang playfully kicked her. Dream on. I'm just finding you a partner. Bai Xinran evaded his gaze. Suddenly recalling something. By the way, have you eaten? I made a packet of instant noodles. Yu Hang scoffed. Since someone refuses to cook, I have to make do. Who told you not to mention it earlier? Bai Xinran shot him a glance. I already ate before my live stream. She rose and walked toward the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of yogurt from the refrigerator. What does that girl look like? Observing her as she drank the yogurt, Yu Hang casually remarked, she resembles a little lowly, but her temper is quite fierce. She leaned forward. What path is she planning to take? That little devil. Bai Xinran tilted her head in contemplation. She could indeed carve out a market. Absolutely, Yu Hang declared proudly, raising his chin. When have I ever misjudged someone? Bai Xinran snorted, stop boasting. She settled down beside Yu Hang. But can she really live stream? Yu Hang's playful demeanor shifted to seriousness. It's fine. Her mother will be there. Besides, our content is wholesome. Wholesome? Bai Xinran arched an eyebrow. My live streams are practically bordering on an 18 rating. That's merely for show, Yu Hang retorted confidently. And since we remain faceless, casual banter is harmless. That still seems risky, doesn't it? Aren't there age restrictions on live streaming now? That's easily resolved. Just use her mother's ID to register an account. Chapter 20. Life is short. Enjoy it while you can. You've been in good form these past couple of days, he observed, tilting his head to scrutinize her. You're increasingly open with your topics. You're willing to engage with anything. As Bai Xinran was about to sip from her water cup, she nearly choked upon hearing his words. She wiped her mouth, raising an eyebrow as she responded, it's for the sake of profit. There's nothing shameful about that. Besides, it's all just talk. They can't actually do anything. Yu Hang chuckled softly. That's a good attitude. Just treat those viewers in the live stream as if they were cabbages. Haha, cabbages are fine. Bai Xinran laughed. Otherwise, are you the cabbage and they're the pigs? Yu Hang joked. But aren't you the fixer? Why are you referring to others as fixers in the live stream? Hey, they were sending gifts, Bai Xinran replied cheerfully. I'm merely catering to the diverse needs of my fans. All right then, how did today's results fare? Yu Hang inquired. Today's revenue exceeded 10,000. Bai Xinran leaned closer to Yu Hang, showing him the backend data. Look at the number of SCs. It's even more than yesterday. Yu Hang glanced at the screen, grinning as he said, tomorrow, record a submission, something like an introduction. Then during a live stream, ask if anyone can help you record the screen. Later, we can release some clips from your streams. He pondered, realizing that relying solely on the live stream's organic traffic was a bit slow. Post some videos to gain more followers. Right now, this little platform primarily focuses on videos. Got it, Bai Xinran noted seriously, stifling a small yawn and rubbing her eyes. I should head back now. It's already 10 p.m. As she spoke, she walked towards her room to fetch her backpack. Wait a moment. I'm heading back to the dorm as well. Yu Hang stood up from the sofa, grabbing his jacket that was tossed onto the armrest. It's on the way. Let's go together. It's unsafe for you to be alone at night. Bai Xinran turned to him. You're going back to the dorm too? Yes, Yu Hang replied as he switched his shoes at the entrance. I haven't submitted my off-campus living application yet. The two of them walked side by side along the path leading to the school, the streetlights casting their shadows long and short. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the early autumn chill, stirring the loose strands of Bai Xinran's hair. You know, Bai Xinran suddenly said, can our industry really continue to thrive like this? I often feel it's a bit surreal. The money comes too quickly. In just a few days, I've earned what I would typically spend on living expenses for an entire month. Yu Hang, hands tucked in his pockets, responded slowly. No one can predict how long this will last, but in the realm of the internet, if you catch the right wave, even pigs can soar. Right now, we are riding that wave. While we can, we should make the most of it and accumulate some savings. Even if the wind stops blowing one day, with money, we can pursue other endeavors. Wealth begets wealth. It applies universally. He glanced at her, so don't overthink it. While momentum is favorable, record more videos. Amass your works and followers. There's no downside to that. Even if virtual streamers fall out of favor in the future, with such a solid fan base, transitioning to something else will be easier. Yes, that makes sense. Bai Xinran nodded. After all, working alongside the boss means there's always something to gain. Glad you understand. Yu Hang smiled, eyeing the girls' dormitory ahead. We've arrived. Hurry back. Remember to record that video tomorrow. Got it, boss. Goodbye. Bai Xinran waved at him as she dashed through the dormitory entrance. As Yu Hong pushed open the dormitory door, a familiar scent of instant noodles mixed with sweat wafted over him. Hey, Brother Hung, you're back? How Junren was lounging with his legs crossed, munching on spicy strips. I thought you were out having fun tonight. Is it possible to not come back? Yu Hong scoffed. Don't we still have room inspections? After graduating in his previous life, he had little contact with this group, but now he realized they were quite interesting. Moreover, they were all doing well. How Junren later became a director at a short video company, managing several accounts with millions of followers. Lu Tiankai was indeed impressive at gaming. Though he didn't become a major streamer, he thrived on smaller platforms. Ho Sudong graduated and joined a television station with solid skills in cinematography. These were all readily available resources, and they could be put to good use. Suddenly, he felt that he didn't necessarily need to move out. After all, he still had 4 years of college ahead. He could just become a recluse. Spending Friday to Sunday nights at the villa while living in the dorm during the week would suffice. Before long, the lights-out bell rang. At 11 p.m., the dormitory lights went out. However, their power strips were still usable. By this time, everyone in the dorm was already in bed. Damn, those lights turn off right on time, How Junren said as he turned over in bed, the wooden slats creaking. Hey, which girl from our class do you think is the prettiest? Lu Tiankai chimed in. It has to be Lin Zixi. She's so adorable and speaks with a hint of southern accent. Ah, so you prefer that type? Ho Sudong snickered from his bed. If you ask me, it's the likes of Ho Yuding that are exciting. She rarely talks to boys, so aloof. The more detached, the greater the desire to conquer. In terms of temperament, it has to be Meng Shiryui. How Junren suddenly interjected. She clearly comes from a wealthy family. I've never seen her with the same outfit twice. And have you noticed how captivating her gaze is? Innocent yet alluring. Hearing Meng Shiryui's name, Yu Hong felt a stir in his heart. In his freshman year, Meng Shiryui had actively confessed her feelings to him and pursued him for half a year. At that time, he had always thought her family was too affluent, feeling unworthy of her, and ultimately, he never agreed. Soon after, he ended up with He Minjeo. Yet he still couldn't fathom what it was about him that had drawn Meng Shiryui's attention. Yu Hong, why are you silent? How Junren leaned over to peer at Yu Hong's bed. Who do you think is the prettiest? Yu Hong turned over. They all look fine, I suppose. Stop playing coy. Lu Tiankai interjected. Did you not see enough beauties during military training? Yu Hong rolled his eyes. I was merely appreciating them in a purely aesthetic manner, equally admiring every beautiful girl. Ho Sudong suddenly lowered his voice. To be honest, Meng Shiryui's legs are absolutely stunning, long and straight. The last time she wore a short skirt to class, I sat in the back row and couldn't take my eyes off her legs. I couldn't focus on the lesson at all. Can you not be so pathetic? How Junren laughed and scolded. Look at Yu Hong. I've seen him dining with 2 gorgeous girls several times in the cafeteria. Is that true? Who are they? Are they from our class? Lu Tiankai pressed for details. None from our class. They're all my high school classmates. Eating together ISNT, that's surprising, Yu Hong replied. How Junren leaned halfway out of his bed, mischievously lowering his voice. What is wrong with high school classmates? Come clean. How far have you progressed with those 2 beauties? Have you held hands? Shared a kiss? Yu Hong lay back on his bed, hands behind his head, rolling his eyes in the darkness. None of your business. Sleep. TCH, how boring. How Junren muttered as he shrank back into his bed. I think you're just feeling guilty. Yu Hong remained silent, but his mind was already racing. Reflecting on their recent conversation about Meng Shiru, I realized that in my past life, I adhered too much to tradition and that a patriarchal mindset is indeed undesirable. The notions of compatibility and responsibility seem trivial in the grand tapestry of life. It is fleeting, and one must seize joy when it arises. Concerns regarding family background can be cast aside. With Meng Shiru's remarkable figure and graceful demeanor, indulging in her presence would not be a loss. It is certainly preferable to the outright rejection I've faced in my previous life, where I didn't even get a whiff of her essence. Chapter 21. Leaning in closer. The morning class on communication studies had just concluded. Yu Hong intended to sneak back to his villa for a nap when his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw it was Shun Yueling. Hello, he answered, continuing to walk. Are we still having lunch together today? Shun Yueling's voice resonated through the receiver. Yu Hong did not pause his stride, navigating through the bustling crowd of the teaching building towards the west gate. If you wish to join me for lunch, you can come to my place. We can cook together. Silence lingered for 2 seconds on the other end. Your place? Shun Yueling asked, clearly taken aback. You're not staying in the dorm anymore? No, I rented a place, Yu Hong replied with a grin. Where is it? Shun Yueling inquired directly. At the west gate of the school, Yu Hong glanced at the nearby school entrance. Come over. I'll be waiting for you here. After hanging up, Yu Hong slipped to the small cart at the school gate and purchased a bottle of ice-cold cola, leaning against the wall, leisurely sipping it. Within 10 minutes, he He spotted Shun Yueling approaching from the direction of the teaching building. She wore a cream-colored knitted cardigan over a simple white t-shirt, paired with fitted jeans. "Let us go," she said, her tone casual as she reached him. Yu Hong discarded the empty bottle into a trash can and led her toward the residential area. "When did you rent the place?" Shen Yueling followed closely. "A few days ago," Yu Hong replied, hands in his pockets. "The dormitory was too noisy, and I needed a quiet space for my live streaming." Shen Yueling raised an eyebrow. "Live streaming?" "Yes, as a virtual host." Yu Hong turned to look at her. "Like those animated hosts on Bilibili." Shen Yueling nodded, not pressing further. She was familiar with it. Yu Hong thought to himself, this woman is remarkably composed. Anyone else would have bombarded him with questions by now. Arriving at the villa's entrance, Yu Hong took out his key to unlock the door. Shen Yueling gazed at the impressive house, her confusion deepening. "You rented this place?" "Yes, I rented a villa," Yu Hong confirmed as he opened the heavy front door. "Yet," Shen Yueling hesitated to step inside. Standing at the threshold, her gaze sharpened as she scrutinized Yu Hong. "Where did you get the money?" She was well aware of Yu Hong's financial background, with only his mother's income and his father's military compensation. It seemed impossible for him to afford such a place. The monthly rent alone likely equaled his mother's salary for a month. Yu Hong had anticipated this question and turned to face her. "I won a lottery ticket during the summer, and it paid out 100,000 yuan. "A lottery?" Shen Yueling sized him up, skepticism evident in her eyes. "Really?" "Of course, it's true," Yu Hong shrugged. "Do you think this money just fell from the sky?" "Have you told your mom?" Shen Yueling pressed, taking a step closer. "Not yet. Please don't mention it to her," Yu Hong urged earnestly. "Why not?" Shen Yueling's brows knitted tighter, continuing, "Are you hiding something?" "Yu Hong, where did this money actually come from?" Her tone adopted a more serious edge. "Guomin, sit down." Yu Hong beckoned her inside and plopped himself onto the sofa. Shen Yueling stared at him with a frosty expression before reluctantly taking a seat beside him. "I really did win the lottery," Yu Hong insisted, feeling a twinge of unease. This girl was far too sharp. "All right, I'll call your mom right now. This is good news and should make her happy," Shen Yueling declared, pulling out her phone as if about to dial. "No," Yu Hong reacted instinctively, reaching out to grasp her slender wrist, halting her action and causing the phone to drop onto the soft carpet. "Let go of me." Shen Yueling struggled against his grip, annoyance flickering across her face. Fearing she might inadvertently reveal too much, Yu Hong, in a moment of panic, exerted more force and pushed her back. One hand still held her wrist, while the other braced against the back of the sofa beside her ear, bringing their faces alarmingly close, their breaths mingling. Shen Yueling, trapped beneath him, ceased her struggles, her breathing increasingly rapid, and her fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She stiffened slightly, turning her head to evade his penetrating gaze. Her voice softened considerably. "Let me go." Only then did Yu Hong realize how intimate their position was. The warmth of her soft body beneath him made his throat involuntarily constrict. He loosened his grip on her wrist slightly, but did not immediately rise. Gathering his courage, Yu Hong leaned in closer. This was not their first kiss. The intense encounter during summer vacation was still fresh in his mind. However, compared to the previous innocence and panic, this time, Yu Hong's movements were remarkably more assured. Shen Yueling was taken by surprise, her mind blanking momentarily, her body softening in response. Time seemed to stretch until both of them found themselves slightly breathless, at which point Yu Hong pulled back just enough to create a thin strand of saliva between them. Shen Yueling, her voice a mix of softness and reproach, fixed her gaze on him. "Have you lost your mind?" Yu Hong replied, "I couldn't help it." "Get up." Shen Yueling turned her head away. Yu Hong rose and settled beside her on the sofa. "Why won't you let me tell your mother?" Shen Yueling adjusted her clothing. "I plan to use this money to start a business. Once I earn more, I'll surprise her," Yu Hong explained. "Fine." Shen Yueling glanced at him. "So you won't be staying in the dorm anymore?" "I will, but I'll come here on weekends." "All right then. Are you coming over?" Yu Hong looked at her. "Why would I come over?" Shen Yueling asked, puzzled. "To stay with me," Yu Hong offered. "Who would want to stay with you?" Shen Yueling retorted immediately, adding impulsively, "You sleep so restlessly." Yu Hong chuckled softly. "I never said we had to share a room. There are plenty of bedrooms here for you to choose from." Shen Yueling fell silent for a moment, contemplating how she had thought of sharing a bed with him. Her gaze swept over the spacious living room, and she said, "Let me think it over." Yu Hong rose. "Shall I show you the rooms?" Shen Yueling stood as well, nodding slightly. After touring the villa, Yu Hong glanced at the time. "What do you want to eat? We can cook or go out." "Anything is fine. I'm okay with whatever," Shen Yueling replied. "All right then." Yu Hong chuckled helplessly. "How about I stir-fry a couple of dishes and we have rice?" "Sure, let us decide later. It's still just past 10. Shen Yueling nodded, surveying the surroundings. "Are you living alone?" For now, Yu Hong returned to the sofa, but occasionally, other streamers come here to broadcast. Chapter 22. A Close Relationship Without Romance. Shen Yueling's brows furrowed slightly at this. Female streamers? Yes, Yu Hong leaned back, resting his arm on the back of the sofa. They're also from our school, part of our year. They don't stay here overnight, do they? Shen Yueling pressed. Yu Hong scratched his nose, candidly admitting if they stream too late, they might stay over. Shen Yueling abruptly turned to glare at him, her tone cooling. Is it just you two? Yu Hong found her reaction amusing and leaned in closer. Are you jealous? Who is jealous? Shen Yueling quickly countered, pushing against his shoulder. You can stay with whoever you want. Yu Hong seized her wrist, his tone growing serious. Yueling, I've actually been wanting to talk to you. Shen Yueling struggled but couldn't break free, turning her face away. About what? Do you like me? Yu Hong fixed his gaze upon her profile and posed the question directly. Shen Yueling momentarily froze, her voice tinged with annoyance. What nonsense are you spouting? I like you. Yu Hong stated plainly, tightening his grip slightly. But I do not wish to engage in a romantic relationship. He paused, carefully choosing his words. Furthermore, we have been childhood friends, and I would prefer not to alter the nature of our relationship. Engaging in romance entails the risk of separation, and should that occur, it is highly probable that we would become estranged. I do not wish for us to reach such a point. Shen Yueling abruptly turned her head back, her voice rising. Then why did you kiss me? Do you expect me to engage in such activities? It was instinct, Yu Hong replied confidently, meeting her gaze. And who says that only romantic relationships allow for such things? He tilted his head, leaning closer to her ear, lowering his voice with a mischievous grin. Do the couples in the action films we watch always have to be in love? Shen Yueling was incensed by his twisted logic, her chest rising and falling with indignation as she struck him lightly. This is sheer sophistry. She bit her lip, glaring at him with a complex expression. This rogue clearly sought only to take advantage without bearing responsibility. Yet, he had inadvertently touched upon her greatest fear. If they were to enter a romantic relationship and subsequently part ways, they would likely be unable to maintain even this playful camaraderie. Yu Hong observed her reddening eyes and tightly pursed lips, feeling a pang of discomfort. He indeed craved her physical presence and cherished the moments spent together. But the failures of his past marriage instinctively repelled him from romantic entanglements. Isn't it better for us to remain as we are? Intimacy can manifest in various forms beyond just romance. He released her hand and leaned back against the sofa, adding, That's merely my perspective. If you disagree, so be it. What about Ning Yatong? She likes you, and you like her, don't you? Are you planning to say the same to her? Or have you already? Shen Yueling scrutinized him, seeking confirmation. You, of course, are the first, Yu Hong stated bluntly. Do not concern yourself with her feelings. Simply tell me yours. What if I disagree? Shen Yueling challenged. Then so be it. We are still childhood friends, and that is the advantage of not courting. Yu Hong continued his flawed reasoning. Will you still behave with me, as you did before? Shen Yueling inquired softly. In what manner? Just like that. Well, that would certainly cease, Yu Hong replied, watching her closely. Though, if you desire, I would certainly oblige. Shen Yueling shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, What about Ning Yatong? That depends on whether she agrees. He replied, You scoundrel. You were so serious as a child. How have you become like this now? Shen Yueling berated him. Well, it is what it is now, Yu Hong said shamelessly, waving his hand dismissively. So do you agree? I want to say. Does that imply acquiescence? Yu Hong moved to embrace her. Shen Yueling struggled momentarily, glaring at him. So how many girls do you intend to maintain this way with? Currently, you are the only one, Yu Hong grinned, pulling her back on the sofa. We'll see how many more there are in the future. Suit yourself, she murmured, tacitly approving of their ambiguous relationship. If your mother hears any of this, she'll surely break your legs. Would you dare? Yu Hong replied, his hands beginning to wander. Do not move, Shen Yueling admonished. Yu Hong, no mischief, I need time. All right then, shall we eat? Yu Hong glanced towards the kitchen. You can cook, right? I'm counting on you. Shen Yueling shot him a sideways glance. Why should I cook? Shall I? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to eat that? Shen Yueling did not respond, walking over to the refrigerator to take a look. She found tomatoes, eggs, green peppers, and potatoes. How about I make scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried green pepper with potatoes? Sounds good. Yu Hong leaned against the kitchen doorframe. Do you need my help? No. Just don't make it worse. Shen Yueling replied crisply as she tied on an apron, watching her deftly wash and chop the vegetables. Yu Hong mused that this woman was indeed capable in both the kitchen and the living room. Shen Yueling sliced the potatoes with great skill. Her knife worked precise and neat. Without realizing it, Yu Hong's gaze drifted from her slender fingers to the gentle sway of her curves as she moved. The ratio of her waist to hips and the shape of her legs were increasingly enticing. "What are you staring at?" Shen Yueling asked, not bothering to turn her head. "I'm watching you chop vegetables. I'm worried you might hurt yourself," Yu Hong replied, maintaining his composure. Shen Yueling scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Soon, the sounds of cooking filled the kitchen, and the aroma wafted through the air. Yu Hong approached her from behind, pretending to inspect the food in the pan, but instead, he leaned in to inhale the familiar fragrance of jasmine from her hair. "Are you using bee flower shampoo?" Yu Hong inquired teasingly. Shen Yueling paused in her cooking. "How did you know?" "I could smell it," Yu Hong grinned. "My sister-in-law uses the same." Shen Yueling remained silent, suddenly recalling that she had likely mentioned it before. Desperate for conversation, she plated the finished dishes, and Yu Hong took the plate from her. "Take out." They sat down at the dining table, and Shen Yueling served 2 bowls of rice. "Give it a try," she said, handing him chopsticks. Yu Hong picked up a portion of the stir-fried potatoes, and the flavor was indeed delightful, perfectly seasoned and expertly cooked. "Not bad at all," he praised sincerely. "Much better than the cafeteria." Shen Yueling lowered her head to eat, remaining silent, but the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Observing her demeanor, Yu Hong felt a stirring in his heart. If he could return home every day to her cooking and cuddle together at night, how blissful life would be. "You should come over often to cook," Yu Hong said, half-jokingly. "I'll handle the groceries, and you can take care of the cooking." Shen Yueling looked up at him. "On what grounds?" "Because my kitchen is larger," Yu Hong replied confidently, "and you cook well." Shen Yueling shot him an incredulous look. "Dream on." Just as Yu Hong was about to say more, his phone suddenly rang. It was a WeChat message from Bai Xin Ran. "Boss, I have no classes this afternoon. Is it okay if I come over at 2 for the live stream?" Yuan quickly replied, "Sure, come over." "Who is it?" Shen Yueling asked casually. "Just the streamer I mentioned," Yu Hong replied, putting his phone back in his pocket. She nodded, not asking further. Yet, Yu Hong could sense her eating pace had noticeably slowed. This woman, after all, was concerned. After finishing their meal, Shen Yueling voluntarily began to clear the dishes. Yu Hong leaned against the kitchen door, watching her wash the dishes, his gaze lingering on her curves. "Have you had your fill of watching?" Shen Yueling asked without turning around. "Not yet," Yu Hong grinned. "You're simply too captivating to look away." Shen Yueling turned off the faucet and faced him. "If you keep this up, I will leave." "Don't." Yu Hong quickly raised his hands in surrender. "I was wrong." Shen Yueling dried her hands and untied her apron. "I have class in the afternoon. I must head back." Yu Hong walked her to the door. "Are you coming back to cook tonight?" Shen Yueling put on her shoes and glanced at him. "It depends on your behavior." Chapter 23. I thought I was going to lose my virginity. The doorbell rang suddenly, and Yu Hong raised an eyebrow towards the door. "Speak of the devil." "It must be by Xin Ran." Shen Yueling adjusted her clothing. "You go answer the door." Yu Hong opened the door to find Bai Xin Ran standing outside. She wore a loose-fitting sweatshirt, paired with cargo pants, and carried a backpack, exuding a fresh and neat vibe. "Boss, I'm here." Bai Xin Ran greeted cheerfully, her gaze quickly passing over Yu Hong to spot Shen Yueling standing behind him. She paused momentarily, then offered a polite smile. "Who is this?" Yu Hong stepped aside to allow Bai Xin Ran in, closing the door behind her. "Let me introduce you. This is Shen Yueling, my childhood friend." He then turned to Shen Yueling. "This is the streamer I mentioned, Bai Xin Ran." Bai Xin Ran extended her hand towards Shen Yueling with poise. "Hello, I'm Bai Xin Ran. A major in comics." Shen Yueling shook her hand lightly, her tone neutral. "Shen Yueling, a major in fashion design." "Really? Then we're both art students." Bai Xin Ran remarked with a smile. "How fortuitous." Shen Yueling replied flatly. Bai Xin Ran retracted her hand and, quite naturally, approached the sofa to set down her backpack. Turning her head, she inquired of Yu Hong, "Boss, shall we start the live stream 2 hours earlier today? I aim to broadcast for a full 6 hours." "Sure. Arrange it as you see fit," Yu Hong replied, his peripheral vision catching Shen Yueling discreetly assessing Bai Xin Ran. Bai Xin Ran appeared blissfully unaware of the subtle tension in the air. As she rummaged through her bag for equipment, she casually asked, "Is Sister Yueling joining the live stream too, or merely here to visit the boss?" Shen Yueling slightly furrowed her brow. "I came to see the apartment he rented." "This place is indeed quite nice," Bai Xin Ran responded with a smile, her movements unceasing. "Far superior to my dormitory, especially that kitchen. It's remarkably spacious." Yu Hong listened to their exchange, noting how Shen Yueling's responses were succinct and restrained, while Bai Xin Ran radiated an air of familiarity. "Sister Yueling and the boss have known each other since childhood, right?" Bai Xin Ran asked nonchalantly. "So, has he always been this fond of risque humor since he was young?" Yu Hong inwardly scoffed, recognizing her deliberate provocation. "We've grown up together," Shen Yueling replied, casting a neutral glance at Yu Hong. "Has she been bothering you?" "Not really. Just constantly telling crude jokes," Bai Xin Ran quipped, a knowing smile playing on her lips. But you two are childhood sweethearts. How lovely. Yu Hong hastily interrupted. You should go and set up your equipment. Don't delay the live stream. Bai Xinran pouted, clutching her equipment as she made her way to the room. Got it, boss. I won't disturb you any longer. Once she closed the door, the living room fell silent. Shen Yueling glanced at the firmly shut door, then turned to Yu Hong. Does she come here often? Yes, nearly every day, Yu Hong replied candidly. After all, she needs to live stream. What do you usually talk about? Just work-related matters. He continued, approaching her. Live stream content, equipment issues, and so forth. Do you really discuss work using crude jokes? Shen Yueling paused for a moment before suddenly asking. Does she know about us? Yu Hong hesitated for a moment, then comprehended her meaning. Of course not. That's our secret. Shen Yueling seemed to relax slightly. Yet her gaze remained scrutinizing. The way she looks at you is rather different. Is it? Yu Hong feigned ignorance. I find it quite normal. As long as you think it's normal, Shen Yueling replied, picking up her bag. I must leave. I have class this afternoon. Yu Hong accompanied her to the door. Will you be back tonight? Shen Yueling, putting on her shoes, looked up at him. Depends on my mood. Watching her retreating figure, Yu Hong stroked his chin. He closed the door and turned around to see Bai Xinran peeking out from her room. Boss, did your childhood friend leave? Yes. Yu Hong leaned against the doorframe, narrowing his eyes at Bai Xinran. But why were you speaking so indiscreetly just now? Bai Xinran blinked innocently as she stepped out. What did I say that was indiscreet? I merely spoke the truth. Who told you to tease me with crude jokes every day? This is revenge. Yu Hong sauntered closer, deliberately elongating his tone. Oh, revenge? He halted before her, looking down from his height. Are you certain you want to take revenge on me? Bai Xinran instinctively stepped back, her back pressing against the sofa's edge, and plopped down onto the soft cushions. What do you want? She stammered, flustered. Yu Hong leaned closer, trapping her between himself and the sofa. Aren't you afraid of my retaliation? I'm still only using my words and haven't resorted to actions. Bai Xinran's eyes widened in alarm, and she clasped her hands together. I was wrong. Boss, I promise I won't do it again. She batted her eyelashes, attempting to feign a pitiful expression. I just thought Sister Yueling was too stern and wanted to lighten the atmosphere. Lighten the atmosphere? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow, gently caressing her chin with his finger. I believe you are more inclined to incite chaos. He was too close, and Bai Xinran could catch the faint scent of laundry detergent on him. Feeling uncomfortable, she averted her gaze, her ears slightly flushed. I truly realized my mistake. I promise not to speak recklessly in front of outsiders again. Yu Hong scrutinized her reddened ears for a few seconds before suddenly releasing her and standing upright. Now that's more like it. He turned toward the kitchen, casually asking, would you like something to drink? Bai Xinran exhaled with relief, muttering softly, you scared me. I thought I was about to lose my virtue. I heard that, Yu Hong said, extracting 2 cans of cola from the fridge without turning around. I didn't say anything. Bai Xinran immediately denied, dashing to the kitchen island to accept the cola. Thank you, boss. Yu Hong cracked open a can and took a sip of the icy beverage. What do you plan to broadcast this afternoon? Probably just a casual chat. Bai Xinran leaned against the island. Yesterday's stream went well, so I'll solidify my fanbase today. Suddenly recalling something, she leaned in closer and lowered her voice. Boss, does your childhood friend have feelings for you? I noticed her gaze toward you was rather peculiar. Yu Hong shot her a sidelong glance. Are you that nosy? She mentioned the same thing. Could it be that women truly possess a sixth sense? Isn't it merely caring about the boss's romantic life? Bai Xinran said cheerfully. Besides, she is quite attractive and has a fantastic figure, such a slender waist. Yu Hong shot her a disapproving look. Focus on your career. Stop daydreaming about these frivolous matters. Bai Xinran pouted. Fine, if you don't want to talk about it. We won't. She lowered her gaze, fiddling with the can, then suddenly looked up. By the way, boss, can I get a lazy sofa for the live stream? Sitting on a chair for too long hurts my back. Go ahead and buy it. Yu Hong shrugged nonchalantly. As long as it's under 500. Choose whatever you like. Such generosity, boss. Bai Xinran's face lit up with joy. Then I'll place the order tonight. Oh, and I purchased a new sound card and microphone, Yu Hong said, retrieving a box from beside the entrance. Your current equipment is outdated and lacks quality. Chapter 24. Shall we book a room? Bai Xinran's eyes sparkled, and she immediately rushed to rummage through the box. Really? Boss, you are too kind. Cut it out with the flattery. Yu Hong swatted her hand away from the box. This is an investment. Don't overthink it. I know, it's an investment, Bai Xinran said with a playful grin, still clutching the box to her chest. After all, I am your cash cow. It's only right to treat me well. Yu Hong observed her smug demeanor and couldn't help but tease her further. Indeed, a cash cow. But this cow is a bit too noisy, nearly setting my backyard ablaze. Oh, I already said it was an accident. Bai Xinran jumped back a step, cradling the equipment box. I promise to remain silent in front of Sister Yueling from now on. That's more like it. Yu Hong glanced at the time. Go set up the sound card and test it. All right, right away. Bai Xinran dashed back into her room. After a while, she still hadn't emerged, and there was no sound from inside. He approached her door and knocked. Are you done with the setup? Need any help? The door cracked open slightly, and Bai Xinran peeked through the gap. Almost done, but the sound card has some static. Can you adjust it, boss? Yu Hong pushed the door open, stepping inside to find various equipment cables sprawled across the table. He bent down to inspect the sound card's connections, while Bai Xinran stood beside him, occasionally handing him tools. Your wiring is far too messy, Yu Hong remarked as he adjusted the settings. What if you trip over the cables during the live stream? Well, as long as it works, that's fine, Bai Xinran began, but upon receiving Yu Hong's glare, she quickly amended, I'll organize it after I finish broadcasting. Once the equipment was set up, Yu Hong straightened up to find Bai Xinran staring at him. What are you looking at? He raised an eyebrow. Bai Xinran grinned. I just realized that you look quite handsome when you're focused on work. Yu Hong reached out and ruffled her hair. Stop buttering me up. You shouldn't wait until 4. Start preparing for the live stream now. After he finished speaking, he turned and exited the room. Bai Xinran gazed at the closed door, touched her now messy hair, and muttered, Seriously, do you think I'm a puppy? She rose to her feet and approached the door, cracking it open just enough to peek outside. Boss, please don't come in while I'm live streaming. And don't loiter by the door. Yu Hong sent a WeChat message. Let me know when you're set up. I'd like to check the quality. Bai Xinran pouted and replied, Got it. Stop rushing me. She adeptly connected her equipment and launched the testing software. The new sound card performed admirably, significantly reducing noise and enhancing clarity. Boss, I'm going live now, she called out to the outside. All right, go ahead. Yu Hong's voice echoed from the living room. Bai Xinran opened the streaming software. The animated character appeared on the screen, and she adjusted her breathing, seamlessly shifting her voice into live mode. Good afternoon. Everyone, you all arrived a bit early today. The comments began to flood in. A Ling is here so early. Is it the new equipment? The sound seems clearer. Wifey, come here. Yu Hong, watching the stream on his phone from the living room, casually sent a message. The new equipment works well. Bai Xinran noticed the message and responded with a smile in her voice. Thanks for the SC, boss. Doesn't my voice sound more magnetic today? Yes. It's incredibly magnetic. Boss is generous. When will a Ling show her face? Upon seeing that comment, Bai Xinran paused for a moment, then laughed. Show my face? That's not happening. A Ling is a virtual streamer. Just as she finished reading the comment, Yu Hong's phone vibrated. He swiped the screen to find a message from Ning Yatong. Shall we have dinner together tonight? A new rotating hot pot restaurant just opened outside the school, and I've heard great things about it. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow and typed back. Sure, what time? Ning Yatong replied instantly, now. I'm waiting at the school gate. He sent Bai Xinran a WeChat message. If the equipment is fine, I'll head back to my dorm for a bit. Bai Xinran, seemingly engrossed in the comments, took a few seconds to respond. Okay, boss. Be careful on the way. Yu Hong locked the villa door and strolled leisurely towards the school. Upon reaching the gate, he found Ning Yatong already waiting there. Have you been waiting long? He asked as he approached her. Not at all, just arrived. Ning Yatong replied with a bright smile, linking her arm with his. Let us hurry. I heard that place is quite popular, and we might have to queue if we're late. She was dressed warmly, in a cream-colored wool sweater paired with a light blue skirt that fell just above her knees, complemented with a legging that made her legs look flawless. They arrived at the hot pot restaurant, which was already bustling with patrons. They found a spot against the wall to sit down, and Ning Yatong picked up a plate to choose the ingredients. What do you want? I can get it for you, she asked, glancing back at Yu Hong. Just grab whatever. Make sure there is plenty of meat, he replied, leaning back against his chair. Ning Yatong returned with 2 plates of fatty beef, her cheeks slightly flushed. Guess who I just saw? Who? Our class representative. She came in with a guy, she whispered, looking intrigued. They seemed quite close, probably her boyfriend. Yu Hong added slices of meat to the pot. So, I just found it surprising. She's usually so aloof in class. Ning Yatong tilted her head. The broth in the pot bubbled vigorously, and suddenly, Ning Yatong recalled something. By the way, the clubs and student council are recruiting new members these days. Are there any you're interested in? Yu Hong picked up a slice of beef. Not really. I'll see how it goes. What club are you thinking about? There's a film club I'm quite interested in. Ning Yatong's eyes sparkled. They screen classic films every week and host discussions about them. They produce short films and web dramas. I heard there's a particularly popular web series called Mao Pian that was made by seniors from our school. That was 10 years ago. Those folks have long graduated. Yu Hong chuckled. Ning Yatong then asked him, Aren't you planning to join any clubs? Not interested, Yu Hong replied, placing the cooked tripe into her bowl. I'd rather catch up on sleep. Ning Yatong lowered her head to blow on the shrimp paste she had just fished out, and from the corner of her eye, she noticed someone walking by. She looked up and waved. Lin Yu. Yu-hung followed her gaze. A couple had just finished eating and were about to leave when the girl, upon hearing her name, turned around. The girl exuded a cool demeanor, with fair skin and delicate features that carried an air of aloofness. She wore a simple black fitted sweater and jeans, standing over 7 meters tall, her figure curvaceous and striking. Certainly someone who would turn heads as she walked. However, this made the boy beside her appear rather ordinary, about the same height. Clad in a gray puffer vest and black framed glasses, he looked somewhat awkward, even a bit daft. Yatong, I'm leaving now, Lin Yu said, nodding at Ning Yatong. Her voice as cool as her demeanor. All right, bye. Ning Yutong vavet enthusiastically. After they left the restaurant, Ning Yatong turned back, lowering her voice. I didn't expect Lin Yu to like that type. Yu-hung dipped a slice of beef into the sauce, rolling his eyes inwardly. Tisk, such a fine cabbage being tended by a pig, but that guy looks like a bookworm. Who knows, he might have talents? He replied nonchalantly. He seems rather honest. Yes, he does appear honest. Ning Yatong blinked, a hint of mischief on her face. But do you think they would? That? Yu-hung raised an eyebrow at her. Why are you so concerned about their private lives? Out of curiosity, Ning Yatong pouted. Lin Yu is usually so cold in class. She hardly talks to the boys. He couldn't help but recall Lin Yu's long legs encased in jeans, perfectly straight, along with her cool aura. If she donned black stockings and took on a high-cold senior or abstinent persona for streaming, she'd likely attract a horde of possessive admirers willing to splurge. However, judging by her demeanor, that seemed improbable. Tisk, my professional instincts are kicking in again. What are you thinking about? Ning Yatong noticed Yu-hung zoning out and waved her hand in front of his eyes. I was just pondering. Yu-hung retracted his thoughts, since you're so curious. Why don't we book a room? Oh, what? Chapter 25. Teach your brother. Ning Yatong was taken aback by his words. What are you talking about? Yu-hung chuckled. Weren't you the one who asked if they would do that? I'm just following your train of thought. That's not the same. Ning Yatong glared at him in embarrassment. I'm curious about others, not us. Just joking. He relented, placing the cooked tripe into her bowl. Look how you frightened yourself. I'm not scared. Ning Yatong muttered under her breath. I'm just shy. All right, let us talk about something serious. Yu-hung set his chopsticks down. What does the film club start recruiting? Tomorrow, at the East District Cafeteria entrance, Ning Yatong replied, lifting her head. Are you going? I'll accompany you to check it out. Yu-hung shrugged. I'm free anyway. Ning Yatong's eyes lit up. Really? It's a deal. I'll wait for you at the cafeteria entrance tomorrow at 4. After they finished their hot pot, Ning Yatong insisted on paying the bill. I promised I'd treat you, she said, tucking her wallet back in her bag with a smile. You can pay next time. Okay? Yu-hung raised an eyebrow. What if there's no next time? That can't happen. Ning Yatong huffed. Let's go back to school. Upon reaching the dormitory building, Ning Yatong waved at him. I'm heading up. See you tomorrow. Yu-hung waved back, sauntering back to his dorm. He and Ning Yatong had never had any substantial relationship in their previous life, nor had they ever shared such closeness, let alone gone out for dinner or a movie together. After he initially declined her invitations a few times, she never asked him out again, indicating she wasn't particularly brave or proactive. The reason they could interact like this now was due to his transformation. What might unfold next? Would Ning Yatong take the initiative to confess? Yu-hung pressed his lips together, pondering how he might convey his feelings of love to her without uttering a word. As he pushed open the dormitory door, a cacophony of voices reached his ears. Lu Tiankai exclaimed, How on earth can we lose this team fight? ADC, do you even know how to play? Without turning his head, host Sudong retorted, Who are you to talk? Who just missed their ultimate? That was an accident. How Junren piped up, glancing back upon hearing the door creak open. Oh, Brother Heng is back. Where have you been? Yu-hung tossed his jacket onto the bed. Just want to grab a bite. Grabbing a bite? With a beauty, I presume? That sweet girl, or the aloof one? How Junren's curiosity piqued. None of your business. Yu-hung replied dismissively, climbing onto his bed to scroll through his phone. He opened Bilibili, whereby Zinran was still live streaming. The online viewer count had stabilized around 2,000, and the barrage of comments flowed swiftly. Wow, Aling is streaming for quite a while today. My dear, you've worked hard. This voice is simply irresistible. By Zinran read a comment aloud. Aling, could you say useless in your mature voice? She chuckled lightly, her tone instantly deepening. Useless, can you even manage? The barrage erupted in excitement. I'm dead. Aling, you're killing me. This voice is legendary. Yu-hung raised an eyebrow at the screen, noting how much more liberated she had become. Setting his phone aside, he noticed how Junren had finished his game and sidled over. Brother Hung, do tell me how you managed to have these two beauties orbiting around you. Share your secrets with your brother. Teach you? Nonsense, Yu-hung laughed. I can only say I'm rather fortunate. My childhood friend is beautiful, and my desk mate is equally stunning. It's not something I sought out. It just happened. At that moment, a new message pinged on WeChat from Shun Yueling. Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Yu Hong replied, I'm free before 4. What is up? Shun Yueling, come with me to buy some art supplies. Yu Hong, all right, I'll meet you at noon. He closed the live stream and lay back on his bed, contemplating the arrangements for the next day. He had classes in the morning, would accompany Shun Yueling to purchase art supplies at noon, and at 4. He was to join Ning Yetong for the club recruitment event. It appeared to be quite a busy day ahead. The following noon, Yu Hong awaited Shun Yueling at the school gate. She wore a khaki trench coat today, which accentuated her mature allure. Let's go, Shun Yueling said as she approached and naturally linked her arm with his. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Feeling rather bold today? Shun Yueling shot him a glance. Is that a problem? Not at all, he replied with a grin, allowing her to link arms with him. The pair meandered to a store on the commercial street dedicated to art supplies. Shun Yueling meticulously selected her materials while Yu Hong accompanied her. She picked up a box of paints and scrutinized the price, her brow slightly furrowing. Too expensive? Yu Hong inquired. It's acceptable, Shun Yueling replied, placing the paints into the shopping basket, though she noted the colors were somewhat limited. As Yu Hong observed the increasing number of supplies in the basket, he began calculating the total cost in his mind. At the checkout, he preemptively swiped his card, causing Shun Yueling to pause in surprise. What are you doing? This is a gift for you, Yu Hong said, holding the bag in his hand. Consider it a reward for yesterday. Shun Yueling huffed lightly. I don't need your rewards. Yet, she refrained from saying more. Upon exiting the store, Shun Yueling glanced at the time. Aren't you busy at 4? Yu Hong nodded. Yes, I promised to accompany Ning Yetong to check out the club recruitment. Well then, off you go, Shun Yueling said nonchalantly. Are you feeling jealous? He leaned closer to tease. What do I have to be jealous about? Shun Yueling turned her face away. You said it yourself. You're not looking for a relationship. Yu couldn't help but chuckle at her retort. Indeed, so you all are just my good friends. Good friends? Shun Yueling shot him an incredulous look. Do good friends kiss? That would be classified as intimate friends. Yu Hong quipped seriously, a bit closer than good friends, yet not quite lovers, a perfect balance. Fuming at his twisted logic, Shun Yueling lightly kicked him. You're shameless. After escorting Shun Yueling back to her dormitory, Yu Hong checked the time. It was 10 minutes to 4. He strolled leisurely to the East District cafeteria, spotting Ning Yetong waiting at the entrance from a distance. Today, she donned a light pink sweater paired with a plaid skirt and white tights, resembling a character straight out of an anime. Yu Hong, Ning Yetong called out, jogging towards him. Let us hurry. I heard the film club S booth is buzzing. The two women were clearly aware of each other's existence, yet neither dared to confront it. How long could this delicate balance last? Indeed, a sizable crowd gathered in front of the film club S booth, where several upperclassmen were showcasing a short film produced by the club. Nearby, others were distributing registration forms. She tugged Yu Hong forward, grabbing a registration form to scrutinize. Yu Hong had little interest in the club, his gaze wandering through the crowd until it suddenly fixed on a figure not far away. Lin Yu stood alone at the photography club S booth, quietly observing the displayed photographs. Dressed in a dark gray knitted maxi dress and a black trench coat, she emanated an aura that discouraged approach. Perhaps sensing his gaze, she abruptly turned her head towards him. Their eyes met momentarily, and Lin Yu nodded slightly, acknowledging him before she returned her attention to the photographs. What are you looking at? Ning Yetong followed his gaze and paused upon seeing Lin Yu. Oh, is Lin Yu interested in the photography club too? Yu Hong withdrew his gaze, perhaps. Ning Yetong completed the registration form, excitement radiating from her as she clutched Yu Hong's arm. I passed the preliminary round. I have an interview tomorrow. Of course you will with your looks. Yu Hong remarked casually, eyeing her exuberant demeanor. Shall we head back? Are we not having dinner together tonight? Ning Yetong looked up at him, her tone laced with anticipation. I have something to attend to, Yu Hong replied without a second thought. Having spent the day navigating interactions with these two women, he yearned to return to his villa, unwind while watching by Xinran's livestream, and retire early for the night. What is so important? Ning Yetong pressed, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Is it a significant matter? Yu Hong regarded her for a moment, inwardly acknowledging her adeptness at playing the innocent. After a moment's contemplation, he decided there was no need for secrecy, especially since Shun Yueling was already aware. It seemed unfair to conceal it from Ning Yetong. I rented a place outside. He began slowly. I'm starting a venture to operate a virtual streamer. Ning Yetong blinked, her face lighting up with surprise and curiosity. A venture? A virtual streamer? Like those on YouTube? Wow, that is impressive. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had discovered a new world. What is the name of the streamer you're managing? Is it on YouTube or Bilibili? Is it popular? Can I check it out? Her reaction contrasted sharply with Shun Yueling's initial scrutiny. Ning Yetong was brimming with enthusiasm and admiration. Can I visit the place you rented? She asked, bouncing slightly on her feet. I promise not to disturb your work. Since Shun Yueling had already been there, and Bai Xin Ran also resided with him, allowing Ning Yatong to visit seemed harmless. It would be an excellent opportunity for them to meet before any complications arose later. He was quite curious to see how these two distinctly different girls would interact. Sure, Yu Hung nodded. Let us go. That is fantastic. Ning Yutong exclaimed joyfully, tightening her grip on his arm. As they crossed the street towards the villa area, Ning Yatong chattered incessantly about virtual streamers. Is the streamer you're managing male or female? Female. Is she pretty? Fairly. What does she stream? Games or singing? Games and also chatting. Arriving at the villa, Ning Yatong gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Wow, you rented a villa? Yes, Yu Hung replied, retrieving the key to unlock the door. Come in. Ning Yatong followed him into the entrance. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the spacious living room. Boss, you're back? A refreshing, neutral voice emanated from the kitchen. I want to be having dinner tonight. You'll have to order takeout. Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Xin Ran emerged from the kitchen, holding a glass of water. She was clad in an oversized t-shirt and shorts, her short hair tousled and the ends still slightly damp. Had she just taken a shower? Barefoot, she stood on the floor, gazing in their direction. Bai Xin Ran, the streamer I mentioned to you. He turned to Ning Yatong, introducing her. This is Ning Yatong, my high school classmate. Bai Xin Ran paused for a moment, then broke into a warm smile, extending her hand toward Ning Yatong. Oh, so you're high school classmates. Hello, em Bai Xinran. Ning Yatong also reached out, exchanging a gentle handshake. Hello, Ning Yutong. The two girls shared a smile, their eyes meeting. One exuded confidence and poise, while the other radiated sweetness and charm, creating a delightful tableau. So, Bai Xin Ran took a sip of water, looking at Yu Hong. Boss, is this a new friend you're showing around the workplace? Yatong is quite interested in virtual streamers, so I brought her to have a look, Yu Hong said, sitting down on the other end of the sofa. Yes, I find it fascinating. What do you usually stream? Playing games, chatting, Bai Xin Ran shrugged. Basically just engaging in casual conversation with online friends. The two girls continued their conversation harmoniously, even exchanging their birth months, as if they were already akin to sisters. Does Sister Xinran live here? Ning Yatong blinked innocently, seemingly casual in her inquiry. No, but sometimes if I stream too late, I just sleep here. I see. Ning Yatong replied softly. That's nice. Would you like something to drink? He stood up. There are beverages in the fridge. Just water for me, Bai Xin Ran replied. I do like some juice. Ning Yatong raised her hand. Yu Hong headed to the kitchen, and when he returned with the drinks, he discovered the two girls had already struck up a lively conversation. Really? You have to study human anatomy in your major? Ning Yatong exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Well, it's just drawing anatomy diagrams. Bai Xin Ran gestured. You have to memorize the muscles and bones to draw them accurately. That's impressive, Ning Yatong remarked. Yu Hung handed the juice to Ning Yatong and the water to Bai Xin Ran, while he cracked open a can of cola. Sister Xin Ran must be great at drawing, right? Ning Yatong accepted the juice, expressing her gratitude with a sweet smile. Could you show me your work? Bai Xin Ran took a sip of water. I mainly focus on comics, and my style is quite anime-influenced, so you might not be too interested. How could that be? I love reading comics. Ning Yatong quickly replied. I've finished the entire set of Naruto. Bai Xin Ran raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Next time, I'll show you my work. Suddenly, Ning Yatong turned to Yu Hong, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Can I come over occasionally to hang out? I promise not to disturb your work. Before Yu Hong could respond, Bai Xin Ran interjected, of course you can. It's usually just me and the boss here. Having an extra person around adds some liveliness. That's wonderful. I'll be visiting often, Ning Yatong exclaimed. Often? Is she planning to turn this place into a social hub? Yu Hong mused. Suit yourself, he shrugged. Taking a sip of cola, just don't interfere with work. Ning Yatong immediately lit up. Got it. Boss, Bai Xin Ran suddenly recalled. I haven't decided what to stream tonight. Do you think I should continue with casual chatting or switch to a game? Do as you please. As long as the data is good, he replied. Ning Yatong leaned in curiously. Sister Xinran, are you streaming tonight? Can I watch? Sure, Bai Xinran readily agreed. But I need to prepare first. I have to set up the equipment before going live. She stood up, smiling at Ning Yatong. You sit tight. I'll head to my room. As Bai Xinran closed the door, Ning Yatong quickly scooted over to Yu Hong, lowering her voice. Does she always live here? Yu Hong chuckled at her inquisitive demeanor. What? Do you want to move in? Absolutely not. Ning Yatong playfully punched him. It's just that you two are alone together. I thought it might be inconvenient for you. We're merely work partners. We don't share a bed, so there is nothing inconvenient about it. Yu Hong replied lightly. She makes money streaming, and I take a cut. It's that simple. That's good, she murmured. I thought. Thought what? Nothing. Ning Yatong quickly shook her head, shifting the topic. So, can I really come over often? Come whenever you like. He shrugged. Just give me a heads up. It's better to be prepared. After all, it would be awkward if he happened to be getting cozy with Shin Yueling. Understood. Ning Yutong replied tearfully. Then glanced at the time. Oh, it's almost 6. I need to head back to the dorm. We have a meeting tonight. She stood, adjusting her dress. I'll be off then. Yu Hong accompanied her to the door. Do you need me to walk you back? No, no. Ning Yatong waved her hand. The school is just across the street. It's south very close. She stepped outside, turning back to give Yu Hong a sweet smile. See you tomorrow. Chapter 27, Club Concept. Bai Xinran opened the door, peeking out. Has your classmate left? Yes, she just left. He glanced at her. I've told you before. Could you try not to be so honest all the time? When someone asks if you live here, can't you just say you don't? What is wrong with that? Bai Xinran tilted her head. Does it affect your chances with the ladies? She chuckled. Didn't you ask me to stay here? Now you're worried others might misunderstand our relationship? I'm not worried. Just find it troublesome. Yu Hing pouted. Well, that's your problem. Bai Xinran raised her chin defiantly. I'm just being myself. I won't lie. Yu Hong was amused by her stance and leaned closer. Aren't you afraid people will think we have something going on? I haven't done anything shameful. Bai Xinran shot back. If you stand tall. You mean fear shadows. Tisk, Yu Hong suddenly lowered his voice. If you keep being so stubborn with me, I might just want to do something shameful. Bai Xinran shrank back, grabbing a towel to shield herself. You dare. Just watch me. Yu Hong leaned closer, the scent of her shampoo lingering in the air. Bai Xinran felt flustered by his sudden proximity, instinctively stepping back until her back hit the door frame. Don't get carried away. I'll call for help. Go ahead. Yu Hong smirked, stepping closer, almost invading her space. It's just the two of us here. Who will hear you? The nearby villas are all empty. Boss, this is workplace harassment. Bai Xinran stiffened, her ears flushed. I'll report you to the Labor Bureau. Report me? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. You'll need to prove you're my employee first. Have we signed a contract? Of course we have. Bai Xinran exclaimed. It's all in black and white. That was a collaboration agreement, not an employment contract. You, rogue, but shouldn't you report this to the police? Yu Hong chuckled. The Labor Bureau doesn't handle this. You silly. Then I'll just call the police on you. Bai Xinran glared at him. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Yu Hong relented, straightening up and stepping back. Hurry and prepare for your stream. Bai Xinran let out a sigh of relief, but her words remained sharp. Always bullying me. Well, who told you to be so easy to bully? Yu Hong shrugged, turning to walk back into the living room. Go on now, it's almost time. Bai Xinran gritted her teeth and slammed the door shut. Yu Hong chuckled at the sound of the door. This girl may have a sharp tongue, but she was quite timid at heart. He slouched back onto the sofa, just opening his phone when he heard Bai Xinran call from her room. Boss, the internet seems to be lagging. Can you come check it? Yu Hong sighed, resigned to his fate as he got up to walk over. What now? Pushing open the door, he found Bai Xinran sitting in front of her computer, furrowing her brows. I just tried streaming. It's not very stable. Yu Hong leaned down to check the router while Bai Xinran chattered beside him. Is it because it's raining today? Or is there an issue with the equipment? Quiet. Yu Hong replied, not turning around. Let me see. As he adjusted the settings, Bai Xinran fell silent, and the room was filled only with the sound of keyboard clacking. Yu Hong could feel her gaze lingering on his back. All right. He straightened up, tried again. Bai Xinran hastily opened the testing software, her eyes sparkling. It really works. Boss, you're incredible. Enough with the flattery. Yu Hong cast her a sidelong glance. Next time, resolve such trivial issues yourself. Got it. Bai Xinran stuck out her tongue, but it's not like I have to when the boss is here. Yu Hong observed her mischievous demeanor and suddenly recalled something. By the way, R&T, you recording a submission video tomorrow? Yes. Bai Xinran nodded enthusiastically. I'm planning to film a self-introduction to establish my persona. What persona? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. A mystical figure? Something along those lines. Bai Xinran proudly lifted her chin. I'm a magical being from another world, the unbeatable juicer. Yu Hong appraised her. Oh really? How unbeatable is it? May I get a try? Oh come on boss, don't tease me. Bai Xinran playfully pushed him away. I'm about to go live, you should leave. With a smile, Yu Hong allowed himself to be ushered out, returning to the living room to turn on the television and casually search for a program to watch. Before long, Bai Xinran's livestream commenced. Yu Hong observed the scrolling comments, mentally calculating the week's revenue. If this trend continued, the profits by the end of the month would be substantial. He estimated he could pocket at least 20 to 30,000. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Yu Hong felt an unsettling sense of insecurity. The money came swiftly, but ultimately, it all hinged on Bai Xinran alone. What if she decided not to stream one day? Or if the audience grew weary? His cash flow could dry up in an instant. He needed to devise a plan to expand business. Should he rent a proper office? Hire a few full-time streamers? However, Such actions would substantially escalate costs. Just the rent, equipment investments, and salaries would amount to several tens of thousands each month. The $50,000 he currently possessed seemed considerable, but if invested, it might yield no visible returns. The risks were too great. Suddenly, he recalled accompanying Ning Yatong to a club recruitment event earlier that day. Yes, a club. The university town was home to art schools, and their campus was teeming with students skilled in various arts: painting, singing, dancing, video production, even 3D modeling. If he could establish a club to gather these talents, it could yield a wealth of inexpensive or even free labor. The more he pondered, the more he found the idea plausible. If he succeeded, he would have streamers, artists, and video editors at his disposal. He could construct a complete content production chain. Even if some streamers didn't generate profit, as long as the overall venture remained profitable, it would suffice. A little success here, and there would be far better than relying solely on by Xinran. Should he consult Qinlu? He organized his thoughts and began messaging her. Yu Heng, good evening, counselor. I hope I'm not bothering you. I have something I'd like to discuss. After a few minutes, Qinlu replied, What is it? Go ahead. Yu Heng, well, the income from the streamer I've been managing has been quite impressive lately, and I was wondering if I could initiate the formation of a student club for virtual streamers in our college. Yu Heng, this club could provide a platform for students interested in streaming, short videos, and virtual character design to engage and practice. We could invite experienced seniors or industry professionals to share their insights, organize projects, and even connect with some commercial opportunities. This way, students could apply what they learn in class, enhancing their experience and skills, while also earning a little income to ease their family burden. Moreover, if we achieve notable results, it would reflect positively on our school. Chapter 28. Expanding the harem? The phone screen dimmed, and Qinlu was momentarily silent. Yu Heng tossed his phone aside and leaned back on the sofa. The establishment of this club could yield tremendous benefits if successful. Surely the school would offer some support for student organizations, not to mention the venue and equipment. Even nominal backing would assist in attracting streamers. After a while, Qinlu responded, That is a commendable idea. Virtual streaming is indeed an emerging direction in the new media field. If we can align it with our college's academic strengths and create a practical platform, it would be beneficial for the students. Yu Heng quickly typed, Absolutely. You're spot on, counselor. Our college has numerous talented students in painting, video production, and even those with captivating voices or strong performance skills. We can certainly integrate those resources. Qinlu, indeed. However, forming a club is no small matter. A detailed application and proposal are required, outlining the club's purpose, activities, organizational structure, funding sources, and more. Additionally, we need at least one faculty advisor. Funding sources? Initially, he would have to cover the costs himself. An advisor? There was already a suitable candidate. He tentatively inquired, Counselor, would you consider being our faculty advisor? And with Qinya coming soon, having you there would also help keep an eye on her. After sending the message, he waited for a few more minutes. This woman, would she agree or not? He wished for a decisive answer. Your daughter is about to join us. Why not come along too? Finally, the phone screen lit up again. Qinlu, you certainly know how to take advantage of opportunities. I can consider the role of faculty advisor. But you must first send me a complete club proposal to review. If the plan is feasible, healthy in content, and complies with school regulations, I can assist in applying to the department. Yu Heng's heart soared with joy. This was promising. He quickly replied, No problem, counselor. I'll draft the proposal and send it to you as soon as possible. It will be positive and full of energy. Qinlu, all right. Additionally, club activities must not interfere with normal academic duties. Yu Heng, understood. Academics come first. Qinlu, okay, prepare your materials. Contact me with any progress. Yu Heng set down his phone, unable to suppress a smile. If Qinlu agreed to help, they were already halfway there. In high spirits, he reclined back on the sofa, propping his legs up. The sounds of by Xinran's live stream faintly echoed from the room. A successful case was right before him, undeniably persuasive. Now, he just awaited that little girl, Qinya. If she could also rise to the occasion, it would further strengthen their case. He contemplated how to craft the proposal to impress the college administrators. While lost in thought, his phone vibrated again, and he assumed it was Qinlu with further inquiries. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Ning Yatong. Ning Yatong, I've arrived at the dorm. Sister Xinran is so nice, both beautiful and charming. Yu Heng raised an eyebrow and replied, Oh, do you fancy that type? Ning Yatong, not at all. I just think she has a wonderful personality. Yu Heng, make sure to wash up and get some rest. After replying, he resumed pondering the club's affairs. A while later, Bai Xinran emerged from her live stream, tiredly massaging her neck. Spotting Yu Heng sprawled on the sofa, She asked, "Boss, what delightful thoughts are you lost in? Your smile is practically reaching your ears. I'm contemplating how to sell you for a handsome price." Yu-hung replied without looking up. "Huffed. I'm your cash cow now. Would you dare sell me?" By Zinran retorted, walking to the refrigerator to grab a bottle of cold water, taking a few gulps. I'm revived. The comments were so lively today. My voice is almost hoarse. Did you earn a fortune today? Yu-hung finally lifted his gaze to her. Not bad, not bad, by Zinran feigned modesty. Though her face betrayed her pride, it's almost 20,000. Absolutely outrageous. The more outrageous, the better. I can't wait for you to become the queen of Billy. Yu-hing sat up and patted the empty seat beside him. Come here, I need to discuss something with you. Bai Zinran eyed him warily. What is it? Are you going to tease me again? This is serious. Yu-hung's expression turned uncharacteristically earnest. Bai Zinran, still skeptical, approached and sat down on the opposite end of the sofa, clutching a cushion between them. All right, what else on your mind? I plan to establish a virtual streamer club in our college. A club? Bai Zinran blinked her eyes. What are you planning to do? Recruitment, perhaps? Yu-hung glanced at her. Currently, you're the only one in the guild. What if one day you decide to quit? Am I left to fend for myself? Who would quit? I'm brimming with enthusiasm. Bai Zinran retorted, then suddenly realized, are you looking to recruit newcomers? Not just streamers. Yu-hung counted on his fingers. We need illustrators, editors, and operators. With so many art students in our school, we might as well make use of the resources at hand. The club is merely a facade to gather people and see if there are any promising talents. Bai Zinran pondered for a moment and nodded. This idea is rather good. I know several exceptionally skilled artists. However, she shifted her gaze to Yu-hung. You aren't thinking of expanding your harem, are you? Bringing in a bunch of pretty female classmates? Yu-hung frowned slightly. Am I that sort of person? Bai Zinran scoffed. These two girls who joined recently seem rather ambiguous in their intentions. Boss, your energy is quite impressive. Enough banter. Yu-hung reached out to tap her head. But Bai Zinran dodged. Let's get back to business. Do you think this venture has potential? Certainly, but executing it might be troublesome. Will the school approve? Bai Zinran's playful demeanor shifted to seriousness. That's why we need to consult our advisor. Yu-hung pointed at his phone with her support. The school will be easier to negotiate with. Bai Zinran leaned over to take a look. All right, boss, you're quick to act. But can you write the regulations and reports? I can learn if I don't know how. Yu-hung replied confidently. If all else fails, I could just copy something online. I knew it. Bai Zinran facepalmed. Do you need my help? Not for now. Just keep your live stream steady. Yu-hung waved his hand. Got it. Bai Zinran stood up, stretching her arms, causing her t-shirt to rise slightly and reveal a glimpse of her toned midriff. I'm going to take a shower. I'm drenched in sweat. Boss, do me a favor and order some late-night snacks. I'll be hungry once I'm done. Are you ordering me around now? Yu-hung raised an eyebrow. Boss, I'm currently your sole protege, so you should treat me well. Fine, off you go. Yu-hung watched her head toward the bathroom, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. This girl, so cheeky online, yet so different offline. That fleeting glimpse of her waist earlier was quite enticing. He cursed himself inwardly. Damn it. Why do I lose my composure at the sight of a woman? Has my self-control weakened after being reborn? Or perhaps, after being in a committed relationship in my previous life, I find myself rebelling this time, but expanding the harem? That doesn't sound too bad, does it? Chapter 29, quite intriguing. As the bathroom door closed, the sound of rushing water echoed from within. Yu-hung was about to order takeout, but found himself wandering over to the bathroom door instead. The sound of water was clearer now, accompanied by Zinran's off-key humming. He knocked on the frosted glass door. What is it? Zinran's vigilant voice came from behind the door, but the water noise muddled the clarity of her words. What do you want for a late-night snack? Yu-hung leaned against the doorframe lazily. What are you in the mood for? Anything. Yu-hung still couldn't hear her. The soundproofing of the door was quite impressive. What did you say? Speak up. I can't hear you. He raised his voice. I said anything. Zinran's voice rose, tinged with impatience. Anything is not an answer. Hurry up. Tell me your order. Yu-hung pressed her. Silence fell on the other side of the door. A few seconds later, the bathroom door cautiously opened a crack, releasing a warm, humid mist mixed with the fragrance of shampoo. Don't move. Just stand there. No peeking. Zinran's warning voice came through the tiny gap, sounding slightly muffled. Yu-hung chuckled. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't see anything. Now, tell me what you want to eat. Zinran quickly rattled off her order. Grilled pork belly, grilled chicken wings, grilled eggplant, and a serving of fried instant noodles with an egg and a hot dog. Oh, and a bottle of ice-cold cola. After finishing her order, she slammed the door shut, and the sound of rushing water resumed. Yu-hung stroked his chin. I didn't peek, but you did open the door wide enough for me to see. Tisk tisk. It's quite intriguing. He returned to the sofa, scrolling through the takeout app. Eating such greasy food late at night. Aren't you worried about gaining weight? That said, He still ordered barbecue along with a serving of fried instant noodles, remembering that Zin Ran had mentioned wanting this before. After placing the order, he opened his computer and created a new document, typing the title Virtual Streamer Club Proposal. How should this be written? He pondered as he typed and deleted, contemplating the phrasing. The club's purpose is to cultivate new media talent and build a practical platform. He muttered to himself, why does this sound so vague? The sound of water stopped. Zin Ran stepped out of the bathroom, drying her hair, and glanced at the screen. Wow, you're really getting to work? She sat beside him, and a refreshing scent of shampoo wafted through the air. Yu Hung stole a glance at her. Her damp hair clung to her forehead, and her loose pajamas hung slightly open at the collar. Water droplets trickled from her hair to her collarbone, disappearing into her sleepwear. He gulped, quickly averting his gaze. Damn, that sight was a bit overwhelming. Your writing is way too formal. She pointed to the screen, promoting interdisciplinary integration. How should that be phrased? Yu Hung leaned back, rubbing his temples. I can't just write about teaching everyone how to make money through risque content, can I? Can't you find a compromise? Zin Ran continued drying her hair. You could say you're helping interested students learn virtual character design and streaming skills, applying what they learn in class while earning some pocket money. Yu Hung raised an eyebrow. Is that too straightforward? Why not? What do students care about the most? Learning and making money. Who is interested in all that fluff? Zin Ran shrugged. Yu Hung pondered this and found it reasonable, but, all right, I'll take your advice, but we still need to keep some formal language. The higher-ups love that, he chuckled. What about the activities? That is simple. Zin Ran counted on her fingers, regular training, inviting experienced individuals to share their insights, organizing projects together. Oh, we could hold a virtual character design competition with some small prizes. I'm sure many would participate. Yu Hung listened and took notes, suddenly realizing that this girl had quite a sharp mind. Not bad. He looked at her sideways. I didn't expect you to understand this. Of course, Zin Ran raised her chin proudly. I aim to become the #1 on Bilibili. I need some planning. An idea suddenly struck Yu Hung. If I let her become the vice president of the club, wouldn't that save me a lot of trouble? The doorbell rang. The takeout had arrived. Yu Hung stood up to get it, and Zin Ran hurriedly followed. I'm starving. The two of them sat on the living room carpet, opening the takeout boxes. Boss, you're so generous. Zin Ran exclaimed, grabbing a skewer of grilled wings and taking a bite. Cut the act. Yu Hung opened the box of fried instant noodles. Who was just saying they'd accuse me of workplace harassment? That was a different time. Zin Ran's cheeks were stuffed. This is called eating someone else's food, being soft-hearted. Yu Hung chuckled at her antics, handing her a tissue. Wipe your mouth. You've got food all over. Zin Ran took the tissue, suddenly remembering something. Do you think if the club really takes off, the school will require us to keep our content healthy and uplifting? Of course, Yu Hung smiled, but being healthy and uplifting doesn't conflict with attracting viewers. For instance, your streams may occasionally have some risque moments, but primarily, you're gaming and chatting, which isn't against the rules, right? When did I ever cross the line? I'm just engaging normally. Zin Ran protested. Is that not crossing the line? Yu Hung raised an eyebrow. Your streaming room is practically a hot spot. That's just for show. Zin Ran defended herself. Plus, I don't show my face. What's wrong with having a little more leeway with my character? Yu Hung shook his head, continuing to eat his noodles. By the way, Zin Ran suddenly proclaimed, next week, I plan to try ASMR. It should generate quite a bit of revenue and undoubtedly attract a new batch of fans. ASMR? Yu Hung raised an eyebrow. Are you certain it won't get the livestream banned? What are you thinking? Zin Ran shot him a glare. It's the sound of rain and flipping pages, quite serious. It better be. Yu Hung expressed his skepticism. Zin Ran, irked, snatched the mouse and clicked on a video. Look, it's just like this. The video featured a virtual streamer mimicking various ambient sounds, and it indeed appeared quite legitimate. However, Yu Hung felt that, given the nature of the audience in the live stream, this ASMR venture would inevitably take a turn for the absurd. After finishing their late-night snack, Zin Ran tidied up the trash and yawned. I'm heading back to the dorm to sleep. We have an early class tomorrow. It's exhausting. All right. Yu Hung nodded. Remember to record the submission video tomorrow. Got it. Zin Ran elongated her tone, then retreated to her room to change into her clothes. Yu Hung sat alone in the living room, opened his laptop, and began searching for templates for club planning proposals. As he glanced over the various layouts, he felt a headache coming on. Writing such documents had been the bane of his previous life. Yet, for the sake of long-term development, he persevered. I'm off. Zin Ran emerged with her bag. Wait. Yu Hung closed his laptop, stowed in his bag. I'll walk with you. The two stepped out of the villa in succession, the night breeze carrying a chill. Zin Ran shivered slightly. Cold. Yu Hung glanced at her. Not too bad. Zin Ran rubbed her arms. I just took a shower, so I feel a bit chilly. Yu Hung removed his jacket and offered it to her. Put this on. Zin Ran paused for a moment, then accepted the jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Thanks, boss. Chapter 30. Short Video Planning. When Yu Hong returned to the dorm, it was nearly 11 o'clock, and his roommates had already gone to bed. He tossed his bag onto the desk and climbed into bed, too lazy to wash up. He would do it in the morning since he had no classes until then. He pulled out his phone and habitually opened Bilibili. The homepage was filled with lengthy videos averaging 10 to 20 minutes, which felt exhausting just to look at. After swiping a couple of times, he exited Bilibili and opened Douyin. At this time, Douyin had not yet reached the level of widespread recognition. He scrolled through a few videos, most of which were lip-syncing or comedic skits, with a few dance clips thrown in. The crude, unrefined laughter and shrieks gave him a headache. This video quality is incomparable to Bilibili, Yu Hong muttered under his breath. It wasn't due to the platform's technical capabilities, but rather that Douyin had yet to achieve its future explosive popularity. The creator's professionalism was also lacking at this stage. However, Douyin's fame was on the verge of skyrocketing. Even then, a beautiful girl could garner tens of thousands of likes with a simple twist. Yet at this moment, ordinary users could only shoot videos lasting 15 seconds. Nevertheless, a 15-second clip of a dance or a brief twist sufficed. Wasn't it preferable to labor over a lengthy video on Bilibili? He thought of Himinjeo, a dance major, with an enviable figure and striking looks. Moreover, she could now live stream and earn money through donations. Lying in bed, he pondered several potential candidates. Himinjeo was undoubtedly the best choice, an exceptional dancer with top-tier appearance. However, they were still not very familiar with each other, so he would need to take it slow. Ning Yatong, with her sweet persona, could also be a good fit. Yet, her character raised doubts about her willingness to create such videos. As for Bai Xinran, while she was a virtual streamer, appearing in person was a different matter. But then again, no one would know she was Nightling Yuan. The next afternoon, after finishing his class, Yu Hong received a message from Ning Yatong. Yu Hong, I have an interview at 6. Will you accompany me? It's in the large lecture hall of the 3rd teaching building. Yu Hong clicked his tongue and replied, all right, see you at the classroom entrance. Upon arriving at the 3rd teaching building, he spotted Ning Yatong waiting at the lecture hall entrance. You finally made it. Ning Yatong trotted over. I'm so nervous. It's just an interview. Why be so anxious? Yu Hong was pulled into the classroom by her. It wasn't a talent show. Inside, around 20 to 30 people were scattered about. At the front stood a senior wearing black-rimmed glasses, speaking into a microphone. Everyone, please quiet down. Our film club's interview will commence shortly. The process is quite simple. Each person will take the stage and perform an impromptu act in any form. Singing, dancing, voice acting, poetry recitation, anything is acceptable. We will. He gestured to the 4 individuals seated in the front row, be scoring your performances. Yu Hong glanced at the 4 judges, 2 men and 2 women, who seemed quite credible. He and Ning Yatong found a seat in the back row. Have you decided what to perform? Yu Hong asked Ning Yatong in a hushed tone. Ning Yatong bit her lip and replied softly, I'm planning to do a dance. I've recently learned a routine for Peach Blossom Love Song. Dance? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. You could do that? Of course. Ning Yatong said with a hint of pride. I taught myself in high school. Yu Hong was unaware of this. There had been no opportunities to witness her showcase her talents during high school. Next, Wang Lei. A tall, thin boy stepped onto the stage and cleared his throat. I will sing Chasing Light. As Yu Hong listened to the off-key singing, he couldn't help but dig at his ears. Does he really think he can audition with that level? He whispered to Ning Yatong. Don't say that. Ning Yatong gently nudged him. Everyone is trying their best. Yu Hong rolled his eyes and surveyed the room. Most of the interviewees were girls, and a few were quite attractive. When it was almost Ning Yatong's turn, she appeared visibly more anxious, twisting the hem of her shirt. Don't be nervous. Yu Hong patted her shoulder. Just imagine everyone in the audience is a vegetable. Ning Yatong chuckled at his words, took a deep breath, and nodded. All right. Next, we have Ning Yatong. The senior on stage announced her name. Ning Yatong stood up and jogged to the stage. Just then, Yu Hong overheard 2 boys whispering nearby. Wow, the next girl is stunning. Which one? Oh, her complexion is so fair and her figure is incredible. Yu Hong followed their gaze toward Ning Yatong, who was dressed in a light blue JK uniform. The hem of her skirt revealed her legs, clad in white over-the-knee socks, undeniably eye-catching. She adjusted her breathing and nodded to the senior responsible for playing the music. The familiar prelude of Peach Blossom Love Song began to play. Ning Yatong started dancing to the music, her movements surprisingly professional. Clearly, she had put in considerable effort. Yu Hong focused on the stage, unable to deny the captivating energy she exuded while dancing. Especially during one particular turn, the subtle rise and fall of her chest caused several boys in the audience to sit up straighter. The dance was brief, lasting just over a minute before Ning Yatong bowed, panting slightly. The audience erupted into applause, noticeably more enthusiastic than for the previous performers. She blushed as she returned to her seat beside Yu Hung, her eyes sparkling with excitement. How was it? How was it? It was all right, Yu Hung replied nonchalantly. But the skirt is a bit short. Ning Yatong froze for a moment before bursting into laughter, gently elbowing him. You're terrible. Why is it your focus? The two boys in front were still sneaking glances back at them, and Yu Hung shot them a glance, causing them to quickly turn away. Let us go. Yu Hung stood up. You're done. Let us grab a bite. Aren't we waiting for the results? Ning Yatong asked. For what? You're definitely in. Yu Hung pulled her along as they exited. As they left the classroom, Ning Yatong continued chattering excitedly. Do you really think I'll get in? I feel like my dance was just okay. I didn't hit a few moves perfectly. Don't worry. We'll just wait for the notification. Yu Hung shrugged. Okay, then let us go eat. I want pig's trotter rice. Ning Yatong exclaimed with a smile. All right, let us go, Yu Hang said, but suddenly turned to ask, would you like to try filming short videos? Ning Yatong blinked. Short videos? Like those on Douyin? Oh, you watch Douyin too? Yu Hang nodded. Just some dance moves or daily snippets. Who knows, it might go viral. That sounds great. Ning Yatong exclaimed. But what kind of content should we create? That requires careful planning. Yu Hang mused, stroking his chin. I'll look into it later. As they walked to the cafeteria, Yu Hang observed her innocent exuberance, contemplating how to nurture this budding talent. Multiple platforms and channels mean multiple avenues for revenue. He couldn't rely solely on virtual streamers. Moreover, witnessing his cultivated girls gain fame online would indeed be gratifying, even if many men were drawn primarily by their looks and physique. Chapter 31. Here comes the chicken soup. Boss, 2 servings of pig trotter rice and 2 bowls of chicken soup. Ning Yatong shouted toward the window, then turned to Yu Hang. Today it's my treat. They found a window-side table and sat down with their pig trotter rice. Yu Hang returned to the counter to fetch 2 bowls of chicken soup, declaring, Here comes the chicken soup. You eat so much every day and still don't gain weight, Yu Hang remarked as he watched Ning Yatong devour a piece of meat. How'd I not gain weight? Ning Yatong pouted. I gained several pounds during summer vacation. Yu Hang's gaze drifted to her chest, and he grinned. You've gained weight in all the right places. Ning Yatong blushed and playfully threatened to hit him. How rude. We're eating. I'm just speaking the truth. Yu Hang shrugged, taking a bite of rice. If you're going to film short videos, you should capitalize on that advantage. Nowadays, viewers love this kind of content. Ning Yatong set down her chopsticks, tilting her head. What type do you think would suit me best? Yu Hang chewed thoughtfully, recalling the viral video trends on Douyin. How about trying a costume change? You know, suddenly switching from regular clothes to a JK or Lolita dress. He sipped from his complimentary seaweed egg drop soup. It's simple, effective, and fits your style. Costume change? Ning Yatong bit her chopsticks, contemplating. That sounded a bit embarrassing. Embarrassment is the key. Yu Hang raised an eyebrow. The more embarrassing, the more views. Just look at those who wriggle around. They all went viral. That's different. Ning Yutong retorted. Dancing hovkas es talent. Costume changes are talent too. Yu Hang countered earnestly. Having a good figure is a skill. Ning Yatong couldn't help but laugh, gently kicking him. Can't you be serious for once? If Ning Yatong truly became a sensation on Douyin, it would add another facet to his content matrix. The virtual streamers primarily resided on Bilibili, while real-life streaming and short videos thrived on Douyin, each platform independent yet capable of mutual promotion. Their styles differed. Even if they collaborated on a live stream, it wouldn't detract from one another's revenue, but could instead expand their fan base. Ning Yatong exuded a sweet, neighborly charm, while Bai Ran embodied a cool, androgynous vibe. He Minjeo represented a sultry femme fatale, and if they added Shun Yueling, the icy goddess, it would be quite the ensemble. As this thought crossed Yu Hang's mind, he couldn't help but inwardly scold himself. Damn it, why does it feel like I'm collecting stamps? What is so funny? Ning Yatong asked, eyeing him curiously. Nothing, Yu Hang replied, suppressing his expression, just thinking of something joyful. What joyful thing? Ning Yutong pressed. I was imagining you becoming a major internet celebrity. Don't forget about me, your talent scout. Yu Hang half joked. Ning Yatong beamed, of course. If I really make it big, I'll treat you to a lavish feast. Little did she know that the path to stardom was far from glamorous, fraught with derogatory comments in the comment sections, harassment in private messages, and cutthroat competition among peers. Let us go, Yu Hang said, standing up. I'll walk you back to the dorm. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yu Hang opened his laptop, preparing to continue writing the proposal. Hao Junren poked his head out from his bunk. Brother Hung, did you go on another date with a beauty? Yes, Yu Hang replied without turning around. A big-breasted beauty. Teach me, dude. Hao Junren grinned, leaning closer. How can I have so many beauties flocking around me? Yu Hang turned to face him, looking serious. First, you need to be reborn. Hao Junren paused, then laughed while cursing. Get lost. Yu Hang chuckled and returned his focus to the screen. Indeed, if not for his rebirth, he wouldn't be where he was now. Hey, you hang. Lu Tiankai suddenly leaned over from his bunk. You've been acting mysterious lately. What are you up to? You hang, without lifting his head, replied, starting a business. A business? Lu Tiankai perked up. What kind? Count me in. You hang finally glanced at him. What skills do you have? I can play games. Lu Tiankai scratched his head. Playing games is a skill? Yu Hang raised an eyebrow. Of course it is. I'm a diamond rank in League of Legends. Hold on a second, Yu Hang said dismissively. Let me finish this, and we can talk later. Currently, virtual streamers were already busy. Game streaming would have to be set aside for now. Besides, diamond rank was hardly impressive, and Lu Tiankai specialized in a game called Neo, which hadn't been released yet. Lu Tiankai retreated disappointed. Yu Hang resumed, writing the proposal when his WeChat pinged. This time it was by Zinran. Boss, I've recorded the submission video and sent it to your email. Please take a look. Yu Hang opened his email and downloaded the video. Hello everyone. I am your new virtual streamer. Night Ling Yuan. Her voice was magnetic during her performance. I'm a creature from another world, and I love playing with humans. Yu Hang chuckled as he watched the video. The girl's acting was improving significantly. He replied, looks good, go ahead and post it. Bai Zinran responded immediately, okay. Boss, today's live streaming revenue has hit a new high. She followed up with a triumphant emoji. Yu Hang typed back, got it, keep it up. Yu Hang ran a hand through his hair, feeling a bit restless. Why was writing this so torturous? How Junrin leaned in again. Glancing at the screen, is that a club proposal? Are you starting a club? Yes, a virtual streamer club. Virtual streamer? How Junrin's eyes lit up. Is it the type of streamer you were looking at before? Are you serious? Yu Hang shot him a sidelong glance. What do you think? Do you think I genuinely want to be number one? Sure, count me in. How Junrin pulled a chair over. You're interested? Absolutely. How Junrin eagerly took a seat. I can edit videos. Although my skills are average, I learn quickly. Yu Hang raised an eyebrow. Indeed. This guy later became a director at a short video company, so his editing skills should be decent. All right, Yu Hang nodded. We need members for the club anyway. No problem. Then let us include everyone from our dorm. Host Yudong chimed in. Yu Hang glanced at them, suddenly recalling a DN account that featured college dorm life. We could definitely do something like that. I have some ideas that are bound to go viral. The next afternoon, Yu Hang brought his completed proposal to find Qin Lu. In her office, Qin Lu was engrossed in something on her computer. Instructor, Yu Hang handed her the printed proposal. This is the plan I wrote. Please take a look. Qin Lu took the document, adjusted her glasses, and began to read. Yu Hang stood by, unconsciously appraising her. Today, she wore a light gray blazer over a silk blouse with a slightly open collar. This woman was truly becoming more fashionable. This is quite well written. Qin Lu looked up. More professional than I expected. Yu Hang sighed with relief. So what do you think I can be the advisor for this? Qin Lu placed the proposal on the desk. But there are a few conditions. Please go ahead. Yu Hang immediately responded. First, club activities cannot interfere with academic studies. Qin Lu raised one finger. Second, all live streaming content must be healthy and positive. Third, she paused, gazing at Yu Hang. You must ensure that you take good care of Qinya. No problem. Yu Hang patted his chest confidently. I will definitely treat her like my own sister. Qin Lu observed him with a half smile. You better. Yu Hang, a bit impatient, inquired. So, when can we start recruiting new members, instructor? Next week, Qin Lu contemplated. I will submit the materials first, and once the department approves, we can begin the publicity. Great, then goodbye, instructor. Upon exiting the office, Yu Hang was in high spirits. Chapter 32, The Girls' Dormitory. As Yu Hang stepped out of Qin Lu's office and reached the foot of the dormitory, his phone vibrated. He pulled it out to see a message from Shun Yuling. Come to my dorm tonight and help me move some things. Yu Hang raised an eyebrow and replied, What things? Are they heavy? Shun Yuling responded almost instantly. A few art books and some paints, not too heavy. Also, could you help me set up my new drawing tablet? Glancing at the time, which was a little past 3 in the afternoon, he replied, Sure, what time? 6 o'clock. I'll head back to the dorm straight after class. All right, I'll wait for you downstairs. Yu Hang returned to his dorm for a brief rest. At precisely 6 o'clock, as Yu Hang arrived at the girls' dormitory, he spotted Shin Yuling standing there with a canvas bag. Where are the things? He approached her. Shin Yuling handed him the bag. Just these. Yu Hang lifted the bag to gauge its weight, confirming it was indeed light. What about the drawing tablet? In the dormitory, Shin Yuling turned to walk inside. Come with me. Yu Hang paused for a moment. Can I enter the girls' dorm? Just tell the dorm supervisor that you are here to fix the computer, Shin Yuling replied without looking back. Following her into the building, the dorm supervisor glanced up at him, but said nothing. Shin Yuling's dorm was on the 4th floor, and the two ascended the stairs one after the other. Occasionally, female students passed by in the hallway, casting curious glances at Yu Hang. Oh, Yuling, is this your boyfriend? A girl with a ponytail greeted with a smile. Shen Yuling responded indifferently. Just a friend. Yu Hang grinned at the girl, earning a sharp look from Shen Yuling. Upon entering the dorm, which was a 4-person room kept quite tidy, 2 beds by the window were unoccupied, while another bed was occupied by a bespectacled girl who was watching a video with headphones on. This is my roommate, Li Yu, Shen Yuling introduced. This is my childhood friend, Yu Hang. Li Yu removed her headphones and nodded at Yu Hang. Hello. Hello, Yu Hang replied, surveying the room. Which bed is yours? The one by the door, Shen Yuling answered. Walking over to the desk, she retrieved a newly unwrapped drawing tablet. This one, the drivers are installed, but the pressure sensitivity feels off. Yu Hang took the tablet and inspected it. What software are you using? Sigh. Yu Hang sat down at the computer to begin adjusting the settings. Shen Yuling stood beside him, her hair occasionally brushing against his shoulder. Why are you standing so close? Yu Hang looked up at her. To supervise you, so you don't mess with anything on my computer. Shen Yuling replied with a straight face. Yu Hang chuckled. What secrets do you have on your computer? None of your business, she retorted. Once he finished calibrating the drawing tablet, Yu Hang stood up. Want to give it a try? Shen Yuling sat down and made a few strokes. Nodding in approval. It's good now. Li Yu had seemingly left at some point, leaving just the 2 of them in the dorm. Yu Hang casually closed the dorm door. Shen Yuling was busy adjusting the pressure settings of the stylus, not lifting her head. Why close the door? I'm afraid your roommate might return suddenly and see something she shouldn't see, Yu Hang responded, walking behind her and placing his hands naturally on her shoulders. Shen Yuling's body tensed noticeably. Don't be so touchy, we're in the dorm. What is wrong with that? Yu Hang's fingers slid down her shoulder line. You promised last time at the villa, he added. Stop talking nonsense. Shen Yuling raised her hand to push him away, and Yu Hang mumbled, what about your roommate? When will she be back? I don't know. Her breathing was a bit uneven. She might have gone to the cafeteria. Yu Hang chuckled softly. Then we'd better hurry. Wait, Shen Yuling suddenly grasped his wrist, her eyelashes fluttering as footsteps echoed in the corridor. The 2 held their breath simultaneously. The footsteps drew closer, stopping at the door next door, followed by the distinct sound of jingling keys. Scared? Shen Yuling bit her lip, glaring at him. You are becoming more and more outrageous. Outrageous? Yu Hang nudged her legs apart with his knee, recalling who had said before that he could do as he pleased. I am a most obedient person. Suddenly, a voice from outside the door interrupted. Yuling? I forgot my campus card. Open the door. Shen Yuling abruptly pushed Yu Hang away, frantically adjusting her clothing. Yu Hang clicked his tongue, leisurely smoothing out her shirt. I'm coming, Shen Yuling called out loudly, then turned her head to warn Yu Hang in a hushed tone. Act normal. As the door opened, Li Yu cast a suspicious glance at the flushed Shen Yuling and then glanced at Yu Hang, who was leaning against the desk playing with his phone, before taking her card and leaving. Once the door closed again, Yu Hang reached out, pulling Shen Yuling back in front of him. Shall we continue? Continue? Not a chance. Shen Yuling elbowed him in the chest. How about tonight, at the villa? He twirled a strand of her hair. Bai Xinran is back at the dorm tonight. Shen Yuling hesitated for a moment as she organized her art books. You certainly planned this out thoroughly. What else? Yu Hang shrugged. Do you really enjoy being on edge in the dorm? Shen Yuling stuffed the art books into the canvas bag with force. Not going. Yu Hang wasn't upset. He chuckled at her reddened ears. All right, let us hurry. If you linger too long in the girls' dorm, they won't let you stay. And the dorm supervisor might come up to catch you. Shen Yuling urged. Haha, okay, I'm leaving now, Yu Hang said as he stood up. Go on. Shen Yuling waved her hand. Yu Hang exited the dorm with a grin. He had rushed in earlier and hadn't paid much attention. In the hallway, various undergarments hung on the drying rack. Lace, cotton, and even those printed with cartoon patterns. Yu Hang clicked his tongue, realizing that girls had such a diverse array of private wear. What are you staring at? Shen Yuling's voice came suddenly from behind him. He turned to see her standing at the dorm entrance with a garbage bag. Admiring art, Yu Hang smiled. You really are, she lowered her voice, shoving the garbage bag into his hands. Take it out for me. Getting addicted to giving orders? Yu Hang weighed the garbage bag in his hands. What is my reward? Reward? You wish, Shen Yuling retorted as she turned to close the door. Yu Hang chuckled, taking his time as he walked downstairs. Just as he was about to exit the main door, the dorm supervisor called out to him. That male student, please register before leaving. The management of the girls' dorm is quite strict. While he spoke, he diligently filled out the registration book with his name and time. Indeed, the Annie adjusted her reading glasses. Last month, a boy sneaked in and wandered around for a while, only to be discovered later as someone who came to steal underwear. Yu Hang raised his eyebrows. Is that so? It happens more often than you think. The auntie lowered her voice. So you boys have to register when you come in. Yu Hang chuckled, but remained silent. There were certainly plenty of interesting characters in this school. Chapter 33. A Pure Financial Relationship. Yu Hang pushed open the villa door, tossing the keys onto the entrance cabinet. He glanced at his phone. It was already past 8. After a busy day, running around finding instructors and sneaking into the girls' dorm, he was drenched in sweat and feeling quite uncomfortable. He headed straight to the bathroom for a shower, hastily drying himself with a towel, too lazy to put on even his underwear, and stepped out bare. Bai Xinran had mentioned earlier that she would be accompanying her roommate for an 4 tonight, leaving him alone at home. Time to indulge a bit. He pulled a bottle of ice-cold cola from the fridge, popped the tab, and down a large gulp, feeling a refreshing jolt. Setting the air conditioning in the living room to 30 degrees, he sank into the sofa and found a trending Korean drama to watch. With Bai Xinran not around, he couldn't even be bothered to open Bilibili. After finishing an episode, as the ending theme played, Yu Hang suddenly heard a startled scream. "Ah, boss, what are you doing?" He shot upright, seeing Bai Xinran standing at the guest room door, her eyes tightly shut. Yu Hang silently cursed under his breath. Hurriedly grabbing the towel he had carelessly tossed onto the sofa that morning to wrap around his waist. "Weren't you not coming?" he inquired, fastening the towel with a touch of irritation. Bai Xinran, still shielding her eyes, replied, "I was supposed to accompany my roommate for her 4 drip, but then her boyfriend showed up, so I just came back." Seeing her in that state, Yu Hang's embarrassment dissipated, replaced by a teasing impulse. He approached her and deliberately elongated his tone. "All right, you can lower your hands now. You've seen everything that was meant to be seen." "Who saw what?" Bai Xinran exclaimed, abruptly dropping her hands, her gaze flitting away, unwilling to glance below his waist. "That was merely a reflex. Who knew you could be so unabashed at home? Am I not allowed to be comfortable in my own house?" Yu Hang scoffed, returning to the sofa with a casual demeanor, the towel loosening slightly with his movements. He took a swig of cola and asked, "Is your roommate all right? She okay? I heard something about the flu. A bit of a fever, but she felt much better after the 4." Bai Xinran spoke quickly, averting her face, feigning interest in the air conditioning. "Isn't it too cold? Aren't you hot?" "Calmness brings a natural coolness," Yu Hang replied lazily, propping his leg up. "But you, with that flushed face, are you feeling warm?" "I'm scared stiff by you," Bai Xinran retorted as she plopped onto the sofa, clutching a cushion in front of her. "Boss, this is a serious case of workplace harassment. Plus the emotional distress is doubled." Yu Hang tilted his head, amusement glinting in his eyes. "Which labor law states that a boss being shirtless at home constitutes harassment?" She hurried to the fridge, deliberately turning her back to him. "Could you please be more mindful at home? Strutting around in the living room. Do you have no shame?" All right. Let us not dwell on that." Yu Hang waved a hand, the towel slipping further down as he gestured. Unfazed, he pulled it up slightly. "Have you finished your live stream?" Bai Xinran finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, I just posted that self-introduction video, and my followers surged instantly. I've surpassed 10,000. Plus, today's revenue exceeded 20,000. Her voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. The earlier awkwardness greatly diminished. "Impressive." Yu Hang raised an eyebrow, noting that the growth was even swifter than he had anticipated. "At this rate, your share at the end of the month will be substantial. So, have you thought about how to spend it?" "Not yet," Bai Xinran replied, swinging her feet, finally daring to meet his gaze. "I suppose I should save it for now." "But boss, do you think this counts as being popular?" "Popular? Not even close." Yu Hang laughed derisively. "There are countless streamers on Bilibili with over 1 million followers. You've barely made a flicker. You're just a spark at most." Observing her face fall, he quickly shifted his tone, "But the beginning is indeed promising. Maintain your focus, don't get carried away, and refine your content. Avoid solely engaging in banter with the comments." "I don't do that," Bai Xinran quickly countered. "That's what the audience loves. Even if they love it, there must be boundaries." Yu Hang sipped his cola, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Don't let it slip one day and lose your stream, and then you'll regret it." While he had tacitly permitted her to express herself, he knew there were limits. If you completely let loose, it's no longer streaming, it's just chaos. "Understood." Bai Xinran pouted, then suddenly recalled something. "All right, boss. Several people from other guilds messaged me today, wanting to recruit me." Yu Hang paused, looking at her. "Oh, what conditions are they offering?" "Just a higher share. And they promised more resources for promotion." Bai Xinran tilted her head. "But I outright refused." "Why?" Yu Hang raised an eyebrow, surprised by her decisiveness. It felt unreliable. Bai Xinran shrugged. "Plus, I've already signed a cooperation agreement with you. Although it's not exactly a formal labor contract, I can't just leave without notice. That would make me an ingrate. Besides," she hesitated, glancing at Yu Hang, her voice dropping, "I think you might be a bit unorthodox. And you sometimes like to scare people, but you're quite reliable in your dealings." Yu Hang chuckled at her assessment. "So I'm considered somewhat reliable, am I? Why not?" Bai Xinran raised her chin defiantly. "Should I present you with a Best Boss certificate?" "Let us skip the certificate." Yu Hang grinned, suddenly leaning closer. "How about something more tangible? Bai Ran was taken aback, retreating and grabbing the cushion to shield herself. No way. Boss, please have some decorum. This is strictly a professional relationship. All right. A professional relationship, Yu Hang relented. Boss, Bai Ran hesitated before continuing. I'd like to take tomorrow off. I might not be able to stream. What is up? My parents suddenly said they're coming to visit me. She scratched her head. They'll arrive by noon. And I need to pick them up and then show them around the school in the afternoon. Your parents are coming? Yu Hang teased. Fine, it's approved. But don't mention too much about streaming, especially not about me. Why not? Bai Ran asked, puzzled. Common sense. Yu Hang shot her a look. What do you think would happen if your parents found out you were living with a man and renting a place to be a virtual streamer? With content that is so outrageous? Do you think they wouldn't storm in here to turn my villa upside down? Bai Ran envisioned the scenario, bursting into laughter. Good point. I'll just say I'm working part-time to assist a teacher with a new media project. That is a decent excuse, Yu Hang nodded. In this day and age, explaining a new industry to parents is quite the task. To them, a proper part-time job is probably just serving food or handing out flyers. I'll head back to my room to sleep. Bai Ran stood up. Boss, remember to put on some clothes. Aren't you going back? Yu Hang raised an eyebrow. It's Friday, she exclaimed. I'm not going back. Those good kids in the dorm wake up early on weekends, and I can't sleep in. Chapter 34. Is it a bun? Past midnight, the villa was enveloped in tranquility. Yu Hang was deeply asleep, shifting to a more comfortable position and wrapping himself in a blanket. Moments later, he was jolted awake by the urgent ringing of his phone. Blinking groggily, he reached for the device, squinting at the screen. Bai Ran was calling? At this late hour, what mischief was she up to? What is it? Yu Hang's tone reflected his impatience. Why call so close? On the other end, Bai Ran's voice sounded weak. Boss, I think I have a bit of a fever. I feel terrible and have no energy. Her voice indeed sounded off, nasal and heavy. You got a fever? Yu Hang raised an eyebrow. Hang on. He hung up and tossed off the blanket, getting out of bed. It only dawned on him once he exited the bedroom that he was still shirtless. Grabbing a t-shirt, he slipped it on along with a pair of shorts, then hurried downstairs without even putting on slippers. Reaching Bai Ran's room, he didn't bother knocking, simply pushing the door open and flipping on the light switch. Why did you just walk in? She exclaimed, hurriedly pulling the blanket over herself. Get out. Yu Hang shot her an exasperated glance. Why call me to come over if you're just going to be shy? What time is it? Why care about that now? He approached the bed and reached out to check her forehead. Wow, you're burning up. Yu Hang frowned. Ugh, at this temperature, you could fry an egg. You must have a high fever. Bai Ran curled up under the blanket, only her head peeking out. I feel a bit cold. Then hurry and get dressed. We're going to the hospital, Yu Hang stated firmly, pulling back the blanket to lift her up. What are you doing? She clutched the blanket tightly. I'm not wearing anything. Of course, you don't wear clothes to sleep, Yu Hang replied bluntly, quickly extracting her from the warmth of the covers. Let us go. As the blanket was pulled away, he inadvertently glanced down. So she really did sleep in the nude. And was that a bun? Yu Hang snatched her pajamas from the side and clumsily helped her into them. I'll do it myself, Bai Ran protested, grabbing the pajamas and turning her back to him to fasten the buttons. Are you done yet? He urged. Hurry up, or you'll fry your brain. Bai Ran muttered softly, turn around. Why are you turning around? Yu Hang squinted, having already seen everything. Bai Ran's eyes widened in shock. What did you see it? Last time when you were showering, Yu Hang chuckled, and just now. In truth, he had only caught a fleeting glance before. However, just now, he had taken the full view, top to bottom. She was quite fair and ample, but he wondered about the feel of her skin. You wrote. Bai Ran's hands trembled, struggling to fasten her buttons. All right, let me help. Yu Hang swiftly buttoned her up, noting her bravado despite being in such a state. He bent down and lifted her in his arms. Bai Ran gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. I can walk myself, boss. Walk? What are you talking about? Yu Hang carried her outside, insisting, if you fall halfway, I'll have to carry you. As they reached the door, he suddenly remembered something and hurried back to grab her down jacket, slipping it on her before putting on his own coat. Yu Hang stepped out of the villa, the night breeze sending a chill through Bai Ran, causing her to shudder. Cold? Yu Hang glanced down at her. Bai Ran shrank against his back, boss. Am I going to die? You won't die, Yu Hang scoffed. It's just a regular fever. A saline drip will fix it. But I feel so awful. Bai Ran's voice quivered, pain evident in her tone. Yu Hang observed her pitiable demeanor. Normally, she seemed quite resilient, but now she resembled a child in distress. This sickly appearance made him feel an urge to tease her. He carefully placed her in the car, grateful for the quick arrival of a ride at this hour. A testament to the bustling university town. On the way to the hospital, Bai Ran leaned against the seat, occasionally emitting soft whimpers of discomfort. Boss, does this count as a work-related injury? She asked softly. If I end up feverish and daft, will you still want me? Can I still stream? Yuhan glanced at her, smirking. No, I'd find someone smarter. Bai Xinran glared at him, feeling too weak to retaliate. You heartless. Being daft might not be so bad. It would make you easier to fool. Upon arriving at the hospital, they registered for emergency care. Bai Xinran drooped like a wilted plant. When the nurse inserted the needle, she gasped in pain, casting a sorrowful look at Yuhang. Bear with it. He stood beside her. Who told you to get sick? Despite his words, he extended his hand for her to grip. Her palm was warm and clammy, squeezing his hand tightly. Easy now. Yuhang frowned. Are you trying to get me to see a doctor too? Her grip was surprisingly strong, and he let her hold on, feeling her fingers digging into his flesh. Bai Xinran relaxed her grip slightly, but still clung to him. Boss, you're quite nice. Now you know how to say nice things? Yuhang raised an eyebrow. Just a moment ago, you were calling me a rogue. That's different. Bai Xinran's voice grew softer, her eyelids fluttering. She drifted off to sleep. The nurse checked the 4 and remarked, your girlfriend has the flu. It's been going around lately. Nothing serious, just a saline drip will do. Okay, Yuhang replied, looking down at the sleeping Bai Xinran. The flu? Did her roommate infect her? He sat by the bed for a while, finding her peaceful in slumber. You really owe me, he muttered softly, glancing at the 4 bag. Noticing it still had plenty left, he yawned, fatigue washing over him. Adjusting his posture, he wrapped his coat tighter, leaning back in the chair, and closed his eyes. The next morning, around 7, Yuhang awoke, stretching his neck with a series of cracks. Rubbing the back of his neck, he looked at Bai Xinran, who was still asleep but appeared much better than the night before. He reached out to feel her forehead. Her temperature had dropped. Just then, the nurse arrived. Yuhang inquired, so, is she fever-free now? Yes, her temperature has come down, the nurse nodded, but we recommend monitoring her for another half day. We'll check her temperature again. She should get another drip in the afternoon, and then she can go home. Understood, Yuhang nodded. After the nurse left, he stretched his shoulders and checked his phone. It was 7:30, and he had an unread message from Qin Lu, saying she would bring Qinya for a trial broadcast at 3 in the afternoon, and asked if he was available. Yuhang replied affirmatively. Just as he sent the message, Bai Xinran woke up. Blinking her eyes, she focused on him. Boss, her voice was still hoarse. Did I sleep long? You're awake? Yuhang assessed her. How are you feeling? Much better. Bai Xinran attempted to sit up, but he pressed her back down. Don't move around too much. She obediently lay back, glancing around before meeting his gaze. Boss, did you stay with me all night? Would I leave you here alone? Yuhang replied sharply. Bai Xinran bit her lip, whispering, thank you. For what? Yuhang stood, stretching his numb limbs. I'll deduct the medical expenses from your share. What? You're going to charge me? Bai Xinran's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course, Yuhang shot her a glance. You being sick isn't my fault. Bai Xinran pouted, falling silent. Yuhang found her pitiful expression amusing, but kept a straight face. All right, I was joking. The nurse said your fever has subsided, but you need to be observed for a bit longer. You can go home after another drip this afternoon. Okay, Bai Xinran nodded. Just then, her phone rang. Yuhang glanced over. The screen displayed Mom. Bai Xinran answered, hello, Mom. The voice on the other end was loud enough for Yuhang to catch snippets. Xinran, your dad and I are almost at the station. We'll arrive at your school around 9. Have you packed? Let us have lunch together. What? So soon? Bai Xinran felt a pang of panic. She looked at Yuhang, her eyes pleading for help. Yuhang raised an eyebrow and mouth. Just tell the truth. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. Mom, I have a bit of fever, and I'm in the hospital. What? Hospital? What's going on? Is it serious? Which hospital? Your dad and I are on our way. It's not serious. Bai Xinran rushed to clarify. Just a cold, it's nothing. I'm at the second hospital. Wait for us. We'll be there soon. The call ended abruptly. Bai Xinran set her phone down, looking helplessly at Yuhang. My parents are coming. Yuhang pondered for a moment and said, then I should be on my way too. You're leaving? Bai Xinran was taken aback. Yes, Yuhang checked the time on his phone. Our instructor is bringing her daughter for a trial broadcast soon, and I need to prepare. Bai Xinran recalled Yuhang mentioning this the previous day. She nodded, her gaze wandering. Then you should hurry back. Don't delay your business. Yuhang observed her expression and decided to tease her. What? Are you going to miss me? Who would miss you? Bai Xinran retorted immediately. I'm just worried you'll be caught by my parents here. It will be hard to explain. True, Yuhang nodded. If your parents saw me here, they might think I'm bullying their daughter. He paused and added, so, how will you explain to your parents who brought you here last night? Let us not tell the whole truth. Saying I was staying out with someone else could lead to complications. Shall I say a classmate dropped you off? Bai Xinran tentatively suggested. That works, Yuhang didn't mind. You can craft whatever story you like, just don't drag me into it. He stood up, putting on his coat. I'll head out now. Take care of yourself. Get some rest after you're done this afternoon. Don't stream today. Got it, Bai Xinran replied, watching him head toward the door. Suddenly, she called out, boss. Yuhang turned back. What is up? Bai Xinran hesitated. Thank you. Yuhang waved his hand dismissively, saying nothing, before turning to leave. Chapter 35, Mischievous Spirit. Yu Hong returned from the hospital, his head still spinning. After a restless night, his eyelids felt heavy. He sprawled on the sofa, indulging in a brief nap. When he awakened, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Qin Lu had mentioned she would bring Qinya over by 3. Damn, being a boss isn't easy, he muttered, rubbing his temples. He had to tend to sick employees and train new recruits. This was more exhausting than a regular job. The worst part was the lack of a fixed salary. Everything depended on profit sharing. Yu Hong crawled off the sofa and made his way into Bai Ran's room. On the desk lay the equipment she had used for her live stream last night. Audio interface, microphone, and camera. He needed to prepare another set. Fortunately, he had purchased an extra set of equipment when he initially assembled the computer, intending to use it in case Bai Ran's set malfunctioned. Now it was coming in handy. He moved the equipment to the living room, connected the wires, and powered on the computer. First, he needed a virtual avatar. A free one. In this day and age, free virtual streamer models were a rarity. Only a handful of enthusiasts shared their creations, with varying quality. Yu Hong scoured Bilibili and several open-source communities for a while before finally finding a few acceptable options. He selected one that appeared relatively youthful. Pink hair, twin tails, large eyes with a hint of baby fat, dressed in a black, Gothic-style puff dress. What a peculiar aesthetic, he thought, but it would suffice. Better than nothing. At least it had a hint of that mischievous charm. Just as he was making adjustments, the doorbell rang. Yu Hong walked over to open the door. Qin Lu had her hair neatly tied up in a bun, exposing her fair neck, which added a touch of homely warmth and a stronger wife-like aura than usual. Beside her stood Qinya, still sporting her little delinquent look, black hoodie paired with shorts. The hoodie SM was long enough to resemble a skirt, revealing 2 slender, pale legs clad in Converse shoes, truly prioritizing style over warmth. Wasn't it cold? Director, Qinya, come in, Yu Hong said, stepping aside. Qin Lu entered, nodding slightly. It's quite tidy in here. Of course, knowing you were coming, I made an effort to tidy up. Yu Hong grinned, his gaze inadvertently lingering on Qin Lu's ample curves as she bent down to change her shoes. A perfectly ripe peach, a bite would surely be delightful. I hope I didn't disturb you, Qin Lu asked with a smile. Not at all. I was just waiting, Yu Hong replied, motioning for them to enter. Qinya shot him a glance, pouting but saying nothing. This child, Qin Lu shook her head helplessly. Say hello to your brother Yu Hong. Hello, brother Yu Hong. Yu Hong chuckled inwardly. This girl was quite the tsundere, wasn't she? Come in and have a seat. He gestured toward the sofa. I've prepared all the equipment. Qin Lu settled onto the sofa, the hem of her coat spreading out to reveal a small leg encased in nude stockings. Yu Hong instinctively glanced a couple of times. This woman truly knew how to dress. Qinya, however, walked directly to the computer, tilting her head to examine the virtual avatar on the screen. This one? Yes, Yu Hong approached. These are the only free avatars available. We'll make do with this for now. If you perform well, I'll get you a better one later. It's so ugly, Qinya pouted. Those big eyes look like they have hyperthyroidism. Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback by her comment, and then laughed. You even know about hyperthyroidism? Of course, I'm not stupid. Qinya shot him a glare. All right, you're not stupid. Yu Hong dismissed her. Let's just see how you adapt to live streaming. Qin Lu stood up and walked over. Yu Hong, is this equipment complicated? Not at all. Yu Hong pointed at the devices. This is the audio interface. This is the microphone, and the camera is here. I've already installed the software. Just open it, and you're good to go. He paused, looking at Qin Lu. By the way, we need to register an account using your identity information. Mean it? Qin Lu was taken aback. Yes, Yu Hong nodded. Qinya isn't of age yet. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Lu agreed. All right. Yu Hong took out his phone. Please provide me with your ID number, and I'll register it. After Qin Lu relayed her ID number, Yu Hong quickly registered an account, pondering the nickname for a while before settling on Littleya isn't happy today. How's that? He asked Qinya. Whatever, she replied with a disdainful pout. Yu Hong set up the live streaming room and pulled Qinya to sit in front of the computer. Now, let me teach you some basics. Reluctantly, Qinya took a seat, the chair a bit too high for her, requiring her to tiptoe to reach the ground. Yu Hong observed her awkward posture and suddenly thought, with her height and build, she should be quite easy to lift. He quickly suppressed those errant thoughts and pointed at the screen. This is the live streaming software. Click here to start streaming. Qinya replied, her eyes fixed on the screen. When someone enters the stream, you need to welcome them. Yu Hong continued. For example, welcome XXX to the stream. And then, Qinya asked, then you need to engage with them. Yu Hong explained, if they stay for 3 seconds. You should find a topic to keep them interested. What topics? Qinya turned to look at him. Yu Hong thought for a moment. Just chat casually. For instance, ask what they ate today, what movie they watched, or if there are any fun games lately. Inquire where they're from and how their day has been. Oh, so it's just awkward small talk? Chinya replied, uncertain if she was absorbing any of it. Just make sure there's no dead air. Yu Hong patted her shoulder. The worst thing in live streaming is a lull. If it goes silent, everyone will leave. Chinya stiffened for a moment, shrugging his hand off. Don't touch me. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. This girl had quite a temper. All right, that's about it for now. He withdrew his hand. You can give it a shot. Chinya stared at the screen for a few seconds before suddenly asking, what if someone insults me? Just insult the back, right? That's what you said, isn't it? Yu Hong shrugged, but be mindful of the limits. Don't curse too harshly, or the stream will be shut down. Chinya's eyes brightened. Really? I can insult them back. Sure. Yu Hong nodded. Just don't go overboard. Qin Lu frowned from the side. Yu Hong, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Don't worry. Teacher, Yu Hong grinned. The audience loves that nowadays. The more confrontational, the more viewers. Qin Lu nodded, albeit skeptically. Yu Hong adjusted the microphone and camera for Chinya, opened the streaming software, and set the title, Newcomer Trial Stream. The sharp-tongued little demon is live. Are you ready? He asked. Chinya replied, her voice slightly tense. Yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Then let's begin. Yu Hong clicked to start streaming. The pink-haired, gothic lowly avatar on the screen began to move, swaying slightly with Chinya's actions. 1 minute into the stream, the viewer count stood at 1. Just Yu Hong himself. He pulled out his phone, entered the stream, and sent a comment. Newcomer? So cute. Chinya stared at the screen, pursed her lips, and softly said, Welcome, welcome, brother Yu Hong. Her voice was quite soft, albeit a bit stiff. Yu Hong sent another comment. How old is the streamer? Chinya hesitated, looking at Yu Hong. He mouthed, make something up. Atin, injari plaiv. 18, and streaming? Aren't you in school? Yu Hong continued to comment. Chinya bit her lip. Suddenly her eyes lit up as she spoke into the microphone. What is it to you? Yu Hong. Chapter 36, The Tsundere Lowly. Qin Lu's eyes widened in shock. Chinya. But Chinya seemed to have flipped the switch, continuing. Whether I go to school or not is none of your business. Are you my dad or my mom? Yu Hong silently exclaimed in his mind. This girl was getting into character quite quickly. He gestured to Qin Lu that it was fine. It was just for show. Then he quickly typed, Oh, quite the temper, huh? Mind your own business. Chinya pouted, if you want to watch, then watch. If not, scram. The viewer count rose to 3 as 2 more people joined the stream. Yu Hong signaled Qin Lu to stop talking. There are outsiders now. A comment floated by. The streamer is fierce. Upon seeing this, Chinya laughed. So what if I'm fierce? Did I eat your family's rice? Ha ha. Quite amusing, remarked another comment. Is the host a real person or AI? AI has become so intelligent now. Guess, Chinya replied. Even if you guess right, there is no prize. Yu Hong glanced at the screen, inwardly clicking his tongue. This dialogue was unexpectedly entertaining. A few minutes later, the online viewer count rose to 7. The comments began to multiply. That outfit the host is wearing is rather cute. Did you draw it yourself? No, Chinya responded. It's free. It's hideous. Looks like it's afflicted with hyperthyroidism. Yu Hong typed, if it's free, don't complain. And what if I do? Chinya retorted into the microphone. If you have the ability, buy me a nice one. Oh, asking for gifts now? The comments chimed in. Who asked for gifts? Chinya countered, I just mentioned it casually. Does the host have a youthful voice? Are you really 18? Believe it or not, Chinya replied. If you don't believe me, go check my household registration. Checking household registration is illegal. Then why are you asking? The viewer count climbed to 12. Although not many, the interaction in the comments was quite lively. Chinya gradually relaxed, her speech becoming more fluid. Can a host sing? No. Can you dance? Also no. Then what do you stream for? What business is it of yours? Chinya shot back. I stream if I want to, and don't if I don't. Do I need your approval? Ha ha ha, well said. I love this personality of the host. Yu Hong scrutinized the comments, pondering. This Tsundere character truly had its admirers, particularly those with a masochistic tendency who enjoyed being challenged. He typed, Isn't the host too fierce? Aren't you worried no one will watch? Upon reading this, Chinya paused momentarily before responding. If no one watches, then so be it. I'm not in need of those few viewers. However, Yu Hong noticed that while she spoke those words, her fingers fidgeted on the table. This girl, her words were tough, yet she secretly cared about the numbers. Does the host play games? I do. Chinya said, LOL, gold rank. Gold? It's impressive for a girl to reach gold. What do you mean buy for a girl to reach gold? Chinya frowned. Are you looking down on girls? No, just complimenting you. That is more like it. The stream continued for over half an hour, stabilizing at around 15 viewers. Although no gifts had been received, the comments kept flowing. Chinya grew more and more spirited in her retorts. One viewer asked, Does the host have a boyfriend? What is it to you? Chinya shot back. Just asking. No, she replied, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Why not? Because you're not worthy to know. Ha ha ha. Beautifully rebutted. Yu Hong leaned against the wall, gazing at the screen displaying the pink-haired, gothic, lowly outfit, then glanced at Chinya sitting at the computer. The young girl had soft facial features, long eyelashes, and a slightly upturned nose. When she spoke, her lips slightly pursed, giving off an air of displeasure. Yet her eyes sparkled with delight. Clearly, she was enjoying herself. Suddenly, a thought crossed Yu Hong's mind. If this Tsundra lowly were properly trained. Yu Hong. Qin Lu called, pulling him back to reality. What is up, teacher? I see your stream is going quite well, right? Qin Lu asked, somewhat uncertain. Is my tone too harsh? Not at all, Yu Hong replied. The audience appreciates this style. Just look at the comments. They're praising her rebuttals. Qin Lu leaned in to check the screen, and indeed, the comments were filled with laughter and praises. Is this really okay? Qin Lu still seemed hesitant. Absolutely. Yu Hong affirmed, such a distinctive personality is memorable. Qin Lu nodded thoughtfully. After another 20 minutes, it was clear that Qinya was growing weary, her speech slowing down. Yu Hong noted the time and typed, the host is tired. Let us wrap it up for today. Upon seeing this, Qinya paused, then spoke into the microphone. Then I'll end it here for today. Her voice softened suddenly, a stark contrast to her earlier retorts. The comments flooded in. Don't go, stream a bit longer. If the host is tired, she should rest. Will you be back tomorrow? Qinya hesitated, glancing at the comments, and softly replied, I'll see how it goes tomorrow. You must come. We'll be waiting. After shutting down the stream, Qinya let out a long sigh, slumping in her chair. I'm exhausted, she muttered. Yet her lips curled upward. How do you feel? Yu Hong inquired. Not bad, Qinya replied. Just my throat hurts a bit. What did you expect after talking so much? Yu Hong poured a glass of water and handed it to her. Drink some. Qinya accepted the cup, murmuring a soft. Thank you. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. This girl actually said thank you? Quite rare. He glanced at the backend data. After an hour of streaming, the highest viewer count was 18, with a total of 20 yuan in gifts. Though modest, it was a start. Let us call it day, Yu Hong said. If Qinya feels it went well, she can stream regularly from now on. The equipment is all here, ready for use at any time. Qinya jumped down from her chair, stretching her neck. When can I come back? After asking this, she quickly turned her face away, pretending to look elsewhere. Yu Hong found it amusing. This girl, clearly interested, still tried to act nonchalant. Whenever you want, he replied, just let me know. Injanadif. Remaining silent as she headed for the door, Qin Lu checked the time and said, let us head back. Thank you for today, Yu Hong. Not a bother. Yu Hong accompanied them to the door, turning to Qin Lu. What do you feel? Should we have her stream? Qin Lu paused for a few seconds before responding. It's better than I expected. At least she was willing to sit down and do something, and she persisted for nearly an hour. After a brief pause, she added, though I didn't quite understand the content. That's normal, Yu Hong grinned. It's a generational gap. Let her give it a try, Qin Lu nodded. Please take good care of her in the future. Of course, but you should also take care of me at school. Yu Hong chuckled. Qin Lu narrowed her eyes slightly. A smirk appearing, all right, but don't cause me any major trouble. I certainly won tea. Yu Hong raised his hand in assurance. Just then, Qinya impatiently called for Qin Lu to hurry up, prompting Yu Hong to quickly add, take care on your way back, teacher. Once the door closed, Yu Hong returned to the living room. The computer was still on, the pink-haired gothic lowly outfit staring silently at him. He walked over to close the software, his mind still lingering on the earlier stream. This girl, Qinya, though proud, sharp-tongued, and not very forthcoming, was at least willing to try. And the outcome was quite promising. With careful nurturing, she might truly succeed. However, he glanced at his phone. Bai Ran had yet to message him. He wondered how she was doing. Just then his phone vibrated. Bai Ran sent a message. Boss, I really can't stream today. I have to get another drip this afternoon. Yu Hong replied, all right, rest well, don't stream today. Are your parents with you? Bai Ran. Yes, they are here. Thank you for your concern, boss. Yu Hong smiled, tossing his phone onto the sofa. He walked to the window, gazing outside. The setting sun had painted the clouds a vivid orange red. It had only been a little over half a month since his rebirth, and one thing after another had kept him busier than a spinning top. Yet, at least the direction was right. In the realm of virtual streaming, Bai Ran had already found her footing, and Qinya was also beginning to test the waters, with results exceeding expectations. This kind of tsundere character truly filled a void in the current streaming landscape. With proper management, she might just become a sensation. Yu Hong stretched, feeling tired but satisfied. He returned to the sofa, lying back and closing his eyes, his mind still racing. That pink-haired outfit truly was ugly. One must promptly customize a new one for her. To ensure longevity in this endeavor, a decent leather case is essential. Money, oh money, is required everywhere. Yu Hong sighed. Entrepreneurship is no easy feat. One must cherish every step of the journey. Chapter 37. The Age of Passionate Youth. Yu Hong let out a sigh, stood for a moment, and then returned to his computer. He opened the browser, hesitated briefly, and typed in Sony camera. Yu-hung focused intently on the computer screen, his fingers gliding over the mouse. The web page displayed the introduction to Sony cameras, the A7 series, full-frame mirrorless. In 2018, the legendary A7M III had just been released. Yu-hung clicked on the detailed specifications. 24. 2 million pixels, 693 phase detection autofocus points, 4K video recording, 5-axis stabilization. Wow, he murmured to himself. This configuration, in 2018, was undoubtedly top tier. For capturing short videos of Ning Yatong, using a smartphone would suffice. However, the disparity between a phone and a camera is akin to that between a bicycle and an automobile. Both serve as means of transport, yet the experience is entirely different. Yu-hung glanced at his bank account balance. Recently, his live streaming had yielded some income. Combined with previous savings, he found himself with a bit of disposable cash. Not a fortune, but sufficient for a camera. He navigated to a shopping website and searched for the Sony A7M III. The price flashed, 14,000. Yu-hung stared at that number in silence. 14,000. For a university student, it was no trivial sum. Adding a lens would only increase the cost, with good ones being even pricier. Yet, for a reborn individual, this was a necessary investment. Content creation relies on equipment as its foundation. Superior gear enhances content quality, attracts a larger audience, and generates more revenue. It forms a virtuous cycle. Yu-hung took a deep breath, moved the mouse to the Buy Now button. After a few moments of hesitation, he clicked, placed the order, and made the payment. 14,000 was deducted from his account, and his balance dwindled significantly. As he gazed at the successful payment confirmation page, he felt a pang of regret. Yet excitement overshadowed it. With this device, the quality of his videos would ascend several tiers. Ning Yatong's content could be better packaged. Worth it, absolutely worth it. But this money, it flowed away like water. In the hospital ward, Bai Xinran leaned against the headboard, and 4 needle inserted into the back of her left hand. Bai Mu sat beside her, peeling an apple, while Bai Fu stood by the window, gazing outside. The ward was tranquil. Only the gentle hum of the air conditioner could be heard. Xinran, Bai Mu said, offering the peeled apple, have some fruit. Thank you, Mom, Bai Xinran replied, taking a small bite. Bai Fu turned around. The doctor said you just need 2 more days of 4, and as long as the inflammation subsides, you'll be fine. Bai Xinran nodded. I can come by myself after you leave. Just then, the ward door swung open. A nurse walked in with a tray. Glancing at the 4 bag. Almost finished. I'll take out the needle. Okay. Bai Xinran extended her hand. The nurse skillfully tore off the adhesive strip, removed the needle, and pressed a cotton swab against the puncture site. Hold it for a moment. Don't let it bleed, the nurse advised, looking at Bai Xinran. Has her boyfriend gone home? Bai Xinran froze. What boyfriend? Wasn't it your boyfriend who kept you company here last night? The nurse remarked casually. Bai Xinran's face flushed instantly. Yes, not my boyfriend. Oh. The nurse raised an eyebrow, glancing at Bai Mu and Bai Fu, then back at Bai Xinran. Did I misremember? Bai Xinran hurriedly clarified. That is my classmate. A male classmate. The nurse squinted, seemingly recognizing the confusion in Bai Mu and Bai Fu's eyes, and chose not to pursue the matter further, looking again at the 4 bag. All right, this bottle will be done soon. You can come back tomorrow morning. With that, she exited the room, closing the door behind her. Silence enveloped the room for a few seconds. Bai Mu turned to Bai Xinran. Didn't you say your classmate brought you here last night? Yes, Bai Xinran replied, a male classmate. Such a dedicated male classmate? Bai Mu's tone was somewhat nuanced. Coming to the hospital in the middle of the night? Yes, Bai Xinran insisted. I am quite popular at school. Bai Mu scrutinized her for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Just say you're in a relationship. We wouldn't disapprove. I'm really not, Bai Xinran exclaimed. P.S. just a classmate. All right, Bai Fu interjected to ease the tension. If the child says there is no relationship, then they're ISNT. Xinran has never lied since she was little. Hearing this, Bai Xinran's face reddened further. In truth, she had told her fair share of lies, but they had all been flawlessly concealed. Bai Mu exchanged a glance with Bai Fu, refraining from further questioning, and went to wash the fruit knife. Bai Fu settled beside the bed, speaking softly. Really no relationship? Really none, Bai Xinran whispered, just a normal classmate. If you do find someone, it's no issue. Bai Fu nodded. You're in university now. If there's someone suitable, it's okay to date. Bai Xinran replied, but her heart was a tangle of emotions. Yu-hung, could he be considered a boyfriend? It seemed not. Their relationship was more akin to that of employer and employee. Yet, he had indeed stayed with her all night last evening and even paid for her hospital expenses. Would an ordinary classmate go to such lengths? Bai Xinran was uncertain. She bit her lip, her thoughts in disarray. She certainly did not wish to be in a romantic relationship. Just then, Yu-hung messaged her. How are you feeling? I've finished the 4, boss. My parents seem to be misunderstanding, by Zinran typed back. Yuhung raised an eyebrow, typing, what misunderstanding? They think you're my boyfriend. Yuhung chuckled, replying, and what did you say? I said no. And then? They didn't believe me, mainly because of that nurse. She just had a gossip. Saying you went home? By Zinran lamented. Yuhung couldn't help but laugh at the message, typing back, no worries, let the misunderstanding be. We can clarify later when the opportunity arises. The next day, Sunday, at 2 in the afternoon, the doorbell rang promptly. Yuhung opened the door to find Qin Lu standing outside, still adorned in her elegant updo, now wearing a beige knitted dress that fell just to her knees, her legs encased in delicate nude stockings. Qin followed behind her, dressed in a hoodie and shorts, looking as though she had just awakened. Come in, Yuhung gestured. Qin Lu nodded slightly, stepping into the foyer to change her shoes. She placed one hand against the wall, bending her leg back, while the other hand slipped off her high heels. On that posture, she truly exuded the allure of a mature woman at every moment. Qin stood in the living room, glancing around. Where's the computer? Upstairs, Yuhung replied. I prepared a separate room for you today. Qin turned her head, raising an eyebrow. A separate room? Yes, Yuhung pointed to a room on the 2nd floor. It's all set up now. You can stream from there, and all the equipment has been moved. Qin's eyes brightened, then she scoffed. I want to say thank you. She turned and bounded up the stairs, the sound of her footsteps echoing on the wooden steps. Yuhung and Qin Lu settled onto the living room sofa. A teacup sat on the coffee table, filled with the tea Yuhung had just brewed, 2 mugs containing bagged black tea. Have a cup of tea. I don't brew fancy teas, so don't hold it against me. Yuhung offered a cup. Qin Lu accepted it, smiling. It's fine. Better than what I have in my office. She took a sip of tea and glanced towards the 2nd floor. This child. Qin Lu gently shook her head. She wanted to even tidy her room at home, yet is so eager to do so here. Interest is the best teacher, Yuhung remarked, sipping his tea. They shared a few moments of silence. The solitude felt somewhat awkward. Clearing his throat, he initiated a conversation. Instructor, if you're busy, you don't need to wait here the whole time. You can come and pick her up after Qin finishes her live stream. He paused, adding, or I could take a taxi to send her home. Qin Lu looked up at him, responding calmly. It's all right. I have nothing to do on weekends. Waiting here is quite pleasant. Yuhung nodded, refraining from pressing further for the moment. After a while, the muffled sound of Qin's live stream drifted down from upstairs. Welcome. If you don't want to watch, feel free to leave. Why should I care what time I start broadcasting? Yuhung exchanged a glance with Qin Lu, both of them chuckling. This child, Qin Lu remarked with a hint of helplessness, still speaks so bluntly. Having character is a good thing, Yuhung replied. In this fierce live streaming competition, without a unique flair, no one would bother to watch. Qin Lu nodded thoughtfully. Yuhung took another sip of tea and continued the earlier topic. What about weekdays? Do you find it too rushed to drop her off after work? I could pick her up if you prefer. He paused, his gaze fixed on Qin Lu, adding, or perhaps your husband could drop her off? I can give you the key. On the surface, Yuhung feigned concern for the convenience of pickups and drop-offs. But in reality, he was subtly inquiring about her marital status. Qin Lu's hand, holding the mug, faltered for a moment. She lifted her eyes to meet Yuhung's gaze. Her eyes, not particularly large, sparkled with brightness, and the delicate lines at the corners suggested maturity rather than age. Yuhung felt a twinge of unease under her scrutiny, yet maintained a smile. Qin Lu averted her gaze, her tone unembellished. I'll drop her off. After that, I can return to school. It's on my way. She made no mention of her husband. No information was extracted. Yuhung pursed his lips, pressing on. That sounds rather troublesome. Qin's father is quite busy with work. Isn't he? Perhaps I could schedule a fixed time to alleviate your commutes. Qin Lu narrowed her eyes, a half smile playing on her lips. He often works away, she replied, her tone inscrutable, and doesn't come back frequently. Away, not often returning. Were they separated, divorced, or merely in the throes of a job transfer? He chose not to probe further. That would be too obvious. Oh, Yuhung nodded, feigning understanding. That must indeed be quite inconvenient. Qin Lu remained silent, lowering her gaze to sip her tea. The living room fell into silence once more. Yuhung's gaze inadvertently drifted to Qin Lu's slender calves, elegantly encased in flesh-colored stockings. Her knees slightly together, her posture poised and graceful. A woman in her 30s at the prime of her life. Yet, she often seemed alone. It appeared that this woman had not had companionship for quite some time. Upstairs, the sounds of Qin's lively broadcast continued, punctuated by her laughter and the occasional thump of her hands on the table. She seemed to be in good spirits today. Yuhung glanced at the time, 3:30 in the afternoon. There was still over an hour until the live stream concluded. He looked at Qin Lu, who sat quietly on the sofa, cradling her mug, her gaze fixed on a point on the coffee table, seemingly lost in thought. Her profile was softened by gentle lines. Her neck elongated, her hair elegantly pinned up, revealing her fair nape. Yu Hong felt a dryness in his throat. He lifted his cup and took a large gulp, the bitterness stinging his senses. Yet, he did not rise to replace it. Being alone with this mature woman was, in itself, a form of enjoyment. Occasionally, the upstairs echoed with the spirited banter of youth. He leaned back against the sofa, his mind teeming with thoughts. A person raising a child, residing near the school, available to join her daughter for live broadcasts on weekends. That implied many opportunities for solitude. Yu Hong lowered his eyes, concealing the fleeting glimmer within them. Opportunities are always afforded to those who are prepared, and he was currently more than ready. Chapter 38, The Tender Nurse. On Monday morning, Yu Hong awoke to a sunlit room. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at his phone. 7:30. The first class commenced at 8. Damn it, he muttered, tossing off the covers and leaping from the bed. After washing up and dressing, he rushed out the door with his books in hand. Arriving at the classroom with 5 minutes to spare, he found more than half the seats already occupied, the front rows nearly full. Scanning the room, he settled into an empty seat at the back by the window. Just as he set his bag down, the instructor entered, a bespectacled professor in his 50s. Speaking in a deliberate, measured tone, Yu Hong opened his textbook, his eyes glued to the blackboard, though his thoughts wandered elsewhere. How was Bai Xinran doing? She mentioned needing 2 more days of 4 fluids yesterday. He pulled out his phone and discreetly typed under the desk. How are you? After a few minutes of waiting for a reply, he tucked his phone away, forcing himself to focus on a lecture. A while later, his phone vibrated. Glancing down, he saw a message from Bai Xinran. Not the hospital anymore. I'm in the school infirmary. Just got the 4. What did the doctor say? Yu Hong typed back. So I just need to consolidate for 2 more days. Do you need me to come by? He inquired. No, I can manage myself. You focus on your class. Bai Xinran quickly replied. Yu Hong stared at the screen, pondering, then typed. Are you really sure? Really, I'm fine. The infirmary has nurses. It's all good. All right, he replied. Call me anytime if you need anything. Okay. The conversation came to an end. Yu Hong pocketed his phone and glanced at the blackboard. The professor continued lecturing while the students below fought off drowsiness. He checked the time again, 9:20. 40 minutes remained until class ended. Finally, the class bell rang. Yu Hong stepped out of the classroom, lingering at the entrance of the teaching building, hesitating for a few seconds. Should he go to the infirmary or return to the dormitory? Bai Xinran had said it wasn't necessary to visit. Yet, he decided it would be nice to check in on her. After all, it was a gesture of concern for an employee. Resolutely, he made his way toward the infirmary. Passing by the convenience store, he paused, stepping inside to purchase a bottle of mineral water and a box of strawberries. With the plastic bag in hand, he approached the infirmary door, but halted. Voices floated from within. A male voice called out, Xinran, I brought you some fruit. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Someone else was here? He pushed the door open and stepped inside. At the medication counter stood a woman in a nurse's uniform, bending over to organize medicine bottles. Hearing the door open, she turned her head. Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback. It was the nurse he had encountered during military training at the start of the semester. Lulia, wasn't it? The nurse's uniform on her exuded a certain allure. Upon seeing Yu Hong, Lulia's eyes brightened. Oh, aren't you the student who fainted from heat stroke last time? Yu Hong snapped back to reality, nodding. Nurse Lu, do you remember me? Of course. I remember the one who came with you, Lulia replied with a cheerful smile. Her skin was fair, her lips adorned with a subtle pink gloss. And when she pressed her lips together, a small dimple appeared at the corner. Your memory is impressive. I'm just going to check on my friend. Yu Hong diverted his gaze and headed into the inner room. There, on the bed by the window, lay Bai Xinran. Her left hand was hooked up to an 4, while her right hand held her phone, a male student standing beside her. The young man was tall and reasonably handsome, holding a basket of fruit. Upon hearing the door open, both of them turned their heads. Bai Xinran's eyes lit up upon seeing Yu Hong. Boss? Boss. The male student raised an eyebrow. Looking at Yu Hong, you are. Yu Hong, I just came over. I'm Bai Xinran's friend. He introduced himself, omitting the term boss to avoid sounding distant. Oh, friend, the male student nodded, extending his hand. I'm Zhang Yuchen, vice president of the student council, a senior in Xinran's department. Yu Hong shook his hand. His hand was clean, nails neatly trimmed, a person who clearly valued hygiene. Yu Hong, he replied, a freshman in network and new media. Oh, Zhang Yuchen chuckled. Which year are you in? First year, Yu Hong said, taking a seat beside Bai Xinran. How are you feeling? Not bad, Bai Xinran replied. Just a bit of numbness in my hand. That's normal. Yu Hong nodded. It happens when you're on for an extended period. Zhang Yuchen, standing nearby, glanced at the box of strawberries Yu Hong had brought, then at his own fruit basket, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. Hey Xinran, do you want me to wash you a few cherries? He offered. No, it's fine, Bai Xinran shook her head. I'm not in the mood to eat right now. Oh, Zhang Yuchen replied, a bit awkwardly, turning to Yu Hong. Did you just finish class? Yeah, early 8. Yu Hong nodded, looking at Bai Xin Ran. Do you need to continue the 4 this afternoon? This afternoon? It's unnecessary. Bai Xin Ran waved her hand dismissively. I have class later, so I came this morning. All right. Yu Hong stood up. You should rest well. I'll take my leave now. Bai Xin Ran paused momentarily. You're leaving just like that? Yes, Yu Hong replied. I have class soon. It's already getting late. In truth, there were no classes. Bai Xin Ran quietly said, Thank you for coming to see me. Not all. Yu Hong waved his hand, then turned to Zhang Yuchen. Senior, take your time. Zhang Yuchen nodded. Take care. Yu Hong exited the infirmary. As he passed the medication counter, Lu Lia was bent over, retrieving something from the bottom shelf. This posture caused the hem of her nurse's uniform to rise a few inches, revealing the contours of her flesh-colored stockings. Both firm and graceful. She moved leisurely, smoothing her hair behind her ear as she stood up. Meeting Yu Hong's gaze, she showed no sign of annoyance and cheerfully asked, Leaving? Yes, Yu Hong confirmed, pushing the door open. Zhang Yuchen murmured something to Yu Hong. He was the vice president of the student council, a sophomore, tall and slender. With a fair complexion and glasses, he exuded an aura of a diligent student. He even brought a fruit basket, clearly a suitor. How did Bai Xin Ran regard him? She seemed rather indifferent, at least not particularly enthusiastic. Standing at the doorway, he squinted and pulled out a cigarette, flicking one out and lighting it. After taking a couple of puffs, his phone vibrated. Yu Hong took it out to check. It was a message from Ning Yutong. Yu Hong, the results of the film club audition are out. I got in. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Yu Hong typed a reply. Congratulations. Shall we celebrate with dinner tonight? After sending the message, he awaited her response. Halfway through his cigarette, Ning Yutong replied. Sure, but no need for you to treat. I'll pay. Yu Hong glanced at the screen, a smile tugging at his lips. This girl certainly had a sense of propriety. All right, see you at 6 by the school gate. He replied. Sound good. Yu Hong stowed his phone and extinguished the cigarette, but in the trash. Just as he was about to leave, the infirmary door swung open once more. Zhang Yuchen stepped out, and the two exchanged glances. Zhang Yuchen was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yu Hong, then offered a polite smile. Still here? Just having a smoke, Yu Hong replied. Oh, Zhang Yuchen nodded, stepping aside. Mind if I borrow a light? Yu Hong handed him the lighter. Zhang Yuchen lit his cigarette and took a drag. The two stood side by side, Zhang Yuchen silently smoking. Occasionally, students passed by the infirmary door, glancing over before hastily moving on. Are you close with Xinran? Zhang Yuchen suddenly spoke. Yu Hong turned his head to look at him. I suppose so. We work on a few things together. What kind of things? Zhang Yuchen inquired. New media-related. Yu Hong replied vaguely. Did she not mention it to you? No. Zhang Yuchen shook his head. Xinran isn't one to share much about herself. Yu Hong inwardly scoffed. Xinran? Such an endearing term. How'd you two meet? Yu Hong asked. During the orientation at the start of the semester, Zhang Yuchen explained. I was a volunteer from her department, helping her with the paperwork. He paused before adding, We've bumped into each other a few times at student council events. Oh, Yu Hong acknowledged. So, it was like that. A senior looking after a junior, naturally leading to a pursuit. And you? Zhang Yuchen turned to him. How did you two meet? Online, Yu Hong stated plainly. Online? Yes, she does live streaming, and I handle operations, Yu Hong clarified, indicating a collaborative relationship. Zhang Yuchen appeared momentarily stunned. Live streaming? What kind of live streaming? Virtual streaming, Yu Hong elaborated. The kind you see on Bilibili. Zhang Yuchen frowned. Xinran is doing this? How come I didn't know? Yu Hong chose not to elaborate further. Since Bai Xinran had not mentioned it, he felt it inappropriate to do so. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Yuchen asked, Do you spend time together often? Pretty much, Yu Hong replied. She needs equipment for her streams, and I have some. You have some? I rented a place outside. Yu Hong explained, for a studio. Zhang Yuchen fell silent, focusing on a cigarette. The smoke was nearly burned down to the filter, yet he remained oblivious. Yu Hong observed him, feeling a hint of his earlier displeasure dissipate. Vice President Zhang, he remarked. Do you have feelings for Bai Xinran? Zhang Yuchen abruptly looked up, his ears tinged with red. What are you talking about? I'm merely inquiring. Yu Hong grinned. You seem quite concerned about her. We're friends, Zhang Yuchen replied, a bit defensively. Caring for friends is normal. Indeed, Yu Hong nodded. So, as her collaborative partner, my concern for her is quite reasonable as well. Zhang Yuchen scrutinized him for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. Yu Hong, are you a freshman? Yes. I'm a sophomore, Zhang Yuchen stated. Having spent a year at school, I understand certain things better than you. Such as? For instance, Zhang Yuchen flicked the cigarette but into the trash. When it comes to pursuing someone, mere words are ineffective. He turned to Yu Hong. His expression calm. It requires tangible actions. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Such as sending fruit baskets? Such as being present when she needs you, Zhang Yuchen asserted. For example, understanding what she truly enjoys and desires. Vice President Zhang makes a valid point. Yu Hong nodded. So, do you know what Bai Xinran truly likes? Zhang Yuchen faltered, opening his mouth yet unable to articulate a response. Looks like you don't know either, Yu Hong chuckled. Well then, I shall take my leave, senior. With that, Yu Hong turned and departed. He had dinner plans with Ning Yutong that evening. He needed to think about what to eat. Also, the camera should arrive tomorrow. Once in hand, he would need to test its performance and shoot a few short videos with Ning Yutong to gauge the waters. Oh, and he should check in with Chinya about how things were going. How did yesterday's live stream perform? Would she be back today? As Yu Hong walked, lost in thought, he unknowingly approached the vicinity of the teaching building. At that moment, the second class of the morning had just concluded, and students poured out of various classrooms. Among the crowd, he spotted a familiar figure, Lin Yu, the cool, aloof girl he had seen at the hot pot restaurant last time. She walked alone, clutching 2 books, her gaze fixed ahead, devoid of expression. Yu Hong recalled his previous thoughts. With her physique and aura, she would make a striking live streamer. Just as he pondered this, Lin Yu suddenly turned her head, their eyes locking for a brief second. Lin Yu inclined her head slightly, a silent greeting, then continued walking. Yu Hong hesitated for a moment before following her. Lin Yu, he called out. Lin Yu halted, turning to face him, her eyes questioning. I'm a friend of Ning Yutong. Yu Hong introduced himself. We met at the hot pot restaurant last time. I remember. Lin Yu replied, her voice cool and distant. Yu Hong gathered his thoughts. Are you interested in doing live streaming? Indeed, his professional tendencies had kicked in. Lin Yu paused for a moment, her brow furrowing slightly. Live streaming? Yes, Yu Hong affirmed, entertainment live streaming. Not interested, Lin Yu stated decisively, turning to leave. Wait. Yu Hong called after her, let me finish. Lin Yu glanced back at him, her eyes betraying a hint of impatience. You have excellent physical attributes, Yu Hong said. Your demeanor is quite unique. If you were to live stream, you would undoubtedly find an audience. Earning 10 to 20,000 a month would be effortless. Lin Yu scrutinized him for several seconds before suddenly laughing. It was not a joyful laugh, but rather one tinged with derision. Do you boys think that if a girl possesses some beauty, she should Monetize it? Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback. That's not what I meant. What do you mean then? Lin Yu interrupted. You think I look decent, so I should sell myself online? I'm not suggesting that. Yu Hong attempted to clarify. Is there a difference? Lin Yu retorted. Appeasing an audience in front of a camera is no different from selling oneself. Having said that, she turned and walked away. This time, Yu Hong did not call after her. He stood still, watching as Lin Yu's figure vanished into the crowd. Well, that was yet another disappointment. Yu Hong touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, he did not perceive any flaw in his thoughts. In this era, beauty is indeed a form of capital. If one can monetize their looks, why not seize the opportunity? However, Lin Yu's personality was undeniably challenging. He shook his head and continued on his way. His phone vibrated again. This time, it was a message from Qin Lu. Yu Hong, Qin wants to come over for a live stream this afternoon. Are you available? Yu Hong replied, sure, what time? Qin Lu responded, around 2 o'clock. I'll take her over. All right, I will wait at home at 2. After sending the message, Yu Hong glanced at the time. It was 11:30. Time for lunch. He headed toward the cafeteria, still mulling over the earlier conversation. Although Lin Yu's words were rather harsh, they were not entirely devoid of merit. In the realm of live streaming, one is fundamentally selling voice, selling image, selling persona, albeit with a more sophisticated packaging. But then again, ISNT, every profession about selling in some way, it's all the same. Yu Hong entered the cafeteria, grabbed a meal, and found an empty seat. Just as he took a couple of bites, someone sat across from him. He looked up to find Xin Yuling. What brings you here? Yu Hong inquired. Is it a crime to eat? Xin Yuling replied, placing her tray down. She wore a black knitted sweater today, the neckline slightly low, revealing a glimpse of her collarbone. Yu Hong stole a few extra glances. What are you staring at? Xin Yuling shot him a glance. At your beauty, Yu Hong grinned. Xin Yuling let out a soft huff and lowered her head to eat. They sat in silence for a while until Xin Yuling suddenly asked, what did you do yesterday? Yesterday? Yu Hong pondered. I stayed at home. The entire day? Pretty much. Xin Yuling lifted her head to look at him. Wasn't Bai Xinran sick? Didn't you go see her? Yu Hong paused. How did you know she was ill? Ning Yutong told me. Xin Yuling replied. She said Bai Xinran caught a cold and was getting 4 fluids in the infirmary. Yu Hong nodded. I want to check on her this morning. Just a quick visit. What else was I supposed to do? Stay the entire day? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Xin Yuling didn't respond, taking a piece of eggplant and chewing slowly. Yu Hong observed her, pondering what exactly she wished to inquire. How did she and Ning Yutong come to be in contact? The last time Ning Yutong visited Bai Xinran at home, They even exchanged WeChat accounts. Were they chatting casually now? Had Xin Yuling's attitude towards Ning Yutong softened, so she no longer perceived her as a potential rival? Chapter 40. These stockings are truly beautiful. Ning Yutong still discusses this with you? Yu Hong pushed a bite of rice around his plate and lifted his eyes to appraise Shun Yuling Shun. Yuling leisurely picked up a piece of potato. What is wrong with that? Nothing, of course. Yu Hong smiled. So, are you two getting along better? When were we ever at odds? Shun Yuling raised an eyebrow. Haven't we always been fine? Not at odds. Fair enough. So be it. Yu Hong squinted slightly, relieved he suggested mediating between the two. Or he'd find himself in a precarious position. All right, I'm finished. Shin Yuling stood up. Do you have plans this afternoon? Yes. Yu Hong glanced at the time. Chinya is coming over for a live stream at 2. Chinya? Shin Yuling raised an eyebrow. Who is that? Our instructor's daughter. Yu Hong briefly explained. She dropped out and has now tried her hand at live streaming with me. Shin Yuling paused for 2 seconds, then suddenly laughed. Your place is turning into a shelter. What shelter? Yu Hong retorted. It's a talent incubation center. Call it what you like. Shin Yuling shrugged. Grabbing her bag, I'm off. See you tonight. She hesitated, leaving her sentence unfinished. What about tonight? Yu Hong pressed. Nothing. Shin Yuling turned and walked away. Yu Hong watched her retreating figure, noting how she always left her statements half-finished. He finished his meal and meandered back to the villa. Just as he entered, his phone rang. It was a call from the delivery service. Hello. Your package has arrived and is at the delivery station. All right, got it. His camera had arrived. Yu Hong glanced at the time. It was 1:30. He had enough time to pick it up. He locked the door and headed toward the school's delivery station. On the way, he encountered a few classmates and exchanged nods. Upon arriving at the station, he queued to collect his package. The box was not large, but quite heavy. Holding the box, Yu Hong began to contemplate how he would test the camera. What should he film for Ning Yutong's first video? A costume change? Or should he simply dance? He needed a good background. The villa's living room had decent lighting. It should work well in the evening with the lights on. Or perhaps he could find a spot at school to film. Lost in thought, his phone vibrated again. Ning Yutong sent a message. How about we have hot pot for dinner tonight? I know a new place with a particularly fragrant broth. Yu Hong typed with one hand. Sounds good. You arrange it. Great. I'll wait for you at the school gate at 6. Yu Hong put his phone away and quickened his pace. He returned to the villa just 5 minutes before 2. He placed the camera box in the living room, and the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found Qin Lu standing outside, dressed in a light gray knitted long dress, topped with a khaki trench coat. Her hair was still styled up, revealing her fair neck. The instructor's daughter has arrived. Yu Hong stepped aside. Where's Chinya? Right behind me. Qin Lu moved aside. Come in. Yu Hong gestured for them to enter. Chinya peeked out from behind her, not clad in her usual hoodie and shorts, but instead wearing a long down jacket. So, she was aware of the cold. As he mused, Chinya removed her down jacket, revealing a tank top and shorts underneath. Yu Hong looked at Chinya. How did yesterday's live stream go? It was okay. Chinya shrugged, her eyes darting to the living room. Still using that ugly case? For now. Yes, Yu Hong replied. I'll design a new case for you. But you must commit to streaming at least 5 days a week. Sure, I can stream whenever. Chinya huffed and headed straight upstairs. Qin Lu changed her shoes. Straightened up. This child has no manners whatsoever. It's fine. Yu Hong chuckled. Her personality is quite charming. They settled on the sofa in the living room. Yu Hong poured a glass of water and handed it to Qin Lu. Instructor, have some water. Thank you. Qin Lu accepted it, taking a sip. Yu Hong, any progress with the club? Yu Hong's eyes lit up. What do you mean? The department has, in principle, agreed. Qin Lu set down her cup, but there are conditions. Go ahead, Yu Hong urged. First, club activities must not disrupt normal teaching order. Qin Lu raised a finger. Second, all livestream content must be healthy and positive, avoiding any gray areas. She paused, looking at Yu Hong, especially the second point. The department leaders emphasized it strongly. Yu Hong clicked his tongue internally. Healthy and positive? Avoiding gray areas? What is the point of live streaming then? However, he maintained a smiling facade, nodding. Understood. We will definitely adhere to the rules. When can we start recruiting? You can start now. Qin Lu thought for a moment. You initiate the recruitment, and I'll look into finding an activity room. Great. Yu Hong rubbed his hands together. What about equipment? The department can lend you some lighting equipment, Qin Lu mentioned, but it will primarily depend on your own resources. All right then, no problem. Yu Hong grinned. We'll take it slow. He never expected the school to provide much in terms of material support. The living room fell silent. Yu Hong glanced at Qin Lu, who was focused on her phone. The hem of her clothing was slightly open, and her legs, encased in black stockings, glimmered with a delicate sheen. Not in skin-colored stockings today, Yu Hong ventured. His voice lowered slightly. Qin Lu lifted her head to meet his gaze. Yu Hong, returning her look, smiled. That pair of stockings you're wearing today is truly beautiful. The moment the words left his mouth, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Lu's face, swiftly followed by a complex expression, her tone tinged with playful reproach. Yu Hong, speak properly. Haha, just stating the truth. Yu Hong chuckled awkwardly, sensing it was best to drop the topic. He then shifted the conversation. Instructor, does Qin Yu's father often travel? Qin Lu shot him a glance. Why do you ask that? Casually inquiring, Yu Hong feigned nonchalance, observing the hardships Qin Lu often faced while caring for her. After a brief moment of silence, Qin Lu replied softly. He works in a different city and may not return even once or twice a month. Yu Hong nodded, acknowledging the challenge. That must be quite difficult. I've grown accustomed to it, Qin Lu stated, her tone remaining steady. From upstairs, Qin Yu's voice echoed. Why do you care how old I am? Yu Hong and Qin Lu exchanged glances, both chuckling. This child. Qin Lu shook her head, yet her eyes sparkled with amusement. Observing her smile stirred something within Yu Hong. Her laughter accentuated the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, adding a depth that spoke of a mature woman's allure, incomparable to that of a young girl. Director, he ventured. What do you do on weekends by yourself? Qin Lu razor-gazed him. Why are you so chatty today? Haha, Yu Hong chuckled awkwardly. I thought since we're both here, we might as well converse. I read, watch films, Qin Lu replied, and occasionally take Qin Yu out for a stroll. Oh, Yu Hong nodded. That sounds rather leisurely. Qin Lu did not respond, lowering her eyes to continue perusing her phone. Yu Hong refrained from further inquiries. Such matters could not be rushed and required patience. After a while, the noise from upstairs subsided. Qin Yu descended the stairs, her footsteps echoing with excitement. Mom, someone just gifted me a captain. Captain? Qin Lu frowned, perplexed. It's a gift. Qin Yu exclaimed, standing before her mother. It's worth over 100 yuan. Qin Lu turned to Yu Hong, seeking clarification. Yu Hong explained, it's a virtual gift from viewers, priced at 138 yuan. After the platform takes its cut, the streamer receives half. Qin Lu's brows furrowed deeper. This money. It's a legitimate income. Yu Hong interjected quickly, completely lawful. Qin Lu's expression softened. If that's how it is, then that's quite good, right? Qin Yu beamed, settling onto the sofa. I streamed for an hour and a half today, with over 30 viewers at my peak. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. You've made remarkable progress. That's splendid. Of course, Qin Yu replied proudly, lifting her chin. I'll learn quickly. Yu Hong chuckled, finding her adorably flustered by the praise. Next time, can you manage 3 hours? He suggested, the longer you stream, the better the traffic. Then I'll try streaming for 3 hours next time. Qin Yu pouted. That's the spirit. Yu Hong smiled widely. Traffic is cultivated through endurance. But don't overexert yourself. If you feel tired, take breaks to stretch or hydrate. I know, stop nagging, Qin Yu retorted impatiently. Qin Lu observed her daughter's demeanor, shaking her head gently. Yet her eyes betrayed an undeniable tenderness. Turning to Yu Hong, she resumed her serious tone. Yu Hong, since the department has approved it, please expedite the recruitment for the club. Otherwise, if we fail to attract members, it may eventually be disbanded. Understood, Director. Yu Hong nodded. I'll commence the process in the next few days. In truth, he already had a plan. Recruitment was merely a procedural formality. Mom, can I go upstairs to tidy up? Qin Yu stood up. Go ahead, just don't forget anything, Qin Lu advised. Qin Yu rushed upstairs, returning shortly with her bag in hand. She donned her down jacket, zipping it up to her chin, resembling a tightly wrapped dumpling. Let's go, Mom, she urged. Qin Lu stood, smoothing her skirt. Then we shall head back now. All right, Director. Take care. Yu Hong bid them farewell. After closing the door behind the mother and daughter, Yu Hong exhaled deeply. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Baizin Ran. Boss, I'm feeling much better and should be able to resume streaming tomorrow. Yu Hong replied, no rush. Ensure you're fully recovered first. Don't stream halfway and fall ill again. Baizin Ran responded, got it. By the way, Zhang Yuchen came to see me today and brought me a cup of milk tea. Yu Hong stared at the screen, his fingers hovering over the keyboard for a few seconds. This person certainly displays persistence. He typed, and then, Baizin Ran replied, I didn't accept it. I just feel something's off about him. His gaze towards me seems strange. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow, impressed by her awareness. So, she must also be cognizant of her own feelings? He responded, haha. All right, take care, and message me if anything comes up. Baizin Ran replied, understood. Where are you up to today, boss? Yu Hong responded, to send Qin Yu off. Now I'm lounging around. Baizin Ran asked, has Qin Yu started streaming? Yu Hong confirmed. Yes, she's using a public account. It's already the second day, and she's received a captain. Baizin Ran exclaimed, so impressive. Yu Hong remarked, isn't it far behind you? Baizin Ran retorted, that's different. I use a private account. Virtual streamers rely on their avatar. After exchanging a few more messages with Zin Ran, he glanced at the time. It was nearly 5 o'clock. Time to prepare to head out. At 6 o'clock, at the school gate, when Yu Hong arrived, Ning Yatong was already waiting. She wore a creamy white sweater paired with a plaid skirt, her legs clad in skin-bearing tights and chic shoes, giving her an overall soft appearance. Have you been waiting long? Yu Hong approached her. Not at all. I just arrived. Ning Yatong replied with a bright smile. The restaurant isn't far from here. Shall we walk? Sure, he agreed, and they strolled leisurely along the sidewalk. The evening breeze carried a chill, prompting Ning Yatong to lean closer to Yu Hong. Yu Hong, she suddenly spoke. How is Zin Ran doing? Much better. She should be able to stream tomorrow, Yu Hong answered. That's good to hear, Ning Yatong nodded, hesitating before continuing. Actually, I chatted with Yu Ling today. Yu Hing turned to her, curious. What did you discuss? Just casual conversación, Ning Yutong replied, blinking. She asked if you were recruiting new streamers again. Yu Hong felt a stir within him. What did you say? I said it seemed that way. Since I heard you mention it. Ning Yatong tilted her head. How many streamers do you have now? Including Chinya, 2. Yu Hong replied. But Chinya is just starting. Zin Ran is still the main one. By the way, Ning Yatong chimed in. The film club has a viewing event this weekend. We're screening The Truman Show. Would you like to join us? The Truman Show? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Sure. I have no plans for the weekend anyway. It's settled then. Ning Yatong gleefully shook his arm. As they arrived at the hot pot restaurant, they found it already bustling with patrons. Ning Yatong had made a reservation, and the server led them to a window seat. After placing their orders, and while waiting for the broth to boil, Ning Yatong rested her chin on her hand. Gazing at Yu Hong, by the way, how do you plan to shoot those short videos we discussed? Are you interested in filming? Yu Hong inquired. Yes. Ning Yatong nodded eagerly. I think it would be fun to try, and if I could earn some pocket money, I wouldn't have to keep asking my family for cash. Haha, earning money might take some time. Yu Hong chuckled. Monetizing through social media isn't a quick process. It could take 3 to 5 months to see any progress, but may also go viral. That's fine. We can treat it as a pastime. Ning Yutong replied. All right, for our first video, let's keep it simple, he suggested. We'll do a costume change. You can wear something ordinary, like what you're wearing now, and then switch to a JK or Lolita dress. Choose a song with a strong beat to transition with. Ning Yatong pondered. That doesn't sound too difficult, but where should we film? My rented villa would be perfect. Yu Hong replied. The living room has good lighting and a clean backdrop. Plus, I just bought a camera, so the quality will definitely be top-notch. A camera. Ning Yatong's eyes widened. Isn't it expensive? It's all right. It's an investment. Yu Hong downplayed. If you're set on it, we can film this weekend. The film club event is in the evening, so we can shoot during the day. As the broth began to bubble and the fragrant aroma filled the air, Ning Yatong picked up a slice of beef, dipped it into the broth, and savored it, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. So delicious. Yu Hong, Ning Yatong suddenly asked, do you think if I really make short videos, would anyone watch them? Absolutely. Yu Hong replied with conviction. You are beautiful, have a great figure, and dance quite well. These attributes already set you apart from many others. Ning Yatong blushed slightly. Stop mentioning my figure. But it's the truth, Yu Hong shrugged. Such a physique is hard to come by in the industry. After uttering these words, he found himself momentarily taken aback. He had become accustomed to bantering with Zin Ran, and his boundaries seemed to have slipped. Quickly, he glanced at Ning Yatong. She was pinching a piece of beef tripe, biting her lip, and, after several seconds, murmured softly, You really are something. She dipped the tripe into the sauce and feigned indifference as she asked, Do all guys like watching that kind of stuff? Yu Hong raised his gaze to her. The steam from the hot pot wafted around her cheeks, causing her eyelashes to flutter slightly. Not necessarily, he pondered before adding. But I imagine not many have avoided it entirely. To be honest, many girls watch it too. Is that true? Ning Yatong's eyes widened in surprise. Absolutely, Yu Hong grinned. There are even films specifically made for women, known as female-oriented. The plots, the atmosphere, everything is quite different, and the actors are often significantly more attractive. Should I find a couple for you to watch? No way. I absolutely do not want to see that. Ning Yatong's face turned completely crimson. All right, I won't tease you anymore, Yu Hong chuckled. But if you ever want to watch, just let me know. You just said girls also watch those films. Ning Yatong suddenly recalled. How do you know that? Well, Xin Yueling watches them. Yu Hong instinctively replied. Once, when Xin Yueling came over to my place, she accidentally clicked on one, and we ended up watching it together. After that, I shared all my good find with her. Ning Yatong's mouth fell open in astonishment. You watched it with Yueling? Yeah, Yu Hong nodded. We did. Ning Yatong fell silent for a few seconds before quietly asking, what was Yueling's reaction? Yu Hong couldn't help but chuckle at her inquisitive expression. This girl certainly had a unique focus. What reaction could there be? He shrugged. She was a bit shy at first, but then she got into it. Then I want to watch too. Chapter 42. Watching films requires the right atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Yu-hung looked at Ning Yatong, who was still nibbling on her chopsticks, her gaze wandering elsewhere. Interesting, he remarked slowly. Watching films requires the right atmosphere. What kind of atmosphere? Ning Yatong finally turned to him. Yu-hung spoke with a serious tone. Well, you need to find a comfortable spot. Not too bright, not too dark. It's best to have some snacks and drinks. Most importantly, he paused deliberately. What? Ning Yutong, it should be a safe place where no one can disturb you. Yu-hung grinned. When something exciting happens, you can even learn a thing or two on the spot. Then I want to watch. Ning Yatong turned her head away. You're always thinking about mischief. Haha, just kidding. Yu-hung laughed. I promise I'll just watch. No funny business. He reminded himself to be patient. Promise? Ning Yatong turned back to him. Those words sound untrustworthy. Why untrustworthy? Yu-hung replied. Dipping a piece of beef tripe in a pot. I'm a man of my word. Yeah, right? Ning Yatong murmured. You just said you'd learn on the spot. That was just a joke. Yu-hung chuckled. If we do watch, it will be purely for appreciation, absolutely no funny business. He found himself amused by the thought. When we watching then? Ning Yatong probed, poking at the tripe in her bowl. Yu-hung's heart stirred. There's potential here. He sipped his sour plum drink and said, this weekend we're filming the short video, right? Let us focus on that first, and once we're done, we can watch. Okay, Ning Yatong responded, without further questioning. The red oil in the pot bubbled, steam rising. After eating for a while, Ning Yatong suddenly recalled something. By the way, my roommate mentioned today that her boyfriend invited her to a private cinema this weekend. Private cinema? Yu-hung raised an eyebrow. Is that really a legitimate place for watching movies? She said it's just for watching films. Ning Yatong blinked. They have sofas, blankets, and you can choose the movie yourself. Sure, and they could do other things too. Yu-hung scoffed. Do you really think your roommate is just going to the private cinema to watch a movie? Ning Yatong paused, then realized her face flushed again. Why do you always think that way? It's not just me. Yu-hung shrugged. That place serves that purpose. Dim, private with large, soft sofas. Do you really think young couples go there just to watch a movie? He paused, looking at Ning Yatong. It's like me telling you that I have a cat at home that could do backflips. Would you want to see that? Is that for real? Ning Yatong's eyes widened. Yu-hung was momentarily speechless, waving his hand to shift the topic. So for the weekend video shoot, what do you plan to wear? At the mention, Ning Yatong's eyes brightened. I'm thinking of wearing that light blue JK uniform, the one I wore for the last interview. For the casual outfit before the transformation, I'll just wear this sweater and skirt. Is that okay? That's fine, Yu-hung nodded. In fact, wearing pajamas would be great too. The greater the contrast, the better. Then I'll bring both. Ning Yatong bit the tip of her chopsticks. I need to hit the music cue, but I'm afraid I want to do it well. No worries, just practice a few times, Yu-hung assured her. That is how shooting videos works. If one take doesn't work, just shoot another until you're satisfied. He didn't have much experience with short videos himself. In his previous life, he mainly dealt with live streaming operations, but he had seen enough to grasp the basic techniques, especially for videos focused on appearance. The core elements were three: good looks, stable camera work, and precise timing. As long as Ning Yatong didn't get so nervous that she fumbled, everything would be fine. Yu-hung. Ning Yatong suddenly looked at him earnestly. If I really can't get it right, would you think I'm foolish? How could I? Yu-hung chuckled. This is just a matter of practice. The more you shoot, the better you'll get. Besides, your dancing is quite good, so your sense of rhythm shouldn't be an issue. Ning Yatong then sighed in relief, smiling. That's good. After finishing their hot pot, it was nearly 8 o'clock. As they stepped out of the restaurant, the evening breeze dissipated much of the lingering hot pot aroma. Shall I walk you back to your dorm? Yu-hung asked. MHM. Ning Yutong nodded. The streetlights elongated their shadows as they walked side by side on the path back to school. Yu-hung, Ning Yatong suddenly spoke softly. I think you're doing quite well right now. In what way? Just in doing what you want to do? Ning Yatong replied. Renting a place, live streaming, making videos. It feels like you know exactly what you want. Yu-hung turned to look at her. Under the warm glow of the streetlight, Ning Yatong's profile appeared gentle, her eyelashes casting a soft shadow on her cheeks. Do I? Yu-hung chuckled. I'm just fumbling about. Not fumbling at all, Ning Yatong said earnestly. Many boys in our class just play games all day, and you're so much better than them. Hearing that made him feel appreciated. Yu-hung didn't respond, reflecting on how he had already been through a similar phase and learned the value of time. In his previous life, he had drifted aimlessly through high school, feeling lost after the release of the pressures. He hadn't truly figured things out during his 4 years of university, nor had he enjoyed himself fully. But he could share this with Ning Yatong. What about you? He countered. What do you want to do? As for me, Ning Yatong pondered. I used to just want to study hard, graduate, and find a stable job. But now I feel like trying something different like you. It seems quite interesting. She paused, her voice softening. That's why I want to try making short videos, and I'm really happy doing these things with you. Yu-hung understood the implication behind her words and smiled. As long as you're happy, that's what matters. There will be plenty of things for us to do together in the future. As they arrived at the foot of the girls' dormitory, a number of young couples lingered at the entrance, reluctant to part ways. Yu-hung and Ning Yatong stood in the shadows, untouched by the flickering streetlight, and the atmosphere grew subtly charged. Shall I head up now? Ning Yatong released his arm, but hesitated before turning away. Yu-hung nodded. Rest early. See you this weekend. Chapter 43. The Little Lowly's Words. The next morning, at precisely 7 o'clock, the alarm rang. Yu-hung, still cocooned in his blanket, reached out to silence it without opening his eyes. The dormitory was filled with the sound of snoring. How Junrin turned over in bed, mumbling something before drifting back to sleep. Struggling to sit up, Yu-hung rubbed his face, recalling that he had not gone to bed particularly early the night before. After dining on hot pot with Ning Yatong, he had chatted with by Xinran on WeChat, who insisted she was feeling much better and was determined to stream live the next day. He glanced at his phone to check the time, 7:05 a.m. He had no classes in the morning, but he needed to make a trip to the villa. The computer from Qin Ya's stream yesterday had been left on, and it required tidying up. Furthermore, he could no longer postpone the recruitment for the club. He needed to hasten the production of some promotional materials. Yu-hung climbed out of bed quietly, completed his morning routine, changed his clothes, and left the dormitory. The morning air was brisk, and he noticed that some individuals were already jogging on the playground. He stopped at a roadside stall to purchase a couple of buns and a cup of soy milk, munching as he made his way to the villa. Upon pushing open the villa door, he found a half-full bottle of mineral water on the coffee table and the sofa cushions askew. Yu-hung first ascended the stairs to Qin Ya's streaming room. As expected, the computer was still running. He organized the equipment before descending once more. Leaning back against the sofa, he pondered the club's recruitment efforts. Surely, a poster was necessary? At the very least, people needed to understand what a virtual streamer was. Perhaps he could take a notebook and play a segment of by Xinran's live stream as a demonstration. However, her outfit was rather risque. Would it be inappropriate to showcase it at school? He opened Taobao to find a design shop, clearly articulating his requirements, requesting a graphic to be produced within 24 hours. Afterwards, he could simply visit a nearby advertising agency to print a pull-up banner. Once these tasks were completed, Qin Lu's call came through. Yu-hung pressed the answer button. Hello, instructor? Yu-hung? Qin Lu's voice sounded somewhat hurried on the other end. Are you at the villa right now? Yes, I've just come over to tidy things up. Yu-hung straightened up on the sofa. Is there something urgent? Actually, Qin Lu paused. There's a sudden matter at school that I need to address, and I will likely be busy until the afternoon. I was hoping to send her over early since she wants to prepare for the stream. Yu-hung raised an eyebrow. How early are we talking? Is it possible to send her over now? Qin Lu hesitated. She has nothing to do at home and insists on getting ready for the stream early. If I tidy up here, I should be able to take her by around 9. It was barely past 8. Yu-hung glanced at the wall clock. All right, please bring her over. I'll wait here. That's wonderful. Qin Lu sighed in relief. I won't be able to accompany her today, but I'll come to pick her up in the evening. No problem. Yu-hung quickly reassured her. Rest assured, Qin will be just fine with me. I have no classes today, and once she finishes streaming, I can keep her entertained for a while. You go ahead with your work. There was a brief silence on the line. Yu-hung could faintly hear Qin Ya's voice in the background. Mom, did you confirm with him? All right, just a moment, Qin Lu replied, returning her attention to Yu-hung. Thank you for your help. Of course, I'll be waiting. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang punctually. Yu-hung opened the door to find Qin Lu standing outside, dressed in formal attire, her hair neatly styled, and a light touch of makeup gracing her features, making her appear considerably more serious than usual. Is there a significant event at the college today, instructor? Yu-hung raised an eyebrow. Their essay meeting in the department. Qin Lu briefly explained, stepping aside to let Qin Ya in. Hurry inside, don't dawdle. Qin Ya, dressed quite appropriately in a light gray sweatshirt paired with jeans and white sneakers, shot Yu-hung a glance, but said nothing as she strode directly into the room. Then, Yu-hung, I'll leave her in your care. Qin Lu glanced at her watch. I'll come back around 5 or 6 after the meeting. Sure. You take care of your business. Yu-hung nodded. Qin Lu offered a few more reminders to Qin Ya before she hurriedly departed. With the door closed, the villa was left with just Yu-hung and Qin Ya. The living room fell silent for a few moments. Qin Ya tossed her backpack onto the sofa, plopped down, and began scrolling through her phone. Yu-hung settled into a chair opposite her, crossing his legs. Have you eaten breakfast? Yes, Qin Ya replied without looking up. What did you have? Jianbing Qiazi. Oh, Yu-hung nodded. Well then, let us get ready to head upstairs for your stream. Remember, today's goal is 3 hours. Qin Ya finally lifted her head, pouting. I know, stop nagging. She stood up, grabbed her backpack, and headed for the stairs. pausing at the stairway. She glanced back at Yu Hong. Are you just going to stay downstairs? Why not? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Would you like me to join and witness you being criticized by the audience? Who is getting criticized? Chinya shot back. I'm the one doing the criticizing. Right? Right? You're amazing. Yu Hong waved his hand. Off you go. If you manage to stream for 3 hours today, I'll take you to the arcade this afternoon. The arcade? Chinya scoffed, as if I've never been to one. With a huff, Chinya turned and ascended the stairs. Yu Hong listened to the sound of the door closing above, then picked up his phone to check the time. 9:30 a.m. If she truly managed to stream for 3 hours, it would end around 12:30 p.m. He opened Taobao, glancing at the chat window with the design shop. There was no reply yet. It seemed he would have to wait until the afternoon for the graphic. Leaning back on the sofa, Yu Hong dozed off. He didn't awaken until 12:30 p.m. Checking the time, he realized Chinya's stream was nearly over. He stood up, poured himself a glass of water, and waited for her to come down. A few minutes later, Chinya descended the stairs in her slippers, the sound echoing as she walked. Finished streaming? Yu Hong inquired. Chinya approached the sofa and sat down. How'd it go today? What are the numbers? Not bad, Chinya replied casually. Though the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, I had 2 new captains today. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Impressive. You're progressing quickly. Of course. Chinya lifted her chin. I told you I learned quickly. Observing her proud demeanor, Yu Hong suddenly asked, Is your mother always this busy with work? Chinya shot him a sidelong glance. Why do you want to know that? Just curious. Yu Hong shrugged, noticing her formal attire. I thought there might be something important. What could be so important? Chinya scoffed. It's just a meeting. She has them every day. What about your father? Yu Hong inquired casually. Is he busy with work too? Chinya's expression dimmed slightly. Why are you asking so many questions? Just showing concern for my employees' family situations. Yu Hong grinned. After all, you're now one of my streamers. Who is your employee? Chinya muttered under her breath, but still replied, My dad, doesn't he live with my mom anymore? So we barely see each other throughout the year. Oh, Yu Hong nodded, having already been informed of this. So it's just you and your mom most of the time? What else would it be? Chinya snapped. Are you counting heads? All right. No more questions. Yu Hong laughed. Shifting the topic, are you hungry? What do you feel like eating? Chinya paused for a moment and replied softly, Anything. Chapter 44. Sundara is just a protective cover. Yu Hong stood up, grabbing his jacket from the sofa. Let's go eat. I know a place in a mall that serves excellent pickled fish. Pickled fish? Chinya put away her phone. Is it spicy? Would you like a mild spice? Yu Hong opened the door and glanced back at her. You can't handle spicy food? Who can't handle spicy food? Chinya immediately retorted, I can eat it just fine. Yu Hong chuckled inwardly. This girl was so competitive even about meals. The two of them hailed a cab at the entrance of the community, and Yu Hong informed the driver of the mall's name. Ever since the new semester began, this area had become quite lively, with even taxis frequently heading in that direction. Inside the car, the air conditioning was on full blast, prompting Chinya to unzip her down jacket slightly, revealing a light gray sweatshirt underneath. What does your mother usually cook for you? Yu Hong casually inquired. Just the usual, Chinya replied, gazing out the window. Sometimes she works overtime, and I just order takeout myself. You order takeout every day? What else can I do? Chinya turned her head. She doesn't know how to cook many dishes, and those she does make are rather unpalatable. Yu Hong glanced at her through the rearview mirror. My dad can cook, Chinya suddenly added, her voice lowering a bit. But he hardly does it more than a few times a year. Yu Hong chose not to respond. The car fell silent for a few seconds, with only the faint sound of music from the radio filling the air. What does your dad do for a living? He asked. He's also a teacher. But he teaches at a high school in the city. Yu Hong pondered over this. It seemed that her relationship with her father was not particularly strong. Or perhaps they simply had little time together. So, who takes care of you usually? He queried. I'm old enough. Who needs taking care of? Chinya said. I just keep to myself. So that's why you're so independent now. Yu Hong chuckled. It's all self-taught. Of course. Chinya turned her face away. I'm already an adult. A classic case of stubbornness. Yu Hong chose not to press the matter further. As they arrived at the mall, they disembarked and entered the bustling shopping center. During lunchtime, the dining area was already filled with patrons. This one, Yu Hong pointed to a restaurant ahead. Shall we? Chinya looked up at the sign and, without a word, followed him inside. The server guided them to a window-side table and handed the menus. Yu Hong pushed the menu towards Chinya. Order what you like. Chinya scanned the menu, her eyes lingering on a few pricier items. But ultimately, she chose the most basic sauerkraut fish set. Is that all? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Yep. Chinya closed the menu. No other dishes? Yu Hong took back the menu. I think the beef rolls look good. And how about some shrimp paste whatever? Chinya picked up her teacup and took a sip, her gaze drifting to the window. Yu Hong understood her hesitation perfectly. This girl clearly wanted something better, but was too shy to order it. He waved to the server and added all the expensive dishes she'd glanced at earlier, along with a pot of freshly squeezed juice. Why order so much? Chinya grumbled. I can't finish it all. If you can't finish it, we can pack it. Yu-hung replied. If your mom is still busy cooking dinner later, you can just heat it up. Chinya paused for a moment, then fell silent, fiddling with the cutlery on the table. While waiting for the food, Yu-hung took out his phone and glanced at a message from the design shop, stating that the draft for the poster would be ready before 3 in the afternoon. He replied affirmatively and looked up to find Chin Yu secretly watching him. What are you staring at? Yu-hung asked with a smile. Who is staring at you? Chin Yu quickly averted her gaze. I'm looking outside. In truth, there was nothing particularly interesting outside, just the hustle and bustle of the mall atrium. Yu-hung chose not to confront her, pouring her more tea instead. What do you want to do at the arcade this afternoon? Any particular games in mind? Anything's fine, Chin Yu replied. It's just to pass the time. Did you go often before? I went a few times with my dad when I was little, Chin Yu said, but then he got too busy. Another mention of her father. Yu-hung noted that her tone always became a bit awkward whenever her dad was the topic of conversation. It wasn't pure disdain, it felt more like disappointment. Did your dad promise you many things that he didn't fulfill? Yu-hung ventured to ask. Chin Yu abruptly lifted her head, her eyes flashing with annoyance. Why are you asking so much? Just making conversation, Yu-hung shrugged. If you don't want to talk. That's fine. Chin Yu bit her lip, remaining silent, just as the server arrived with a steaming bowl of sauerkraut fish. Let's eat, Yu-hung said, picking up his chopsticks, changing the subject. Chin Yu picked up a piece of fish, blowing on it before putting it in her mouth. How is it? Yu-hung asked. It's okay, Chin Yu responded, though her chopsticks didn't pause. Here, have this shrimp paste, Yu-hang said, transferring the freshly cooked shrimp paste in her bowl. Noting that it was handmade, Chin Yu glanced at the shrimp paste in her bowl and muttered a soft, thank you. Yu-hung raised an eyebrow. It was rare for her to express gratitude. He then added a few slices of beef rolls to her bowl. Eat more. You'll need the energy for the games later. I'm not a child, Chin Yu protested. You don't have to keep serving me. All right, serve yourself then, Yu-hung said. But he still pushed the dishes that were further from her closer to her side. Chin Yu noticed but said nothing, focusing on her meal. They ate for over half an hour, and Chin Yu clearly reached her limit, leaning back in her chair and rubbing her stomach. Full? Yu-hung asked with a smile. Chin Yu nodded. Then let's go, time to digest. After settling the bill, Yu-hung carried the takeout boxes as they headed toward the arcade. As soon as Chin Yu entered, her eyes darted around. Exchange for some tokens? Yu-hung approached the counter. Sure, Chin Yu followed, gazing at the dazzling array of tokens displayed in the glass case. Yu-hung exchanged 200 yuan for tokens, filling 2 small baskets to the brim. Chin Yu took one basket, weighing it in her hands, a smile creeping onto her lips, but quickly faded. What do you want to play? Yu-hung asked. Anything, Chin Yu replied, but she headed straight for the basketball machine. Yu-hung followed her, watching as she inserted a token, starting the timer. Chin Yu grabbed a basketball and shot it. Her form was decent, but her aim was lacking, with several balls bouncing off the rim. You're not doing it right, Yu-hung said from beside her. You need to use your wrist, not just throw it with your arm. Who asked for your help? Chin Yu shot back, attempting another throw, but it still missed. Unable to stand by, Yu-hang stepped behind her, grasping her wrist. See, like this. Just a flick of the wrist, he guided her wrist through the motion, and the basketball arched gracefully through the air, swishing through the net. Yu-hung immediately released her wrist and stepped back. That's the feeling. Give it a try. Picking up another ball and shooting it with the newfound technique, scoring successfully. Her eyes lit up, and she shot again, making that one too. Not bad. You're picking it up quickly, Yu-hung said. It's not hard, Chin Yu scoffed. After one round, she had beaten her previous high score. Impressive. Yu-hung patted her shoulder. Chin Yu shook her slightly sore wrist, unable to suppress a broad smile that broke through, though she quickly masked it again. Yu-hung caught a glimpse. This girl was surprisingly easy to please. What else do you want to play? Yu-hung asked. That one. Chin Yu pointed to the dance machine. Yu-hung raised an eyebrow. Can you dance? Let us find out. Chin Yu had already moved over. A few young people were gathered around the dance machine, and Chin Yu waited for a round to finish before inserting her token and stepping up. As the music began, a fast-paced Korean song filled the air. Yu-hung initially thought she would just be playing around, but Chin Yu kept up with the rhythm right away. Her footwork precise and her movements sharp. Applause began to erupt from the onlookers. Chin Yu danced more energetically, the hoodie-esque cap bobbing with her movements, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks from the exertion. At the end of the round, she scored an A rating and stepped off the machine, panting. Not bad at all. Yu-hung handed her a bottle of water he had just bought. Have you practiced before? I took dance classes for 2 years, Chin Yu replied, twisting off the cap and taking a large gulp, but then my dad said the tuition was too expensive, so he wouldn't let me continue. Another mention of her father. Yu-hung noticed that she had brought him up quite frequently today. Perhaps it was because other kids had their parents accompanying them while she was here with a boss she barely knew. Do you want to continue learning? Yu Hung asked. Chinya hesitated for a moment. Learning what? Dancing, of course. What's the point of learning that? Chinya remarked, twisting the cap back on the bottle. As it wouldn't serve as sustenance. This exemplified a typical pragmatic mindset, presumably inherited from her parents. If you like it, just learn it, Yu Hung replied. Not everything has to revolve around food. Chinya glanced at him, but chose not to respond, turning instead towards the claw machine. Yu Hung followed her, observing as she fixated on a panda plush inside. Do you want that one? He inquired. Just browsing, she retorted, though she remained rooted to the spot. Yu Hung chuckled, inserting a coin into the machine and maneuvering the joystick. On his first attempt, he failed, but on the second, he came close by the third try. The claw securely grasped the panda and delivered it to the exit. Wow, Chinya exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. She crouched down to retrieve the panda, cradling it in her arms while her fingers caressed its soft fur. Observing her delight, Yu Hung suddenly realized that this girl was, in fact, quite innocent, so easily pleased by a mere toy. Thank you, Chinya said softly, her voice significantly gentler than before. No need for thanks, Yu Hung replied. Is there another one you want to grab? Chinya pointed toward a nearby machine containing a rabbit. Yu Hung inserted another coin, but luck was not on his side. It took 5 attempts to finally secure it. With the panda in one arm and the rabbit in the other, Chinya appeared considerably softer. What else are we going to do? Yu Hung asked. Chinya glanced at the remaining coins in the basket. Let us save them for next time, she suggested. You're quite the planner, he nodded. Shall we sit over there for a while? They made their way to a row of benches in a corner of the arcade. Chinya placed the toys on her lap and checked the time on her phone. It's past 3, she noted. Your mom mentioned she'd pick you up around 5 or 6, Yu Hung replied, so there is still plenty of time. Injagnarif. Her fingers tracing the panda's ears. Yu Hung studied her profile, perceiving that her pride was merely a facade to shield her vulnerability, stemming from a lack of affection and a fear of revealing her true emotions. Yu Hung, Chinya called him. What is it? Next time. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Can we come again? Of course, he reassured her. As long as you complete your streaming tasks, you can come whenever you wish. Oh, she responded, somewhat dejectedly, but really there is nothing much to do in the arcade. Yu Hung glanced at the time again. Let us head downstairs to the bookstore while we wait for your mom. The bookstore? Chinya lifted her head. What is the point of going there? To kill time? Yu Hung replied, standing up. Or would you prefer to remain seated here? Chinya, clutching her plush toys, stood up. Then let us go. As they arrived at the bookstore on the 3rd floor of the mall, they found it to be quite spacious, divided into several sections. At this hour, it was relatively empty, with only a few students perusing the shelves. Let us check out that area, Yu Hung suggested, pointing to the literature section. Chinya followed him, the large panda plush bobbing with each step. Upon reaching the literature section, Yu Hung casually pulled a copy of 100 Years of Solitude from the shelf, flipped through it briefly, and then returned it. He hadn't read many books of that nature during his previous life. He had been too occupied with gaming and casual reads while studying, and his literary knowledge was rather scant. Have you read this? Chinya suddenly asked. Yu Hung turned to see her gazing at the same book. No, he admitted candidly, it looks too thick. Just seeing it makes me feel tired. Oh, she replied, taking the book down to inspect the front page. It's not that bad, but the character names are quite convoluted. I could keep track of who was who even after reading a third of it. Yu Hung raised an eyebrow. You've read it? Chinya nodded, returning the book to the shelf. I read it last year when I had some free time. She paused, her finger gliding over the spines of the books until it stopped at Les Miserables. Have you read this one too? Yu Hung inquired. Yes, she confirmed both volumes. It took me an entire summer. Yu Hung was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed she spent all her time gaming at home after dropping out of school. What else have you read? He asked, intrigued. Chinya shot him a sideways glance, moving to the next shelf and pointing out. I've read Dream of the Red Chamber, The Plum in the Golden Vase, and others. She paused, adding, and in terms of foreign literature, Pride and Prejudice and the Count of Monte Cristo. Hold on. Yu Hung interrupted. Are you trying to show off your reading list to me? He was astonished that she had read The Plum in the Golden Vase at her age. Who is showing off? Injari torti immediately. You asked me. Yu Hung, puzzled, looked at her and asked, but didn't you drop out? If your studies weren't good, why do you enjoy reading? Chinya lifted her gaze, her expression complex. Who said I wasn't good at studying? I was second in my grade. Really? If you were doing so well, why did you stop? Yu Hung frowned. Chinya fell silent, her demeanor growing somber. In 8th grade, she began softly. My parents started arguing. Yu Hung remained silent, listening intently. It wasn't a loud quarrel. She continued, more like a Cold War. The house felt like a freezer. They wouldn't talk to each other, and they hardly paid attention to me. She paused for a few seconds. During that time, I was especially afraid to go home. After school, I would just wander outside. Then one time during a monthly exam, I deliberately flunked it, ranking over 30 in the class. Yu Hong understood. I want to see if they would notice, she said, her voice slightly choked. But my mom just said to try harder next time, and my dad didn't come home that week. She laughed bitterly. After that, I thought, if no one praises me for doing well, and nobody scolds me for doing poorly, then why should I even try? So you deliberately stopped studying? Yu Hong asked. Injan nadif. I scribble through my homework, daydream in class, and just take exams casually. I thought once my grades fell to the bottom, they would finally pay attention to me. Her finger lingered on the spine of 100 years of solitude, pressing down firmly. And then, Yu Hong squinted, prompting her to continue. Then my dad moved out, Chinya said, pursing her lips. During that time, my mom cried every day, and she became even more distant from me. As she spoke, she turned away, her face devoid of expression. Eventually, I completely lost the desire to study. I drifted for a year, she shrugged, and in the end, I didn't even take the exams. Yu Hong observed her. She spoke of it so lightly. How foolish, he said. You were competing with your future for their attention. I know, Chinya replied, forcing a smile. Eventually, I figured it out, but it was already too late. I no longer wanted to study. Do you regret it now? Does regret even matter? Now, even if I wanted to work, nobody would hire me. It's better to just stay at home. All right, he said, reaching out to tousle her hair. What's in the past is in the past. Everything fine now? You're even starting to earn from streaming. Chinya was taken aback by his gesture, but didn't pull away. She merely muttered softly. Don't mess with my hair. She looked up at Yu Hong, a rare uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Do you think I can keep streaming? Of course. Yu Hong assured her. It's only your third day, and you already have 3 captains. You possess great potential. Really? Why would I lie to you? Yu Hong grinned. Once you gather more fans, you might even earn more than your parents do. Chinya's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again. But that is only if people watch. But you have me, Yu Hong said, thumping his chest. I'll help you soar. Chinya chuckled at his antics, her smile gentle yet genuine. Yu Hong, she suddenly called out. What is it? Thank you for spending time with me today, Chinya said earnestly, and for treating me to dinner and helping me win these toys. Yu Hong regarded her sincere expression with a hint of sentimentality. This girl, he mused, was remarkably easy to please. Just a meal and a few toys were enough to leave a lasting impression. No need for thanks. He waved his hand dismissively. Just focus on streaming well and earning more for me. Chinya nodded, I will. They wandered around a bit longer, and Chinya paused in front of a row of comics, but didn't reach out to grab any. If you want to read them, just take them. Yu Hong encouraged. I'll treat you. No need. Chinya shook her head. I just wanted to take a look. Yu Hong glanced at her. The young girl barely reached his chest, perhaps not even 5 feet tall. Her expression was somewhat forlorn, evoking a sense of pity. In the end, Yu Hong purchased a set of Demon Slayer, spending over 300 yuan. As they exited the bookstore, twilight had begun to settle. Yu Hong checked his phone. It was nearly 5 o'clock. Your mother should be arriving soon, he remarked. Let's wait by the entrance. Upon reaching the mall's entrance, Chinya stood beside Yu Hong, clutching her plush toy and comic books. The evening breeze swept past, and she nestled her face into the soft fur of the panda toy. Yu Hong, she suddenly said, can I call you brother from now on? Yu Hong was taken aback for a moment. It's up to you. If you want to call me that, go ahead. Brother. Chinya whispered, her voice barely audible. Nothing. She turned her face away, just trying it out. Yu Hong chuckled softly and fell silent. At 5:30, Chin Lu's car appeared punctually at the mall entrance. She opened the car door and, upon seeing Chinya with her stuffed toy and comic books, paused momentarily. Mom, Chinya exclaimed, jogging towards her. Brother Yu Hong got me this doll and bought me comics. Chin Lu glanced at Yu Hong, her expression somewhat complicated. How could you? It's no trouble. Yu Hong waved his hand dismissively. Chinya performed exceptionally well in her live stream today, gaining 2 new captains. This is a reward. Chin Lu looked down at her daughter, who wore a rare, carefree smile. Thank you, Yu Hong, she said. I appreciate your help today. Not at all. Yu Hong replied with a grin. Instructor, please take her home. It's getting chilly. As Chinya settled into the passenger seat, she waved at Yu Hong. Brother, I'll be back for the live stream tomorrow. All right, I'll be waiting. The car drove away. Yu Hong stood at the roadside, lighting a cigarette. After taking a couple of puffs, his phone vibrated. The design shop had sent the draft of the poster. He opened the image to review it. It was satisfactory and met the requirements. He replied with an affirmation and extinguished the cigarette in the trash can. Today had been quite fruitful. Not only had Chinya's live stream statistics improved, but their relationship had also grown closer. This girl, with proper nurturing, might truly achieve something. Yu Hong stretched lazily and began walking towards the school. During the brief interlude while waiting for Chin Lu, he and Chinya had engaged in some light conversation. which allowed him to learn a bit more about her. Qinya's father was a Chinese teacher at a prominent high school in the city, while Qinlu had originally worked at a branch of Tangchong Polytechnic in the city. Due to marital discord, she had applied to transfer to the campus in a university town for a quieter environment. Since Qinya had dropped out and was staying home, she brought her along. And now the mother and daughter rented an apartment in a nearby community. The young girl often found herself alone at home, which was undeniably lonely. He recalled Qinya's words about seeking attention through her downfall. Tisk, how foolish. Yet, who hasn't been foolish at some point? Chapter 46, The Feeling of Being in Love. Yu Hong strolled leisurely towards the school, the cigarette he held flickering in the evening breeze. As he passed the snack street, several stalls had already set up. The aromas of fried food mingling with cumin wafted through the air. A young couple stood by skewer's stall, the girl playfully scolding the boy. Can't you put less spice? The boy chuckled. Spicy food is more exciting. Want to sip some of my cola to cool down? Yu Hong glanced over and thought, how wonderful it is to be young, playfully bickering over spicy kebabs. What was he doing at that age? Ah, yes, he was in a relationship with Minjeo. But back then, they were far less affectionate. Both were straightforward in their intentions. Reflecting on it now, engaging with these girls had rekindled a semblance of normalcy in the experience of dating. He remembered that it took some time before he started pursuing Minjeo, but once their relationship was confirmed, the progression was astonishingly rapid. Within a week, they had rented a room at a hotel off campus. Minjeo had surprisingly taken the initiative and was quite experienced. Aren't you a first-timer? Yu Hong had asked. With someone, yes, she replied, but there are tools. Yu Hong was taken aback. At that moment, he couldn't help but wonder if Minjeo was busy crafting something in her dormitory right now. Upon reaching the school gate, his phone buzzed again. Yu Hong pulled it out to discover a voice message from Ning Yatong. He clicked to listen, her soft voice emerging. Yu Hong, I just tried on that JK outfit in the dorm. Would you like to see a photo to see if it fits? An accompanying playful emoji followed. Raising an eyebrow, Yu Hong replied via text. Sure, send it over. He typed while walking towards the dormitory building. After a few seconds, the photo arrived. Ning Yatong stood before the full-length mirror in her dorm, clad in the light blue JK, her hair styled in a high ponytail, flashing a peace sign at the camera. The dress fit her quite well, accentuating her slim waist and long legs. Yu Hong stared at the photo for a couple of seconds before replying. Looks good. That's the outfit. Remember to wear a pair of white knee-high socks. The contrast will enhance the effect. Ning Yatong replied almost immediately. Got it. I'll wear this on the weekend. Yu Hong pondered for a moment before typing. Let's meet Saturday morning. You come over, and we can test the lighting. Putting his phone away, he had just reached the dormitory entrance. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by the familiar scent of instant noodles. Hao Junren was holding a stainless steel bowl, slurping up noodles. Oh, Brother Heng is back. Have you eaten? I have. Yu Hong draped his jacket over the back of a chair. Your meals are consistently stable. You seem to be in a relationship with Master Kong. Well, it saves money. Hao Junren chuckled. By the way, the instructor just sent a notification in the group chat. Our department is organizing a freshman basketball tournament and asked if anyone from our class wants to sign up. A basketball tournament? It was indeed a thing. When he first entered university, brimming with energy, he would dive headfirst into such activities. Not only did he sign up, but they also unexpectedly advanced to the finals, ultimately securing the runner-up position in their department. Yu Hong vividly recalled that on the day of the finals, Minjeo had come to watch, though she was there to cheer for her own department. He even joked that their department didn't win the championship because she was cheering for the opposing team. That night, as he played, he had her shout encouragements. What are you thinking? Hao Junren tapped the edge of his bowl with his chopsticks. Are you signing up or not? The instructor needs a response by tomorrow. Of course I'm signing up. Why wouldn't I? Yu Hong straightened up. I wasn't involved in basketball in my last life, but I was decent in high school. I should be able to contribute. All right. Hao Junren perked up. Then I'll sign up too, although my skills are average. My size will definitely help with rebounding. Hao Junren was indeed robust. Not overweight, but towering at nearly 6'3" and weighing close to 180 pounds. Ho Sudong poked his head in. Are you rebounding or just using your weight to push people around? You don't know anything. Hao Junren retorted. Basketball is a contact sport. Yu Hong laughed. That's true. If you stand under the basket, you are a wall. He contemplated that if they played again this time, they might actually win a championship. Then you tell the instructor yourself. Hao Junren said, scrolling through his phone. I want to be the one to tell her. Fine. Yu Hong climbed onto his bunk and pulled out his phone. Leaning against the wall, he opened WeChat and found Qin Lu's chat window. He typed, Instructor, I'm signing up for the basketball tournament. After sending the message, he casually opened Qin Lu's moments. Her profile was quite tidy. The most recent post was from half a month ago, sharing an article from the school's official account titled Innovative Pathways for Aesthetic Education in the New Era. A typical style for a college counselor. As he pondered over it, his phone vibrated. Qin Lu replied promptly, "All right, I'll sign you up." Just as he was about to respond with a thank you, another message popped up. Qin came back quite happy today. "Thank you for your help." He stared at the message for a couple of seconds. Did Qin Lu's tone seem a bit softer than usual? It was not merely a matter of formalities and pleasantries. He typed back, "Qin is quite understanding, but she lacks someone to accompany her and play. If she wishes to stream on weekends, feel free to send her over at any time. I have nothing pressing to attend to." Qin Lu's side displayed, "The other party is typing for quite some time," ultimately responding with just 3 words, "What a bother." Yu Hong gazed at the reply, narrowing his eyes, feeling that the distance between them had not diminished much. "Never mind. I shall watch a drama, and then sleep." Initially, Yu Hong was not a fan of Korean dramas. However, the current domestic television series were dreadfully subpar, with atrocious scripts and even worse acting. He believed he could perform better himself. In contrast, the scripts and the actors in Korean dramas were commendable. They served as decent entertainment to pass the time. Listening to Korean was initially awkward, but after a while, he found it quite pleasant to the ear. The following morning, Yu Hong was roused from his slumber by the cacophony of Hao Junren's alarm clock. This scoundrel owned an Apple phone, set with the most rudimentary electronic beeping sound, and had the audacity to set 6 alarms, each ringing every 5 minutes. Anyone who had heard it knew that the sound was akin to a death knell. "Damn it." Yu Hong peered out from his bedding. "Can you turn off that wretched contraption?" Immediately, Hao Junren emerged from the covers, fumbling around for his phone, eventually managing to silence the alarm. The dormitory finally fell silent. Yu Hong glanced at his phone. It was 7:20. Resigned, he climbed out of bed, slipping into his slippers to wash up. The washroom was uncomfortably chilly, and the tap water was freezing, making him shiver. For heaven's sake, can the school heating be turned on any sooner for my early class? Beside the sink stood a stranger, meticulously styling his hair with wax, his focus unwavering. Yu Hong cast a sidelong glance, internally scoffing. For an early class, it feels more like a blind date. After finishing his morning routine and returning to the dorm, he found Hao Junren still sprawled on his bed, while Ho Sudong had already sat up, squinting as he pulled on his socks. "Get up, you rodent." Yu Hong kicked the bed frame of Hao Junren. "If you don't hurry, we'll miss breakfast." 5 more minutes, came the muffled response from beneath the blankets. Yu Hong, feeling exasperated, declared, "Well, I'm off then." "Wait for me." Hao Junren suddenly sat up. "I'm coming right now. Aren't you going to wash up?" "No time, let us go." Chapter 47. This place is a veritable breeding ground for, well. Yu Hong looked at Hao Junren's disheveled hair and the remnants of sleep in his eyes. "At least wash your face before you go out. What kind of impression do you want to leave?" Hao Junren shrugged on his coat. "Who cares? It's just an early class. Nobody else watching anyway. We're all half dead." Ho Sudong stood at the door, adjusting his glasses. "Hurry up, or we'll be late." Lu Tiankai appeared at the door, carrying a bag of buns and a cup of soy milk. "I knew you guys wouldn't wake up, so I brought you breakfast." "Oh, father," Hao Junren exclaimed as he grabbed a bag of buns and soy milk. "Can you do this every day?" "Only if I'm really your dad." Lu Tiankai shot him a glare, then handed out the portions for Yu Hong and Ho Sudong. "Here you go. Eat on the way. Otherwise, we'll truly be late." The 4 of them dashed out of the dormitory. Hao Junren yawned, tears forming in his eyes. Who on earth invented this early class? "It's inhumane. And it's just a fluff course," Ho Sudong added. "This is merely a test of compliance." Yu Hong scoffed. "Otherwise, what purpose do these fluff courses serve?" The classroom for the early class was on the first floor, and they slipped in through the back door, finding that most seats were already occupied. At the podium stood an elderly professor in his 50s, adjusting a projector while wearing reading glasses, moving at a leisurely pace. Yu Hong scanned the classroom, spotting a few vacant seats at the back by the window. "Over there," he pointed, crouching low as he made his way to sit down. Hao Junren plopped into a chair, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Made it." Yu Hong shoved his backpack under the desk and looked up at the projector. The professor pushed up his glasses and began the lecture, his voice calm and devoid of inflection. The hypnotic effect was undeniable. Within 10 minutes, Hao Junren's head began to droop. Yu Hong leaned back in his chair, pulled out his phone, and set it to silent mode. Ning Yatong had sent another message. "Yu Hong, I've purchased the white over-the-knee socks. They have lace trim. Is that all right?" Attached was a screenshot from Taobao. Yu Hong opened the image, examining the lace. This girl indeed had a good eye. He replied, "Sounds good. Just remember to bring a pair of regular short socks to wear underneath before the costume change." "Okay." Just as he was getting lost in thought, Hao Junren nudged his arm, lowering his voice. "Hey, look up front." Yu Hong lifted his gaze to follow Hao Junren's indication. In the aisle of the front row sat a girl with long hair, wearing a light cotton jacket, her posture impeccably straight. Just from her back, one could tell she possessed a certain elegance. "Who is she?" Yu Hong inquired. "Meng Shiryui." The one we talked about that night. How Junren replied, winking. Yu-hung suddenly recalled, realizing he and T recognized her at all. They had never met face to face before. How Junren elbowed him again. Well, isn't she quite something? Yu-hung shot him a glance, but refrained from responding. He was indeed assessing Meng Xiaoyui's silhouette. Her hair was exceptionally well maintained, clearly untouched by dye or perm throughout her life. I'm asking you a question. How Junren pressed? Are you smitten? You can still ask for her WeChat now. I'll cover for you. Cover for what? Yu-hung withdrew his gaze, focusing intently on the lecture. Listening to what? This old man drones on like a sermon. My eyelids are about to stick together. No sooner had he finished speaking than the elderly professor adjusted his glasses and slowly addressed the class. The students in the back seemed rather engrossed in conversation. Laughter erupted in the classroom, and several heads turned to glance at the back row. How Junren buried his head, pretending to be engrossed in his textbook. Yu-hung met the professor's gaze with an expression of feigned innocence. The professor didn't pursue the matter further, narrowing his eyes before continuing with his droning PPT. The class passed in a hazy stupor, as the professor concluded with, "All right, that's all for today's lesson." Class dismissed, the classroom sprang to life. Finally, class was over. I suspect this PPT is older than the professor himself. How Junren stretched. Time to eat. I'm starving. Didn't you just eat a couple of buns? Ho Sudong inquired while packing his books. That little bit? Totally useless. How Junren patted his stomach. Are we going or not? I want braised pork at the second cafeteria. Lu Tiankai was already on his feet. Let us go then. Yu-hung stood up, catching a glimpse of Meng Xiaoyui in the front row, who was also rising, her movements unhurried. What are you looking at? Let us go. How Junren urged. What's the rush? Yu-hung followed them out. As they reached the classroom door, Meng Xiaoyui happened to come from the opposite side, and the two nearly collided at the entrance. Yu-hung instinctively sidestepped. Meng Xiaoyui paused, lifting her gaze. Their eyes met. It was then that Yu-hung truly saw her face. The memory sharpened in an instant. She was indeed beautiful, with large, dark pupils. When she looked at him, her expression was calm, devoid of surprise or evasion, as if she were gazing at a completely unfamiliar classmate. She nodded slightly, as if in greeting, then sidestepped past him. Yu-hung remained rooted in place, raising an eyebrow at her retreating figure. Just now, did How Junren lean in, make eye contact? Did they speak? You made eye contact. But didn't he speak? Yu-hung mused as he withdrew his gaze. What's the feeling? Are you smitten? Smitten my foot. Yu-hung scoffed. Do you think this is an idol drama? However, Meng Xiaoyui's looks certainly had the caliber of an idol drama. In terms of appearance, she surpassed Lee Min-jae. No wonder in a previous life, when this girl confessed, he had hesitated for quite some time. If it were to happen now, Yu-hung thought now, I would probably agree and see how it goes. After all, being in a relationship is not the same as getting married. If things do not go well, one can simply part ways. Yu-hung and his companion strolled towards the second canteen. The dining hall was already brimming with numerous patrons, with a considerable queue forming at the service counter. Couples, hand in hand, were not uncommon in this establishment. They sat closely together, feeding each other bites of their meals. Ah, the joys of being in a carefree romance, attending classes while indulging in leisure, having their meals taken care of, with no worries about sustenance or accommodation throughout their 4 years in university. Hey, Yu-hung, How Junren tapped Yu-hang's plate with his chopsticks. What are you daydreaming about? Thinking of Meng Xiaoyui? Yu-hung lifted his gaze. Why would I think about her? Tisk, let me tell you. How Junren chimed in. Meng Xiaoyui is quite the catch. She has no shortage of admirers. Even Wang Shuo from our class is fervently pursuing her, bringing her breakfast every day. Lu Tiankai interjected. Wang Shuo? That bespectacled guy who talks in a rather effeminate manner? Yes, that one. How Junren lowered his voice. But I've heard that Meng Xiaoyui has completely ignored him. All the gifts he brought went to her roommate. Ho Sudong adjusted his glasses. Isn't that quite normal? What kind of decent person would be interested in someone like him? Indeed, How Junren remarked. If Wang Shuo were to grow his hair long, you wouldn't even guess he was a guy. Honestly, if he weren't chasing after Meng Xiaoyui, I might have thought he was gay. Lu Tiankai squinted. Where's he from anyway? He doesn't look like he's from the north. All 4 of them in the dormitory hailed from Jilin province. Maybe he's from Tianfu? Ho Sudong suggested. Tianfu? Yuan couldn't help but crack a smile. That might actually explain things. Why is that? How Junren inquired. Yu-hung chuckled, because of the peculiarities of that place. However, his mannerisms don't seem to fit the usual trends from Tianfu, he added. Chapter 48. Isn't dressing up just for others to see? After finishing their meal, the 4 of them sauntered back to the dormitory, chatting along the way. I'm truly amazed. Every time that lady serves me food, How Junren gestured. She starts with such a large ladle. By the end, there's hardly a spoonful left. Next time, you should tell her, Annie, Your hands shake faster than I can stir the pot. Lu Tiankai chuckled. Go to hell. Hao Junren shot back with a laugh. I don't have that kind of habit. Keep boasting, Lu Tiankai continued to tease. Every time we clean, I can always find a few crumpled paper balls at your place. As Yu Hong listened to their banter, his phone vibrated. Bai Xinran texted that she would resume her live stream in the afternoon. He quickly replied, then stream normally. I'll rest in the dorm for a bit and head back in the afternoon. Just as they settled into their beds, the dormitory door swung open. Qin Lu stood at the entrance, a smile gracing her face. Are you all here? Director. Hao Junren sprang up from his bed. What brings you here? Just passing by. Thought I'd drop in. Qin Lu entered, her gaze sweeping across the dormitory. I hear two of you are signed up for the basketball tournament. Yu Hong sat up. Yes, it's me and Hao Junren. As he spoke, his eyes glanced over Qin Lu's calves. She wore black stockings again, but unlike the last time, this pair had a row of delicate silver letters along the side of her ankle. Quite exquisite. Balenciaga? Qin Lu seemed to notice his gaze, slightly closing her legs. This afternoon, we'll gather at the playground. Our department has 10 boys signed up. Our sports teacher said you'll have a scrimmage to select the starters. Just this afternoon? Hao Junren perked up. Sounds good. Yu Hong squinted, asking Qin Lu what time. 3 o'clock, Qin Lu replied. The sports teacher asked me to inform you. Just make sure to arrive on time. She paused, adding, oh, and wear sportswear, preferably bring a pair of basketball shoes. Understood. Yu Hong nodded, his gaze drifting back to her stockings. Qin Lu evidently felt his scrutiny, casting him a sidelong glance, her tone still maintaining its decorum. Then I won't disturb your rest any longer. Please take care. Director, take care, Yu Hong grinned. Qin Lu's eyes crinkled in amusement as she turned to leave. Yu Hong couldn't help but whistle in his mind. Changing styles again? Is it time for fishnets next? Haha, unlikely, Hao Junren murmured, and once the door closed, he leaned in. Whoa, did the director just blush? Lu Tiankai, lounging on his bed, remarked, Yu Hong, what were you staring at? Yu Hong lay back down. What do I see? Stop playing coy. Hao Junren hissed. Your eyes were practically glued. What is wrong with looking at stockings? Yu Hong retorted nonchalantly. The director wears them so obviously. It's just for show. Lu Tiankai gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, you actually said that. All right, enough of this nonsense. Let us get some rest. Ho Sudong turned over. You two have to play ball this afternoon. Don't end up panting like dogs after 2 runs. Hao Junren chuckled. Don't worry, my physique can handle the whole court without a break. Keep dreaming. Lu Tiankai tugged the blanket up, last time during the 1,000-meter test. Who was the last to finish and ended up puking? That was because I had too much for breakfast. Hao Junren protested. It had nothing to do with fitness. The scrimmage that afternoon unfolded without a hitch, or perhaps it was much like the previous life. As Yu Hong dashed across the court, a sense of déjà vu flooded his mind. This play resembled something he had encountered before. In truth, he often experienced such sensations prior to his rebirth. Yet this time, it was genuine. He had truly lived through it. The offensive strategies, defensive habits, and even the timing of passing errors from the opposing players mirrored those from the selection match in his past life. Damn, Yu Hong, that pass was brilliant. Hao Junren caught a bounce pass, muscling into the paint, executing an awkward yet effective hook shot that found its mark. After landing, he wiped the sweat from his brow and gave Yu Hong a thumbs up. Yu Hong waved him off, thinking back to how, in his previous life, Hao Junren had fumbled that pass and sent out of bounds. It seemed this hefty fellow had a decent touch in this life. After more than an hour of play, the sports teacher blew the whistle to halt the game. All right, that's enough for now. The teacher, a middle-aged man in his 40s, called everyone to gather. The boys hurried over, all drenched in sweat. Yu Hong took a sip from a water bottle. Squinting his teacher, Zhao began to call names. Let us finalize the starters. Teacher Zhao flipped through his notebook. Yu Hong, Hao Junren, Song Xinyu, Zhou Yuheng, Li Heiren. Just you 5. The boys who were called looked at each other. Hao Junren grinned widely. Nudging Yu Hong with his elbow, were set. Yu Hong remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the other 3. Song Xinyu was from their class, tall at around 185 centimeters, but as slender as a reed, relying on his wingspan to play. Zhou Yuheng and Li Heiren were from a neighboring class. Yu Hong had played a few games with them in his past life, though they had little rapport and no further contact. Let us note down the substitutes. Teacher Zhao continued. Wang Shuo. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Wang Shuo, the one pursuing Meng Shiryui so ardently, the one who talks in an effeminate manner? He turned a glance, and indeed spotted Wang Shuo at the back of the crowd. Head bowed as he fiddled with his phone. Can this guy actually play? Yu Hong thought incredulously. Yu Hong, Teacher Zhao suddenly called out. Huh? Yu Hong snapped back to attention. You'll play point guard. Teacher Zhao instructed. You'll be in charge of organizing the offense. All right, Yu Hong nodded. In his previous life, he had also played this position. Hao Junren, you'll be our center. The paint is yours to command. Just be cautious not to foul while grabbing rebounds. How Junrin thumped his chest. Don't worry, teacher. With my weight there, all rebounds will belong to us. Laughter erupted among the surrounding boys. Song Xinyu, you'll play power forward. Assist How Junrin with defense. Song Xinyu adjusted his glasses, understood. Teacher. Yu Hong observed his scholarly demeanor and sighed inwardly. In his previous life, this guy was indeed diligent in defense, but prone to fouling, graduating with 5 fouls before the third quarter was over. Hopefully, this time he could last longer. Zhou Yuhang and Li Heiren. You two will be playing as shooting guard and small forward. Make sure to move around more and seek open spots for shooting. The two nodded in agreement. Teacher Zhao closed his notebook and adjusted his glasses. The competition begins on November 1st, which is roughly a week away. During this week, everyone should find time to practice their coordination and maintain good physical condition. Avoid injuries. He paused for emphasis. Especially you starters. During the competition, no late-night activities, no drinking. And, well, just be mindful of your health. The boys exchanged glances, stifling laughter. No staying out with girls? Teacher, Zhao glared. We heard. The group replied half-heartedly. All right, you're dismissed. Teacher, Zhao waved his hand. As they left, heading back to the dorm for showers, How Junrin draped his jacket over his shoulder. Drenched in sweat and feeling utterly uncomfortable. You head back first. Yu Hong said, I need to swing by my place. Bai Xin ran, should be streaming by now, right? But why hasn't Qin Lu mentioned bringing Qinya over for the live broadcast? Chapter 49, Craving for Rice Bowl. When Yu Hong returned to the villa, Bai Xin ran was already streaming. He stood in the living room for a while, the sound lively and spirited, indicating everything was likely going smoothly. His phone vibrated. Qin Lu sent a message. Yu Hong, we have a bit of a situation and won't arrive until 6. Is that too late? Should we stream tomorrow instead? Yu Hong glanced at the time. It was only 4:30. He typed back, no problem, come over. Stopping the stream is worse. We need to maintain stability at this early stage. A few seconds later, Qin Lu replied, all right, we'll be there by 6. Yu Hong tossed his phone onto the sofa and poured himself a glass of water, contemplating that Qin Lu had personally come to notify him about the basketball match. This back and forth had allowed them to meet more frequently. At exactly 6 o'clock, the doorbell rang. Yu Hong opened the door to find Qin Lu standing outside, with Qinya behind her, carrying a backpack. Instructor, Qinya greeted. Yu Hong stepped aside to let them in. Qin Lu was still in the same outfit from the morning, her legs adorned with black stockings. Qinya changed into slippers and headed upstairs. Brother, I'm going to stream. Stream for 3 hours. Yu Hong called after her. If you gain followers today, I'll take you out this weekend. Got it. Qinya replied without looking back. The living room now held only Yu Hong and Qin Lu. She sat on the sofa, placing her bag beside her, her legs elegantly crossed. How was the afternoon selection match? She inquired. It went well, Yu Hong responded, settling into the single sofa across from her. How Junrin and I both made the starting lineup. That's great. Qin Lu nodded, her eyes crinkling with a smile. I didn't expect you to perform well considering you fainted during military training. Yu Hong chuckled at her comment. Instructor, that day was just low blood sugar. I wasn't he really weak at all. Who said you were weak? Qin Lu shot him a glance. Just play well in the match and aim for a good ranking. I'll come watch during the competition. Are you going to be a cheerleader? Yu Hong grinned. Then our department must win the championship. Nonsense. Qin Lu laughed softly. If you can make it to the top 4, that would be impressive. As they spoke, Yu Hong's gaze fell to her legs again. Qin Lu's posture was more relaxed than it had been in the dorm earlier, her skirt revealing a glimpse of her calves encased in black stockings. She seemed to sense his stare and subtly crossed her left leg over her right. Yu Hong couldn't help but click his tongue in his mind. This woman, fully aware of his gaze, was deliberately changing her posture. Was she not subtly encouraging him to continue looking? Instructor, Yu Hong suddenly spoke, his tone earnest. That pair of stockings looks better than the last one you wore. Qin Lu paused mid-sip of her water, momentarily surprised. Really? I didn't notice, just threw something on. Even if you just threw it on, your sense of style is impressive. Is this Balenciaga? Yu Hong leaned forward. Qin Lu's lashes fluttered. You seem to know quite a bit. Well, as a guy, I have some knowledge about these things, Yu Hong replied nonchalantly. Qin Lu didn't respond, and a few seconds of silence enveloped the room. Yu Hong continued to admire her legs, which were indeed beautiful, not emaciated, but harmoniously proportioned. He thought that a good pair of legs didn't necessarily need stockings to look good, yet the stockings added a unique charm. By the way, Qin Lu suddenly looked up. The basketball match starts next Thursday? Yes, on November 1st, Yu Hong confirmed. Instructor, are you really going to watch? It depends. Qin Lu walked back to the sofa, but didn't sit down. As the instructor, I should be present for department activities. Then I must perform well. Yu Hong also stood up. I can't let you make a trip for nothing. They stood relatively close, separated only by a coffee table. Qin Lu looked up at Yu Hong and suddenly asked, "How tall are you?" 1 meter 81. Yu Hong replied. "Why?" "Oh, nothing." Qin Lu smiled. "I just think all you basketball players are quite tall." "How Junren is even taller." "Nearly 1 meter 90, Yu Hong remarked. "But that's purely a matter of bulk." "What position do you play?" "Point guard, orchestrating the offense," Yu Hong explained. Qin Lu nodded and didn't ask further. The atmosphere became subtly tense. From upstairs, they could faintly hear Qin Yu's singing. It seemed the girl was in good spirits for her stream today. Qin Lu glanced at her watch. "Qin Yu streams until around 9, right?" "Yes," Yu Hong replied. "If you have things to do, you can leave early. I can take her back later." "No need." Qin Lu shook her head. "I'll wait. I don't have anything else to do." She sat back down on the sofa, pulling out a small booklet from her bag to review seemingly work-related material. Yu Hong also returned to his seat, pretending to check messages on his phone, while his peripheral vision remained on Qin Lu. She shifted her leg again, this time resting her right ankle on her left knee, creating an angle that made the stockings hug her foot beautifully. Yu Hong mused, was she doing this on purpose? Each time he looked, she would change her position, showcasing herself in various ways. "Yu Hong," Qin Lu suddenly called out. "Huh?" He snapped back to attention. "What is it?" Qin Lu seemed hesitant, her lips pursed. "What?" She bit her lip, finally shaking her head. "It's nothing." Yu Hong chuckled. "Instructor, if you have something to say, just say it." Qin Lu shot him a glare, took a sip of her water, then spoke. "I just wanted to ask if Qin can continue streaming like this?" "That depends on her," Yu Hong replied. "If she can maintain this momentum, supporting herself shouldn't be an issue. If she gives up halfway, then it's hard to say. She will persist." Qin Lu said confidently. "That girl is stubborn and will see things through to the end." "Then that settles it," Yu Hong shrugged. "You can rest easy." Qin Lu nodded, fell silent for a few seconds, and suddenly asked, "What about you? Do you plan to continue doing this in the future?" Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. "As for me, I'll just see how it goes. This industry can last 3 to 5 years, or even 10. It's just that if I can find another job that lasts this long, that would be fine too." Qin Lu responded with an and fell silent again. The living room returned to quietude. "Instructor," Yu Hang spoke up again. "What is it now?" Qin Lu glanced at him. "If we win the championship, won't it help with your evaluation as an instructor?" Yu Hong inquired. "Yes, it will." Qin Lu nodded. "What else on your mind?" "You see," Yu Hong said earnestly, "if I win the championship, will there be any rewards?" Qin Lu paused. "What kind of reward do you want? For example," Yu Hong elongated his tone. "Perhaps you could take me out for a meal?" Qin Lu looked at him, her eyes narrowing. "Just that? What else?" Yu Hong blinked. "What other rewards do you have in mind for me, instructor?" Qin Lu didn't respond, taking a sip of her water. "All right, if you can win the championship, I'll treat you to a meal." "Really?" Yu Hong asked. "Just a meal. What do you want to eat?" "I want to eat." Yu Hong squinted his eyes. "Rice bowl." "What?" Qin Lu frowned. "Ha. No." Yu Hong chuckled awkwardly. "Let us discuss it later." At that moment, Qin Yu dashed down the stairs, exclaiming with excitement, "Mom, brother, I just finished my broadcast. I gained 2 more captains today, plus several special gifts." Yu Hong straightened up. "Not bad." Qin Yu hurried to the sofa. "You promised to take me out this weekend." "All right, Saturday afternoon," Yu Hong replied. "I have something to attend to in the morning." "Great." Qin Yu nodded vigorously before turning to Qin Lu. "Mom, shall we head home now?" Qin Lu closed the booklet and stood up. "Sure." She picked up her bag and glanced at Yu Hong. "Sorry for the trouble today." "Not at all." Yu Hong stood as well. "I'm actually quite pleased with how well Qin Yu is performing." As Qin Lu exited, Qin Yu lingered at the entrance, whispering to Yu Hong. "I just overheard something." Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. "What did you hear?" "You want to eat rice with toppings." Qin Yu squinted at him, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Don't worry, I won't tell her." Chapter 50, The Essence of the Demoness. Yu Hong's eyelid twitched. Did this little girl eavesdrop from upstairs? Just as he was about to say something more, Qin Yu turned and walked out. Watching them fade away, Yu Hong closed the door. The lingering scent of Qin Lu's perfume still noticeable in the living room. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was quite alluring. How did this little girl even know what rice with toppings was? Never mind. Given her reaction, she likely wouldn't say anything to Qin Lu. Yu Hong leaned back on the sofa, pulling out his phone to check the time. It was 9:20. Bai Xinren usually streamed until 10, today being her first day back. It shouldn't take too long. He rose and made his way to the kitchen, retrieving a can of cola from the refrigerator, cracking it open and taking a generous swig. Today had been a whirlwind, from an 8 o'clock start to a basketball game, followed by 3 hours spent with Qin Lu. Quite the busy day. He wasn't exhausted, just a bit mentally drained, especially from that intense eye contact battle with Qin Lu. Ascending the stairs, he powered on Qin Yu's computer. Glancing at the backend data, he noted that the stats were still visible. She had gained 2 new captains today and received several gifts worth over $100, totaling nearly 500. Quite impressive as steady growth. However, compared to Bai Xinren, it was incomparable. Yu Hong pulled out his phone and entered by Zin Ran's live stream. The momentum today suggested that her earnings would easily exceed 20,000. Upon descending the stairs, he encountered by Zin Ran, dressed in a nightgown, just as she was finishing her broadcast. "Oh, the boss is still here?" Bai Zin Ran approached the sofa. "I thought you would have left by now." Yu Hong glanced at her legs, the nightgown barely reaching mid-thigh, revealing quite a bit. "Just sent Chinya and the others off," Yu Hong said. "Why did you finish so early?" "It's only a little past 9:30. I'm tired," Bai Zin Ran yawned. "I just recovered from being sick, can't push myself too hard. Must take it slow." She paused, seemingly recalling something, "By the way, can you guess how much I made today?" "How much?" "A new record." Bai Zin Ran's eyes sparkled. 32,000. Yu Hong raised his eyebrows. "That much?" "The bosses know I was sick and said they would contribute to my medical expenses." Bai Zin Ran counted on her fingers. One new boss even donated 5,000 directly. Yu Hong smirked. This outfit was truly a moneymaker. "Your medical expenses exceed most people's annual salary." Yu Hong teased. "Why not stay sick a few more days? Get lost." Bai Zin Ran lightly kicked his calf. "I'm not one to rely on pity." Though the kick was gentle, Yu Hong still felt her icy foot. "Not wearing socks. Just recovered, and you want to go back to the infirmary?" "Mind your own business." Bai Zin Ran pulled her feet back onto the sofa. "I enjoy it." Yu Hong refrained from responding, pondering over the outfit situation. Bai Zin Ran's earnings validated the power of a customized outfit. Chinya, using a free outfit, was doing well enough to gain captains, but to ascend further, she definitely needed a personal one. "What are you thinking about?" Bai Zin Ran inquired. "I want to make a customized outfit for Chinya," Yu Hong replied. "She has been doing well these past few days, gaining 2 captains today." Bai Zin Ran nodded. "It's indeed time for an upgrade. The free outfit lacks distinction. Just look at mine. No one can mistake me for anyone else when I'm in it." She spoke with pride, but it was indeed the truth. Customized outfits were not only for aesthetics, but also for uniqueness. "How much did you spend on yours?" Yu Hong asked. "Over 10,000, Bai Zin Ran said. "If you were making one for Chinya, it'll probably be around the same." "Over 10,000. That's reasonable. Not too much, considering market trends in a few years." His own 500,000 hadn't diminished much either, making this investment feasible. Even if Chinya decided to stop streaming, the outfit could still attract new talent. Unlike Bai Zin Ran, her outfit would belong to her. Once he created an outfit for Chinya, it would be wise to draft a contract, establishing a corporate-like model with a base salary and commission. Perhaps a base salary of 3,000 and a commission of 15 or 20%. Bai Zin Ran then asked, "What kind of design are you considering for her outfit?" "It ought to be a bit extravagant." "Extravagant, for sure," Yu Hong replied, "but it definitely needs to embody the essence of a demoness." "The essence of a demoness." Bai Zin Ran pondered. "That is like a lowly fantasy, right? But how do you make it extravagant? They're usually flat-chested." "Fisk, who says lowlies must be flat?" Yu Hong retorted. "What is wrong with a youthful appearance?" "I don't get it." Bai Zin Ran pouted, tugging her nightgown down. "I've only heard of this demoness concept. I don't really know what it entails." Yu Hong leaned back against the sofa. "Simply put, the essence of a demoness lies in the desire to conquer." "Desire to conquer?" Bai Zin Ran tilted her head, her hair cascading over her shoulders. "What do you mean?" Yu Hong placed the empty can on the coffee table. "Think about it. A cute little girl who looks like she needs a good scolding, challenging you daily in her broadcasts, saying things like, 'You can't possibly be that weak.' Can you, uncle?" Bai Zin Ran couldn't help but laugh at his mockery of that insufferable tone. "Doesn't Tishi get scolded for that?" "Not at all," Yu Hong shrugged. "She can't genuinely irritate people. She must balance between being cheeky and adorable. Plus, anyone who stays in the stream enjoys that kind of banter. Moreover, pushing back against the comments generates more engagement. The more provocative, the greater the response. And this confrontation isn't merely about insults." "How so?" "For instance, if you directly insult someone, they're likely to ignore you. But if you hit a nerve, they'll engage in a debate with you." "Like what?" "Like saying those who read the classics 1T amount to anything." "And what is wrong with that?" "There are always scholars who will debate you." Bai Zin Ran blinked. "Then what happens?" "Then you just keep sparring with the audience, making them eager to educate her." Yu Hong grinned. "It's not just verbal dominance. There's a physical element as well." "Physical?" Bai Zin Ran raised an eyebrow. "You can't be suggesting." "It's about invoking that urge in fans to feel the need to tame this little girl." Yu Hong chuckled. "It's not just about verbal persuasion. It also requires a certain allure." "How perverse?" Bai Zin Ran scolded playfully. After a moment's thought, she suddenly stood up and walked in front of Yu Hong. At her height of 1.7 meters, she towered over him while he sat, giving off an air of superiority. "How about this?" She placed her hands on her hips, deliberately lifting her chin. "Look at me. Do you think you can challenge me?" Yu Hong looked up at her, nearly bursting into laughter. She was playing the part quite convincingly. But he retorted, "No, you're too assertive. A demoness should feign strength when she is actually quite timid." "How do I act that out?" Bai Ran lowered her hands. The tone should be brash, but the gaze must be elusive. Yu Hong stood up. Now looking down at Bai Ran, see like now. He stepped forward slightly. Bai Ran instinctively took a half step back. Exactly, that's the reaction, Yu Hong chuckled. Boastful in words, but timid in action. Who is timid? I just lost my balance. Bai Ran rolled her eyes, declaring, I've come to understand, you appear quite serious. Yet you seem rather well-versed in such frivolities. This is called market demand. Yu Hong replied without a change in expression. So, are you not enjoying a substantial revenue with your current broadcasts? Bai Ran bit her lip at this, refraining from contradiction. Indeed, the earnings were considerable, enough to match the cost of a new outfit in just one day. She mused to herself that although her living expenses were quite high at this stage, she had little yearning for money. However, she relished the feeling of being engaged in meaningful work and achieving small victories that garnered recognition, which left her feeling fulfilled and satisfied. Besides, who would ever say no to more money? With her earnings, she had many expenses to consider, and several packages were already en route. She planned to take the opportunity to unpack them while Yu Hong was away. All right, enough of this chit-chat, Bai Ran announced as she rose from the sofa. I need to change and head back to the dorm. I'll wait for you, then, Yu Hong replied, and we'll return together. Chapter 51. Do not use dating as an excuse. What are you waiting for? Bai Ran turned to ascend the stairs. Is there really a risk of robbery in the university town? She scoffed. That seems unlikely. Yu Hong leaned against the armrest of the sofa. You are currently a walking printing press. If something were to happen, I would incur significant losses. Bai Ran halted on the staircase. Boss, your concern sounds utterly unconvincing. What does it matter? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Are you implying that I fear you might be taken by a villain before I have a chance? Tisk, you are a villain too. Bai Ran frowned slightly. Give me 5 minutes, I'll be right back. She hurried up the stairs. Yu Hong resumed his seat on the sofa, pulling out his phone to glance at it. Several unread messages awaited him on WeChat. Ning Yatong had sent a selfie, set against the backdrop of her dorm, holding a pair of white knee-high socks adorned with lace trim, captioned, They've arrived. The quality is superb. Yu Hong chuckled and typed a reply. Great, wear them this Saturday. Just as he was engrossed in the conversation, Bai Ran reappeared from upstairs. She had changed into jeans and a sweatshirt, her hair styled into a ponytail. Let's go, she declared, grabbing the backpack from the sofa and slipping on her jacket. If we linger, the dormitory will lock up. Yu Heng stood, and together they stepped outside. The evening breeze was somewhat chilly, prompting Bai Ran to pull the hood of her sweatshirt over her head and tuck her hands into her pockets. Yu Hong, she suddenly spoke up. Are you really going to make a case for Chinya? What else would I do? Yu Hong nodded. Why do you ask? I just think. Bai Ran kicked a pebble along the roadside. You seem quite attentive to her. Yu Hong turned to look at her. Are you not aware that I am equally attentive to you? That is not the same, Bai Ran pouted. I am your first streamer. She is a newcomer. Yu Hong chuckled. What? Are you feeling jealous? Who is jealous? Bai Ran retorted immediately. I'm just reminding you not to pour all your resources into the new recruits and forget who your cash cow is. Rest assured, Yu Hong reassured her, patting her shoulder. You will always be my star. Bai Ran shrugged her shoulder, but did not evade his touch. Just speak, don't get handsy. All right, Yu Hong withdrew his hand. I'll allocate some resources to you as well. When you return after a month, I will cover all the expenses for events, gifts, and rebates. Is it really that generous? Bai Ran raised an eyebrow, but it doesn't seem like much. Tisk, you are quite ungrateful. Yu Hong squinted at her. From now on, I'll cover all gifts. You're about to start sending them out, right? Not urgently. I'll handle that at the end of the month. I've already found a vendor on Taobao to make the standees based on the illustrations. Bai Ran replied. Isn't that a bit too ordinary? Yu Hong pondered, then suggested, how about you commission an illustration? I'll reimburse you. Really? Bai Ran's interest peaked. An illustration can cost 1,000 or 1,800. Indeed, go ahead. Yu Hong encouraged. Compared to what you earn, this is just a trifling sum. As they strolled towards the dormitory area, they occasionally passed couples returning late, wrapped in each other's embrace. Bai Ran suddenly lowered her voice. Hey, look over there. Yu Hong followed her gaze to where two figures stood under a streetlight. The boy had his back to them, and his silhouette seemed somewhat familiar. The girl was looking down, her hand held by the boy beside her. Zhang Yechin? Yu Hong squinted. Yes, Bai Ran nodded. That girl is a freshman in our department. I think her name is Lin something. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Isn't he pursuing you? Pursuing my foot. Bai Ran rolled her eyes. P.S. just casting a wide net. Aren't you upset? Yu Hong inquired. Upset about what? Bai Ran replied, puzzled. I don't like him. He can chase whomever he wishes, as long as he doesn't bother me. So he hasn't troubled you recently? Yu Hong asked with a smile. Wrong. He has. Bai Ran frowned. He messaged me on WeChat again today. Yu Hong turned to her. What did he say? He. Bai Xinran scoffed. He said he wanted me to be his girlfriend. Tisk, Yu Hong laughed. This guy is quite bold. He observed Zhang Yuchen's retreating figure, astonished. While pursuing Bai Xinran, he was also flirting with a younger girl. It was hard to tell if he was casting a wide net or attempting to build a harem. Was he a kindred spirit? Yet it was different. Yu Hong believed a man could have many women, but it should be done openly for it to be interesting. Using dating as a guise to create a harem, deceiving one while concealing from another, felt rather dull. Moreover, if handled poorly, it could turn into a heart-pounding battleground. Or worse, a funeral pyre for the heart. I turned him down, Bai Xinran declared. I told him I wasn't interested in dating. And what was his response? Yu Hong probed. He suggested we be friends first and invited me to a movie this weekend at a private cinema. Bai Xinran sighed. Doesn't he understand what rejection means? Yes, just pretending not to understand. Yu Hong shrugged. In the game of courtship, one must have thick skin. Bai Xinran shot him a glance. Were you thick-skinned when you pursued girls? Yu Hong paused and grinned me. I don't need to pursue. The girls come to me. Oh please, Bai Xinran rolled her eyes. I see you're all talk. You hit the nail on the head. Yu Hong chuckled. I do have a way with words. Bai Xinran caught the double meaning in his words. Her face flushed, and she kicked his calf lightly. Get lost. The kick wasn't too forceful. And Yu Hong patted his pant leg. What's the rush? Want to try me? Try what? Bai Xinran quickened her pace to walk ahead of him. Too lazy to engage. They reached the girls' dormitory, and Bai Xinran stopped and turned. So, I'm heading up? Yes, Yu Hong nodded. Get some rest. You have a live broadcast tomorrow. I know, Bai Xinran waved her hand, then turned back at the door, by the way. Do you need my help filming Ning Yatong on Saturday? I know a bit about lighting. You could do that too? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Bai Xinran nodded. I learned it during extracurricular activities in high school. Good, good. Yu Hong smirked. You're quite the resourceful one. In high school, were there even extracurricular activities? He mused. Does running laps count? The kind where your toes touch your heels? Yu Hong thought aloud. How about you come over in the morning? Around 8 or 9. Wait, don't you stay home Friday night? Bai Xinran recalled. Oh, right. She gestured an okay sign. Then I'll wake up early that day. As she entered the dormitory, Yu Hong turned to walk back. Passing by the streetlight where they had previously spotted Zhang Yuchen and the girl, he noticed they had vanished. Yu Hong pulled out a pack of cigarettes, shaking one loose and lighting it. The smoke wafted into the night breeze. He mentally reviewed the recent events. Bai Xinran was doing well with her live broadcasts, and Qin was on a rise. The short videos were about to commence, and Ning Yatong was a promising prospect. The basketball games would start next week, necessitating time for practice. The club recruitment posters could be printed this weekend. And then there was Qin Lu. Yu Hong exhaled a smoke ring. This woman was becoming ever more intriguing. Chapter 52. Coward? The weekend was just a couple of days away for Yu Hong. He had classes for half a day in the morning and none in the afternoon. He planned to stroll through the commercial street of a university town. As he had yet to use the camera he had purchased, he intended to capture some outdoor scenery and find inspiration. In his previous life, he was involved in operations, and his knowledge of camera technology was rather limited. He first returned to the villa to fetch his camera. The commercial street in the university town is roughly equidistant from both the school and the residential area, taking about 10 minutes on foot. Upon arriving at the location, Yu Hong realized that since his reincarnation, he hadn't thoroughly explored this place. He had only visited it once with Chinya for leisure. This area is indeed quite expansive. The university town boasts nearly 200,000 students and faculty, creating a substantial consumer base. The commercial street offers a wide array of amenities, with entertainment options being plentiful alongside dining establishments. A newly opened nightclub has caught his attention, and he recalls a well-decorated foot massage parlor as well. During the afternoon, the streets are bustling with students wandering in small groups. Yu Hong took out his camera, adjusted the settings, and began capturing the street scenes. After filming several clips, the results were satisfactory. Sony's camera is quite user-friendly for video recording. Yu Hong stowed away the camera and entered a bubble tea shop, choosing a window seat to review the footage he had just captured. At that moment, the door swung open, the wind chimes jingled. Yu Hong instinctively looked up, only to be surprised by the sight of Qin Lu and her daughter entering. Qin Lu was dressed in professional attire, having changed into a new pair of stockings beneath her skirt. Qin followed closely behind, carrying a backpack. Yu Hong? Qin Lu spotted him and appeared somewhat taken aback. What are you doing here? Just testing out my camera, Yu Hong replied, waving the device in his hand. And you? I brought Qin here to explore. Qin Lu said as she approached the counter, glancing at the menu. What would you like to drink? I'll just have lemon water, Yu Hong replied casually. Thank you, instructor. Then let's add 2 cups of milk tea, Qin Lu instructed the staff, requesting 1 cup of pearl milk tea and another of taro milk tea, both hot. Qin had already settled into the chair opposite Yu Hong, her eyes darting towards his camera. What are you filming? Street scenes? Yu Hong handed over the camera for her to peruse. It seemed that today, Chinya had neglected to call him brother. It appeared that she reverted to her usual self after a brief period of vulnerability. How boring, she pouted. I thought you were here to sneak a peek under girl skirts. With a sharp intake of breath, Yu-hung nearly choked on his lemon water. Am I that kind of person? Besides, who wears skirts in this chilly autumn? Why not? Chinya shrugged, glancing towards the bar where Qin Lu stood. There's one right there, isn't there? As soon as she said this, Yu-hung instinctively glanced toward Qin Lu, who was focused on scanning her phone for payment. He noticed her hand hesitated briefly, but she did not turn around, merely closing her legs under her skirt. What are these kids talking about? Yu-hung muttered under his breath, shooting a warning glare at Chinya. Just stating the truth. Chinya returned innocently as she handed back the camera. Don't you men love that sort of thing? I think my mom is quite attractive, don't you? Where on earth did you learn that? Yu-hung squinted at her, bemused by the precocity of today's youth. You don't think my mom is pretty? Chinya pressed further. Just as Qin Lu was turning to return with the milk tea, she paused, plate in hand, caught off guard by her daughter's comment. Of course your mother is beautiful. Yu-hung replied instinctively. Well, that is quite something. Chinya raised an eyebrow. Then you can photograph her. What are you two discussing? Qin Lu asked as she approached with the tray. Oh, nothing much, Yu-hung replied, narrowing his eyes at Chinya, signaling her to keep quiet. We were just talking about where to take her this weekend. Chicken. Chinya smirked, taking a cup of milk tea and standing up. I'm heading over to the cat cafe for a bit. So, she calls herself Chicken? Well, talk is one thing, but actually doing it might be quite another. Once Chinya left, Qin Lu and Yu-hung sat across from each other. That child, Qin Lu sighed, she's always so full of energy. She's just a kid. It's perfectly normal, Yu-hung said, sipping his lemon water while his gaze inadvertently drifted to Qin Lu's legs. After a few seconds, she spoke again. Chinya has become much more cheerful lately. Thank you. She just needs some company. It's fine now that she has someone to talk to. Yu-hung waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, since coming here, she's often alone at home, Qin Lu said softly. It's not just because of the live streaming. She hesitated, then looked up at Yu-hung. She enjoys your company. I like her too, Yu-hung admitted candidly, though her temper could be a bit sour. Huh? She has a good heart. Qin Lu chuckled, but her expression turned somber. Last year, when she dropped out of school, she was always hanging out with a group of kids who weren't in school. Her personality changed quite a bit, so I thought about having her repeat the grade, but she refused stubbornly. That's why I brought her here. Like Mengmu moving 3 times for her son's education. Yu-hung echoed, but it's true that it's lonely here. There aren't many kids her age. She is really following in my footsteps, Qin Lu remarked. They had become somewhat familiar over the past few days. And today, she seemed more talkative and softer in demeanor. If she played with that group of children, she would have to pretend to be tougher to avoid being bullied. You have a soft side? Yu-hung raised an eyebrow. You carry quite an air of authority. That's just an act, Qin Lu replied with a smile. I have to maintain a certain image in front of my students. And what about now? Yu-hung inquired, leaning in closer. Qin Lu paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. Now I suppose is my time off work. What does the off-duty teacher Qin look like? Yu-hung leaned forward, intrigued. Qin Lu felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. Just an ordinary person, eating, sleeping, and taking care of children. No other hobbies? Such as? Shopping, watching movies, anything of the sort? Yu-hung asked casually. Qin Lu fell silent for a few seconds, then shook her head. No, I don't have the leisure for that. Taking care of children alone can be quite exhausting. Yu-hung empathized, but one should still have a semblance of their own life. Qin Lu gave him a sidelong glance. Her expression a bit complex. You're right. It's about time. Qin, you should be going live. Yu-hung glanced at his phone. Shall we head over to my place together? All right. Qin Lu nodded, appearing quite invested in the matter over the past few days. They chatted for a while longer, mostly about Chinya's live streaming endeavors. Yu-hung noticed that Qin Lu was entirely unfamiliar with the live streaming industry, yet she was willing to learn and support her daughter. She was indeed a dedicated mother, showing far more concern than Chinya had suggested. Perhaps there had been some irreconcilable conflict between her and her husband, a bankruptcy, an affair. Chapter 53. What Lies Within by Zinran's Cabinet. Shall we go? Yu-hung packed his camera into his bag, standing up to check on Chinya next door. Qin Lu nodded, picking up the remaining cup of milk tea, and they both exited the shop together. Through the glass window of the cat cafe next door, Chinya was crouched on the floor, playing with a plump orange cat. Catching sight of them outside, she leisurely stood up. What are you talking about? She asked as she pushed the door open, her expression betraying a hint of mischief. What could we possibly be discussing? Yu-hung reached out to ruffle her hair, but she deftly evaded him, rushing off to begin her live stream. What's the rush? Chinya sipped her milk tea. My mom isn't in a hurry. Qin Lu gently patted her on the back. Enough of that, let us go. On their way to the villa, Chinya walked a few steps ahead, occasionally glancing back at the two of them. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, Yu-hung pulled out his keys to unlock the door. Chinya, well acquainted with the routine, quickly changed her shoes and dashed upstairs. "I'm going to get ready," she exclaimed before scampering up the stairs, leaving Yu Hong and Qin Lu in the living room. "Please, have a seat." Yu Hong gestured toward the sofa. "Would you like some water or tea?" "No need to trouble yourself," Qin Lu replied, settling onto the couch. "I just need to rest for a moment." Yu Hong nonetheless went to the kitchen to pour a cup of coffee, placing it on the coffee table in front of her before taking a seat in the single sofa opposite her. Qin Lu lifted the cup and took a sip. She looked quite graceful while drinking coffee, taking small sips. She shifted her legs to the other side. Suddenly, Qin Lu raised her eyes to meet Yu Hong's gaze. "About what Qin Yu said earlier, please don't take it to heart. She can be rather indiscreet at times." "Which remark?" Yu Hong leaned forward, asking, "Do you prefer that I say you look good? Or should I say, let me take a picture of you?" Qin Lu was taken aback by his directness. She lifted her coffee cup and took a sip, choosing not to respond. "You are indeed beautiful," Yu Hong continued. "I know," Qin Lu replied, placing her cup down, her tone carrying the seriousness expected of a counselor. "I'm your counselor." "I am aware," Yu Hong grinned. "I didn't imply otherwise." At that moment, a sudden scream echoed from upstairs. Qin Lu sprang to her feet, nearly losing her grip on her coffee cup, spilling most of it onto her skirt and blouse. "Is it hot?" Yu Hong also stood up. "I'm fine," Qin Lu rushed to say, but she hurried towards the stairs, coffee stains already marring her stockings at the knee. "You should handle it for now." Yu Hong stepped in front of her. "I'll go check." "It's probably just a fall, or perhaps she saw a cockroach." Qin Lu glanced down at her drenched blouse and skirt, feeling quite disheveled. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. "Then you should go take a look." Yu Hong bounded up the stairs in quick strides and gently pushed open Qinya's door. She was wearing headphones, speaking into a microphone. Upon noticing Yu Hong at the door, she swiftly muted her microphone and raised an eyebrow. "What is up? What happened just now?" Yu Hong surveyed the room, finding nothing amiss. "Someone sent me a special effects gift worth 500 yuan. Qinya pointed to the screen. I couldn't help but shout. Yu Hong took a deep breath, somewhat startled. "All right, continue your stream." In the living room, Qin Lu had already removed her suit jacket and draped it over the armrest of the sofa, diligently using a tissue to dab at the coffee stains on her blouse. That cup could hold half a bottle of mineral water, and yet hardly any made it into my mouth. Her skirt was now soaked in large patches, and her white blouse was similarly damp, revealing the outline of her undergarments beneath. Yu Hong descended the stairs, clearing his throat. "Counselor, Qinya is fine." Someone just startled her with a large gift. Hearing this, Qin Lu sighed in relief. That child is always so jumpy. "About your clothes?" Yu Hong indicated her attire. "Perhaps you should take a shower? Coffee clinging to you can't be comfortable." "No need." Qin Lu quickly waved him off. "I can just wipe it, I'll dry soon." "How can that possibly clean it?" Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. "Going back like this would be inconvenient. You might catch a chill." Qin Lu bit her lip, clearly torn. "I have clean towels here," he suddenly recalled. "I'll check if Bai Xinran has spare clothes. The two of you have quite different figures, but I believe you can make do." Standing in place, Qin Lu hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. "All right then, I'll just rinse off." Yu Hong maintained his usual demeanor. "There are unopened towels and bath towels in the bathroom cabinet. Feel free to use them. Shampoo and body wash are available as well." "All right, thank you," Qin Lu murmured, picking up her jacket from the sofa and heading into the bathroom. Yu Hong sent a text to Bai Xinran. "The counselor accidentally spilled coffee on herself and is quite soaked. May I borrow a set of clean clothes in an emergency?" Not long after sending the message, Bai Xinran replied, "Sure. My room is unlocked. Just go in and take what you need from the wardrobe." Yu Hong proceeded to Bai Xinran's room, pushing the door open to find it relatively tidy. Since Bai Xinran had started using this room, he and T entered it again, except for when she had a fever last time. Approaching the wardrobe, he opened the door. There weren't many clothes inside. A few neatly folded undergarments were on one side, alongside 2 or 3 sets of casual clothing. One set consisted of a gray sweatshirt and black sweatpants, a style that wouldn't be too picky about body shape, so Qin Lu should be able to wear it. Just as he reached for the outfit on the hanger, his phone in his pocket vibrated violently, not just once but in a continuous series. Pulling out his phone, he saw a flurry of messages from Bai Xinran. "Wait, don't go into my room. Did you go in? Reply immediately when you see this." Raising an eyebrow, Yu Hong hadn't even had the chance to respond before a voice call request popped up. He answered, wedging the phone between his shoulder and ear while continuing to hold the clothes. "What's wrong? Did you enter my room?" Bai Xinran spoke rapidly, her tone laced with an uncommon urgency. "I did," Yu Hong replied, pulling the clothes off the hanger. "What's the matter? Did you hide gold bars in there? Did you open the wardrobe?" Bai Xinran's pitch suddenly escalated. At that moment, Yu Hong had just taken the sweatshirt and pants into his hands, revealing what had been hidden behind them. His eyelids flickered, and he squinted. There were several chokers displayed, but most notably, there was a row affixed to the wall. "No, I just came in and Haven T opened the wardrobe. What is going on? Just wait for me. I'll be there in 15 minutes. No, 10 minutes. I'll find you some clothes. Get out of my room. Don't stay in there. The call abruptly ended. Yu Hong lowered the phone from his ear, stroking his chin. It was surprising indeed. Bai Xin Ran had a rather unique hobby. At this time, the brand Huanlong likely didn't even exist yet, and the chokers he had seen earlier lacked much design. However, he could now confirm that Bai Xin Ran's collection truly reflected her inner self. Chapter 54. I am also in the circle. Yu Hong exited Bai Xin Ran's room, gently closing the door behind him. Bai Xin Ran's hobby was rather intriguing. Just as he pondered this, there was a soft knock on the glass door of the bathroom, and Qin Lu's hesitant voice called out, Yu Hong, did you find the clothes? He couldn't help but click his tongue. He couldn't leave Bai Xin Ran's space unattended for long, but Qin Lu was there waiting. Drenched, it wouldn't be appropriate for the counselor to wait in a bath towel, shivering in the bathroom. Coming right up, Yun called out. With determination, he turned back and opened Bai Xin Ran's door again, silently reminding himself, Bai Xin Ran, this is for the sake of saving someone in distress. I have no choice. I want to touch your treasures, just borrowing a set of clothes. He retrieved the outfit and swiftly exited the room, closing the door behind him once more. Approaching the bathroom door, he cleared his throat. Counselor, I've got the clothes. The bathroom door opened a crack, and a pale, water-beaded arm reached out. Yu Hong handed over the clothes. Thank you, came Qin Lu's soft voice from behind the door before it closed again. In just a few minutes, the bathroom door swung open. Qin Lu emerged, dressed in Bai Xin Ran's outfit. The gray sweatshirt was slightly short on her, particularly snug around the chest, but the loose style prevented it from being too inappropriate. The black sweatpants fit well in length, though the waist was noticeably loose, which she tightened with the drawstring. Uncomfortably adjusting the hem of her sweatshirt, she remarked, It's all right. Yu Hong quickly rose to his feet. It looks great, very comfortable and clean. It's certainly better than wearing wet clothes. Please, have a seat while I pour you some water. You want to pour another glass? Qin Lu sat down at the opposite end of the sofa, accepting the cup of water when his Bai Xin Ran coming back. She said she'd be here shortly. It shouldn't be long. No sooner had Yu Hong spoken than the front door was flung open with a rush. Bai Xin Ran burst in, panting heavily, sweat glistening on her forehead, clearly having sprinted back. Her first glance fell on Yu Hong, then shifted to Qin Lu, who was clad in her sweatshirt and sweatpants. Bai Xin Ran frowned, glaring at Yu Hong, yet refrained from expressing her irritation. Instead, she forced a smile and greeted Qin Lu. Hello, teacher. Qin Lu, slightly taken aback upon seeing Bai Xin Ran, responded, Hello, student. I accidentally spilled coffee on myself and got completely soaked. Yu Hong mentioned you had clean clothes, so I borrowed this temporarily. I'll wash it and return it as soon as I'm back. It's perfectly fine, teacher, as long as it fits you. Bai Xin Ran replied. Bai Xin Ran waved her hand rapidly, yet her gaze remained fixed on Yu Hang. This is rather fitting, Qin Lu chuckled, tugging at her clothing. Internally, Bai Xin Ran had cursed Yu Hang 100 times. Did that scoundrel not see? By taking this outfit, did he not imply that he had opened the wardrobe? If he did open it, would he not have seen it? Yet Yu Hang maintained an expression as calm as a seasoned dog, even pouring himself another glass of water and leisurely stating, This outfit has truly come to the rescue. Bai Xin Ran ground her molars, managing to squeeze out, What an honor. At that moment, Qin Lu interjected, I truly apologize for disturbing you both today. It seems, Qin, you will need to broadcast for a while longer, so I shall return in this attire to pick her up after changing. Take care, instructor. Yu Hang rose, presenting himself as the ideal student. Bai Xin Ran quickly echoed goodbye. Teacher. After seeing Qin Lu off and shutting the door, only Yu Hang and Bai Xin Ran remained in the living room. The rigid smile on Bai Xin Ran's face crumbled instantly as she turned to Yu Hang. Boss, I'm here. Yu Hang raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Calm down. Let me explain. Did I not say to wait for me to return? Bai Xin Ran questioned. Yu Hang furrowed his brows. I did intend to wait. But the instructor was in the bathroom, and the sound of water had ceased for quite some time. I couldn't possibly leave the instructor wrapped in a towel, could I? That would be rather inappropriate. His reasoning was indeed valid, causing her anger to wane slightly. Yet she bit her lip and pressed. So you only took the clothes? Did you not see anything else? Yu Hang rubbed his nose, attempting to sound nonchalant. Well, I did see a few things. Bai Xin Ran's face flushed crimson, prompting Yu Hang to quickly add, But we are all adults here, right? It's perfectly understandable. Personal preferences, nothing to be ashamed of. Understand what? Bai Xin Ran's voice rose slightly. I told you to wait for me. Was it not possible for me to retrieve it myself upon my return? That would have been the ideal scenario. Yu Hang softened his tone, a hint of reassurance in his voice. It's all right. I'm not mocking you. Who doesn't have their little secrets? Who fears your mockery? Bai Xin Ran retorted, her neck stiffening. What I possess is art. It is a collection. Indeed, indeed. Yu Hang nodded in agreement. But have you used them all? Upon hearing this, Bai Xinran instinctively replied, "Why would I purchase them if I had not?" The moment the words left her lips, she realized her slip. Yu Hang was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her honesty, and despite himself, he chuckled. "You dare laugh." Bai Xinran, flustered and indignant, grabbed a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at him. Yu Hang caught the cushion effortlessly, striving to maintain a serious demeanor. All right, I shan't laugh. Let us discuss this seriously. What occurred today was purely accidental. I did not intend to rummage through your wardrobe. Who could have guessed you would store such items there? Bai Xinran glared at him, muttering softly, "Isn't it more perilous to keep them in the dorm?" "Quite true." Yu Hang nodded. "The level of social embarrassment for me discovering them is undoubtedly far less than being found out by a roommate." "Not at all." Bai Xinran shot back. "Had I known, I would never have taken them out. How could it be so unembarrassing?" Yu Hang raised an eyebrow. Bai Xinran's mouth fell open slightly, her brow furrowing as she looked at Yu Hang. The fact that her treasures had been seen was a catastrophic social blunder. Yet Yu Hang claimed to understand. This alleviated her sense of social mortification somewhat. Then Yu Hang mentioned that he was part of the same circle, which seemed to diminish the awkwardness. After working a month during the summer, he had purchased these items. The remaining 2 months were spent practicing, and he brought these items to school after the semester commenced. Before pursuing Himenjeo, he had used them a few times over the previous semester. After all, he had been quite busy since his rebirth, and hadn't thought much about such matters. That box should be tucked away at the back of the wardrobe. "How did you know it was me?" Bai Xinran inquired. Yu Hang squinted, unable to contain himself. "Isn't it rather obvious? Your virtual persona's elements are nearly overflowing. Is it that obvious?" Bai Xinran murmured. "Have you forgotten that I am also in your captain's group?" Yu Hang chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter. "Oh," Bai Xinran exclaimed, "I forgot. There are parts in the captain's group that cannot be broadcast." Chapter 55. "So you have known this all along?" Bai Xinran still dared not meet Yu Hang's gaze, murmuring, "Just this?" "There's much more." Yu Hang settled back down. "From your conversations in the live stream and the captain's group, it's clear that you often feel quite lonely. You have never ventured far from home. And while your parents are quite open-minded, never questioning your gaming or how you spend your allowance, they fail to inquire about your social interactions. Yet deep down, you yearn for a means of release. You desire something stimulating in your life, but in reality, you have no outlet, surrounded instead by love and acceptance. Leaving your frustrations to land softly on cotton." Bai Xinran sat frozen on the sofa, speechless for quite some time. Bai Xinran finally found her voice, albeit hoarsely. "On what grounds do you assert this?" Yu Hang turned his head to look at her. "From observation." Yu Hang replied lightly, "Of course, this is serious observation." Bai Xinran bit her lip. "Is there also unserious observation?" Yu Hang chuckled. "Indeed, during your broadcasts when interacting with your audience. You seem to relish that feeling of being guided, and you enjoy the freedom to express your true self unabashedly. Furthermore," Yu Hang continued, "on the night you fell ill, I observed your reactions, which were rather abnormal. A typical person would not have allowed me in, nor would they have dressed in front of me. You're talking nonsense." Bai Xinran spun around suddenly. "I was feverish. That may have contributed." Yu Hang raised an eyebrow, "But I believe it was your most honest expression." "And so?" Bai Xinran turned her face away, her voice muffled. "You recognized it. And then what? Do you wish to mock me? Or do you think I am easy to manipulate?" "Why would I mock you? These are natural psychological and physical needs that require no shame, at least not in front of someone from the same field as myself." Yu Hang smiled, continuing, "Besides, you currently have no master. You owe no loyalty to anyone. There is nothing wrong with me having seen it." "Oh dear, please do not keep reminding me of that." Bai Xinran pouted, then curiously asked, "How long have you known this?" Yu Hang pondered. It must be around 7 to 8 years." 7 to 8 years. Bai Xinran's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you joking? How old are you this year?" Yu Hang, observing her expression, chuckled uncontrollably. "I was joking. If we calculate it seriously, it's been about 2 years. In fact, it's not entirely inaccurate. I became aware during that summer of 2015. They had even watched films on the subject with Shun Yueling back then." Bai Xinran pouted. "That is still much longer than I've known. I only found out during the summer." "The summer?" Yu Hang raised an eyebrow. "Not long after you discovered it, huh?" "How did you find out?" "Pretty much through aimless surfing online," Bai Xinran replied vaguely. Yu Hang then asked, "Have you practiced? Does self-exploration count?" Bai Xinran retorted. Yu Hang laughed. "That certainly doesn't count." Bai Xinran pursed her lips. "Then that means I haven tea." "That is quite good." Yu Hang narrowed his eyes at her. "You can start from scratch." "Huh?" Bai Xinran blinked in surprise. "Start what?" Yu Hang continued to gaze at her. "Have you never considered practicing?" "I have thought about it," Bai Xinran admitted candidly. "But such things are serendipitous, aren't they? It's not that simple. The internet is rife with both good and bad. Who knows if the person on the other side is genuine or fraud?" I wouldn't dare in real life. What if I encountered a pervert or a scammer? Yu Hang listened quietly until she finished, softly saying, serendipitous, indeed. Bai Ran instinctively nodded. Right, so it's merely a thought. Then now. Yu Hang locked his gaze on her. Haven't you encountered it? B-boss, she stammered, her voice a bit dry. What do you mean? Literally, Yu Hang maintained his gaze. Do you not wish to give it a try? Do I want to? It seemed she had a slight inclination. But with the boss? The person who usually teases her suddenly turns out to be her fellow enthusiast and boss. The weight of this revelation is overwhelming, leaving her momentarily flustered. Wait a moment. Boss, she exclaimed, nearly springing to her feet. This turn of events was far too unexpected. I need time to think, she stammered, turning on her heel and retreating to her room upstairs. I'm heading to the live stream. She tossed over her shoulder, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Yu Hang sat on the sofa, unable to suppress a chuckle as he shook his head in amusement. Such a dramatic reaction. He hadn't intended to press her too hard. It was merely that today's opportunity was indeed rare. The secret had been unveiled, identities laid bare, and the atmosphere was just right. However, he had merely touched upon the subject, allowing her ample space for contemplation and inner conflict. Leaning back on the sofa, he glanced at his phone to check the time. Qinya would likely be streaming for a while longer, and Xin Lu would need time to change before coming to fetch her. At least an hour, he surmised. At that moment, his phone vibrated. A message from Ning Yutong appeared. Yu Hang, tomorrow morning, right? What time should I come over? It suddenly dawned on him that he had plans to shoot a short video with Ning Yutong the following day. Everything seems to be piling up, he thought. He typed a response. Around 9 o'clock should be fine. Remember to bring all your outfits, several sets, so we can shoot multiple versions. Ning Yutong replied instantly. Got it. I'm all prepared. As for this girl, he found himself somewhat perplexed about how to handle her. Their relationship lacked the romantic history he shared with Shun Yueling, and it was devoid of the niche interests he had with Bai Ran. It would be inappropriate to bluntly state his desire for a romantic relationship without the complications of love. She simply admired him, and though she had yet to confess, her affections were palpable. Since his rebirth, he had maintained a balance of distance and engagement, but the longer this continued, the more he dreaded the day he might actually confess. Rejection could lead to the same outcome as in his previous life, losing her as a friend, yet he was reluctant to pursue romance. He needed to devise a strategy. Chapter 56. Qinya's thoughts. Yu Hang had barely settled into his thoughts when Qinya shuffled down the stairs in her slippers, leaning over the second-floor railing to peer down. Where's Mom? She called out. Yu Hang didn't look up as he replied. She went home to change clothes. Change clothes? Qinya descended the stairs and plopped onto the sofa. What were you two up to? Only then did Yu Hang glance at her. It was because of that shriek you let out earlier. Your mother thought something was wrong, and in her shock, she spilled an entire cup of coffee on herself. Qinya pouted, mumbling, she worries about me too much. What else would you expect? Yu Hang straightened up, fixing his gaze on Qinya. I need to discuss something serious with you. Surprised by his serious tone, Qinya rolled her eyes. What is it? Are you going to lecture me? Yes, he nodded. In the future, could you refrain from speaking nonsense in front of your mother? Qinya blinked innocently. Are you referring to the part where I suggested you film under her skirt? Not just that, he interjected. You also need to show me some respect. Hearing this, Qinya scoffed. Are you upset because I called you a coward? Yu Hang's expression remained grave. I'm speaking to you seriously. If you continue to be so indiscreet, I won't take you out anymore, and don't call me brother. His words were rather harsh, and Qinya's playful demeanor faltered. She hadn't expected him to respond this way. She bit her lip, her gaze wavering for a moment, before she retorted quietly, You may lack the courage, but that's just being a coward. Yu Hang didn't rise to her bait. He merely narrowed his eyes at her, making her feel a bit uneasy. She was about to retort again, but her confidence wavered, and she ultimately lowered her head, muttering, I was just trying to help. Help? Yu Hang asked, amused. What help could you possibly provide? Qinya looked up, meeting his gaze. What do you think? I'm just worried you might not be brave enough. This time, Yu Hang genuinely chuckled, leaning back to assess the feisty girl before him. All right, Qinya, he said leisurely. How do you propose to help? Poison your mother? That's too boring. Qinya grimaced, then lowered her voice conspiratorially. I can provide cover. I can create opportunities for you too, or help you capture some candid shots of my mom. Don't you have a camera? I'll let you in on a secret. My mom often does things on her own. Yu Hang's eyelids twitched at her words. Good heavens, this girl is mercilessly willing to sell her mother out. He rubbed his temples. Just stop right there. Can you show some respect for your elders? Qinya retorted defiantly. What's wrong with creating opportunities for you? Caught off guard, Yu Hang stammered. If I end up with your mother, where does that leave you? Isn't that like a meal served with a side dish? Qinya paused, then bit her lip, lifting her shirt. Here you go. Enjoy. Yu Hang was taken aback by her sudden move. The living room was well lit, and he could see everything clearly. This girl certainly had guts. His previous words had been intended as a playful admonition, yet she had taken them to heart. However, he couldn't help but notice how thin she was. Her figure lacked the usual curves. Chinya maintained her stance, gripping the hem of her shirt. Her gaze locked onto him. Yu Hong remained motionless, simply observing her. With her bold personality, one could say she was audacious, but in less flattering terms, she was reckless. Banking on the belief that no one would dare confront her, she needed to be brought down a peg. Leaning forward slightly, he propped his elbows on his knees, continuing to watch her. Chinya's lips pressed into a thin line, her chin raised defiantly, yet her gaze began to drift. She glanced at the staircase, then at the door, before ultimately returning her gaze to Yu Hong. They remained locked in this standoff. You, Chinya, can't hold out much longer. Have you seen enough? Not yet, Yu Hong replied decisively. Are you tired? At his words, she suddenly deflated, letting go of the hem of her shirt, which fell back to her waist. Yu Hong sighed in relief. Had he stared any longer, he feared he might lose control. I understand now. She turned her face away, her voice muffled. I'll be more careful in the future. Yu Hong smiled softly. Careful about what? Chinya turned her head to glare at him. What else could I be careful about? Not speaking nonsense in front of you, perhaps. And what else? Not speaking carelessly in front of my mom. She bit her lip, then added, So, do you need my help or not? It seemed she was still not ready to give up. Yu Hong found it amusing. Was this girl truly determined to matchmake between him and her mother? Perhaps she was yearning for a father figure, or simply found the whole situation entertaining. Help is fine, he replied, but not in the ludicrous manner you suggested. Just keep an eye on your mother for me. What do you mean by that? Chinya asked. Just let me know what she's up to throughout the day. That's all. Absolutely. Chinya agreed readily, promising to fulfill her mission. Just as she finished adjusting her shirt, the doorbell rang. They exchanged glances, and Chinya quickly darted back to the corner of the sofa, clutching a cushion and adopting an innocent demeanor. Yu Hong stood up to answer the door. Standing outside was Qin Lu, now dressed in her own clothes again. She wore sheer stockings that closely matched her skin tone. Holding a paper bag, she handed it to Yu Hong as he opened the door. Here are by Zinran's clothes. I've washed and dried them. Yu Hong accepted the bag, stepping aside. All right. Qin just finished her live stream. Want to come in and sit for a while? No. Thanks. Qin Lu shook her head, her gaze sweeping past Yu Hong to scan the living room. Whereas Chinya, it's time to head home. Mom. Chinya jumped up from the sofa and dashed over. You're back so soon? How long does it take to change clothes? Qin Lu shot her a glance. How'd the live stream go? It went well. Chinya replied, her tone slightly more animated, but as she caught Yu Hong's look, she tempered her enthusiasm. Just the usual stream. Qin Lu nodded, then turned to Yu Hong. Thank you for your help today, not only with the clothes, but also for looking after Chinya. Director, you are too kind, Yu Hong said with a smile on his face. Chinya, being quite perceptive, was earnest during the live stream. Chinya curled her lip, muttering softly, quite the act. Qin Lu, not catching her words, inquired, What did you say? I said Brother Yu Hong is really nice. Chinya immediately donned a cheerful expression again. Yu Hong's lips twitched slightly. Well, we shall take our leave then. Qin Lu nodded at Yu Hong. Be careful during basketball training this weekend, and don't get injured. Rest assured, Director, Yu Hong replied, escorting them to the door. Take care. Qin Lu smiled slightly as she pulled Chinya out the door. Once Yu Hong closed the door, he exhaled, relieved that the day had passed. Chapter 57. You are quite suitable, just as you are. Bai Zinran was somewhat distracted throughout the live stream, responding to comments a beat too late. Fortunately, the regular viewers in the captain's group were familiar enough to banter among themselves, allowing her to play the role of the supporting act for over 4 hours. What a trial. After ending the stream and shutting down the software, Bai Zinran sat her chair, lost in thought. She was torn about whether to go out. However, the pressing issue was that she had yet to freshen up. But going out meant encountering Yu Hong. Meeting Yu Hong necessitated conversation, which could lead to that topic. Bai Zinran tugged at her hair and paced her room a couple of times. Finally, she gritted her teeth, twisted the doorknob, and stepped outside. After all, she couldn't possibly confine herself to this room for eternity, could she? The living room downstairs was still lit, and Yu Hong was nestled on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Upon hearing footsteps, he lifted his head, his gaze landing on her. Bai Zinran had changed into her pajamas after the live stream, leaving her legs bare beneath. This was her usual practice in her dorm, as she was alone and preferred to be comfortable. But clearly, she was no longer alone. Instinctively, she tugged at the hem of her t-shirt, but the effect was minimal. The garment was already loose-fitting and swayed with her movements. Finished with the stream? Yu Hong initiated the conversation. Bai Zinran responded, her footsteps unwavering as she headed straight for the bathroom. How was the viewership today? Yu Hong inquired again. Bai Zinran paused at the bathroom door, glancing back at him. Average just under 10,000. After she spoke, she prepared to twist the doorknob, but heard Yuhang add, "I checked the back end, and the numbers have actually improved quite a bit since yesterday. The data looks good, and we've gained quite a few new paid subscribers." Bai Xinran turned to lean against the doorframe. "So what?" This suggests that the veteran viewers have nearly exhausted their spending. It's normal to have a lull. These new subscribers will become familiar over the next few days and will start to engage more. By the end of the month, when you celebrate your first month back, there will surely be a significant spike, he explained in a professional manner, his tone calm. Listening to him, Bai Xinran felt some of her unease dissipate. At least in terms of work, Yu Hong was still the dependable boss she knew. "Got it." She nodded, her hand reaching for the doorknob once more. "By the way," Yu Hong suddenly spoke again, "Ning Yatong is coming to shoot a video tomorrow morning. You remember, right?" "Of course, around 8 or 9, Bai Xinran replied. "I've set my alarm." "Good, then get some rest," Yu Hong said, picking up his phone again. Bai Xinran observed his nonchalant demeanor, furrowing her brow slightly. After saying such explosive things in the afternoon, he now acted as if nothing had happened. She scrutinized him for a couple of seconds before she could no longer hold back. "Don't you have anything else to say?" Yu Hong lifted his gaze from his phone, raising an eyebrow. "What should I say?" Bai Xinran found herself at a loss for words, recalling their conversation from the afternoon. "Oh, that." Yu Hong set his phone down, leaning back against the sofa. "Didn't you say you needed to think it over?" "I'm waiting for your thoughts." Bai Xinran found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, she was the one who said she needed to think. But given the current atmosphere, it felt stifling regardless of how she thought about it. "What if I come to a conclusion?" She blurted out. The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted it. Wasn't he that a bit too forward? Yu Hong, however, did not laugh. His expression remained serious. "If you figure out, let me know. If you're willing, we can discuss how to proceed. If not, we'll just pretend this afternoon-esque conversation never happened. You'll still be my top streamer, and I will still be your boss." After a moment, she muttered, "Who as your top streamer?" Yu Hong shrugged. "So you made up your mind?" "No." Bai Xinran immediately denied it. "I was just asking." After saying this, she quickly twisted the bathroom door open and dashed inside, slamming the door shut behind her. She approached the sink, gazing into the mirror, unable to suppress a curse. Useless. She squeezed toothpaste and brushed her teeth, the electric toothbrush buzzing in her mouth. Yu Hong's earlier words seemed sincere enough. However, was it truly appropriate to engage in such a relationship with a boss? She was undoubtedly curious and even somewhat yearning. Yet, she had never considered starting something so abruptly. But one must try, right? Without practice, how would she know if she truly liked him? The toothbrush stopped, and Bai Xinran spat out the foam. After lingering in front of the mirror for a while, she finally pulled open the bathroom door. The living room light was still on, and Yu Hong remained seated on the sofa. Upon hearing movement, he turned his head. "Finished?" Bai Xinran responded. She tugged the hem of her t-shirt down again. "What are you staring at? You came out dressed like that, and you don't want me to look?" Yu Hong retorted with a sense of righteousness. "This is my sleepwear," Bai Xinran countered. "Whose sleepwear looks like that?" Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. "What's the difference between this and being naked?" "What do you mean no difference?" Bai Xinran protested. "At least it's a piece of clothing." All right, it is clothing." Yu Hong conceded, standing up from the sofa. "Now, little Bai, it's time for bed. Isn't it? You have to get up early tomorrow." As he spoke, he walked toward his bedroom. Pausing at the door, he turned back to her. "By the way, if you figure things out in the middle of the night, feel free to knock." "Who would knock on your door?" Bai Xinran glared at him. "I was speaking seriously." Yu Hong feigned innocence. "Like if you want to discuss the content of the stream or something." "As if I do believe you." Bai Xinran turned and walked toward her room, locking the door behind her. The room was silent, yet her mind was in turmoil. There was no panic or resistance. Rather, there was a faint sense of anticipation. "Oh no." Bai Xinran buried her face in her pillow, wondering if she might truly be a bit unhinged. She got up and walked to her wardrobe, pulling the door open. "Little pony, come and pamper me for a moment." Chapter 58. What is the point of washing the bed sheets? The next morning at 7:30, Yu Hong woke up. It wasn't he that he was particularly industrious. Rather, he had gone to bed early the previous night. He had a video shoot with Ning Yatong in the morning, plans to take Chinyu out for fun in the afternoon, and later that evening, Ning Yatong had a film club activity. Quite a packed schedule indeed. Yu Hong rolled out of bed, freshened up, and wandered into the kitchen. The fridge was nearly empty, with only a few eggs and a bag of bread left. He contemplated frying a few eggs and toasting some bread to make do for a meal. Just as he placed the frying pan on the stove, he heard Bai Xinran opening her door. After a moment, she passed by the kitchen, and Yu Hong glanced at her. "Up so early?" Bai Xinran replied. "You too." After saying this, she headed toward the balcony. Yu Hong turned down the heat. Peering out toward the balcony, Bai Xinran was bending down, pulling items from the washing machine. A light blue bedsheet was bundled in her arms. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. When did you wash the bedsheet? Last night. By Zinrin hesitated slightly, not turning her head. I accidentally spilled water on the bed. Is that so? Yuhong removed the fried eggs from the pan, turned off the heat, wiped his hands, and stepped out of the kitchen. You really are a bit careless. Yes, by Zinran, still clutching the bedsheet, turn around. It was just when I was drinking water that I spilled it. But does that warrant washing the bedsheet? Yuhong squinted at her, unable to suppress a chuckle. What do you think? What are you talking about? Bai Zinran turned her face away. I don't understand. After saying this, she quickly trotted back to her room. And Yuhong couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor. After a while, Bai Zinran emerged from her room. Yuhong was placing the freshly baked bread onto a plate when he glanced up at her and said, "Come over and have some breakfast." Bai Zinran walked over to the dining table and took a seat, sipping on her milk. They ate in silence for a few moments before Bai Zinran broke the quiet, asking, "What time do we need to film the video today?" "Depends on the circumstances," Yuhong replied, taking a bite of his bread. "If all goes smoothly, it should take 1 or 2 hours. If not, we might be at it all morning." "That's fine. It's the weekend after all." Yuhong looked at her knowingly and asked, "How did you sleep last night?" Bai Zinran mumbled it was okay. In truth, she had slept very soundly, having initially placed a towel beneath her. To her surprise, she had gotten up to toss the sheets into the washing machine and had fallen right back to sleep. She looked up at Yuhong and inquired, "What about you?" "I was all right too," he replied, serving up fried eggs and toast, adding, "I had a dream." "What kind of dream?" Bai Zinran asked as she sat across from him, picking up a slice of toast. "I dreamt that you came knocking at my door in the middle of the night." Yuheng's grin widened at this, while Bai Zinran shot him a glare, retorting, "You must be dreaming. Isn't that precisely what I just said?" Yuhong shrugged, taking another bite of his fried egg. They continued their breakfast in a comfortable silence until the doorbell rang a few minutes later. Yuhong stood up to answer it and found Ning Yatong standing outside, holding a large paper bag. "Yuhong," she greeted with a bright smile, her gaze drifting past him into the dining room. "Sister Zinran is here too." "Good morning," Bai Zinran replied, forcing a smile as she stood up. Yuhong stepped aside to let Ning Yatong in. "What brings you here so early?" "I was afraid of being late," she explained as she changed her shoes and placed the bag on the sofa. "I also brought some snacks and drinks. We can have them when we get tired from filming." She pulled out several bottles of juice from the bag. "What does Sister Zinran like to drink?" "I got orange juice, apple juice, and grape juice." "I'll just have the orange juice, thank you," Bai Zinran said. Yuhong glanced at the two girls and announced, "All right, let us start preparing for the shoot." Ning Yatong nodded eagerly and began pulling clothes from her bag. She had put considerable thought into her preparations for today as filming. In truth, she was not particularly keen on showcasing herself, largely because she viewed herself as an ordinary person, average family background, average academic performance, and average athletic abilities. Even in childhood, when playing games with friends, whether it was kicking a shuttlecock or jumping rope, she never excelled. However, since last year, people around her had begun to compliment her beauty. Phrases like "girls change so much after turning 18" and "you've really blossomed" became commonplace. Some remarks felt rather offensive, such as being compared to a milk cow or being told her figure was alluring. Boys would stare at her, while girls whispered about her. Yet her deskmate, Yuhong, pointed out that those who made such comments were either envious or jealous, evidence that she possessed something they desired. Thus, she had started to dress up, donning pretty clothes and styling her hair with care, no longer concerning herself with others' opinions, but rather displaying her newfound confidence. She laid out her outfits on the sofa in order: a light blue JK uniform set, white lace-trimmed knee-high socks and regular ankle socks, a light gray loungewear set, and a loose t-shirt printed with a cartoon cat paired with athletic shorts. Yuhong leaned against the dining table, surveying the array of clothes. "We can start with the most casual loungewear, then switch to the JK uniform. Perhaps we could even add a sporty transformation. The greater the contrast, the more impactful the short video will be." "You've really prepared well," Yuhong praised her. Ning Yatong looked up, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I was afraid it wouldn't be enough, so I brought a few extra outfits. That should suffice," Yuhong replied as he moved to the center of the living room. "This space is perfect for filming. The background is clean, and the lighting is easy to adjust." Bai Zinran remained seated at the dining table, glancing at Yuhong and then at Ning Yatong. If they were to practice together, what would happen to the other girls? "Where can I change my clothes?" Ning Yatong asked. Yuhong pointed to the guest room across from Bai Zinran. "You can use that bedroom." Once Ning Yatong emerged changed, she had styled her long hair into a simple, low ponytail, with a few stray strands framing her face. "How's this look?" she asked nervously. Yuhong assessed her with a critical eye. "Looks great. Stand over here, in front of the empty space by the sofa." Ning Yatong positioned herself as instructed, unsure of how to place her hands. Yuhong looked through the viewfinder and directed, "Relax, don't tense up. Just imagine it's a leisurely weekend morning, and you've just woken up, wandering around the living room in your pajamas. And then, Ning Yatong queried. Then I'll say start, and you just do a few very casual actions. Yawn, stretch, scratch your head, and so forth. After doing these, look at the camera with an expression that conveys a sense of just waking up. As he spoke, Yu Hong adjusted the angle. Remember, the first half should be as casual as possible. The messier, the better. Bai Xinran listened from the side, noticing how Yu Hong, who usually appeared laid back, could be quite serious when it came to work. I'm ready. Ning Yatong took a deep breath. Good, 3, 2, 1, start. Ning Yatong first rubbed her eyes, then opened her mouth wide in an exaggerated yawn. She had practiced this move several times, after which she stretched her arms upward, causing her loungewear to ride up slightly, revealing a glimpse of her fair waist. Following the stretch, Ning Yatong scratched the back of her head, tooling her hair. Finally, she looked at the camera, her mouth slightly ajar, appearing as though she were still half asleep. Okay, cut. Yu Hong lowered the camera, pleased. That one works. Now go change into the JK uniform. Ning Yatong nodded in agreement. The JK uniform was a stark contrast to her previous outfit. The blouse clung to her figure, accentuating her curves, while the skirt fell just above mid-thigh, paired with her newly donned white, lace-trimmed knee-high socks. Turn around so I could see, Yu Hong instructed. Ning Yatong obediently spun around. Pull the socks up a bit. Yu Hong directed. The knee-highs need to create that flattering curve. Ning Yatong bent down to adjust her socks, the lace sitting perfectly just above her knees. All right, now return to the previous position and pick up where we left off. Ning Yatong listened attentively, nodding. Good, 3, 2, 1, start. Chapter 59. My mother is meeting a man. The three of them filmed for the entire morning, resulting in 3 complete segments ready for editing. That essay wrap. Yu Hong pressed the stop button on the camera. After some post-production, adding a catchy tune, it should turn out quite well. Though Ning Yatong felt a bit fatigued, her excitement remained palpable. This is amazing. Thank you, Yu Hong. Thank you, Sister Xinran. Don't mention it. Yu Hong replied as he began packing up the equipment. Once I finish editing, you can have a look at the results. If all goes well, I'll send it to your Douyin account. Bai Xinran helped put away the reflectors and casually asked, You can edit videos too? I know the basics, Yu Hong replied. This kind of short video isn't too challenging. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Yu Hong glanced at the clock. It was only 10:30. Who could that be at this hour? He walked to the door and peered through the peephole. Chinya? He opened the door. What brings you here? Am I not allowed to come? Chinya squeezed through the door, a plastic bag in hand. My mom asked me to bring you some fruit as a thank you for taking care of me yesterday. Why so formal? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. How did you get here? Where's your mom? My mom went to the city for a bit. And since she was passing by, she dropped me off. You're taking me out this afternoon, remember? Chinya looked around the living room at the three of them, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. Am I interrupting your filming? Ning Yatong was wearing the last outfit for the video, a sporty ensemble. Bai Xinran was dressed in a t-shirt that barely stayed on her shoulders, her shorts so short they looked almost absent. Honestly, it does give off a bit of a film set vibe, Yu Hong remarked, playfully smacking the back of her head. What nonsense are you spouting? We're just filming a short video. All the same, Chinya remarked, rubbing her head as she approached Ning Yatong, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Sister, your figure is truly splendid. This is our instructor's daughter, Yu Hong chuckled, introducing Ning Yatong. She has recently been joining me for live streaming. Thank you, little sister. Ning Yatong responded with a smile. I will go change my clothes now. As Ning Yatong retreated to her room, Chinya leaned closer to Yu Hong and whispered, That sister is even older than my mom. What nonsense are you spouting? Yu Hong lightly tapped Chinya on the back of her head. You should be more respectful. Rubbing her head, Chinya muttered quietly, It's the truth, though. She tossed the fruit bag onto the coffee table and plopped down on the sofa, swinging her slender legs. Bai Xinran observed her with a slight furrow of her brow. Is this the daughter of Instructor Yu? That little brat? She certainly fits the description. Chinya was also sizing up Bai Xinran. This sister is quite good-looking, dressed so casually. Yu Hong glanced at both of them, and then turned to Chinya. Perfect timing. Let me formally introduce you. He walked over to Bai Xinran and naturally patted her shoulder. Bai Xinran frowned slightly, but did not shy away. This is Bai Xinran, your senior. Currently, she is our guild's leading star, the virtual streamer Yi Ling Yuan. Yu Hong's tone had a hint of playful formality. Upon hearing this, Chinya's eyes widened. Yi Ling Yuan? Is she the one with that alluring charm? Bai Xinran was taken aback internally. This little brat referred to her like that too? She nodded at Chinya. Hello? You must be Chinya. I've heard Yu Hong speak of you. Your live streaming has been quite promising lately. Wow. Is it really true? Chinya leaped up from the sofa, taking a few steps closer and gazing up at Bai Xinran. I watched your live stream from a couple of days ago. You were so captivating. Bai Xinran's lips twitched. It's merely the effect of streaming, she replied dryly. Just then, Ning Yatong emerged from her room, having changed, and caught the tail end of Chinya's comment about being captivating. All set? Yuheng noticed her and seamlessly shifted the subject. Since it's that time, let us head to the commercial street for a meal. Chinya was the first to raise her hand. I want to eat hot pot. Hot pot at noon. Yuheng shot her a glance. What about the lingering smell for the afternoon? What else is there to eat? Chinya pouted. Since the last incident, she had unconsciously diminished her assertiveness in front of Yuheng. How about that newly opened Korean barbecue place? Ning Yatong suggested softly. I saw good reviews online, and at this time, it shouldn't be too crowded. Yuheng nodded. All right, then it's barbecue. Upon hearing this, Chinya frowned again. Hey, why did she get to choose barbecue just because she suggested it? The four of them gathered their things and headed out. As they stepped outside, Chinya sidled up to Yuheng and whispered, Report. My mom seems to have gone to the city today to meet a man. A man? Yuheng raised an eyebrow, squinting. What man? My dad. Chinya replied in a hushed tone, and she was dressed up beautifully. So, you should feel a sense of urgency. Chinya continued. You need to step up your game. Yuheng squinted, finally asking a question he had been curious about for a long time. Have your parents divorced or not? Not yet, I think. Chinya pondered before responding. Then why are you acting so eagerly? Yuheng was speechless. They haven't divorced, yet you're pushing us together? So what? Chinya retorted nonchalantly. If you two get together, they'll be divorced. And what if they don't? Yuheng shot her a glare. What then? Chinya stammered. Well, that doesn't matter. As long as we're happy. What are you two gossiping about? Bai Xinran approached from behind. Nothing much, Yuheng replied cheerfully, just reviewing yesterday's live stream. The barbecue restaurant indeed had available seats, with posters of characters from Reply 1988 adorning the walls. The server led them to a four-person table by the window, and Yuheng naturally took the seat closest to the aisle. Chinya eagerly squeezed in next to him, while Bai Xinran and Ning Yatong settled across from them. After placing their orders, and while waiting for the food, Chinya rested her chin on her hand, her eyes darting between Bai Xinran and Ning Yatong. She suddenly spoke up, directing her attention to Bai Xinran. That voice of yours while streaming, how do you achieve it? Bai Xinran was sipping water when she heard and frowned slightly. Oh, that? Just practice. How do you practice? Teach me. Chinya perked up. I feel my voice is too youthful during my streams. It lacks presence. What kind of presence does a little brat like you need? Yuheng interjected. What you need is that cheeky attitude. You're the cheeky one. Chinya kicked his calf, then turned back to Bai Xinran. Bai Xinran cleared her throat. It's actually quite simple. Just lower your voice and focus on grounding your breath while speaking. She demonstrated briefly, and her voice indeed transformed into a mature, languid tone. Chinya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, that's amazing. Why don't you use that voice in real life? It's so charming. Streaming is streaming. Reality is reality. Bai Xinran reverted to her usual voice. Besides, maintaining that is quite exhausting. Oh, Chinya elongated the sound, glancing over at Yuheng. So what do you like in real life? Chapter 60. Quite the disciplinarian. Yuheng discreetly kicked Chinya under the table. This girl was starting to pry again. Feeling the sting, Chinya shot Yuheng a glare, but restrained herself. Ning Yatong listened quietly, a smile forming on her lips. She too was curious about Bai Xinran. With such beauty and an enviable figure. Although she had added Bai Xinran on WeChat, their interactions were quite formal. She remained uncertain about the nature of Bai Xinran's relationship with Yuheng. Upon arriving at the villa earlier, she had seen the two of them having breakfast together, which inexplicably made her feel a bit uneasy, especially since Bai Xinran was dressed so casually, revealing quite a bit of her figure. Reflecting on this, Ning Yatong instinctively glanced down at her own chest. She hadn't encountered any competition in that regard. Even Yu Ling paled in comparison. The barbecue arrived promptly. Yuheng naturally picked up the tongs and began grilling. While Chinya directed him, I want the pork belly. Make it crispy. Burnt food is carcinogenic. Yuheng replied flatly. I don't care. I want it crispy. Fine. I'll grill it to charcoal. Ning Yatong quietly offered. Yuheng, let me help you. No need. Just sit and eat, Yuheng replied, not looking up. I'll serve you when it's done. Chinya pouted, biased. Yuheng grabbed a sizzling piece of pork belly and stuffed into Chinya's mouth. Eat yours and stop talking. Hot. Chinya gasped, but she chewed and swallowed, finding acceptable. Bai Xinran observed the scene and couldn't help but find it amusing. Their dynamic resembled that of siblings. Xinran, you should try this. Ning Yatong placed a piece of grilled beef rib onto Bai Xinran's plate. Thank you, Bai Xinran nodded. The four of them chatted as they ate. And midway through the meal, Yuheng suddenly inquired, by the way, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Chinya immediately raised her hand. Didn't you say you would take me out to play? Yes, I did say that. Yuheng confirmed, but I never said you couldn't come along. He turned to Bai Xinran and Ning Yatong. Just right, a new escape room has opened on the commercial street, and the reviews seem quite good. How about the four of us go? Bai Ran raised an eyebrow. An escape room? Sounds interesting. Ning Yatong added softly, I've never tried it before. Qinya was energized. Let us do it. We must try the scariest one. You with your courage. Yuhong scoffed. Don't end up hiding in someone else's arms. Who would hide in your arms? Qinya glared at him, then pointed at Ning Yatong. I'd hide in her arms. Ning Yatong asked why. Because it's more cushioning. Qinya laughed, and she is soft and comfortable. Yuhong smirked and gave her another light tap on the back of the head. What did you promise me? No more nonsense. Speak carelessly again, and I'll ensure you spend the afternoon locked in the small dark room. Yuhong retorted, reclaiming his hand. You wouldn't dare. Qinya exclaimed, her eyes wide. I am your future cash cow. A little tree needs some pruning to grow straight. Yuhong quipped as he stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, or else it may grow crooked. Bai Ran, listening in, couldn't help but smirk at his way of discipline. Will you also discipline yourself like that in the future? Ning Yatong inquired softly. Will Ran, be going? The escape room is much more fun with more people. Bai Ran, however, had little interest in the escape room. Yet considering everyone else was going, it would feel somewhat out of place for her to decline. All right, she nodded. I have nothing else to do this afternoon. Yay. Qinya raised her hand. And let us go now. I'll make a quick call to check. Yuhong took out his phone, opened the review app, and found the newly opened escape room. After a brief inquiry, he hung up and turned to the others. The 2:30 session still has spots available. The theme is Chinese horror and mild fright level. Is that acceptable? What is mild fright? Ning Yatong asked anxiously. It means NPCs might suddenly jump out to scare you, but they won't chase you or touch you. Yuhong explained, suitable for beginners. I want to play. Qinya immediately raised her hand. I want this scary experience. Bai Ran raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid? Fear makes it more fun. Qinya replied with conviction. Otherwise, why pay just to look at the scenery? Yuhong turned to Ning Yatong. Can you handle it? Ning Yatong bit her lip. She was indeed quite fearful of ghosts and monsters. As a child, watching Juan had left her too frightened to go to the bathroom alone for a week. However, she stole a glance at Yuhong. Would it seem cowardly to say she couldn't handle it? Furthermore, with both Qinya and Bai Ran going, how embarrassing would it be if she didn't? I can manage. She took a deep breath. Mild fright should be all right, right? Great, then it's settled. He clicked on the reservation page for the 2:30 session. After a while, the four of them stood at the entrance of the escape room. The decor was quite atmospheric, with a black sign adorned with blood-red letters and a menacing ghost face drawn beside it. Is this it? Qinya leaned closer to the glass door, peering inside, where it was dimly lit. A bespectacled young man at the front desk adjusted his glasses. 4 of you, right? For the 2:30 session? Yes, Yuhong nodded. The Chinese horror theme. All right, please hold on. The young man stood up, retrieving 4 liability waivers from the drawer. Please fill this out first. Then I'll explain the precautions. Qinya snatched the waiver, glanced at it, and began signing. Is this even useful? If something goes wrong, will they pay? The young man chuckled awkwardly. You're quite humorous. This is a mild fright. Very safe. Ning Yatong held the pen, glancing at the terms on the waiver, her heart racing. It's all right. Yuhong leaned closer and whispered, I'm here. They 1T scare you. Ning Yatong's face flushed, and she nodded as she signed. After completing the waivers, the young man led them inside. Our theme is called the embroider. He introduced as they walked. The backdrop is an ancient embroidery shop, where the embroiderer was wronged and turned into a vengeful spirit. But don't worry, it's mild fright. The NPCs 1T touch you or chase you. They just appear suddenly to give you a fright. Is that it? Qinya scoffed, unimpressed. Don't rush, you'll see once you go in. The young man opened a heavy wooden door. Inside was a dimly lit changing room, with several coarse cloth garments hanging on the walls. Do we need to change? Yuhong asked. It's not mandatory, but it enhances the immersion. The young man pointed to the costumes. The girls are here, the boys are over there. Qinya dashed forward first, grabbing a piece and slipping it on. I want to change. This is so interesting. Once the 4 of them emerged in their costumes, they looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. They truly resembled their roles. And Qinya circled around Yuhong. Bro, your outfit is perfect for period drama. Stop being silly. Yuhong playfully tapped her on the head and moved on. The young man led them to a heavy wooden door adorned with a yellow talisman. Once you enter, the door will lock automatically. He said, there's an intercom inside. If you truly can't proceed, you can ask for help. Enjoy your time. After saying this, he pushed open the door. Inside was pitch black, with only a few flickering candle flames swaying in the distance. A musty smell mixed with the scent of incense wafted through the air. I'll go first. Yuhong naturally took the lead. Qinya, stick close to me. Bai Ran, you bring up the rear. Ning Yatong, stay in the middle. This arrangement felt quite sensible. Ning Yatong felt warmth in her heart as she followed closely behind Yuhong. The door closed behind them. Wow, it's really dark. Qinya's voice sounded somewhat exhilarated. Chapter 61. How many sides does my mother have? The puzzle-solving segment in the escape room was rather tedious. They followed prompts to find keys, arrange props according to poems, and listen to eerie sound effects. While Yu Hong mechanically operated, he was also distracted by the warmth pressed against his back. Since the first NPC had appeared, Ning Yatong had been nearly glued to him. This was their first significant close contact, aside from that time in the cinema. Yu Hong had never been quite as tactile with her as he had been with Shen Yueling. They hadn't even held hands or patted each other as heads. Today, however, they were experiencing quite an abundance of closeness. The girl was frightened out of her wits, her hand clinging tightly to his shirt hem. With every step, she would inadvertently provide a soft massage to his back. Yu Hong, did that cabinet just move? Ning Yatong's voice trembled. Yu Hong cast a glance at the dilapidated wardrobe in the corner. It didn't move. You're just seeing things. But she and T finished her sentence when the wardrobe door suddenly burst open. A woman in white, her hair disheveled, toppled out, her face pale as death. Ning Yatong's scream nearly pierced his eardrums. In the next moment, Yu Hong felt a weight leave his back. Ning Yatong had leaped from behind him, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, burying her face into his neck. Instinctively, Yu Hong's arms encircled her waist, feeling her softness against him. Whoever designed this scare point deserves a reward. The NPC slowly got up and drifted away. Is it gone? Ning Yatong's voice was muffled against his clothing. Yes, Yu Hong replied, his hand still resting on her waist. In this position, she was practically hanging on to him, her legs off the ground. Realizing this, Ning Yatong gasped, her hands flailing in a frantic attempt to let go. But as she landed, her legs gave way, and she fell back into Yu Hong's embrace. He steadied her, lowering his head to look at her. You're this scared and still want to play? Ning Yatong's face burned crimson, and she dared not lift her head. I just lost my balance. As they exited the establishment, Qinya was still reminiscing. That NPC's nails almost scratched my face. Bai Xin ran, listening, rubbed her temples, finding the girl's energy quite overwhelming. Yu Hong stretched, his bones cracking pleasantly. The front desk young man handed them wet wipes and bottled water. How did you four find it? Your completion time was 1 hour and 20 minutes, which is quite fast for a mild fright theme. Qinya took the water and gulped it down. It was okay. But Ning Yatong's screams nearly made me deaf. Ning Yatong, upon hearing this, quietly defended herself. It was genuinely terrifying. Yu Hong glanced at Ning Yatong. It was scary, indeed, but there were also some benefits. With her level of fright, he wondered if she would cling to him like this during horror movies in the future. The game experience was excellent. Yu Hong nodded at the young man. Qinya, when did your mom say she would pick you up? Qinya checked her phone. Around 4 or 5. That's soon. Yu Hong noted the time. Shall we head back to my place? Sure. Qinya had no objections. Great, I'll go back to grab some things. And I can bring the clothes I changed out of this morning for the movie club activity tonight. Ning Yatong said softly, glancing at Yu Hong, her voice lowering even further. Are you going to the movie club tonight? Yu Hong felt somewhat fatigued, yet he found it difficult to decline Ning Yatong in her current state. Furthermore, he had initially intended to take a look at the film club, which surely possessed a plethora of equipment. Who knows when it might come in handy for video shooting in the future. Let's go, Yu Hong said with an air of nonchalance. Do we not agree that I would accompany you? What time does it start? 7 o'clock. Ning Yatong's eyes sparkled momentarily. Shall I wait for you at the dormitory entrance? Agreed. The group of 4 made their way toward the villa, chatting and laughing, soon arriving at their destination. Upon entering, Qinya immediately kicked off her shoes and collapsed onto the sofa. There's nothing quite like the comfort of home. The chairs in that secret chamber were unforgivingly hard. Is this your home, then? Of course, it's more comfortable, Yu Hong retorted as he changed his shoes. Although it was not yet the official heating season, the air conditioning in the living room emitted warm air. It's sweltering, Qinya exclaimed, tossing her coat onto the armrest of the sofa. She wore only a black base layer beneath, her slender arms and legs exposed as she nonchalantly fanned herself with her shirt collar. Bai Xin ran, and Ning Yatong followed suit, shedding their coats and hanging them on a rack. Yu Hong leaned against the dining table, a can of cola in hand, his gaze sweeping over the trio of young women on the sofa. What a delightful vista, he mused. Each possessed their own distinct charm. At that moment, Bai Xinran set down her phone, stretched, and stood up. I need to go live now. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. You're still streaming today? Aren't you tired? I am, Bai Xinran replied, making her way upstairs. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can wrap it up. Yu Hong watched her retreat into her room and turned to Qinya. Look at her, not missing a day. Qinya pouted in response. But we had already planned to go out today. Starting tomorrow, I'll also make sure to not miss a single day. All right? Yu Hong chuckled. If you can keep that up for a week, I'll concede defeat. Don't underestimate me. Qinya straightened her posture. Qinya, keep my word. Starting tomorrow, 3 hours every day, come rain or shine. Very well. Yu Hong set the cola can down on the table. If you can stream consistently for a month, 3 hours each day without fail, I'll reward you. How much? Chinya's eyes gleamed with curiosity. 500. Only 500. Chinya scoffed. I can earn that much in a single streaming session. Then what do you propose? Chinya pondered for a moment, her eyes darting. Let us do this. The bonus will remain 500, but you must agree to one condition. Yu Hong narrowed his eyes. What condition? I'm still considering. Chinya giggled. I'll let you know once I've thought it through. It's nothing illegal or immoral. I'm certain you can comply. Yu Hong found her calculating demeanor amusing. This girl has truly learned the art of negotiation. Fine, he nodded, but the condition is that you must stream for 3 hours every day for 30 consecutive days. If you miss even one day, we start from scratch. Deal. Chinya extended her pinky. Pinky swear. Yu Hong approached and hooked his pinky with hers. Ning Yutong observed from the side, softly remarking, Chinya, you're quite the go-getter. Of course. Chinya lifted her chin. I aspire to be a major streamer. To earn a fortune. One day I'll support, cough cough. Essentially, I'll accumulate great wealth. She had intended to say that she would support Yu Hong. But recalling the previous lesson, she swallowed her words. Yu Hong shot her a glare, to which Chinya playfully stuck out her tongue. Ning Yutong found their banter quite entertaining. As an only child, she sometimes longed for a younger sibling. Glancing at the time, she stood up. I'll tidy up my things and head back to the dormitory. All right. Yu Hong nodded. I'll let you know when I'm leaving later. Ning Yutong returned to her guest room, leaving Yu Hong and Chinya alone in the living room. After a while, the doorbell rang again. Yu Hong stood to answer it. Peering through the peephole, he saw Qin Lu standing outside. Qin Lu had gone to the city to meet with Chinya's father, initially intending to have a serious conversation for the sake of their child and their family. However, upon entering and seeing that girl in the house, she forgot all the words she had prepared, leaving only indignation in their wake. Lin Lion, that man, truly had no fear of a breaking point. They had been university classmates, marrying shortly after graduation. She remained in academia as a teacher, while Lin Lion took a position at a high school near the university. At that time, Qin Lu's family was well off, owning a small mine with assets worth several million. Lin Lion was the one who moved in, as Qin Lu was an only child. Not long after their marriage, Chinya was born, and life continued happily until Chinya entered middle school. During her first year, the mine's profitability began to decline, leading to its closure. Qin Lu's father attempted to pivot to the restaurant business, but his large-scale endeavor, coupled with inexperience, resulted in losses of 4 to 5 million. While they would not say they returned to poverty, their financial situation was certainly not as comfortable as before. Without the support of her parents, they managed to get by on their salaries. However, Lin Lion's temperament began to shift. He frequently lamented his lack of standing in the household. He would say that the past was the past, and the present was a different story altogether. As a culmination of this, last year he had even begun an affair with one of his students. When Qin Lu discovered this, she was tempted to confront him at school. However, Chinya was on the verge of examinations, and given her excellent performance, she was sure to attend the same high school as Lin Lion. If she made a scene, how could the child ever return to school? Moreover, that girl was still quite young and about to face her college entrance exams. If a scandal erupted, it could affect them for a lifetime. It is a man's fault. He should not have allowed her to pay such a steep price. Thus she endured. However, Lin Lion seemed to have grasped this aspect of her, becoming increasingly reckless, often returning home late at night. After a period of quarrels, she grew weary and realized that it had also hindered Chinya's studies. Regret was futile. She simply brought Chinya here instead. Now, that girl has already entered her freshman year, attending their university, conveniently located near her high school. Upon returning, she discovered that the two of them were actually cohabiting. Ewing opened the door and saw Qin Lu standing outside. Today, Qin Lu was draped in a long trench coat, loosely cinched at the waist, with a form-fitting dress underneath. She wore sheer black stockings and heels with slender 5-centimeter stiletto heels. Chinya's remarks were not unfounded. She indeed looked stunning. However, the issue lay in her current appearance and demeanor, which seemed somewhat amiss. The collar of her trench coat was askew, and although her hair was still styled, several strands clung to her forehead and neck. Her makeup was slightly smudged, the eyeliner having blurred, though her lipstick remained, albeit faded. Additionally, her eyes appeared slightly red. Yu Hong's eyelids twitched. What on earth happened? Instructor, he stepped aside. Please come in and have a seat. Qin Lu shook her head, her voice somewhat hoarse. I won't go in. I'm here to pick up Chinya. Chinya was in the living room, and Yu Hong remained rooted in place. Please come in and wait. It's cold outside. Only then did Qin Lu lift her gaze to glance at him, her eyes reflecting an indescribable weariness. All right. She changed her shoes and stepped inside, leaving her trench coat on, placing her bag on the shoe cabinet by the door. Chinya, who had been sprawled on the sofa, playing on her phone, looked up in surprise upon seeing Qin Lu. "Mom? What happened to your eyes?" Qin Lu raised her hand to massage her temples. "It's nothing, just a bit tired." "Did you argue with Dad?" Chinya inquired directly. Qin Lu hesitated for a moment, remaining silent as she sat by the sofa. Yu Hong went to the kitchen to pour a glass of warm water and placed it on the coffee table in front of her. "Thank you," Qin Lu murmured softly, lifting the cup to take a sip. "How was the city today?" Yu Hong asked casually. "Was the traffic bad?" Qin Lu tightened her grip on the cup. "It was fine, no traffic." "That's good." Yu Hong smiled. "Qin, you said you looked beautiful today." I didn't believe it until now. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu instinctively brushed her hair back. This gesture drew Yu Hong's attention to her wrist, where a faint red mark lingered. "Mom?" Qin leaned closer, frowning. "Did Dad hit you?" "Don't say such nonsense." Qin Lu's voice rose slightly. "That's not true." "Then why?" "You look like you didn't sleep well." Qin Lu turned her face away. "Go pack your things. We should leave." Qin pouted but still got up to head upstairs. The living room was left with just the two of them. Yu Hong remained silent, observing Qin Lu. She felt uneasy under his scrutiny and set her cup back on the coffee table. "Instructor," Yu Hong suddenly spoke, "if you have anything on your mind, feel free to share." Qin Lu looked up at him, her expression complex. "What would I tell you?" "Anything." Yu Hong leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "My lips are sealed, and I am. After all, your student, it's only right for me to help alleviate your troubles." His tone was surprisingly sincere. Qin Lu remained silent for several seconds before suddenly smiling, a faint smile tinged with self-mockery. "Student," she echoed, shaking her head. "Yu Hong, you are still too young. There are some things you do not understand." "I do not need to understand." Yu Hong pressed his lips together. "I am just here to listen." Chapter 63. Qin Lu's Anomaly. Qin Lu regarded him, the weariness in her eyes deepening. She opened her mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately swallowed it back. "Never mind." She stood up. "I will check on how Chinya is doing with her packing." Yu Hong stood up as well. As Qin Lu walked past him, he caught a faint scent of smoke. It was neither her usual perfume nor the aroma of coffee. It was the scent of cigarettes. Yu Hong squinted slightly. Qin Lu's footsteps on the stairs seemed unsteady as she grasped the handrail. Amused by his own thoughts, Yu Hong shook his head. From upstairs, Chinya's voice called out, "Mom, wait. My backpack zipper is stuck." Yu Hong returned to the sofa, glancing at his phone to check the time. 4:20 p.m. He opened WeChat, where Ning Yatong had sent a message just minutes ago. "I arrived at the dorm. See you tonight." Yu Hong replied, "Okay." Just as he set his phone down, the two from upstairs descended. Chinya, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, was followed closely by Qin Lu, whose expression appeared calmer than before. "We're leaving." Chinya waved at Yu Hong. "MHM." Yu Hong rose to accompany them to the door. "Take care on the way." As Qin Lu reached the door, she bent down to change her shoes. From this angle, he was quite curious to see how far that faint mark extended. "Yu Hong." Qin Lu suddenly called out. "Hmm?" Yu Hong looked up. Qin Lu had already changed her shoes, standing upright as she gazed at him. Their eyes met for several seconds. "Nothing," she said. "Good luck in a basketball game." "Of course." Yu Hong smiled. "I am looking forward to your reward." Qin Lu pressed her lips together, not responding, and turned to open the door. "Instructor," Yu Hong suddenly called out again. Qin Lu turned her head back. Yu Hong looked at her, his tone uncharacteristically serious. "If there is truly something, don't hesitate to reach out to me." Qin Lu's gaze flickered, and she nodded. "Amichim." Yu Hong stood by the door, listening as the two of them walked further away. He closed the door, turned back to the living room, and sat in the spot where Qin Lu had just been. The sofa still retained a hint of warmth, along with a faint scent that mingled with the aroma of smoke. Yu Hong leaned back against the sofa and closed his eyes, replaying the details of the previous moments in his mind. Her makeup was undoubtedly smudged from crying. The redness in her eyes was not merely due to lack of sleep. The dust on her clothing, the red mark on her wrist from the stockings. Yu Hong opened his eyes, clicking his tongue. This was certainly not a state to be in after the fact. It was more intense than that. Yet, Qin Lu's expression did not convey satisfaction or pleasure. It resembled exhaustion, perhaps even humiliation. Yu Hong recalled the words Qin Ye had previously spoken. Was Qin Lu truly fragile? Was her outward demeanor merely a facade? He rubbed his forehead. So, today's events involved a meeting with Qin Ye's father in the city, and then, was she coerced? Or was it a reluctant agreement? Yu Hong was uncertain. However, one thing he could ascertain, Qin Lu's current state was dire. He picked up his phone, clicked on Qin Lu's WeChat profile. The chat history remained from yesterday, where she had asked about Qin Ye's livestream. After hesitating for a few moments, he typed a message. "Instructor, please let me know when you get home." Yu Hong set down his phone and walked to the window. The sky had darkened, and the streetlights began to illuminate. Below, Qin Lu and Qin Ye were crossing through the community garden. Qin Lu walked briskly, while Chinya had to trot to keep up. The hem of her trench coat flapped in rhythm with her steps. Yu Hong watched as they turned the corner, their figures disappearing from view. He turned back to the living room, picked up the cup that Qin Lu had used from the coffee table. The rim bore a faint lip print. Yu Hong took the cup to the kitchen and turned on the faucet. As the water washed over the cup, the lip print quickly vanished. Water left no trace. At least, it appeared that way. Just like Qin Lu today. After returning home and freshening up, she would likely revert to her usual state tomorrow, wouldn't she? The film club's activity room was on the third floor of the arts education building. When Yu Hong arrived at the dormitory building, Ning Yatong was already waiting there. She had changed into a different outfit, a light pink sweater paired with a cream-colored skirt, her hair down, appearing gentle in the glow of the streetlights. Have you been waiting long? Yu Hong approached her. Not all, I just came down. Ning Yatong smiled gently, extending a cup of warm milk tea towards him. I bought this for you, she said. Yu Hong accepted the drink, his fingertips brushing against her cool hand. Your hands are so cold, he remarked, frowning slightly. You're not dressed warmly enough. It's all right, Ning Yatong replied, retracting her hand into her sleeve. Let's go, we don't want to be late. The two walked side by side towards the arts education building. Along the way, they occasionally greeted familiar classmates, whose curious gazes swept over the pair. Ning Yatong felt a slight flush on her cheeks, yet her steps remained steady. Yu Hong, on the other hand, appeared unperturbed, taking a sip of the sweet milk tea. I'll edit the 3 videos released today when I get home. I should have the final product ready by tomorrow, he informed her. There's no rush. Ning Yatong replied softly, take your time. The sooner you post, the more traffic you'll draw, Yu Hong said, glancing at her. With your qualities? It would be unjust if you didn't become popular. Ning Yatong bit her lip and smiled, choosing not to respond. She genuinely enjoyed hearing Yu Hong praise her, especially when it was straightforward and devoid of ambiguity. Inside the arts education building, the atmosphere was lively, bustling with various clubs engaged in their activities. At the entrance of the film club's activity room, a poster announced a screening of The Truman Show. Yu Hong pushed the door open, revealing a room already occupied by a dozen or so people. The lights were dimmed, and the projector was already set up. Hurry in, called a bespectacled boy. His voice hushed. We've been waiting for you. Yu Hong and Ning Yatong settled into a seat towards the back. The folding plastic chairs creaked beneath them. I apologize for the modest conditions, Ning Yatong whispered. It's fine, Yu Hong leaned back. As long as the content is good, that's what matters. Yatong. The boy with glasses turned to them. Your boyfriend is quite handsome. Ning Yatong felt her cheeks warm, but refrained from arguing. At this moment, Yu Hong found it inappropriate to clarify that they were not in a romantic relationship. Since Ning Yatong chose not to explain, they would let the misunderstanding linger for now. As the lights dimmed completely, Jim Carrey's face appeared on the screen. Yu Hong had seen this film before, in a previous life, but watching it again held no detriment. Classics remained timeless. About 10 minutes into the film, Truman began to suspect the authenticity of his world. Just as Yu Hong became engrossed in the story, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Frowning, he pulled it out to check. Chinya? What's she calling for at this hour? He silenced the phone and slipped it back into his pocket. Not long after, it vibrated again. Yu Hong sighed, leaning towards Ning Yatong to whisper, I need to take this call. He ducked out of the activity room and stepped into the corridor to answer. Hello, what's going on? His tone was somewhat brusque. Report. Chinya's voice came through, urgent. My mom is drunk. Yu Hong paused for a moment. Drunk? By herself? Yes. Chinya's words tumbled out quickly. She started drinking as soon as we got home, and now she's in the bathroom, throwing up. I can't move her. Send me the address. Yu Hong rubbed his temples. I'll head over now. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. Chinya hung up. Moments later, a location pinged on WeChat. Yu Hong opened it to find it was a residential area near the university town, only about a 20-minute walk away. Checking the time, he noted it was 7:20 p.m. He turned back towards the activity room, tapping Ning Yatong on the shoulder. Ning Yatong turned, her voice soft with concern. What's wrong? I have to leave. Yu Hong lowered his voice, urgency evident. Ning Yatong froze for a moment, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes, but she nodded. All right, then go quickly. Be careful on the way. Yes, Yu Hong hesitated. I'll accompany you to watch another time. It's okay. Ning Yatong smiled warmly. The important matters take precedence. Chapter 64. The Allure of the Intoxicated Mature Woman. Yu Hong hurriedly made his way to Qin Lu's apartment, taking the stairs up to the 4th floor of the old building, which lacked an elevator. He knocked on the door, which was opened slightly by Chinya, who was clad in cartoon pajamas with tousled hair. You finally made it, she exclaimed, pulling him inside as though he were a thief. My mom's in the bathroom, throwing up for the 3rd time, and I can't manage her. She's in the bathroom? Yu Hong inquired. Chinya nodded vigorously, then opened her bedroom door, saying, This is your domain now. Don't worry, I want to come out no matter what noise I hear. With that, She closed and locked the door behind her. Yu Hong sighed and approached the bathroom door, which was ajar. Through the crack, he could see Qin Lu sitting on the floor, her back against the edge of the bathtub. She wore only a light beige nightgown, the sheer fabric revealing the outline of her black underwear beneath. Her bare legs were curled on the floor. As he stepped inside, the smell of alcohol hit him. He crouched down, gently placing a hand on Qin Lu's shoulder. "Instructor?" She remained unresponsive, eyes closed, her chest rising and falling heavily. "Teacher Qin?" He called again. Finally, she slowly opened her eyes. "Yu Hong?" Her gaze struggled to focus on his face. "What are you?" "Let us get you up," he said, not offering any explanation. He slipped his arm under her, feeling the chill of the floor. Qin Lu shivered slightly, but lacked the strength to resist. Yu Hong pulled her up from the ground. She leaned against him, her body cool yet soft. One of her arms instinctively wrapped around his neck. Her head resting on his shoulder, her hot breath tickling his neck, mingled with the scent of alcohol and femininity. The allure of the inebriated mature woman was undeniable. Yu Hong guided her to the couch, and as Qin Lu's legs buckled, she collapsed onto the sofa. He released her and turned to survey the coffee table. A nearly empty bottle of red wine sat there, alongside several empty beer cans. Mixing drinks. Is it any wonder she asked, throwing up? Yu Hong shook his head, searching for a clean towel. He dampened it and wrung it out before returning to the living room, sitting beside Qin Lu. "Here, wipe your face," he offered, extending the towel towards her. Qin Lu did not take it, merely leaning back against the sofa, eyes closed. Noticing her lack of response, Yu Hong took the initiative, gently wiping away the stains at the corners of her mouth. As the towel brushed her lips, she stirred slightly. He paused, and she slowly opened her eyes. Looking at him, though still clouded by inebriation, her gaze seemed to clear a bit. It appeared that even before he arrived, she had maintained a semblance of awareness. "Qinya lied about the situation. What brings you here?" she asked, her voice hoarse. "Qinya called me," Yu Hong replied, retracting his hand and placing the towel aside. "She said you were drunk and throwing up, that she couldn't help you." Upon hearing this, Qin Lu's brows knitted together. "What did she ask you to do?" Her voice suddenly escalated, tinged with irritation. "Why did she call you? If she didn't call me, who else would she call?" Yu Hong countered. "An ambulance? Or your husband?" Qin Lu fell silent, opening her mouth but failing to articulate a response. She turned her face away, resting her forehead on her hand, seemingly suffering from a severe headache. Seeing her in this state, Yu Hong sighed. "What exactly happened this afternoon?" he asked, for reasons he couldn't quite explain. He felt an inexplicable sense of possessiveness. If she were blissfully in love with her husband, it wouldn't matter. However, given their current situation, this feeling was overwhelming. Qin Lu remained silent, the living room enveloped in a heavy silence, punctuated only by their labored breaths. After a few minutes, she finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper, as if in a reverie. "I went to the city, intending to have a serious conversation with him." "About what?" "About Qinya. About this family," she recounted, suddenly laughing bitterly. "But when I opened the door, that girl was there too." Yu Hong remained silent, allowing her to continue. "It seems she had been betrayed. She lives in my home." Qin Lu's gaze fixed on the ceiling, her eyes vacant, sleeps in my bed. Sits on the sofa I bought. I asked him what this meant. He said, "Is that the meaning I think it is?" They actually moved in together. Qin Lu took a deep breath and closed her eyes. "And then?" Yu Hong asked. After a brief pause, Qin Lu replied, in a moment of impulse, "I ended up fighting with her." Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. She pulled my hair, and I slapped her. Qin Lu spoke with surprising calmness, though her voice trembled. "And then, Lin Lion actually shielded that girl. He held her tightly, motionless, just staring at me. I struck him with my bag, and he didn't retaliate, simply protecting her." By this point, Qin Lu's voice had completely faltered. She then unleashed a torrent of events from the past year. Yu Hong watched her intently. Her eyes were red again, but this time she did not cry. She merely gazed at the ceiling, her expression hollow and weary. "So you just left?" Yu Hong inquired. "What else was I supposed to do?" Qin Lu turned to look at him, to stay there and watch them flaunt their affection. Yu Hong remained silent, yet it seemed he understood the situation. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped Qin Lu's wrist. She flinched, attempting to withdraw her hand, but he held on tightly. "So this," he said, his thumb brushing over the faint red mark on her wrist, "was made by that girl?" Qin Lu pressed her lips together, refusing to deny it. Yu Hong released her hand, his gaze shifting to her legs. "The runs in your stockings?" he asked. "Did you do that too?" Qin Lu turned her face away. "It happened during the fight." "The dust on your clothes?" I stumbled while shoving. After hearing this, Yu Hong nodded. "So this afternoon," he summarized, "you fought with the mistress. Your husband protected her, and you ended up returning home all disheveled." Qin Lu. "That's quite an accurate summary." She let out a self-deprecating laugh. Yu Hong chuckled as well. Leaning back, he crossed his legs, Director, he remarked lightly, your combat skills are lacking. Qin Lu glared at him. What do you mean? What I mean is, Yu Heng tilted his head to look at her. If you truly wanted to fight, you should have armed yourself. What effect would a bag have? You need a rolling pin or an ashtray, and strike him until he is too afraid to protect her. Qin Lu was momentarily taken aback by his words. You, she stammered, you're inciting a crime. I'm teaching you self-defense. Yu Heng shrugged, besides. He is already protecting the mistress. Why be polite with him? Qin Lu fell silent for a few seconds. I can't win, she said softly. That girl is stronger and younger than I am. Yu Heng leaned in closer, fixing his gaze on her eyes. He found someone younger. So why can't you do the same? Chapter 65. Your body is saying yes. Qin Lu sat frozen on the sofa. The alcohol dulled her reactions. But the meaning of those words was too straightforward for her to misunderstand. She turned to stare at Yu Heng, searching his face for signs of jest. You. Qin Lu opened her mouth. She felt a wave of absurdity and a kind of offended embarrassment. Yet strangely, she didn't seem angry. Perhaps the alcohol had numbed her emotions. Perhaps the blow from this afternoon was too great. She found herself seriously contemplating his words. No, that is not right. She shook her head vigorously, trying to dispel the thought. Nonsense. She turned her face away. Are you joking about the teacher? Images from the afternoon flashed in her mind. Lin Lion tightly shielding that young girl, his gaze towards her filled with disdain and indifference. That girl was indeed young, her skin taut. Did Lin Lion protect her simply because she appeared flustered and fragile? I'm no longer young, she thought with self-mockery. I'm 38. Who would be interested in me? I would, he replied without a hint of hesitation. I have always been interested in you. Haven't you noticed? Qin Lu abruptly turned her head, finally meeting his gaze. You, she struggled to articulate. Do you even know what you're saying? It required no force, yet it was enough to render her immobile. I am quite sober, Yu Heng stated, and you should have sensed it long ago, right? Sense what? Qin Lu's voice was barely above a whisper. Sense my gaze. My thoughts. Yu Heng spoke steadily. You didn't wear stockings often, did you? At least during the times I came to the office, I never saw you in them. However, he continued, ever since I complimented you on how lovely you looked in stockings, you've worn them almost every day. Stop. Qin Lu interrupted, raising her voice. There is no way I started wearing stockings because of you. Is that so? Yu Heng arched an eyebrow. That it can't be for my sake? Just when Qin Lu thought he might relent, Yu Heng stood up. He looked down at her, curled up on the sofa. Her nightgown was disheveled. Her long hair cascading down, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes wide with confusion and glistening with tears. In this state, she was far from her usual composed self. Yu Heng's heart raced a little faster. He knew he was playing with fire, testing an extremely perilous boundary. But the sight before him, her fragile resistance, and the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes urged him to take a step closer, kneeling on one knee on the carpet in front of the sofa. Now that I'm here, he asked her, looking into her eyes intently, will you push me away? The proximity was overwhelming. Qin Lu instinctively leaned back, her mind a blank. Push him away? Yes, she should push him away, forcefully, without hesitation, then chastise him sharply, telling him to leave immediately. Stop saying such tempting things. If you do not refuse, I shall take it as consent. Yu Heng, who taught you this? Does it require teaching? Qin Lu, your body and your heart are both saying yes. You. Qin Lu began to speak, but Yu Heng interrupted her. Don't speak, let me finish. Yu Heng continued. Do you know that every time you come to the villa to drop off Qinya, I am watching you? Qin Lu's breath caught for a moment. You. Her voice trembled. How could you? How could I not? Yu Heng interrupted her. I am a man, and you are a woman. I look at you because you are beautiful, because I desire you. But I am your teacher. So? Yu Heng chuckled. Does that mean I'm no longer a man? Yet she couldn't bring herself to admit it, especially to a man a decade or junior. I don't, she murmured. You do. Yu Heng's tone was resolute. Every time you come to the villa, you subconsciously look for my reaction. You care about whether I am watching, don't you? Qin Lu opened her mouth, but found herself unable to produce any sound. He was right. Every detail, every small gesture she thought was concealed. It turned out he had seen it all. She closed her eyes, her lashes trembling. After about a minute, or perhaps longer, Qin Lu reopened her eyes. Yu Heng, her voice was soft yet clear. I am 38 years old. I know. Qin Lu inhaled deeply. Then why do you? None of this matters, Yu Heng said, each word deliberate. Tell me, do you think it matters? Qin Lu's breath quickened. Yes, what does it matter? What does age difference mean? She has a daughter. She has been married. And could she still dream of growing old together with him? Just as he said, as long as there is pleasure between a man and a woman, that is enough. Qin Lu, look at me. His voice was imbued with an undeniable firmness. Tell me, do you want this? She gazed at his youthful yet assertive face. She opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. I don't know. You do. Yu Heng fixed his gaze on her. Your body is trembling. It is anticipating. Chapter 66. Not here. Let us go to my room. Do you want to refuse? He asked, his voice softer than before. Of course, you have the right to refuse. Qin Lu's breathing grew more erratic. Yu Hong leaning closer. Don't worry. I won't force you. I am waiting for you to say yes. Qin Lu trembled all over and instinctively recoiled, saying, then keep your distance. You can push me away, he replied, his tone almost innocent. I haven't bound you. Qin Lu's hands remained at her sides, seemingly immobilized. You bastard, she finally exclaimed. Your hands are so cold. Take them away. It's not my hands that are cold. Yu Hong chuckled softly, gazing into her eyes. It's your body that's too warm. Are you not going to speak? Your body can hardly wait. Qin Lu shut her eyes, torn between her desires. Not here. After a considerable pause, with a hint of moisture at the corners of her eyes, she mumbled, come to my room. All right, he said. He then stood up and extended his hand toward her. Qin Lu hesitated for a moment, then placed her hand in his. Yu Hong grasped it firmly and pulled her up from the sofa. Qin Lu's legs wobbled slightly, and she stumbled into his embrace. Yu Hong instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist while the other cradled the bend of her knee, lifting her effortlessly. Ah! Qin Lu gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. What are you doing? I fear you might not be able to walk. Yu Hong stated matter-of-factly as he carried her toward the bedroom. Qin Lu's room was at the far end, the door ajar. Yu Hong nudged the door open with his shoulder, stepped inside, and kicked the door shut with his foot. Turn off the lights. Couldn't resist, he said with audacious justification. It won't happen again. Qin Lu felt an urge to slap him. Get lost, there won't be a next time. Yu Hong observed her flustered expression and pulled her back onto the bed. Are you angry? He embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Qin Lu struggled a bit, but couldn't break free, ultimately surrendering. She lay down, turning her back to him, remaining silent. She was indeed angry, but more so at herself for being so easily swayed, allowing him to take advantage of her. Moreover, she had lost herself in the moment, acting like a shameless harlot. Don't touch me. She abruptly seized his wrist. What are you doing? Just checking, Yu Hong said seriously, to see if you're hurt. I don't need you to check. Qin Lu's face flushed crimson. Let go, I want a shower. What is the rush for a shower? I need to wash up. You bastard. Yu Hong couldn't help but chuckle, loosening his grip. Qin Lu immediately scrambled to her feet and entered the bathroom. After a while, she emerged and looked at Yu Hong, stating, let us pretend tonight never happened. Yu Hong laughed. Do you think that's feasible? It has to be. Qin Lu replied coldly, you should leave. I'm tired and want to be alone. Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback by her demeanor, pursed his lips, and said, all right, I'll go. As he reached the door, he added, don't feel ashamed, it's not your fault. Get out. Qin Lu frowned. Yu Hong sighed and stepped outside, closing the door behind him. Qin Lu slumped to the floor, muttering curses under her breath. Little bastard, has no sense of propriety. Upon entering the bedroom, he noticed the disheveled sofa and coffee table, and Yu Hong couldn't help but smirk. He approached the sofa, bent down to pick up the cushion Qin Lu had kicked to the floor, dusted it off, and returned it to its place. The coffee table still held an empty bottle of red wine and several beer cans. Yu Hong gathered them one by one and tossed them into the kitchen garbage bin, then wiped down the table. After completing these tasks, he glanced at the time, 10:30. The door to Qin Yu's room remained shut, with no sounds emanating from within. As Yu Hong approached her door, just as he was about to pull it open, he heard rustling from inside. Moments later, the door cracked open slightly. Qin Yu peeked out, her eyes wide. Are you done? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Aren't you asleep yet? With the noise you two made, how could I sleep? Qin Yu pouted, opening the door a bit more to scrutinize him. Where's Mom? She said she was going to bed. Oh, Qin Yu nodded, casting a glance toward the master bedroom. How was it? What do you mean by how was it? Yu Hong squinted. About Mom. Qin Yu teased, winking. Was it comfortable? Tisk. Hurry up and go to bed. Yu Hong admonished. You still have a live stream tomorrow. I know. Qin Yu mumbled. Are you leaving? Why would I leave? Yu Hong replied. Your mom told me to go. She's just shy. Qin Yu chuckled. Are you coming tomorrow? Yu Hong arched an eyebrow. For what? To see my mom? Of course. Qin Yu stated matter-of-factly. You have to strike while the iron is hot. Strike while the iron is hot? Yu Hong laughed. Your mom just said there wouldn't be a next time. She's just putting on a brave front. Qin Yu rolled her eyes. When a woman says no, she really means yes. When she says she doesn't like something, she actually does. And when she claims there won't be a next time, there will definitely be. Yu Hong was momentarily stunned by her logic, then burst into laughter. Where did you learn this nonsense? I read it online. Qin Yu declared confidently. Besides, I know what kind of person my mom is. If she really didn't want it, she would have kicked you out long ago, not let you into her bedroom. There was some truth to her words. Earlier, in the living room, although Qin Lu had scolded him fiercely, she hadn't resisted at all. In fact, after returning to her room, She had been quite cooperative. What she said and how she behaved were entirely different. All right, adults' affairs are not for children to meddle in. Yu-hung patted her shoulder. Go back to sleep. Oh, Chinya responded, but remained rooted in place. Yu-hung looked at her. Is there something else? Chinya scratched her head, her voice suddenly lowering. Is Mom all right? Yu-hung paused momentarily. This girl, who spoke so bluntly, was actually worried about her mother. She's fine. Yu-hung's tone softened. Just had a bit too much to drink. She'll be fine after some rest. That's good. Chinya sighed in relief, retreating back in her room. I'm going to sleep now. Be careful on your way back. The door closed. Yu-hung stood at the doorway for a few seconds, then turned and walked to the entrance. He changed his shoes, opened the door, and looked back one last time. The living room was eerily quiet. The door to the master bedroom was tightly shut, with not a sound coming from within. Qin Lu must truly be resting. Yu-hung closed the door, and his footsteps faded away down the hallway. Chapter 67. Highly educated women are a hard-hit zone. The night air was slightly cool as Yu-hung reached for a cigarette, pulling one out to place between his lips. He pondered over the events that had just transpired. He was too familiar with many of Qin Lu's reactions. Was it true that highly educated women were a hard-hit zone? The pressures they faced were immense, and they often appeared too composed, but beneath the surface lay a stark contrast. However, her attitude today raised questions about how to proceed next time. One step at a time, he thought. When Yu-hung returned to the villa, it was nearly 11 o'clock. He fished out his keys to unlock the door, finding the living room illuminated only by a wall lamp. Bai Xinran was seated at the dining table enjoying a late-night snack, a bowl of instant noodles, with an egg added. Upon hearing the door open, she looked up. You're back? Her voice was subdued as she picked up a strand of noodles and brought it to her mouth. Yu-hung responded, changing his shoes and casually draping his jacket over the back of a chair. Just finished the stream? About half an hour ago, Bai Xinran slurped a noodle, her gaze drifting back to him. Did you watch a movie so late? Yu-hung sat down opposite her, rubbing his forehead. He offered no further explanation. Bai Xinran raised an eyebrow. What's up? Is there something else? Nothing. Yu-hung preferred not to elaborate, shifting the topic. How was your stream tonight? Not bad. Over 8,000 in revenue. Bai Xinran set her chopsticks down, wiping her mouth with a napkin. A few new captains joined, all eager to cultivate their personas. As she spoke, her eyes flicked toward Yu-hung. He had a faint scent about him. It wasn't the usual fragrance of a shower gel, nor was it the smell of smoke. It was a woman's perfume, a blend of jasmine, sandalwood, and a hint of rose. Bai Xinran had a keen sense of smell and was particularly sensitive to scents. This fragrance had a mature allure. Her mind flashed to Qin Lu's face. This afternoon, when Qin Lu had visited, she seemed to carry the same scent. So, Yu-hung must have gone. Bai Xinran pressed her lips together, dismissing further thoughts. Why should it concern her? Yet, it wasn't entirely irrelevant, was it? Suddenly, Yu-hung interjected, stating that they would attend the club recruitment event tomorrow and that she needed to rise early. How early? Bai Xinran inquired. Perhaps by 7:30, Yu-hung replied, glancing at his phone. We need to first pick up the roll-up banners and posters from that advertisement shop on Commercial Street. Then set up our booth at the activity center before 9. All right, Bai Xinran acknowledged, rising to rinse her bowl in the kitchen. Yu-hung remained seated, pulling out his phone to check WeChat. An hour earlier, Ning Yatong had sent a message. Yu-hung, is everything all right on your end? Have you resolved the matter? The message was followed by a concerned cat emoji. Yu-hung typed back. Nothing to worry about, it's all settled. Did you finish watching the movie? Almost instantaneously, she replied, I did. The Truman Show was truly captivating. I cried when you walked through that door at the NQAQ. I'm relieved to hear you're fine. I was worried about you. Will you be coming to the club recruitment tomorrow? Observing the flurry of messages, a smile crept onto Yu-hung's face. This girl genuinely cared about him. Of course, he replied. Tomorrow morning at 9, at the entrance of the activity center. We'll have our club's booth. Great. I'll come early to help. All right, get some rest. You too. Good night. Yu-hung set his phone down, and upon looking up, noticed Bai Xinran had finished washing the dishes and emerged from the kitchen. She stood by the sink, drying her hands with a towel. The hem of her loose t-shirt lifted slightly with her movement, revealing a glimpse of her fair waist. Yu-hung's gaze lingered on that exposed skin, which had become a somewhat frequent sight at home lately. What are you staring at? Bai Xinran hung the towel and shot him a glare. Admiring your slender waist. Yu-hung replied candidly. Pervert, Bai Xinran retorted, though her expression bore no ire as she turned to her room, adding, I'm off to bed. See you tomorrow. MHM. Yu-hung waved her off. Once the door to Bai Xinran's room clicked shut, he lingered in the living room for a while, his mind a chaotic jumble. From the escape room escapades in the afternoon to the ensuing antics with Qin Lu that evening, the day had been nothing short of dramatic. Moreover, he glanced at his phone. In his WeChat list, Shen Yueling's profile picture was quietly sitting there, and their communication had dwindled recently. Not a single message had been exchanged today. What could this girl possibly be up to these days? Yu Hong sighed, returned to his room, and closed the door behind him. The lights were off, and he tossed his phone onto the bed, but did not lie down. Instead, he approached the window and lit a cigarette, the ember flickering in the darkness. After a couple of puffs, he retrieved his phone and opened WeChat. At the top of his chat list, Qin Lu's profile picture remained still. He stared at it for several seconds before typing, "What's the status?" and hit send. A red exclamation mark appeared immediately before a line of small text. Message sent but rejected by the recipient. Yu Hong paused, then quickly realized. Blocked? Tisk. He smirked slightly. This woman certainly acted swiftly. Very well. He would ask someone else. Exiting the chat with Qin Lu, he scrolled down and found Qinya. He opened the chat and typed, "Any updates on your mom?" After sending the message, he waited without an immediate response. Holding the cigarette, he stood by the window, watching the ash accumulate until it was on the verge of falling when his phone vibrated. Qinya was still awake. "Report, none." Yu Hong replied. "Haven't you gone to check? I'd love to, but if she realizes I've been awake all this time, it would be even more awkward. For the sake of your future encounters, I think I'll pass on visiting." Yu Hong chuckled at her words. This girl could be quite considerate at times. He replied, "Your mom has blocked me. Standard procedure. She values her pride and needs a couple of days to cool off. Don't rush her. Let her process it." Yu Hong, why would I be in a hurry? Then why ask me about her? He was momentarily at a loss for words. Snuffing out his cigarette, he typed, "All right, go get your sleep. Oh, and what about you? Can you sleep?" Yu Hong, hee, good night. Bro Yu Hong chose not to respond further. He exited WeChat, tossed his phone back onto the bed, and lay down. Tomorrow was the club recruitment event. Would Qin Lu, as the supervising teacher, be present? They would inevitably have to see each other again, wouldn't they? Chapter 68. Rise and Shine. The bathroom light in Qin Lu's master bedroom was still on. She stood before the sink, gazing at the disheveled woman reflected in the mirror. Her hair was damp, dripping with water, and numerous red marks adorned her collarbone. Qin Lu reached out to touch them. They didn't hurt, merely tingled slightly. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath. She turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on her face. Staring at her reflection for an extended period, she finally managed a self-deprecating smile. "Qin Lu, you truly excel at this. How is she any different from Lin Lion?" She exited the bathroom and rummaged through her wardrobe for a clean nightgown to slip into. Returning to bed, she turned off the light. She recalled the lingering gaze Yu Hong had given her, sated, languorous, with an air of unfulfilled desire. Qin Lu rolled over, burying her face in the pillow. The pillow bore her scent, mingled with traces of Yu Hong's fragrance. It was faint, yet discernible. She inhaled deeply, suddenly jolting upright. Seizing the pillow, she hurled it forcefully to the ground. Then she bent down, retrieved the pillow, and cradled it in her arms, taking another whiff. She found her actions somewhat amusing. This time, she did not throw it away. Instead, she held it close and lay back down. Qin Lu stared at the sliver of light seeping through the curtain, letting her mind drift. Time passed, and she eventually succumbed to sleep. In her dreams, she seemed to find herself back in the living room. Yu Hong knelt before her, fixated on her eyes. She opened her mouth to scold him, but no sound escaped. All she could do was watch as he drew closer, his hand reaching out, gazing at him. Qin Lu abruptly opened her eyes. It was still dark outside. She checked her phone for the time, 3:30 in the morning. The screen was devoid of new messages. Staring at the WeChat icon for several seconds, she opened it. In the blacklist, Yu Hong's profile picture lay quietly. Her finger hovered over his avatar, hesitating for a long while. Ultimately, she chose not to remove him from a list. Better to keep him blocked for now. Exiting WeChat and locking her screen, Qin Lu tossed her phone aside and lay back down. She closed her eyes and sighed silently. Tomorrow, she had to go to school and face him. How would she manage that? She had no idea. One step at a time, perhaps. There were still several hours until dawn. The following morning at 7, Bai Xinran's alarm clock rang. Groggily, she silenced it, lingering in bed for another 5 minutes before reluctantly rising. After changing and completing her morning routine, it was already 7:20. The door to Yu Hong's room remained shut. Bai Xinran approached and knocked on the door. "Yu Hong, it's time to wake up." There was no response. She knocked twice more. "Yu Hong." Still, silence ensued. Bai Xinran furrowed her brow and turned the doorknob. The door was not locked. She pushed it open, and the room was dim, with the curtains drawn. Indeed, Yu Hong was still asleep. He lay sprawled on the bed, his upper body completely exposed. Bai Xinran's gaze drifted downward, her cheeks flushing as she quickly averted her eyes. "Yu Hong." Her voice rose a few octaves. "Get up." The person on the bed stirred slightly, mumbling indistinctly, "It's 7:20. Bai Xinran stood at the door, caught in a dilemma of whether to enter or retreat. "Did you not say you were going to pick up the pull-up banner?" Only then did Yu Hong slowly open his eyes. He turned over and sat up. Bai Xinran's gaze involuntarily swept across him. In this state, it was evident that his Uncle Chun had come to visit. She abruptly turned around, her voice slightly altered. "Put your clothes on." Yu Hong glanced down at himself, finally realizing the situation. However, he did not hasten to cover himself. Instead, he leaned back against the headboard, lazily observing Bai Ran's silhouette. It was not as if he hadn't seen her before. His voice still carried the huskiness of sleep. "Did I not also see you sleeping naked last time? That was entirely different," Bai Ran replied, facing away from him. "You were taking me to the hospital then. This time, you're merely waking me up." Yu Hong defended himself. "The essence is quite similar." "Not at all." Bai Ran almost felt the urge to punch him. "Quickly put on some clothes." Observing her reaction, Yu Hong suddenly felt mischievous. He deliberately took his time getting out of bed, pulling the covers aside slowly. As his footsteps approached, Bai Ran tensed up. "Have you gotten dressed?" "Not yet." Yu Hong had already reached behind her, drawing uncomfortably close. "I can't find my underwear. Can you help me check if it fell on the floor?" Bai Ran. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then she spun around abruptly and pushed him away. "Look for it yourself." Yu Hong stumbled back a step from her push, not at all angry, but rather amused. "Such strength? You deserve it." Bai Ran shot him a glare. "You rogue. Quickly cover up." "Huh." Yu Hong chuckled. "Why don't you just go downstairs? I'm not tying you down. Hurry and get dressed." Bai Ran's face flushed at his words as she fled the room. "I'll wait for you downstairs." Yu Hong raised his eyebrows, watching her retreating figure, before walking to the wardrobe. He pulled open a drawer, retrieved a pair of underwear, and donned a sweatshirt and sweatpants. By the time he finished washing up and went downstairs, Bai Ran was already seated at the dining table. 2 cups of milk and a few slices of bread were laid out before her. Yu Hong sat down across from her and took a sip of milk. "What are you wearing for the recruitment today?" "Just this outfit." Bai Ran glanced down at her t-shirt and cargo pants, then added her down jacket. "What's wrong with it? Isn't it a bit too casual?" Yu Hong scrutinized her from head to toe for our club's recruitment as the lead anchor. "Shouldn't you dress more attractively?" "I want to be showing my face." Bai Ran shrugged, indifferent. "It doesn't matter what I wear. That's not the point." Yu Hong narrowed his eyes. "Even if you don't show your face, your figure should be highlighted. We need to attract people during the recruitment." Bai Ran raised an eyebrow. "So what do you want me to wear? Do you have anything that accentuates your figure, or was a bit more alluring?" Yu Hong's gaze swept over Bai Ran again. Bai Ran rolled her eyes. "Seriously, it's the end of October. Are you suggesting I wear something revealing? I defreeze to death." "I'm not asking you to go bare." Yu Hong took a sip of milk. "A fitted sweater would work, right? Or a snug knit top, paired with a skirt and leggings." "I don't have that," Bai Ran replied succinctly. "Most of my clothes are practically androgynous. I don't own a single skirt. Even my jeans are straight cut." Yu Hong was taken aback. "Not even one?" "Not even one." Bai Ran shrugged. "I've never worn a skirt in my life. I find them inconvenient for movement." "Isn't wearing pants inconvenient?" Yu Hong chuckled. Bai Ran frowned. "How is wearing pants inconvenient? Look, skirts are so much easier. You can just lift them up anytime, anywhere." Yu Hong solemnly explained. Bai Ran shot him a disapproving look. "I knew you'd say something inappropriate." "Ha!" Yu Hong couldn't suppress his laughter, then asked again, "Are you really out of options?" "Really," Bai Ran affirmed. "If you don't believe me, feel free to rummage through my wardrobe." "Now you want me to search your wardrobe again?" Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. "Go ahead," Bai Ran replied nonchalantly. "You've seen all already." "All right," he sighed. "Then you might as well wear this outfit." After they finished breakfast, Bai Ran put on her long black down jacket, wrapping herself up snugly. Yu Hong glanced at the length of her jacket. It almost reached her ankles. "Your jacket," he couldn't help but comment, "looks like a sack." "As long as it keeps me warm." Bai Ran zipped it up. "Shall we go?" "Let us go," he replied. Chapter 69. Club Recruitment. They left the house at 7:40. The morning chill of late October was palpable, with a breeze carrying a hint of cold. Yu Hong wore only a fleece-lined sweatshirt, feeling a draft around his neck, and instinctively shrank into himself. "Cold, huh?" Bai Ran glanced at him. "Serves you right for showing off." "What have I shown off?" Yu Hong countered. "What can I do with a sweatshirt that doesn't have a hood?" "You deserve to freeze," Bai Ran retorted. But she pulled out a gray scarf from her pocket and tossed it to him. "Here, take this. Don't catch a cold and pass it to me." Yu Hong accepted it, examining the scarf. It was quite long and made of soft material. "You have this kind of thing?" After wrapping the scarf around his neck, he felt significantly warmer. "Thank you." When they arrived at the advertising shop on the commercial street, the door had just opened. The owner, a man in his 40s, was squatting at the entrance, smoking a cigarette. "Boss, we're here to pick up the pull-up banner." Yu Hong approached him. "Oh, for Tang, Chung University of Technology, right?" The owner stood up, extinguishing his cigarette. "Just a moment. I'll get it for you." He turned and went inside, returning shortly with 2 folded pull-up banners and a poster. "That LLB 120 in total," he said. Yu Hong scanned the payment and took the items. The pull-up banners were not heavy, but cumbersome to carry. I'll help you with one, but Zinran offered, taking one of the banners. They walked back to school, one in front and the other behind. Along the way, they encountered numerous students. Yu Hong glanced around, observing the chaotic array of outfits. Some were bundled up in down jackets like bears, while others wore sweatshirts with thin coats, and there were even a few in short sleeves. A boy dashed past in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, his leg hair standing on end. Impressive, Yu Hong muttered under his breath. What? By Zinran didn't T catch that? I said that guy is really resistant to the cold. Yu Hong nodded towards the boy who had run by. By Zinran looked over and smirked, youthful vigor, I suppose. When they reached the small square beside the activity center, it was only 8:30. Numerous stalls were already set up, with various clubs busy arranging their spaces. Yu Hong found a clear spot, set up the pull-up banner, and taped the poster onto the tent fabric. The words Starlight Club, Virtual Live Streaming Club, were printed prominently, alongside an image of By Zinran. It also featured a brief introduction to the club and recruitment requirements. By Zinran helped arrange the tables and chairs, then pulled out a few bottles of mineral water and a stack of registration forms. That should be about right. Yu Hong clapped his hands and surveyed the surroundings. Next to them was the guitar club, and further along was the anime club. A few cosplayers had already donned their character costumes, shivering in the cold wind, their shoulders and legs exposed. Just as they finished setting up, they spotted Ning Yatong jogging over Yu Hong. As she approached, the movement of her chest was particularly noticeable. In fact, since Yu Hong had left the film club the previous night, Ning Yatong had been somewhat distracted. She barely grasped the plot of the movie, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of what urgent matter Yu Hong could have had so late. She had messaged Shun Yueling, trying to delicately probe for information. But to no avail, as Shun merely mentioned being busy with a manuscript in the dormitory. Was something wrong with that anchor? She covertly dimmed her phone's brightness and opened By Zinran's streaming channel, finding nothing amiss. At that moment, she pondered whether to directly ask Yu Hong. Yet, if he chose not to share, would that make her seem intrusive? Moreover, she had been wrestling with the dilemma of confessing her feelings lately, terrified of rejection. She is the kind of person who is quite proactive, but once faced with rejection, she retreats like an ostrich. Good morning, Yatong. By Zinran greeted her first. Morning. Zinran Jia. Ning Yatong rushed to the stall, catching her breath. I hope I'm not late. She endeavored to make her voice sound relaxed and natural, not wanting to reveal her anxiety from the previous night. No, just finished setting up, Yu Hong remarked, casting a glance at her. Aren't you cold-dressed like that? I'm fine, Ning Yatong replied, placing the paper bag she was holding on the table. I brought a hand warmer. As she spoke, she pulled out several cups of hot milk tea from the bag. I bought these for you. Enjoy them while they're hot. In truth, she had deliberately chosen Yu Hong's favorite flavor when purchasing the milk tea, uncertain if he would notice. Bai Zinran accepted a cup. Thank you. Is there anything you need me to do? Ning Yatong asked, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards Yu Hong. Just stand there, Yu Hong said in a half-joking manner. You're the visual representative of our club. Ning Yatong's face flushed. What are you talking about? However, was he merely speaking casually, or did he harbor some feelings for her as well? Surely he must, otherwise why would he have touched her leg in the cinema last time? I'm serious. Yu Hong looked at her. With your looks, just standing here makes you a living advertisement. Bai Zinran and Ning Yatong sat nearby, engaging in casual conversation. Yatong, when are you planning to post a video on Douyin? Bai Zinran inquired. I'll post it once Yu Hong finishes editing. Ning Yatong glanced at Yu Hong. It should be within the next couple of days. She was genuinely looking forward to it. This was their first collaborative work. Yu Hong replied without looking up. I'll edit it tonight. Just then, Hao Junren strolled over, followed by Lu Tiankai and Ho Sudong. Hey, boss Yu, is the stall open yet? Hao Junren exclaimed, stepping up to the front of the stall. Yu Hong glanced up. What are you doing here? Here to help. Hao Junren patted his chest. Didn't we say we wanted to join the club? We have to pitch in. As he spoke, his gaze swept over by Zinran and Ning Yatong, chuckling mischievously. Yu Hong kicked him lightly. Where are your eyes looking? What is wrong with looking? There is someone I haven't seen before. Who is she? Hao Junren asked. A club member, majoring in comics, Yu Hong replied, omitting the fact that Bai Zinran was a virtual streamer. It was imperative to maintain confidentiality regarding the real identities of virtual streamers. Lu Tiankai and Ho Sudong were examining the registration forms on the table. This form is well designed. Lu Tiankai remarked, simple and clear. I designed it, Yu Hong stated. Impressive, Ho Sudong gave a thumbs up. With the addition of Hao Junren and the others, the stall became considerably livelier. Hao Junren, being loud, called out to passers-by, Hey, fellow students, come take a look at the Virtual Streamer Club, the trendiest club around. He actually attracted a few curious onlookers. Yu Hong took charge of introducing the club's purpose and activities, while Bai Zinran occasionally chimed in. and Ning Yutong handed out registration forms and pens. By around 10 o'clock, they had already collected over 20 registration forms. Not bad. How Junren flipped through the forms. The gender ratio is about 1 to 3. Roughly, Yu Hung agreed. That's the typical ratio for virtual streamers. Just then his phone rang. Yu Hung pulled it out to see it was Shun Yueling. He paused for a moment. This girl, it's been 2 days without contact. Why is she suddenly calling? He moved to the side of the stall and answered the call. Hello? Where are you? Shun Yueling's voice came through the receiver, still as indifferent as ever. By the small square next to the second cafeteria for club recruitment, Yu Hung replied. What is up? Nothing, just asking. Shun Yueling paused. I'll come by to take a look. Now. MHM. The call ended. Yu Hung stared at his phone screen, raising an eyebrow. Is she missing me? Chapter 70. Did I just walk into a gossip scene? Yu Hung returned to the stall, and Ning Yutong quietly asked, who was that? In truth, she had guessed it was Shun Yueling when she saw Yu Hung's expression during the call. Yueling, Yu Hung said. She said she is coming over. Oh really? Ning Yutong smiled. Then she must be done with her business. What was she busy with? Yu Hung inquired. Is there something I don't know? She has been busy with the freshman gala these past few days, Ning Yutong explained. The freshman gala? Yu Hung asked, puzzled. Is she going to perform on stage? Not exactly. Her class has a group performance, and the course instructor asked them to design their own costumes for practice. Is that so? Yu Hung frowned slightly. Genuinely unaware of this. Have you two been chatting recently? Of course, we chat every day, Ning Yutong replied softly, refraining from mentioning her attempt to gather information the night before. Every day, Yu Hung repeated. He mused that their relationship seemed to have improved. He instinctively blurted out. Weren't you two just? That was then, this is now. Ning Yutong blinked. Things change. Yu Hung was taken aback. Not long ago, they were subtly competing against each other. A few more inquisitive freshmen approached the stall, and Yu Hung stood up to greet them. About 10 minutes later, while he was organizing the registration forms, he heard Ning Yutong softly say, Yueling is here. He looked up to see Shun Yueling walking over from the square, surprisingly carrying a case of bottled water. Yu Hung thought to himself, isn't that quite impressive? Last time, she had me help her carry things from the supermarket. Shun Yueling arrived at the stall and placed a case of water on the table. Share these, she said, glancing at Yu Hung. Thanks. Yu Hung grabbed the case, opened it, and distributed a bottle to everyone. Shun Yueling naturally sat down in the chair Yu Hung had just vacated. There were only 3 chairs at the stall. Yu Hung stood while Bai Xin Ran and Ning Yutong occupied the other 2. Yu Hung raised an eyebrow but said nothing, twisting off the cap to take a sip. Bai Xin Ran nodded at Shun Yueling. Long time no see. MHM. Long time no see. Shun Yueling responded, acknowledging the greeting. They had only met once at the villa, exchanged few words, and were not particularly familiar. Yueling, are you done with your work? Ning Yutong asked with a smile. MHM, just submitted the design draft. Shun Yueling nodded, her tone flat, revealing little emotion. Yu Hung leaned against the table, observing the 3 girls sitting there. Ning Yutong smiled sweetly. Shun Yueling retained her cool demeanor, and Bai Xin Ran appeared calm, engrossed in her phone. The scene was quite harmonious. Excuse me, what does your club do? A girl wearing glasses approached to ask. We are the Virtual Streamer Club. Yu Hung pointed to the introduction on the banner. We do online streaming without showing our faces, using virtual avatars. Virtual avatars? The girl's eyes lit up. Like those 2-dimensional skins? Exactly, Yu Hung nodded. Our club provides training on how to stream, interact with audiences, and we also offer equipment support. Although the girl was particularly striking, her voice was quite pleasant. Do I have to buy my own equipment? She inquired. The club has shared equipment. If you want to be more professional, you can get your own, Yu Hung explained. The girl appeared intrigued, picking up a registration form. Can I take one? Feel free, Yu Hung replied. Shun Yueling sat in the chair, observing Yu Hung as he introduced the club to others. When he spoke, his gaze was focused, his thoughts clear, and he occasionally cracked jokes to lighten the mood, quite different from his usual laid-back demeanor. Her gaze drifted down to the gray scarf around his neck. That's not his. The color and style didn't seem like something he would buy. An inexplicable annoyance surged within her, yet was not entirely anger. It was a feeling she could not quite articulate. These past few days, she had been swamped with work. With 32 students in her class, they were divided into 8 groups to design costumes for the freshman gala, and those selected would earn extra credits. Whether or not she received credits was not her primary concern. She was indifferent to awards or accolades. Yet, her disposition has always been one of either inaction or, if she undertakes a task, to execute it to the utmost of her abilities. After several sleepless nights, dark circles began to form beneath her eyes. She had considered reaching out to Yu Hung, but was well aware of his own busy schedule. With his entrepreneurial venture just commencing, he undoubtedly had an array of matters to attend to. Even if they managed to meet, the time would be too brief to accomplish anything meaningful. Hence, it seemed more prudent for them to tend to their own affairs, postponing any connection until her own commitments had settled down. This morning, she finally submitted the final design draft and immediately sought to contact Yuhong. However, upon her arrival, what did she witness? The atmosphere around him was rather lively. Ning Yatong was seated closely beside him, and the streamer by Xin Ran was also present. While she yearned for his attention, he appeared to be reveling in light-hearted banter with the young ladies. Although she had acquiesced to their unconventional relationship, promising not to confine him, witnessing this scene stirred emotions within her. Shen Yueling did not perceive this as contradictory. After all, feelings and emotions are distinct, and the realms of reason and sentiment can coexist harmoniously. As more individuals approached to inquire about the club, Shen Yueling remained seated, occasionally glancing at her phone and then at Yuhong. He sensed her gaze upon him, but refrained from turning around. He pondered what had prompted Shen Yueling's visit today. Was it merely to observe? Just as he mused on this, another person approached the booth. Yuhong looked up and was momentarily taken aback. Himinjao? That was unexpected. Oh, Yuhong, she greeted, her gaze sweeping across the booth. Are you starting a club? As she spoke, her eyes lingered on Ning Yatong and Shen Yueling before settling on by Xinran's face. A virtual streamer club, Yuhong replied. What brings you here? Just browsing. Himinjao replied, her hands casually tucked in her pockets. Our department is putting on a show for the freshman gala, and I was dragged into dance practice. I happened to pass by and saw you here. Leaning closer to examine the poster, she continued, You've really started a club? What else would I do? Yuhong chuckled. Impressive. Himinjao raised an eyebrow, her gaze returning to Yuhong's face. Interested in a little more information? Me? Himinjao laughed. I lack the patience for live streaming. Besides, isn't dancing exhausting enough? As she spoke, her eyes swept over Ning Yatong. By that time, Ning Yatong had already stood up, smiling as she handed Himinjao a sign-up sheet. If you're interested, you can take a look, she offered. Himinjao accepted the sheet without glancing at it, instead fixing her gaze on Ning Yatong. Are you part of the club? Yes, I'm a high school classmate of Yuhong, Ning Yatong replied, her voice still gentle. Oh, Himinjao elongated the word. You're a streamer too? Shen Yueling observed this new arrival, curious about how well she and Yuhong knew each other. When had they become acquainted? After spending days preoccupied and missing him, it seemed he was never without company. Suddenly, she felt disinclined to remain seated. She yearned for a moment of solitude with him. At that moment, Shen Yueling spoke up, Yuhong, I'm hungry. Her voice, though soft, was loud enough for all to hear. Yuhong turned his attention to her. Hungry? It's only 11 o'clock. I haven't had breakfast, Shen Yueling replied casually. That was the truth. In her rush to submit her work, she had only consumed a cup of coffee that morning. Then go grab something to eat, Yuhong suggested. Shen Yueling looked at him. You should accompany me. Beside them, Hao Junren cast a glance at Yuhong, then at Shen Yueling and the other girls. Was this turning into a spectacle? Yuhong raised an eyebrow at Shen Yueling, sensing something was off about her demeanor today, though she was typically direct. Her insistence on his company in front of so many people was unusual. Looking at the booth, he noted the crowd still present. Aren't there others here? Shen Yueling gestured toward Hao Junren and the others. Right, Yuhong, you should go, Hao Junren chimed in. We'll keep an eye on things here. He said this while glancing mischievously between the girls, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. Yuhong inwardly cursed at him before turning to Ning Yatong, who was busy organizing the sign-up sheets. She looked up, her gentle smile still in place. You should go. We'll keep watch. Himinjao stood nearby, arms crossed, wearing a half-smile. Seems like you're quite busy. I want to interrupt. I still need to practice dancing, she said, waving goodbye to Yuhong before turning away. Her graceful gait showcased the poise of a dancer as she departed. Yuhong watched her leave before turning back to Shen Yueling. All right then. What do you wish to eat? Anything, Shen Yueling replied, rising to her feet. You decide. As she spoke, she naturally linked her arm with Yuhong's. This gesture caused Ning Yatong to momentarily pause, her smile fading slightly. Bai Xinran raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Hao Junren's eyes widened in surprise, internally exclaiming at the sudden display of intimacy. Yuhong was taken aback. She had never been so forward before. What was going on today? Let us go, Shen Yueling said, tugging Yuhong along. As he was pulled along for a few steps, he called back to Hao Junren. Keep an eye on the booth. Don't worry, Hao Junren responded loudly. Yuhong was led away from the small square by Shen Yueling. Are we really heading to the cafeteria? He asked, glancing at her. Or are we dining out? Shen Yueling paused for a moment, gently tapping her fingers against his arm. Let's south go to your place. Yuhong raised an eyebrow. The villa? Yes, Shen Yueling nodded. I'll cook. Yuhong observed her demeanor and clicked his tongue. There's no food at home. The fridge is empty. Then we'll buy some, Shen Yueling stated matter-of-factly. That's a hassle, Yuhong grimaced. We might as well order takeout. Shen Yueling didn't respond, and they continued toward the villa in silence. Yu Hong sensed something was amiss with Shen Yueling's mood today, but he refrained from inquiring. If she wished to share, she would. If not, pressing her would yield no answers. Upon reaching the villa, Yu Hong retrieved his keys and opened the door. "Come in," he said, stepping aside. Shen Yueling entered, closing the door behind her. She changed her shoes at the entrance, removed her coat, and settled at one end of the sofa. Yu Hong followed suit, removing his scarf before sitting beside her, leaning slightly closer. "What do you want to eat?" "I'll order takeout." "Anything," Shen Yueling replied. "How about this?" Yu Hong offered his phone, displaying a menu with boiled pork slices, mapo tofu, and a soup. "Does this work for you?" Shen Yueling glanced at the screen. "MHM." Yu Hong placed the order and tossed his phone aside, reclining against the back of the sofa. The living room fell into a tranquil silence. After a while, Yu Hong turned to her, resting his hand on the back of the sofa, his fingertips brushing against Shen Yueling's shoulder. "What is up with you today?" he queried. Shen Yueling avoided his gaze. "What do you mean? You're acting strangely." Yu Hong chuckled. "You wouldn't normally pull me away in front of so many people." Shen Yueling pressed her lips together, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. "What is wrong?" she asked, looking at him. "Are you displeased?" He wrapped an arm around her, and Shen Yueling instinctively leaned into his embrace. Yu Hong's hand rested on her waist, feeling the warmth of her body through her sweater. "Not at all," he replied, leaning down to ask. "Are you finished with your work?" "Yes." Shen Yueling nestled her face into the crook of his neck. "I submitted the design draft, and now I just have to wait for the notification." "You've worked hard." Yu Hong's fingers gently caressed her waist. "Yu Hong," she softly uttered his name. "Yes." "That scarf. Whose is it?" Shen Yueling hesitated, then asked. Yu Hong paused, then chuckled. "It's by Zinran's. She borrowed it this morning because it was cold when she left." He spoke nonchalantly, without an ounce of concealment. "What is the matter?" He noticed her silence and looked down at her. "Are you jealous?" Shen Yueling neither denied nor confirmed his assumption. Yu Hong chuckled, his fingers lightly pinching the nape of her neck. "Then I shan't use it next time." "Do as you please." Shen Yueling turned her head away. "It's none of my concern." Yu Hong laughed softly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Thus, he leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear as he whispered. "Is that why you were so eager to pull me back today? Miss me?" "Who misses you?" she retorted, feeling the warmth of his breath tickle her skin. "I'm just hungry." "Oh," Yu Hong elongated the vowel. "Then I want to hold you. Just wait for dinner." "You." Shen Yueling glared at him. "You jerk." "Jealousy suits you," Yu Hong teased. "I want to mock you for it." "I want to." Shen Yueling insisted stubbornly. "All right, you won't," Yu Hong acquiesced, though his hands were restless. She shot him a warning look, yet at that moment, it lacked any real intimidation. "What's wrong?" Yu Hong feigned innocence, noting the coolness of Shen Yueling's skin against the warmth of his hand. "Take it away," she said, though her voice had softened. "I want tea," he persisted playfully. "Why are you so cold? Dressed too lightly?" "None of your business." Shen Yueling averted her gaze, feeling a tightening in her abdomen. Yu Hong responded, his lips brushing against her neck. "Are you thinking of me?" Shen Yueling bit her lip in silence. Yu Hong remained patient, his hand sliding from her waist to her back. "You." Shen Yueling attempted to stop him, but as soon as she raised her hand, he captured it. "Don't move," he instructed, his lips trailing down her neck to her collarbone, where he gently bit down, leaving a mark, light, yet enough to be noticeable. Shen Yueling gasped. "Don't you dare." She pushed him away, though her strength was waning. "Then tell me the truth first." Yu Hong lifted his gaze to meet hers. "Did you think of me or not?" Shen Yueling looked back at him, her usually icy eyes now glistening with unshed tears, appearing both wronged and alluring. Yu Hong swallowed hard, leaning down to kiss her. This kiss was neither rushed nor fierce. Shen Yueling felt dizzy, her hands unknowingly wrapping around his neck. "Can we speak now?" Yu Hong rested his forehead against hers. "Did you miss me?" Shen Yueling gazed at him for a long moment before finally nodding ever so slightly. "You could have admitted it sooner," she huffed softly. "You." She wanted to scold him, but the words caught in her throat. "What are you hiding from?" Yu Hong's fingers kneaded her gently. "I'm just giving you a massage." Shen Yueling seized his hand just then, but the doorbell rang, freezing them in their tracks. Yu Hong cursed under his breath while Shen Yueling hurriedly arranged her clothes. "Is it takeout?" she asked, her cheeks flushed. "It should be." Yu Hong stood up, taking a deep breath to compose himself. He walked to the door, peering through the peephole to confirm it was indeed the delivery person. Yu Hong opened the door, accepted the food with a thank you, and closed the door behind him. Back in the living room, Shen Yueling had tidied herself up and sat on the sofa, still blushing. Yu Hong placed the takeout on the coffee table and sat beside her. "Shall we eat?" he inquired. "MHM." Shen Yueling nodded, her voice slightly hoarse. Yu Hong opened the takeout box, and a delightful aroma wafted through the air. He broke apart the disposable chopsticks and handed them to Shen Yueling before starting his own meal. The two remained silent, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. After consuming half a bowl of rice, Shen Yueling finally spoke. Earlier. I'm sorry, she murmured. I wasn't tea ready yet. Yuheng glanced at her. It's all right. His tone was calm, yet Shen Yueling could discern the disappointment lurking beneath. She bit her lip and fell silent once more. After finishing their meal, Shen Yueling disposed of the boxes and turned to Yuheng. I want to take a shower. Yuheng raised an eyebrow. Together? Shen Yueling immediately rejected the idea. No way. Why not? You were like that earlier. Shen Yueling frowned. If we shower together, I can't stop you. Yuheng chuckled. Then wash by yourself. Shen Yueling nodded and headed toward the bathroom. Just as she reached the door, she turned back to Yuheng. You're not allowed to come in. Rest assured. Yuheng smirked. You might as well lock the door. Shen Yueling bit her lip and shut the bathroom door. Yuheng sighed as he settled onto the sofa, reflecting on how close he had come to achieving his desires earlier, only to be interrupted by the delivery. Nonetheless, it mattered not. There would be future opportunities. He had gleaned some insight into Shen Yueling's feelings today. She was torn between longing and hesitation, a blend of yearning and confusion. This was understandable. A young woman, only just stepping into adulthood, was not yet psychologically or experientially mature. Accepting an unconventional relationship required time and mental preparation. Yet, it was precisely because of her immaturity that instilling such thoughts in her mind now might make acceptance possible. Although this approach was undeniably unethical. What did morals matter when one was embarking on a harem? This was arguably the only feasible way to establish such a dynamic without the reliance on transactional relationships in reality. He would strive to offer the best in both emotional and material realms, yet a romantic relationship was not something he could guarantee. This was not irresponsibility. Rather, it was a form of responsibility. He had previously read a rebirth novel that was equally absurd, where a harem was established while clinging to ideals of pure love. Didn't he that amount to straddling two boats? If one were to create a harem, one should do so openly. Yuheng found the notion of flaunting oneself while pretending to be virtuous utterly distasteful. He wondered what mindset those who enjoyed such literature possessed. Did they truly fantasize about a life where numerous women yearned for pure love, loving each other to the core? Such notions were mere opiates for the mind, figments of imagination, and only fools would believe them. The most amusing part was that these fools often deemed open relationships as a sign of incapacity, while they were entirely accepting of infidelity and chaotic love triangles. Truly comical. The doorbell rang again. Yuheng frowned. This time it could not possibly be another delivery. He rose and approached the door, peering through the peephole. It was Qinya, who stood at the entrance, absorbed in her phone. Yuheng opened the door. Just as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught sight of a car parked at the roadside in front of the villa. The driver's window was partially rolled down, and Qin Lu sat inside, turning her face slightly to gaze in their direction. Her expression was difficult to discern, yet Yuheng could feel her scrutiny. The two exchanged glances across a distance of several meters for a few seconds before Qin Lu turned her head back, and the window slowly ascended. The car started, turned around, and drove away. Throughout the encounter, she neither exited the vehicle nor acknowledged him. Tisk, that woman. Had she not requested him to be forceful last night? Not only had he blocked her on WeChat, but now she wouldn't even exit the car to deliver Qinya. What are you looking at? Qinya leaned closer, following his gaze. Oh, don't look. She has gone. After she said this, she tossed her backpack onto the floor and began changing her shoes. Yuan closed the door and turned to her. How was your mom today? Qinya, having changed into her slippers, straightened up and looked at him curiously. Didn't you see the WeChat I sent you? WeChat? Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What WeChat? I sent it this morning. Qinya pulled out her phone, unlocked it, and opened the WeChat interface, presenting it to him here. Yuheng took the phone and glanced at it. The chat interface displayed 3 messages next to Chinya's profile picture. Qinya, report, my mom didn't go to work today. Qinya, she didn't come out until after 10. Qinya, she seemed fine when I saw her. Didn't check her phone at all. Yuheng sat back down on the sofa. So how was your mom today? Qinya sat beside him, crossing her legs. She seemed all right. I could tell she was in a good mood when she left. But by the time we got close, her face turned cold. Yuheng settled next to her. Did she say anything? What did she say? Qinya tilted her head in thought. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just asked if I was coming to the live stream today, and when I said yes, she offered to drive me. We didn't talk much on the way. As she spoke, Qinya suddenly leaned in closer, lowering her voice. But let me tell you, she wore stockings today. What color? Yuheng squinted, inquiring. Qinya tilted her head, flesh-colored, quite thin, but it's cold today, so she also wore the leg-shaping device. As she spoke, her eyes darted towards the bathroom, wondering who was bathing inside. Yuheng did not respond immediately. For whom was Qin Lu wearing stockings today? Moreover, she was already donning the leg-shaping device, yet still opted for stockings. What could this mean? A game of desire? A facade of discontent? What difference does it make? Yu Hang gently flicked her forehead, urging her to head upstairs for the live broadcast. Qinya covered her forehead, pouting, by Zinran? No. Yu Hang, uninterested in elaborating, replied. Stop asking. Hurry up. He felt somewhat vexed. Shen Yueling was still in the bathroom. If she were to encounter Qinya, this girl with sharp tongue might divulge something unintended. Did my mother not satisfy you last night? Qinya inquired, narrowing her eyes at him. What? Yu Hang raised an eyebrow. Otherwise, why would you be inviting another girl? Stop talking nonsense. Yu Hang pushed her towards the stairs, urging her to ascend quickly. As she was nudged along, Qinya turned back. If you weren't satisfied, you could always go find my mother. Yu Hang interrupted her. Enough. Go upstairs and do your live stream properly. Got it. Qinya pouted and agreed as she went upstairs. He turned back to the living room and sat on the sofa. The sound of water from the bathroom had not ceased. Yu Hang took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and opened WeChat. 3 messages from Qinya remained unread, time-stamped from just after 8 in the morning. What had he been doing then? He had gone out with Bai Zinran to collect the pull-up banners, set up the stall, and then Shen Yueling arrived, and then Yu Hang rubbed his temples. Every day was filled with so many matters. He exited the chat with Qinya. Qin Lu's profile picture remained quietly still. Yu Hang stared at the avatar for a few seconds before finally locking the screen. Forget it. If she wished to block him, so be it. If she wanted to evade him, let her. Perhaps it was best to allow her a day to cool off. Just then, the sound of water ceased in the bathroom. Moments later, the door creaked open. Shen Yueling stepped out, wearing his t-shirt. The shirt was oversized for her, hanging down to her thighs. Yu Hang observed her in that state, his throat tightening. She looked even more alluring in his clothes. Shen Yueling bit her lip as she approached the edge of the sofa, maintaining a respectful distance from him. Neither spoke for a while. Eventually, Shen Yueling broke the silence. Did someone come earlier? Jis, Inja. She came for the live stream, Yu Hang replied. Shen Yueling paused. Did she hear me bathing? She heard the water. Yu Hang turned to look at her, but I didn't mention who you were. Shen Yueling sighed in relief, but her brows furrowed again. Will she say something inappropriate? No, Yu Hang assured her. She knows how to keep her mouth shut. You better. Inja exclaimed. Do you have plans this afternoon? Shen Yueling asked. I need to head back to school to check on things, Yu Hang replied, to see how the results turned out. Okay, Shen Yueling responded. Then I'll head back to the dorm as well. Yu Hang tilted his head to look at her. You're leaving just like that? What else? Shen Yueling glanced at him. What do you want to do? Yu Hang chuckled. What do you think I want to do? Shen Yueling turned her face away. Don't you have something to do this afternoon? Even if I do, it won't matter. Yu Hang leaned closer, resting his hand on her waist. Shall we finish what we started? Shen Yueling's body stiffened momentarily. Her voice trembled. I really can't. I know, Yu Hang sighed, but did not release her, opting for a gentle embrace. Chapter 73. Will you be my muse? Shen Yueling nestled in Yu Hang's arms for an indeterminate time, her face pressed against his chest, where she could hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. She truly did not wish to move. The warmth of his hand on her waist made her weak in the knees. However, Qinya was still upstairs live streaming and could come down at any moment. Moreover, despite having just bathed, her lips felt slightly sticky now. If she held on a little longer, she feared she might not be able to refuse him. All right. Shen Yueling gently pushed at his shoulder. I'm going back. You should also check on the small square. Yu Hang did not immediately loosen his grip. Instead, he tightened his embrace for a moment longer before slowly releasing her. When Shen Yueling returned to the dormitory, her other 2 roommates were absent. She removed her outerwear and changed into her pajamas. Habitually, she touched her collarbone, where remnants of the marks Yu Hang had left lingered, shallow, but noticeable. She gazed at herself in the mirror for a few seconds before turning away and climbing into bed. Pulling the quilt up to her chest, she retrieved her phone. Ning Yatong had sent a message an hour earlier. Yueling, have you returned to the dorm? After sending that message, Ning Yatong had been waiting. She knew it was a bit obvious for her to message Shen Yueling, but she couldn't help it. They had been together for so long. What were they doing? Shen Yueling typed a reply. Just got back. Almost instantly, Ning Yatong responded. Did you have dinner with Yu Hang? Shen Yueling paused at this message, her fingers hesitating. She was well aware of what Ning Yatong was implying. Yes, Shen Yueling replied succinctly. That's good. Ning Yatong sent a cat emoji spinning. You should rest. I'm also getting ready to pack up. Shen Yueling stared at the screen, ultimately deciding to ask one more question. How did it go on your end? Pretty good. We collected over 50 registration forms. Ning Yatong replied quickly. Yu Hang just got back and is asking about the situation. He had already returned? Shen Yueling calculated the time. It had taken her just over 20 minutes to walk back to the dorm from the villa. It seemed he had returned to the stall right after she left. Okay. She replied with a single word. locked her screen, and tossed her phone aside. Closing her eyes, Shen Yueling turned over, burying her face in her pillow. She truly missed him, and it was not merely an emotional longing. At the same time, in front of the club recruitment stall, when Yu Hang returned, Hao Junren was squatting by the roadside smoking. "Oh, you're back?" Hao Junren looked up at him, a meaningful smile on his face. "So soon? Get lost." Yu Hang kicked him lightly. "Have you packed up?" "Waiting for you." Hao Junren extinguished his cigarette and stood up, brushing off his pants. Ning Yatong and Bai Xinran went to the restroom, I think, while Lu Tiankai and Ho Xudong are packing the table. Yu Hang glanced at the stall. Indeed, looked like they had tidied up well. "How did it go today?" he inquired. "Incredible." Hao Junren waved a stack of registration forms. "Guess how many we collected?" "How many?" 53 forms. Hao Junren grinned, and most of them are girls, several of whom are quite attractive. Just then, Ning Yatong and Bai Xinran returned. Ning Yatong was carrying 2 cups of milk tea, and upon seeing Yu Hang, her steps faltered. "Yu Hang, you're back? Are you done with your business?" "Yes," Yu Hang replied, his gaze scanning her face. Her smile remained, but the sparkle in her eyes had dimmed slightly. "Here." Ning Yatong handed him a cup of milk tea. Yu Hang accepted it, his fingertips brushing against hers, which felt cool. "Thank you," he said. Ning Yatong was still quite concerned. Did they really need so long, just for a meal? Although she had long known they were childhood friends with a close bond. Back when they were in the same class, seeing each other daily seemed no big deal. College changed things. Especially after hearing Yu Hang mention they had watched certain films together, she became even more invested. Had they already crossed that line? Bai Xinran stood nearby, silent, merely observing Yu Hang with a glance that held no particular emotion. Lu Tiankai and Ho Xudong finished stacking the last few chairs and dusted off their hands. All set. Yu Hang glanced at the time. It was 4:20 in the afternoon. "Let us call it a day," he said. "We'll resume tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon." "Right here." "All right." Hao Junren stretched. "Shall we head out?" "Yes." Yu Hang nodded. "Thanks for your hard work." Hao Junren and the others left, linking arms as they walked. Ning Yatong stood in place, hesitated for a moment, and softly said, "Then I'll head back to the dorm as well." "Shall I walk you?" Yu Hang offered. "No need," Ning Yatong smiled. "It's not far. I can manage on my own." After she finished speaking, she turned and headed toward the girls' dormitory. After taking a few steps, she glanced back at Yu Hang before hastening her pace to leave. She undoubtedly wished for Yu Hang to accompany her. Yet she feared that being alone with him would compel her to inquire about matters she was reluctant to discuss. If she were to ask, and he discerned her true intentions without yielding any answers, it would lead to an exceedingly awkward situation. Yu Hang watched her retreating figure and clicked his tongue in his mind. This girl, her thoughts were all too apparent on her face. "What are you staring at?" Bai Xinran's voice interjected from beside him. Yu Hang withdrew his gaze, responding, "Nothing." Bai Xinran did not pursue the conversation, merely twisting the cap off the remaining half bottle of water in her hand and taking a sip. "Are you heading back to the villa?" Yu Hang inquired. "Yes," Bai Xinran replied, replacing the cap. "I have a live broadcast in a bit. Shall we go together?" he proposed. "Sure." The two walked side by side toward the campus exit. Bai Xinran slipped her hands into the pockets of her down jacket, aligning her stride to maintain a comfortable distance of half a body length from Yu Hang. He cast a sidelong glance at her, noting her unusually subdued demeanor today. While she was not particularly loquacious under normal circumstances, her silence today felt distinctly out of character. "Are you tired?" Yu Hang asked. "Not really," Bai Xinran replied, her gaze fixed on the path ahead. "It's just that after standing all day, my back feels a bit sore. Want me to give you a massage when we get back?" Bai Xinran hesitated, glancing at him. "No need. It's free," he added. "Free makes me even more reluctant to accept," Bai Xinran retorted, a smirk tugging at her lips. "Who knows what other costs you might impose?" Yu Hang chuckled. "Am I that kind of person?" "You are," Bai Xinran asserted with unwavering certainty. They walked in silence for a while longer. Just as they approached the entrance of the villa area, Bai Xinran suddenly spoke up. "It seems that Ning Yatong and Shen Yueling both have feelings for you." Yu Hang raised an eyebrow, turned to look at her. Bai Xinran remained focused ahead. "Is it that obvious?" he asked with a smile. "Quite," she replied. Yu Hang slowed his pace. "Are you concerned?" "Not at all." Bai Xinran turned to face him. "I have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship with you." Yu Hang was a peculiar individual. He was refreshingly candid, almost shameless, unabashedly revealing his desires and intentions. Whether he was involved in club activities for profit or navigating the affections of multiple girls, he possessed a strange kind of honesty, not wishing to invest in emotional entanglements, yet not merely toying with others' feelings. He looked at her, narrowing his eyes with a smile. "Then what are you contemplating? Becoming my assistant?" Chapter 74, starting simple. Upon pushing open the villa door, the air conditioning greeted them. As soon as Bai Xinran stepped inside, she felt a bead of sweat forming. She removed her down jacket and hung it by the entrance. Chinya was likely upstairs broadcasting, and she could faintly hear her voice. Bai Xinran made her way to the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of water from the refrigerator and taking a sip. Yu Heng followed her in, leaning against the kitchen doorframe. Observing her. "What are you looking at?" Bai Xinran queried. Why was he staring at her so intently today? Was there something on her face? "Just watching you." Yu Heng replied. "You've been unusually quiet today." "Have I?" Bai Xinran set the bottle down on the counter, pursing her lips. "I've always been like this." Bai Xinran. Yu Heng suddenly called her name. He stepped a little closer. Their proximity had diminished to the point where they could feel each other's breaths. It felt too close. Bai Xinran leaned back against the counter, with no space to retreat. "You smell like smoke," she exclaimed. "I only smoked one today." Yu Heng raised an eyebrow. "It was a while ago. Your sense of smell is impressive." "I'm sensitive to scents," Bai Xinran replied, "so please don't stand so close." In truth, she could also detect other lingering aromas in the room. It was evident that Yu Heng and Shun Yueling had been here, engaging in activities that extended beyond mere dining. "What had they done on the sofa?" Yu Heng did not step back. Rather, he leaned in closer. She attempted to push him away, but as soon as her hand lifted, Yu Heng grasped it gently. "Don't move," he said, his fingers lightly stroking her wrist. "We need to discuss some important matters." "What important matters?" Bai Xinran asked. Yu Heng's gaze shifted, his earlier jesting demeanor replaced by earnestness. "Haven't you given it any thought?" he inquired. Bai Xinran understood what he was asking. She had mentioned needing time to consider. She opened her mouth to respond, but found herself at a loss for words. She had contemplated this matter extensively over the past few days, but still found herself perplexed. "I don't know," she admitted. "I truly don't have any experience. I'm just beginning to understand, and I fear I won't do well." She was somewhat afraid he would find her inexperienced and dull. "No one is born knowing how to do things," Yu Heng replied, "and whether or not you perform well is not for you to define." "Then who defines it?" "I do," Yu Heng stated firmly, his gaze unwavering. Bai Xinran felt her heart skip a beat. His voice carried an undeniable authority. He had said it so plainly. "We don't have to rush into establishing a formal relationship," he continued. "Let us start simple, with a trial." "What do you think?" Bai Xinran bit her lip. "Like what?" "For instance," Yu Heng pondered, "you could start with some straightforward tasks and see how you feel about them." "What kind of tasks?" Bai Xinran asked instinctively. "That depends on you." Yu Heng released her hand. "What are you most interested in?" Bai Xinran fell silent. What was she interested in? In truth, she found many things intriguing. Yet, she struggled to articulate the specialized terms, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "Are you interested in many things?" she murmured, her voice wavering slightly. Yu Heng smiled, not a mocking smile, but one filled with understanding and guidance. "Then let us begin with some simple tasks," he suggested, for example. "Starting tomorrow during your live broadcast, in front of the viewers?" Bai Xinran asked, "What am I supposed to do?" "I can't tell you that now." Yu Heng responded. "The task should be spontaneous to maintain interest." Bai Xinran regarded him, a mix of anticipation and trepidation bubbling within her. She recognized that she was moving toward a particular direction. Once she took this step, there would be no turning back. Yet, she seemed unwilling to retreat. Each time she sought to console herself, it was this very scenario she envisioned. "All right," Bai Xinran said, her voice soft yet resolute. Yu Heng nodded. "Then make sure to rest well tonight, and we'll begin tomorrow." After he spoke, he turned to walk toward the living room, glancing back at her by the way. Is her back still sore?" Yu Heng asked. Bai Xinran paused for a moment, a little. "Come here." Yu Heng took a seat on the sofa, patting the space beside him. "Let me give you a massage." Bai Xinran hesitated for a couple of seconds, but ultimately approached him. She sat on the sofa with her back to Yu Heng. His hands rested on her shoulders, applying pressure with just the right amount of force. "Relax," he instructed. Bai Xinran's body tensed momentarily before gradually easing. Yu Heng's hands were warm, and his technique was surprisingly adept, moving from her shoulders to her back, and then to her sides. Bai Xinran closed her eyes, feeling the tension in her muscles dissipate bit by bit. "Is that comfortable?" Yu Heng asked. Bai Xinran replied, her voice soft, almost a hum. "That's good," Yu Heng affirmed, continuing his ministrations. The living room fell into a tranquil silence. Only the faint sounds of Chinya's broadcast from upstairs mingled with their gentle breaths. Bai Xinran suddenly felt that this sensation was rather pleasant. Though uncertain of what the future held, she was willing to explore this moment. This was the first time someone had given her a massage. Did he learn this skill specifically? With Yu Heng, it seemed unsurprising that he possessed such talents. "All right," Yu Heng announced, his hands pausing as he gently patted her side. "How does that feel?" Bai Xinran straightened slowly, testing her shoulders. She felt significantly more relaxed. "It's quite good," she said, her voice still carrying a hint of softness from the relaxation. "Thank you." "No need for thanks," Yu Heng replied, withdrawing his hands. "You should prepare for your broadcast soon." "Yeah," Bai Xinran acknowledged, suddenly recalling something. Would the task be too demanding? As soon as she asked, she regretted it. The words seemed to carry a hint of impatience. Yu Hong turned his head to glance at her, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Are you afraid? Not afraid. Bai Xinran pressed her lips together. I just want to be mentally prepared. Then don't prepare at all, Yu Hong asserted nonchalantly. If it's random, then it should be random. That's what makes it interesting. This person, Bai Xinran, clicked her tongue inwardly, but refrained from further questioning. She knew there was little to gain from asking. I'm off the stream now, Bai Xinran announced as she rose. Go ahead. Chinya is streaming too. You two could actually connect and do a duet. Yu Hong suggested. That sounds good, Bai Xinran nodded. I'm fine with that. Never mind. Yu Hong changed his mind. The custom skin I'm making for her will be ready soon. Let us wait until it's done. All right. Bai Xinran returned to her room and closed the door. She approached the wardrobe and opened a drawer. Will I even need these anymore? Bai Xinran pondered, shaking her head. After all, they hadn't even established a relationship yet. She changed into her pajamas, lay down on the bed, and took out her phone. There were several unread messages on WeChat. Ning Yatong had messaged Sister Xinran. Have you returned to the villa? Bai Xinran replied. Yes, I'm back. The reply came swiftly. You must be tired today. Are you going to recruit new members tomorrow? Yes, Bai Xinran typed back, then added, didn't we say 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Got it. See you tomorrow. Chapter 75. This matter cannot be rushed. After Bai Xinran returned to her room, Yu Hong sat on the sofa for a while. The warm air from the air conditioner continued to blow, and Yu Hong pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Since his rebirth, he had actually lost much of his craving for cigarettes. However, out of habit, he would still light one when deep in thought. He needed to contemplate how to begin. From a psychological perspective, Bai Xinran's inclinations were merely manifestations of a few underlying reasons. For instance, the externalization of a desire for control. On the surface, she seemed carefree, sporting a short, androgynous hairstyle, and handling tasks with decisiveness. Yet, this was actually a form of heightened self-control. The more tightly one controls their exterior, the more they may yearn to relinquish the control in specific situations. It becomes exhausting to remain tense all the time. One needs a safe haven to unwind completely, free from responsibilities. Bai Xinran's family background was, in fact, quite perfect. Though her parents could be demanding and controlling, they at least provided material abundance. Spiritually, she had freedom. However, this freedom sometimes felt burdensome. People need boundaries. Parental constraints are like visible walls. You know where you can and cannot go. But Bai Xinran's walls were made of cotton. A punch against them yields nothing but softness. Over time, one can grow confused. What should one do? How should one do it? Is this right or wrong? What is the meaning of one's existence? Especially as she pursued the arts. Her inner world was richer than that of an average person, making her more susceptible to emotional buildup. She needed an outlet, but in reality, there was no place for her to release it. Fighting? Rebellion? That wasn't her nature. Thus, she could only turn to the virtual world. The persona she adopted while streaming, Night Spirit Abyss, was less of a performance and more a true reflection of herself. She could be sharp-tongued, reckless, and freely express her desires. Yu Hong understood this feeling all too well. He had traversed a similar phase in his previous life. On the surface, he appeared to have everything, yet inside, he felt an unsettling emptiness. At 5 o'clock sharp, Chinya's livestream concluded on time. She walked into the living room and plopped down onto the single sofa beside Yu Hong, resting her legs on the coffee table. I'm exhausted, Chinya sighed deeply. My mom said she would pick me up at 5. She should be here soon. Yu Hong glanced at her. Isn't it already 5? Chinya leaned closer, lowering her voice. Aren't you going to reach out to her? Reach out for what? Yu Hong replied, raising his eyes. She blocked me. How can I reach her? Well, can't you just go to school and find her? Chinya rolled her eyes. She'll definitely be at work tomorrow. And then what? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Should I go to the office and say, Counselor, please unblock me on WeChat? Chinya was momentarily taken aback, pouting. But you can't just leave things like this, can you? I'm starting to feel uncomfortable. Yu Hong remained silent. Suddenly, Chinya's phone vibrated. She pulled it out to check and said, my mom's at the door. She just messaged me to come out. She stood up, starting to put on her coat. I'll walk you out. Yu Hong also stood. No need. Chinya waved her hand. I can go out by myself. Let us go. Yu Hong had already walked to the entrance to change his shoes. I'll see you off. Oh. Chinya's eyes brightened, and she hurried to catch up. Yes, you must. The two of them walked out of the villa, one after the other. It was slightly dark by 5 o'clock. The streetlights had yet to illuminate, and Chin Lu's car was parked by the roadside. The driver's window rolled halfway down. She turned her face slightly, her gaze fixed on her phone screen, her fingers swiping across it as if reading some messages. As Yu Hong approached the car, Chin Lu's fingers paused, yet she did not look up. Counselor, Yu-hung called out, his voice neither too loud nor too soft. Only then did Qin Lu lift her head, her expression devoid of emotion, even failing to respond. She merely looked at Qinya. Get in the car. Qinya opened the door and climbed into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. She glanced through the window at Yu-hung and then at her mother, feeling a mix of thoughts. What a pair. One pretends not to know the other, while the other seems indifferent. Who are they performing for? Yu-hung stood by the car, hands tucked into his hoodie pockets, observing Qin Lu. In truth, she was nervous, her lips pressed into a straight line, a habitual gesture to mask her emotions. Yet she refused to look at him, and the window began to rise slowly. Yu-hung raised an eyebrow, curious whether she was wearing stockings today, but from this angle, it was hard to tell. Perhaps she was? Chapter 76. Is Yu-hung quite formidable? The atmosphere inside the car grew eerily quiet. Qinya fastened her seatbelt, sneaking glances at her mother. Qin Lu focused straight ahead, concentrating on driving. Mom, Qinya began, her voice intentionally light. Why didn't you greet Yu-hung today? Greet him for what? Qin Lu replied flatly. Yes, your boss. I'm your mother. We're not exactly close. Not close? Qinya raised an eyebrow. What does that mean? Do you need to be intimate to be considered close? Qinya. Qin Lu interrupted. Speak properly. Why is this child becoming so indiscreet? Was it possible she overheard something that night? She had checked in on Qinya, who was already fast asleep. Qinya pouted and fell silent. After passing a traffic light, Qin Lu finally spoke again, her tone softening. What did he do today? Qinya's eyes darted around, casually responding. Nothing much. When I arrived, he was sitting in the living room, but someone was taking a shower in the bathroom. I don't know who it was, but it definitely wasn't T by Xin Ran. What do you mean someone was taking a shower? And it wasn't by Xin Ran? This little rascal. Does he enjoy having women bathe at home? Qin Lu's brows furrowed. She realized she didn't know Yu-hung as well as she thought. Coming from a single-parent household, his father had passed away early. He was a local, and that was all she could glean from his file. Their first meeting had been in the infirmary. She rushed over as soon as she learned someone had fainted. When she first started working as a counselor, she needed to be more attentive. Upon entering, she found a cheeky boy sprawled on the bed, his gaze unabashedly lingering on her legs and chest. She had encountered such looks before, but this was the first time a student had been so overt. As time went on, he became increasingly bold, not just gazing, but also speaking inappropriately. Strangely, she didn't feel much resistance. In fact, after he remarked on how nice she looked in stockings, she began to buy several new pairs. Looking back, she felt a sense of shame. Was it truly because she had been separated from Lin Lion for too long? Had she become as lonely as Yu-hung had suggested? However, she had not intended for the events of that night to transpire. She had not wished to go that far. Simply put, she yearned to relish the sensation of being observed, to experience that invasive gaze from Yu-hung, and to indulge in the thrill of verbal tug-of-war. The car maneuvered through 2 turns within the community, gradually coming to a halt beneath the building. Qin Lu turned off the ignition but did not immediately exit the vehicle. Her fingers tightened unconsciously around the steering wheel. She had genuinely consumed too much that day, and the semi-coerced nature of the events had altered her mindset in ways she could scarcely articulate. Yet, she undeniably found appeal in Yu-hung's youthful fervor, as well as in the intense feeling of being sought after and possessed. A slight smile tugged at the corners of her mouth as she unfastened her seatbelt. Mom? Qin had already flung open the car door, one foot poised to step out. Let us get out. Qin Lu replied, pushing open her door. As her feet touched the ground, the delicate friction of her stockings against her ankles sent a shiver up her spine. The stockings she wore today were rather thin. Even though she had donned a leg-shaping device beneath, a chill still lingered. After locking the car, she followed Qinya into the building. Qinya, leading the way, hummed a disjointed tune. During the morning's outfit selection, her fingers had lingered over the stockings for quite some time before she ultimately chose to wear them. For whom was she dressing? She found herself unable to ascertain. Perhaps it was merely a matter of habit, or perhaps she had simply resigned herself to it. Mom, what are you daydreaming about? Qin had already bounced to the entrance of their unit, glancing back at her. Qin Lu snapped back to reality, locking the car and catching up to her. In the elevator, Qinya leaned against the wall of the cabin. Do you think Yu-hung and that girl in the shower might have already Qinya? Qin Lu interrupted her, her tone slightly frosty. Mind your own business. Qinya pouted, falling silent. She understood that her mother was irked. If her mother was upset, it indicated care. That meant there was still hope. What do you want for dinner? Qin Lu inquired. Anything. Qinya squinted. There should still be some frozen dumplings in the fridge, right? We can boil those. Frozen food again? Qin Lu frowned. It lacks nutrition. Then you cook. Qinya had already ascended to the 3rd floor. You don't even know how to. Qin Lu felt momentarily stumped. It was true. She was not adept in the kitchen. In the past, they had a housekeeper. And after the mind closure, with Lin Lion, she had lost all motivation to learn. I'll buy some groceries tomorrow, Qin Lu said, following her inside. Qinya tossed her backpack onto the sofa and kicked off her shoes. I'm going to shower first. I'm all sweaty. Qin Lu hung her bag and removed her trench coat. Underneath, she wore a bodycon dress and glanced down at her legs. The stockings bunched slightly at the knees from sitting. After a moment's hesitation, she bent down and peeled off the stockings. The thin fabric rolled into a ball, which she tossed into the laundry basket. Her bare legs felt a bit cold, prompting her to change into a pair of comfortable home pants, which brought her some relief. She made her way to the kitchen and opened the fridge. Inside, there were frozen dumplings, frozen rice balls, and a few boxes of yogurt. Indeed, there was little she could prepare. Qin Lu sighed, retrieving a bag of frozen dumplings and boiling water, as steam gradually rose, obscuring the kitchen's glass door. It reminded her of that night at Yu Hong's bathroom door. She recalled that evening when his grip had been quite firm, clutching her waist. Suddenly, Qin Lu snapped back to reality, unable to believe she was dwelling on such thoughts. How absurd. The water in the pot reached a boil, and the dumplings floated to the surface. Qin Lu stirred them with a slotted spoon and added a bowl of cold water. While waiting for the water to boil again, she took out her phone. The WeChat interface still displayed her chat with Qinya. Scrolling up, she found Yu Hong's message from the previous night. Instructor, let me know when you get home. She hadn't replied. Then there was that night when she had blocked him. Should she unblock him? For what purpose? Should she initiate a conversation? Inquire who was bathing today? The very thought struck her as ridiculous. Why did she have to ask? And why would she even want to know? The dumplings were ready. Qin Lu scooped them out into 2 plates and carried them to the living room. Just as she did, Qinya emerged from the shower, her hair damp and wrapped in a towel. Already? Qinya leaned in to sniff. Are those chive dumplings? Qin Lu replied, handing her chopsticks. Hurry and eat. Afterward, dry your hair, don't catch a cold. I know, Qinya said, sitting at the dining table and popping a dumpling in her mouth. Mumbling, Mom, you really don't plan to talk to Yu Hong anymore? Qin Lu paused mid-action, her focus shifting. Let us eat. She avoided responding. Qinya pouted, choosing not to press further, and devoted herself to the dumplings. The living room fell into a hush, punctuated only by the soft sounds of chopsticks clinking against bowls. Qin Lu ate slowly, taking her time to chew each dumpling. She wasn't particularly hungry. She merely felt it was time to consume something. Otherwise, an empty stomach would lead her mind to wander. Mom, Qinya suddenly spoke again. Isn't Yu Hong quite impressive? Qin Lu's heart skipped a beat, a sense of alarm washing over her. She lifted her head and asked, What do you mean impressive? Perhaps it's just for the novelty. Qinya blinked. Look, he started a club in his freshman year, rented a villa, and even managed a society. Qin Lu remained silent, relieved to know that was all Qinya meant. Nevertheless, she had to admit that Yu Hong did possess some talent. In the beginning, most students indulged in their newfound freedom, staying out all night, skipping classes, and forming relationships. A small fraction, however, began preparing for accolades, striving to stand out and curry favor. They hustled between the student union and council, even attempting to maintain a good rapport with their instructor. Yu Hong, on the other hand, did not partake in class leader elections or the student union and maintained a casual demeanor with authority. Yet, his entrepreneurial endeavors were indeed ambitious. And Qinya knew best what he had been like before, sullen, sharp-tongued, and disinterested in everything. Now, while still a bit brash, he was undeniably more cheerful than before. Mom, my brother is pretty great. Qinya's tone suddenly turned serious. Right? And so, Qin Lu raised an eyebrow, sensing her daughter was about to say something. So, if you and Dad were to divorce, Qinya bit her lip, I think my brother would be better than him. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Lu's annoyance flared as she stood up. Just eat, and then go back to your room. She walked to the balcony without looking back at Qinya's reaction, retrieving a pack of thin cigarettes from a corner and lighting one. This pack had been bought nearly a year ago, and she had only smoked a few. Qinya had been quite attached to her father during her childhood. But as Lin Lion's temperament changed over the years, their bond had grown distant. Last year around this time, she and Lin Lion had quarreled daily. Though she had never divulged the reasons, Qinya likely had an inkling. Today, she had actually made such a statement. Yu Hong was only 18 or 19. How could he be better than Lin Lion? In certain respects, he certainly surpassed him, but in others, Lin Lion had once been young and had his moments of greatness. Was he not the same now? Moreover, the age gap between them was ludicrous. What could he possibly want from her? Was it her age? The fact that she was not divorced? Or perhaps a rebellious daughter? Qin Lu chuckled to herself in self-mockery. Perhaps it's simply for the novelty. After all, he likely had never encountered someone like her. After finishing one cigarette, Qin Lu extinguished the butt in the ashtray and made her way to the bathroom. She needed a shower to wash away the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. At her age, It was merely a case of drunken indiscretion. There was no need to attach such significance to it. The very notion of pondering it was absurd. Standing beneath the Shoriad with her eyes closed, she squeezed some body wash into her palms, lathering up before applying it to her skin. Yet, her mind remained plagued by those images. As her palm glided over her chest, she felt the faint red marks left by Yuhong. The traces had faded considerably, nearly imperceptible upon closer inspection. Qin Lu's fingers gently caressed that expansive skin. Memories of the previous night resurfaced, and she felt her legs weaken slightly. She steadied herself against the wall, attempting to regain her composure. Thoughts of it needed to be banished. She hastily rinsed away the soap on her body, turned off the water, dried herself, and slipped into her pajamas. Upon returning to the bedroom, she discovered that Qin was no longer in the living room. The dining table had been tidied, and the dishes washed. She retreated to her own room, closed the door, and lay down on the bed. The comforter felt soft, imbued with the fragrance of laundry detergent. With her eyes wide open, Qin Lu found herself unable to sleep. She turned over, burying her face in the pillow. After that night, she had washed all the sheets and duvet covers, leaving no trace behind. It was as if nothing had ever occurred. Qin Lu shut her eyes, forcing herself to succumb to slumber. Yet, her thoughts wandered uncontrollably, her body beginning to react involuntarily. How utterly insane it was that she had become this kind of woman at her age. She cursed inwardly and rolled over again, staring into the abyss of the darkened room for an extended period until her eyes grew heavy. She finally allowed them to close. Sleepiness enveloped her, just before losing consciousness. Her last thought was, would she encounter him at school tomorrow? At precisely 7:30, the alarm on her phone blared. Yuhong sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes, still somewhat dazed. Grabbing his phone for a glance, he tossed aside the covers and swung his legs over the bed. He donned a hoodie and sweatpants, slipping into his slippers as he made his way downstairs. Upon reaching the living room, he found Bai Xinran already seated at the dining table. 2 cups of soy milk and several pieces of yushao, still steaming and nestled in a plastic bag, were set before her. Where did this come from? Yuhong took a seat across from her, biting into a piece of yushao. Did you go out to buy this? I ordered takeout, Bai Xinran replied, pushing 1 cup of soy milk toward him. That shop opens at 6:30. I placed the order at 7, and it just arrived. In truth, she and T slept well. Having awakened early, her mind was consumed with thoughts of what instructions Yuhong would give her during today's live broadcast. Would they be difficult? What if she couldn't hold back and made strange noises during the stream? Feeling nervous? Yuhong observed her, a playful smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Bai Xinran paused, looking down as she took another bite of yushao. Who was nervous? Yuhong chose not to press further, focusing on his meal. Once they finished breakfast, the two stepped outside together. The 8 o'clock lecture was in the main teaching building, a 10-minute walk away. The path was bustling with students hurrying to class. Bai Xinran had her hands tucked in her hoodie pockets, her pace leisurely. Yuhong walked beside her in silence. This quietude was not awkward. Rather, it cultivated a peculiar sense of understanding between them. The morning class was a large lecture. He settled in the last row, beside Hao Junrin and the others. While the teacher spoke on stage, Yuhong's thoughts drifted. Would Qin Lu come to school today? Her demeanor yesterday was clearly one of avoidance. Yet she was the counselor, and he was a student. They would inevitably cross paths. At noon, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. The group headed to the cafeteria. After procuring their meals, they found a seat. Hao Junrin took a bite of his food and mumbled, "Are we still going for the recruitment this afternoon?" "Yes," Yuhong replied. "It starts at 2 and runs until 4. How many do you think we can gather today?" Host Yudong inquired. "We gathered over 50 yesterday. Today probably won't yield as many," Yuhong replied. "Mainly because we need to interview them in the evening, so we must sift through the applicants." "Where's South the interview taking place?" Lu Tiankai asked. "In the lecture hall," Yuhong responded. "I've reserved room 204, starting at 5. Is the instructor coming?" Hao Junren suddenly asked. Yuhong paused. She should be there. She is the supervising teacher. Qin Lu would certainly need to be present for the interviews. After lunch, Yuhong returned to the villa to retrieve supplies for the recruitment, exchanging a few words with Bai Xinran before heading to the small square. The afternoon recruitment was sparse, with only a handful of attendees. Yuhong stood at the booth, introducing the club to the new students. Ning Yatong assisted by distributing registration forms, while Bai Xinran and Hao Junren maintained order. They had spent a couple of hours there yesterday, and most interested students had already submitted their forms. By mid-afternoon, they had collected just over 10 registration forms. "Not too bad," Hao Junren said, flipping through the forms. "Better than nothing." Indeed, Yuhong glanced at the time and began to pack up, preparing to head to the lecture hall. "Have you finalized the interview list?" Ning Yatong asked. "Yes," Yuhong replied, pulling a piece of paper from his bag. I filtered out 30 from yesterday's submissions. I'll review today as shortly to select 10, dividing them into 2 groups for the interview. Ning Yatong took the list, glancing at it before saying softly, I'll go prepare. Sure, Yu Hung nodded. You head to the lecture hall first. I'll join you shortly. Ning Yatong acknowledged him, taking the list and departing. Bai Xinran glanced at Yu Hung. I'll head back as well. It's time for my live stream. Go ahead, Yu Hung said. Remember to check your messages during the stream. Bai Xinran's heart raced at his words. She nodded and quickly left. Yu Hung watched her retreating figure with a smile before starting to tidy up the booth. Extra, 2 types of medicine when the alarm rang that morning. Qin Lu didn't even bother to open her eyes. She reached out to fumble for her phone and silenced it. Ugh, she cursed inwardly. She shuffled to the bathroom, splashing cold water on her face to rouse herself, then began brushing her teeth. Her movements were slow and somewhat listless, as she genuinely wished to continue sleeping. However, she needed to visit the pharmacy. Spitting out the foam and rinsing her mouth, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, feeling a sudden absurdity wash over her. At 38, she still had to worry about such matters, particularly concerning her students. A self-deprecating smile tugged at her lips as she dried her face, then returned to her bedroom to sift through her wardrobe. She selected a turtleneck wool sweater and a pair of black trousers. There were still plenty of marks on her body, including her neck and collarbone, which she endeavored to conceal as much as possible. As she bent to pull on her trousers, the movement proved somewhat strenuous. Qin Lu hoisted them up and secured the belt. She added a coat, grabbed her wallet and phone, and made her way to the living room, where Qinya's bedroom door remained closed. The child wouldn't emerge until nearly noon, preferring to stay in bed with her phone even if she woke early. The pharmacy, modest but well-stocked, was conveniently located just outside the community gate. Upon entering, Qin Lu found only a middle-aged female clerk organizing shelves. Good morning, the clerk glanced up at her. What do you need? I'm Qin Lu. She hesitated. Just buying some medicine. Are you feeling unwell? The clerk asked. No. Qin Lu approached the counter, lowering her voice slightly. Do you have Ting? The clerk regarded her with an unchanging expression, turning to retrieve a small box from a shelf behind her and placing it on the counter. This one? Qin Lu picked it up, flipping it over to examine the instructions. It was her first time using this. Anything else? The clerk inquired. Qin Lu hesitated. She knew there was another type of medication, a short-acting one called Yu Si Ming, which Lin Lion had mentioned before. The 2 boxes sat side by side, one for emergencies, the other for long-term use. These 2 medications seemed to symbolize 2 different paths in life. Biting her lip, Qin Lu inexplicably pointed to the shelf. I'll take a box of Yu Si Ming as well. That LLB 156, the clerk said, handing her the box of Yu Si Ming too. Qin Lu paid, placing both boxes in her coat pocket. Stepping out of the pharmacy, she squinted as the sunlight was somewhat blinding. Standing by the roadside, she fished the box of Min Ting from her pocket and opened the packaging. Inside lay a single pill. Casting a glance around, she spotted a convenience store nearby. She entered, purchased a bottle of mineral water, twisted off the cap, and swallowed the pill dry. The tablet was slightly bitter, dissolving in her throat. Qin Lu took another large gulp of water before tossing the empty bottle into a nearby trash bin. She glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. And Qin, you should be awake by now. There was a small stir-fry restaurant at the entrance of the neighborhood. The food was quite decent. Qin Lu walked in and greeted the proprietress. Is Teacher Qin here? The proprietress recognized her. What would you like today? I'll take 2 dishes to go. Qin Lu surveyed the menu on the wall and decided on 1 serving of fish-flavored shredded pork and 1 serving of kung pao chicken, both mildly spicy, along with 2 boxes of rice. All right, just a moment. It will be ready shortly. Qin Lu settled onto a plastic stool by the door to wait. The restaurant was bustling at this hour. The smell of cooking oil was somewhat overwhelming, making her feel a bit nauseous. Perhaps it was a reaction to the medication she had taken earlier, or maybe she was just too tired from the previous night. Surely, she couldn't be pregnant. Could she? She chuckled to herself, realizing she wasn't particularly angry and even found amusement in her own jokes. Teacher Qin, your food is ready. Qin Lu quickly rose to collect the takeout boxes. After paying, she walked back home, encountering a few neighbors along the way, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Yet inside, she felt a surge of anxiety, convinced that others could discern something about her. Although the red marks were concealed, she still felt that her collar wasn't high enough. Upon returning home, she found Qinya cozied up on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Mom, you went out? Qinya looked up and spotted the takeout boxes. Wow, what delicious food did you bring? Fish-flavored shredded pork and kung pao chicken. Qin Lu placed the dishes on the dining table and went to fetch some bowls and chopsticks. Time to eat. The mother and daughter sat across from each other. Qin Lu had little appetite and nibbled on her rice, while Qinya devoured her meal, simultaneously scrolling through videos on her phone. After a brief silence, Qin Lu casually asked, "What time did you go to bed last night?" Qinya paused mid-bite, quickly regaining her composure. "Around 8 or 9. Anyway, I went to sleep not long after Yuheng arrived." "So early?" Qin Lu raised her gaze. "Don't I always sleep early after my live streams?" Qinya mumbled, a hint of complaint in her tone. "Sitting for 3 or 4 hours is exhausting." "You got tired after just 3 hours?" Qin Lu instinctively replied, "I sit in the office all day." A voice in her head chimed, "Wasn't I even more exhausted last night?" Qinya pouted, "You don't have to keep talking." "Well, I did listen for quite a while before I hurried back to my room." "All right, let us eat. We still need to get you to your live stream this afternoon." After finishing their meal, Qin Lu retreated to her room, shutting the door behind her. She fished out the 2 boxes of medication from her coat pocket. She had already taken 1 Yuding pill, leaving 1 for backup. The Yasmin box remained unopened. Qin Lu stared at the Yasmin box for a long while. Finally, she tore open the packaging and extracted a blister pack of pills. It was Sunday, and she would start taking them today for 7 days. By next Sunday evening, it would take effect. As she gazed at the small pill, a sudden smile broke across her face. She laughed at her own shamelessness, at her own absurdity. Yet her hands remained steady as she popped the pill into her mouth. Without water, she swallowed it dry. The pill lodged in her throat, slightly bitter. However, Qin Lu felt no discomfort. She merely stuffed the pill box into the deepest part of her handbag and then lay back on the bed, pulling the blanket over her face. She drifted off into a hazy sleep. When she awoke again, it was already past 2 o'clock. It was time to take Qinya to her live stream. Chapter 78. Exceptionally Sensitive Qin Lu. At the lecture hall, Ning Yutong and Hao Junren were already preparing. Yuheng glanced at his phone. The interview was at 5 o'clock, and he still had ample time. He needed to find Qin Lu, as she was the supervising teacher and had to be present for the interview in the evening. This was indeed an important matter, and he was also curious about her current state. Yuheng approached the door of the counselor's office and knocked twice. "Come in," Qin Lu's voice called from within. He pushed the door open. Inside the office, only Qin Lu sat alone. Upon seeing him, she frowned slightly and, in a businesslike manner, asked, "Is there something you need?" "Counselor, you need to be present for the club interviews this evening," Yuheng stated as he approached her desk, standing there and observing her. From this angle, his gaze naturally drifted downward. Indeed, she was wearing them again. Flesh-colored stockings, quite sheer. "All right, I understand. What time? Which classroom?" Qin Lu leaned back slightly, adopting a defensive posture. "It's at 5 o'clock in the stairwell classroom 204 of Building 1. Yuheng replied, his tone serious. "We have preliminarily screened 40 candidates, splitting them into 2 groups. Today, we will interview 20 of them, and it should conclude in about an hour. I'll be there promptly at 5. Qin Lu responded quickly. She had to attend. It was her job. "Very well." Yuheng nodded, but did not leave, a hint of knowing amusement in his expression. "Still upset, are we?" Qin Lu looked up at him, her brow furrowing deeper. "What on earth am I upset about?" "Ah, so you're still angry." Yuheng raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. "I already told you." Qin Lu's voice carried a warning. "Do not bring that up again." Yuheng rounded the desk and stepped beside her. Instinctively, she tried to shift in her chair to create distance, but the backrest was pinned down by him. "Which matter?" Yuheng leaned slightly closer. "You need to articulate it for me to understand." "Yuheng." She turned her head to glare at him. "I'm being serious. This isn't a joke." "I'm not joking either." Yuheng's tone shifted to a more earnest one, and he raised his other hand, naturally resting it on Qin Lu's shoulder. "I just hope you're not angry." As he spoke, his fingers began to trace along her collarbone. Qin Lu felt a tingle shoot through her body, almost gasping. Attempting to push him away, her wrist was seized by his other hand. "Yuheng." Her voice trembled, truly panicking now. This is an office. His audacity was astonishing. "I know," Yuheng chuckled lightly. "But see, I haven't done anything yet." "Done anything? What else do you want to do?" Qin Lu mentally cursed. "Are you planning to? Have you taken your medication?" Yuheng suddenly inquired, the abrupt shift in topic catching Qin Lu off guard. "I did," she instinctively replied. Then couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath. "You little rascal. Now you're afraid?" "I'm not afraid." Yuheng's breath brushed against her ear. "I'm mainly worried about you. Being an older mother is quite risky." Qin Lu abruptly turned her head, nearly colliding with Yuheng's chin. "Shut up. Who is planning to have children with him? How could he say such things?" Qin Lu cursed internally. After berating him, she pondered, "Older mother? I am 38 this year. If we're counting." "No, wait. Why was she even calculating this?" Yuheng observed her, a smirk playing on his lips. She was annoyed, yet not truly angry. That was sufficient. "All right, don't be angry," Yuheng said, brushing his hand across her stockings. "These stockings are quite lovely. I like them. Can't you just stop talking so much?" Qin Lu turned her head away, refusing to look at him. "Fine, I'll say less." Yuheng withdrew his hand. leaving Qin Lu feeling abruptly bereft of the sensation he had just provoked. "We can talk more after the interview ends," he said, his tone becoming more serious. Yet his eyes still sparkled with amusement. Only then did Qin Lu turn back, meeting his gaze. This little rascal, did he think he could push her around without consequences? "I will arrive on time for the interview," she asserted, striving to keep her voice calm. "Now, please leave, I have work to attend to." This was her dismissal. However, Yu Hong discerned a lack of conviction in her words. "All right." He straightened, taking a couple of steps toward the door, then paused and turned back. "By the way," Qin Lu's heart raced a little. "What now?" "About the stockings." Yu Hong pointed to her legs. "Next time, I would like to see you in black ones." With that, he pulled the door open and exited. The door closed gently behind him, restoring silence to the office. Qin Lu remained seated in her chair for quite some time, motionless. She glanced down at her legs. The flesh-colored stockings caught the light, shimmering faintly. Black ones? Did he prefer black? It seemed so. Qin Lu bit her lip, surprisingly contemplating what color to wear next time. She glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of her computer screen, 4:20. There remained 40 minutes until the interview. She needed to prepare herself. Holding the interview list for her club, Qin Lu's gaze fell upon the paper, yet her mind seemed to wander aimlessly. Black stockings. She indeed possessed several pairs of black ones in her wardrobe. She had worn that particular pair last time. However, all the styles were rather similar. Should she purchase a few different ones? Feeling a wave of irritation, Qin Lu rose from her seat and approached the window. The office was on the 3rd floor, providing a view of students bustling about below. Yu Hong had likely already ventured far away. What did he mean when he said they would talk after the interview? What could transpire once the interview concluded? Her hands unconsciously tightened around the window frame. She realized, much to her surprise, that she was actually looking forward to it. "Qin Lu, you're truly regressing with every passing day," she scolded herself internally. Yet, despite the self-reproach, her body honestly responded in kind. Since that night, it seemed as though her body had transformed, becoming exceptionally sensitive. Qin Lu turned back to her desk and sat down. She needed to regain her composure. With time still on her side, she decided to wash her face in the restroom. Gathering her bag, she exited the office. The time was nearing. It was time for her to head to the lecture hall. She wondered if Yu Hong had arrived yet. In the lecture hall, Ning Yatong and the others had nearly finished setting up. She had placed a label on the desk in the front row, interviewer seats. The rows behind were reserved for the students awaiting their turn. How Junrin and a few others were moving chairs, relocating the surplus ones to the corner. Why hadn't Yu Hong arrived yet? How Junrin wiped the sweat from his brow, noting that it was almost 5 o'clock. Surely, he should be here soon. Ning Yatong glanced towards the entrance, mentioning that he had gone to notify the instructor. No sooner had she spoken than Yu Hong entered, pushing the door open. "Is everything ready?" He surveyed the classroom with a quick glance. "Almost," Ning Yatong replied, approaching him to hand over a sheet of paper. "This is the list of the 20 candidates for today, arranged by the first letter of their names. However, they are coming in one by one, so whoever arrives first can go first." Yu Hong accepted the list, glancing it over before nodding in acknowledgement. "All right, we only have an hour, so we want to wait for anyone who is late." Ning Yatong, observing him, suddenly inquired, "Yu Hong?" Yu Hong raised an eyebrow, looking at her. "What is up? Hasn't the video we filmed the other day been edited yet?" Ning Yatong asked. Yu Hong scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. "I've been quite busy this weekend. I'll definitely get it edited in the next couple of days." Chapter 79, No More Movement. "It's fine. I was just asking. There's no rush," Ning Yatong replied with a gentle smile. In truth, she was rather anxious. This was the first video she had collaborated on with Yu Hong, and she had been eagerly anticipating its release from filming to post-production. "Really not in a hurry?" Yu Hong asked again. Ning Yatong pressed her lips together, her voice softening further. Take your time with the editing." What she truly wished to express was, "Could you please prioritize editing it tonight instead of anything else?" Yet, the words remained unvoiced. Just then, the door to the lecture hall swung open, and Qin Lu stepped inside. How Junrin was the first to notice, immediately straightening his posture. "Good day, instructor." Lu Tiankai and Ho Xiudong followed suit, greeting her with a chorus of "Good day, instructor." Qin Lu nodded in acknowledgement, wearing a professional smile. "Hello. Thank you for your hard work." Her gaze swept across the classroom before finally settling on Yu Hong, where their eyes met briefly. "Hello, instructor. I'm Ning Yatong from the music performance major." Ning Yatong quickly stood to greet her politely. Although she was not a student of Qin Lu's, she felt it necessary to uphold the expected etiquette. "Hello." Qin Lu nodded. "Have you also joined this club?" "Yes, I'm one of the first members," Ning Yatong replied, inadvertently glancing at Yu Hong as she spoke. Qin Lu noted this subtle gesture. This girl seemed to regard Yu Hong with a different glimmer in her eyes. Was she the one bathing in the villa? Qin Lu thought to herself, redirecting her focus to the matter at hand. When does the interview commence? It starts promptly at 5, Yu Hong interjected. Instructor, please take a seat here. He gestured towards the middle of the front row, and Qin Lu walked over to sit down. Ning Yatong took a seat to her left, while Yu Hong sat to her right. This arrangement made Qin Lu feel somewhat uneasy, as their chairs were uncomfortably close. He turned his head to glance at her, his eyes dancing with mirth and a hint of mischief. Qin Lu feigned ignorance, flipping through the list in her hands, pretending to examine it intently. Though not absorbing a single word, students continued to filter into the entrance, all arriving for the interview. Hao Junren and the others were tasked with maintaining order, directing the interviewees to sit in the back rows and wait. Ning Yatong glanced at the clock, 4:58. She leaned slightly towards Qin Lu to whisper to Yu Hong, "Isn't it time to begin?" As she spoke, her body leaned in closer to Qin Lu. From this angle, Qin Lu could distinctly observe the impressive curvature of Ning Yatong's figure. Such a young girl, truly blessed with a remarkable physique. Qin Lu cast a quick glance at herself. While she too was not lacking in appeal, she could not help but feel overshadowed by the youthful charm of the 18 or 19-year-old beside her. A wave of annoyance washed over her. At that moment, Yu Hong's voice broke the tension, calm yet authoritative. "It's about time. Let us begin." He exchanged a glance with Hao Junren, who nodded in understanding, clearing his throat to sound official. The first candidate is Chun Yukiong. A boy wearing black-rimmed glasses approached the podium. "Hello, teachers. I am Chun Yukiong from the computer science department." "Don't be nervous," Ning Yatong encouraged softly, her face adorned with an encouraging smile. "Please start with a self-introduction." "My name is Chun Yukiong, and I'm a huge fan of the two-dimensional culture," he stated, adjusting his glasses. "I saw in the club introduction that you were creating virtual streamers, and I am particularly interested." "Why are you interested?" Yu Hong asked casually, his tone relaxed. His knee accidentally brushed against Qin Lu's leg beneath the table. Qin Lu discreetly glanced at him, curious whether it was an accident or intentional. "Because I don't have to show my face," Chun Yukiong exclaimed. "What I mean is, while I may not be handsome, I possess talent." "What talent?" Ning Yatong inquired, intrigued. "I can do voice impressions," Chun Yukiong said with a grin. "I can do both male and female voices." Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. "Could you demonstrate?" Chun Yukiong took a deep breath, and when he spoke again, his voice transformed into a high-pitched, delicate tone. "Master, please feel free to indulge in Daji." The lecture hall fell silent for a couple of seconds. One of the students waiting in the back couldn't contain themselves, bursting into laughter. Hao Junren, stationed in the corner, was shaking with suppressed laughter. Ning Yatong blinked, maintaining her smile. "That's impressive." Qin Lu felt the corners of her mouth twitch. Were today's youth truly this uninhibited? Yu Hong, however, remained composed. "Aside from voice impressions, do you possess any other skills?" Chun Yukiong switched back to his male voice. "I also know video editing. I can use PR and AE." "All right," Yu Hong noted down on the list. "You may wait for our notification." This fellow indeed had potential. The skill of voice impressions held value. Chun Yukiong acknowledged with a nod and returned to the back, exiting through the rear door. Next, Yu Hong signaled to Hao Junren. Hao Junren cleared his throat, striving to sound serious. Zhou Minqi, a petite girl with twin ponytails and clad in a JK uniform, entered. Ning Yatong's eyes lit up. Her style was quite reminiscent of her own. "Hello everyone, I am Zhou Minqi from the foreign language department." She chirped sweetly. "Why do you wish to join the club?" Ning Yatong asked, her tone even gentler than before. "Because I love live streaming," Zhou Minqi replied cheerfully. "I have an account on Bilibili with over 1,000 followers. I can sing, dance, and even play games." As she spoke, she suddenly lowered her voice, adopting a mysterious air. "I also do ASMR, you know." Yu Hong, who had been writing, paused momentarily. Qin Lu, puzzled, asked, "What is ASMR?" Zhou Minqi pondered for a moment, her voice soothing and tranquil, a true lullaby. Your experience is quite extensive." Yu Hong set down his pen, casting a sidelong glance at her with a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. "If you were to become a virtual streamer without appearing on camera, what do you think your strengths lie?" Zhou Minqi tilted her head in contemplation. "My voice. Moreover, I excel at conversation. There will never be an awkward silence." "All right then, sing a song you're good at," Yu Hong suggested, subtly removing his hand from the table and letting it rest on Qin Lu's thigh beneath the table. Qin Lu froze in place. She turned to Yu Hong, her eyes filled with warning. "Are you out of your mind? This is an interview. Ning Yatong is sitting right beside us." As he spoke, his fingers caressed Qin Lu's thigh lightly. The gesture was gentle, yet enough to send shivers throughout her body. Ning Yatong listened intently, occasionally jotting down notes in her notebook. Hao Junren leaned against the wall, nearly yawning. No one seemed to notice the unfolding scene. Yu Heng's fingers were perilously close to crossing a line that should not be crossed, at least not in this setting. Qin Lu's hand shot under the table, gripping Yu Heng's wrist firmly. No more movement. She warned him with her eyes. Yu Heng turned his head to look at her, a playful smile lingering on his lips. His hand remained on her thigh, held captive by her grip. Qin Lu's palm grew clammy. She could feel the steady pulse in Yu Heng's wrist, unwavering and strong. The position was exceedingly ambiguous. Chapter 80. Drink 500 milliliters of water every hour. Zhou Minqi's impromptu performance concluded, and she looked expectantly at the interviewers. Very well. Ning Yatong was the first to speak, her smile genuine. Your voice is indeed captivating. Thank you, senior. Zhou Minqi replied joyfully, bowing slightly. Next. Yu Heng gestured to Hao Junren, his tone remaining casual. Hao Junren glanced at the list. Lu Huai, a tall, slender young man entered, clad in sportswear, exuding a sunny disposition. Hello, esteemed teachers. I am Lu Huai from the directing major. His voice boomed. I wish to join the club because I believe the virtual streaming industry has tremendous potential for future development. Yu Heng raised an eyebrow. Oh, do elaborate. While the live streaming sector featuring real people is currently booming, with platforms like DN allowing for broadcasts, the competition is fierce. Unlike a few years back when there were viewers aplenty, Lu Huai explained convincingly. However, virtual streaming is different. It is an emerging industry in our country, with a stable audience for ACG culture, high fan engagement, and a strong willingness to pay. Lu Huai continued his discourse while Yu Heng's hand descended once more. This time, it boldly settled on Qin Lu's knee. Qin Lu shot him a glare. So what do you believe you can contribute? Ning Yatong inquired. I can handle operations. Lu Huai declared confidently. I've watched countless live streams and know how to create engaging content. All right, please await further notice. Yu Heng marked a check beside Lu Huai's name. Lu Huai expressed his gratitude and exited. The interviews continued, with the subsequent candidates being rather unremarkable, some merely seeking to join the excitement, while others had only a vague understanding of virtual streaming. Yu Heng discreetly retrieved his phone from under the table with his other hand. The screen brightness was dimmed as he opened WeChat and found by Xinran's profile. Yu Heng, from this moment on, drink 500 milliliters of water every hour. Yu Heng, this is to ensure your throat remains moist and you stay in prime condition while streaming. He clicked send, then turned off his phone screen and returned it to his pocket. Meanwhile, in the villa, Bai Xinran was live streaming. Her phone vibrated on the table. Having just concluded a round of intense gaming, she seized the opportunity during the death countdown to banter with the chat. Oh no, I died again. Do my teammates even know how to play? She complained languidly. Oh well, it is what it is. I love you all, even if you're bad. The chat erupted with laughter and playful reprimands. Glancing at her phone, she prepared for the next candidate. Next, Zhang Tingting. A soft-spoken girl approached, her voice barely audible. Yet her tone was pleasant, possessing a mature quality that contrasted with her appearance. Hello everyone. I am Zhang Tingting from the directing major. She adjusted her glasses. I wish to join the club because I enjoy writing. Writing? Ning Yatong inquired gently. Do you mean writing novels? Yes. Zhang Tingting nodded. I write fanfiction. And I have several hundred followers on Lofter. I believe virtual streamers also require character backgrounds and stories. Yu Heng regarded Zhang Tingting seriously. Fanfiction? What themes do you write about? Mainly BL. Her voice dropped lower, male. Whispers erupted from the back row. Hao Junren struggled to suppress laughter. His face flushed. Ning Yatong blinked, maintaining her smile. That's wonderful. Creative ability is very important. All right, please await further notice, Yu Heng said to Zhang Tingting. Once she left, Qin Lu lowered her voice, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. You should know when to stop. At that moment, Ning Yatong turned her head, slightly furrowing her brow, yet she remained oblivious to the tension between the two. As the interview progressed into its latter stages, the number of candidates dwindled. Yu Heng's hand grew increasingly audacious. Last one, Hao Junren announced. Wang Liuyu, a rather unremarkable girl, stepped forward, appearing somewhat shy. Hello, esteemed teachers. I am Wang Liuyu from the vocal music major. She scratched her head. I wish to join the club because I want to become a streamer and learn about live streaming. Learn about live streaming? Ning Yatong asked. Have you had any prior exposure? No, Wang Liuyu replied honestly, but I learned quickly. Plus, being a vocal music major, I can sing most pop songs. Chapter 81. Let's try a different approach. Why do you want to learn about live streaming? Yu Heng asked. To earn money, Wang Liuyu replied candidly. My family isn't well off, and I want to earn my own living expenses. I saw in the introduction that the club offers a revenue share, which I think is great. A very pragmatic reason. Yu Heng nodded. All right, please await further notice. After Wang Liuyu left, the lecture hall fell silent. Hao Junren glanced at the list. That's it. Just these 20. Qin Lu immediately felt the urge to stand up, but Yu Hong's hand remained on her thigh. Instructor, Yu Hong began calmly. How do you think today's interviews went? Qin Lu took a deep breath. It was all right. Her voice was slightly hoarse, and she trembled. Ning Yatong organized her notes. A few candidates show considerable promise. Chen Yuqian's falsetto, Zhou Minqi's vocal quality, Zhang Tingting's creative abilities, and Wang Liu seems quite grounded. She glanced at Yu Hong. What do you think? I believe they are promising. Yu Hong stood up, prompting Qin Lu to rise as well. I'll create a group tonight for discussion and to finalize the list. All right, Ning Yatong nodded. I understand. How Junren and the others began tidying up the classroom. Qin Lu picked up her bag and said to Yu Hong, I'm heading back first. I'll walk you. Yu Hong responded naturally. Qin Lu wished to refuse, but Yu Hong had already approached her side. She quickened her pace out of the classroom, with Yu Hong closely following beside her. You worked hard today, he remarked softly. Why the rush? It's not hard. Qin Lu's pace quickened further. Don't follow me. Slow down. Yu Hong chuckled. Be careful not to trip again. Qin Lu paused momentarily, biting her lip. Shut up. All right, I'll keep quiet. Can I still walk you? No need. It's on the way. It's not on the way. I'm heading to my office, and you should return to your dorm. I can sit in the office for a while. We could discuss the interview results in depth. The two walked one behind the other into the office building. Is he really following me? The office should be empty at this hour. Her legs seemed to have a mind of their own, slowing down. Qin Lu's office was on the second floor, and she fumbled several times before finally aligning the key with the lock. The door opened, and she stepped inside, with Yu Hong following closely behind, gently shutting the door and locking it. Qin Lu's heart raced as she turned her back to him, placing her bag on the chair. Yu Hong did not approach immediately. Instead, he sauntered to the window and gazed outside. The sky was nearly shrouded in darkness, and students could be seen cycling below. Subsequently, he forcefully drew the deep blue curtains shut. Why are you pulling the curtains? Qin Lu's voice tensed instantly. Is closing the door not sufficient? Must you also draw the curtains? From the second floor, it is still possible to catch a glimpse from outside. Yu Hong turned around, leaning against the radiator by the window. Exercising caution was never a misstep. What exactly do you intend to do? Qin Lu scrutinized him, wondering what he was up to. Did he wish to linger in the office? Oh, nothing much, Yu Hong shrugged, just engaging in conversation. Dear instructor, do you not think the ambience is rather delightful at this moment? What ambiance? Qin Lu instinctively retorted. Yu Hong took a half step forward, without encroaching too closely. Look, we are at school, in your office, and outside. The darkness has fully descended. Those who should return to their dormitories have already left, and those still outside are preoccupied with their own affairs. No one would suspect that within this office building, two individuals are clandestinely meeting. One a student, the other is counselor. And moreover, one who has shared a bed with the other. Yu Hong. She inhaled deeply. If you have nothing serious to discuss, then I suggest you leave at once. Qin Lu, has anyone ever told you? What? Qin Lu's gaze sharpened. Her breath caught. Yu Heng's eyes fixed on her, akin to what? Her voice was somewhat dry, fully aware she should not inquire, yet her mouth raced ahead of her mind. Yu Hong lowered his head, leaning closer to her ear, speaking in a near whisper, enunciating each word deliberately. She sensed her rationality was destined to be shattered by Yu Hong. What utter nonsense are you spouting? She stepped back, her back colliding with the edge of the desk. You need to show some respect. I am indeed respectful. Yu Hong straightened, his expression remarkably earnest. Did I not show you adequate respect the night before last? You said you wanted me to respond, and I obliged. Fuming, Qin Lu contemplated hurling her bag at him, yet deemed such an action too childish. She felt he was gambling, wagering that she would not truly confront him. Realizing this, she smiled helplessly. He had indeed wagered correctly. At that moment, Yu Heng's phone vibrated in his pocket. Qin Lu regained her composure first, turning her head away, her breath uneven, replied to the message first. Yu Hong frowned, retrieving his phone to glance at it, still with his arm around her waist. It was a photo of Bai Xin Ran's hydration check-in. Only then did his brow unfurl. This girl was quite resourceful, knowing to report in. He swiped his thumb across the screen, sending a message back, then silenced his phone and tossed it onto the nearby desk. Chapter 82, Mission Accomplished. Yu Hong leaned against the desk, observing Qin Lu as she pressed her lips together, rummaging through her bag for a packet of tissues. Yu Hong squinted at her, remaining silent. Qin Lu furrowed her brow, looking up at him. Qin Lu swallowed, glancing at him with keen eyes. Are you satisfied? Yu Hong found it somewhat amusing. This woman, even in such a situation, still held onto her pride. Sit down. He approached. Let me massage your knee. She hadn't felt it earlier, but now, with the tension dissipating, her knee indeed throbbed from the hard floor. Upon sitting down, she instinctively reached for her knee, but restrained herself, feeling it was too vulnerable a gesture. Yu Hong crouched down, his palm warm, applying just the right amount of pressure. Qin Lu instinctively inhaled sharply. Does it hurt? Yu Hong halted his movements, lifting his gaze to inquire. Not really. Qin Lu averted her eyes, just a bit sore. It's slightly red, but manageable. Yu Hong continued to massage her. After a while, he suddenly spoke up in a low, casual tone. Next time. Qin Lu, already feeling drowsy, interrupted him before he could finish. There will be no next time. Yu Hong chuckled softly, continuing to knead her left knee. You said the same thing last time. Qin Lu was momentarily at a loss for words. That was different. She attempted to argue. It was an accident. I had too much to drink. Oh. Yu Hong nodded. So this time you haven't overindulged, right? You seemed quite lucid earlier, even new to change tactics. Yu Hong. She called his full name. Yu Hong responded, looking up. Is it done? She said irritably, wanting to retract her leg. What's the rush? Yu Hong held her leg down, continuing to massage. With such delightful hands, of course, I must indulge a while longer. Qin Lu struggled slightly, but could not free herself. So she resigned herself to his ministrations. After a while, Yu Hong finally released her, standing up, having crouched for too long. His legs felt somewhat numb as he flexed his ankles. All right, it should feel better now. When you return, apply a warm towel. Qin Lu opened her eyes and glanced at him, remaining silent. The annoyance she felt had, for some reason, been somewhat alleviated by his few words of concern. She propped herself up using the armrest of the chair, bending to retrieve her small handbag that had fallen to the floor. She also tidied her hair and shirt. I must go. I still need to pick up Qinya. She slung her bag over her shoulder, turning to leave. Instructor, Yu Hong called from behind. Qin Lu paused. Not looking back, what now? Nothing. Yu Hong's voice held a hint of amusement. You go ahead. I will come down shortly. With her back turned to him, Qin Lu took a deep breath, remaining silent. She opened the door and swiftly exited. At 9 o'clock sharp, Bai Xin ran into her live stream, rising from the gaming chair, even hesitant to make large movements. She maneuvered awkwardly out of the room, nearly sliding down the stairs while clutching the wall for support. Only one floor lamp illuminated the living room. Yu Hong sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, the screen's glow casting light on his face. Hearing the noise, he looked up. Finished streaming? Bai Xin ran, lacking the energy for pleasantries, replied with a quiver in her voice. I need to use the restroom. Wait. Yu Hong intercepted her. Bai Xin ran, turned to look at him. Wait for what? I really need to go. I know. Yu Hong set his phone aside. How did the water consumption go? Chapter 83. Growing more compliant. Bai Xin ran slowly stood, head bowed, making her way to the sink, turning on the faucet to wash her hands and splash water on her face. All set? Yu Hong's voice came from the doorway. Yes. Bai Xin ran grabbed a tissue to dry her face. Come here. As he spoke, Yu Hong had already resumed his position on the sofa. Bai Xin ran hesitated before shuffling over to sit beside him. Are you hungry? Yu Hong inquired. Huh. Bai Xin ran touched her stomach a little. Shall we order takeout? Yu Hong pulled out his phone. What do you fancy? Anything. Barbecue? Bai Xin ran tentatively suggested. After such an exhausting endeavor, she craved something hearty. Yu Hong retrieved his phone. Then I'll order some. All right, Bai Xin ran sweetly replied. She noticed that she had been increasingly compliant in his presence. What kind of reward do you desire? Yu Hong asked. I don't know, Bai Xin ran murmured. How about this? Design something from your cabinet, and I'll create a model for it. Really? Is that truly possible? Of course it is. Thank you. The barbecue takeout arrived promptly. Yu Hong had ordered quite a bit, along with 2 cans of cola. The aroma of grilled food dispelled the earlier tension in the air. Bai Xin ran sat cross-legged on the carpet beside the sofa, while Yu Hong broke apart a pair of disposable chopsticks and handed them to her. Here. Yu Hong also offered her a skewer of lamb. Thank you. Bai Xin ran accepted it and took a bite. Delicious. She squinted her eyes, feeling the earlier tightness in her body gradually ease. Yu Hong also picked up a skewer of beef, reclining on the sofa as he ate. The two remained silent. Bai Xin ran realized she had somewhat overindulged, as after just 2 or 3 skewers, she felt satiated. Sipping her cola, she stole glances at Yu Hong. His eating was not particularly refined, yet it was acceptable, just an ordinary manner. He was not unattractive, though not particularly breathtaking either. What are you staring at? Yu Hong suddenly spoke, glancing at her. Nothing. Bai Xin ran quickly averted her gaze. I just feel like you seem quite composed about everything. Why not? Yu Hong tossed the bamboo skewer into the empty container. What is there to make a fuss about? Indeed, Bai Xin ran pressed her lips together. Yu Hong's words ring true. He believes that after his rebirth, his threshold has elevated. He possesses a general understanding of the events that will unfold in the coming years, what will prove profitable and what will thrive. He even mused that had he remembered a few lottery numbers from his past life, he could have amassed wealth overnight. Unfortunately, he has never participated in lotteries nor wagered on sports. He does not dabble in stocks and is utterly unfamiliar with Bitcoin. Originally just an ordinary individual, a typical professional in the media industry, Yu-hung finds himself gravitating towards familiar domains post-rebirth. He feels that if he were to abandon this line of work, he might as well have never been reborn at all. The sole distinction lies in his newfound indifference, in the impending era of short videos. He has grown accustomed to witnessing the most bizarre and outrageous occurrences. What frustrates him most is that his previously limited forms of entertainment, such as watching dramas and anime, have dwindled, leaving him with nothing new to indulge in for at least 7 years. Many things are foreseen, yet it is the unknown that brings delight. Yu-hung perceives the greatest significance of his rebirth not as an accumulation of wealth. Contentment with modest prosperity is sufficient, but rather in the joy of creating the unknown under the veil of foresight. To amend, transform, and refine the trajectory of his former life. That is true rebirth. That is the essence of self. That is the essence of reincarnation. Observing that she had nearly finished her meal, Yu-hung inquired, "Are you full?" Bai Xinran nodded. "Then let's tidy up. It's time to return to school." Yu-hung glanced at the time. It was 10 o'clock, and their departure was perfectly timed. "All right," Bai Xinran rose, gathering the refuse from the table into a plastic bag and securing it. Yu-hung also stood, stretching lazily. "I'll go change into another shirt," she stated, still clad in an oversized t-shirt. "Change it here then," Yu-hung suddenly suggested. Bai Xinran halted, turning her head in disbelief. No way. Why not?" Yu-hung raised an eyebrow. "I've seen everything. What are you hiding from me?" "That's different," Bai Xinran retorted, her resolve evident. Yu-hung chuckled. "Fine, go change then." He did not press the matter further. "Just wait a moment." Bai Xinran turned towards the bedroom. "Come back," Yu-hung called after her. Bai Xinran paused, pouting slightly. "What now?" Yu-hung squinted at her. "What should you say?" "Oh," Bai Xinran finally comprehended, her voice soft. "Thank you." Hearing this, Yu-hung beamed. "All right. Off you go." Bai Xinran pressed her lips together and entered the room. While changing, she moved particularly swiftly, as if fearing that Yu-hung would suddenly burst through the door. Though she knew he wouldn't. Once she descended after changing, she found Yu-hung already donned in his outerwear, waiting by the door. "Let's go," he said. They stepped outside, locking the door behind them, and set off towards the school. The evening breeze was somewhat chilly, prompting Bai Xinran to zip her down jacket to the top. Her hands nestled in her pockets as Yu-hung walked beside her. They had been strolling together in this manner for over a month, their camaraderie solidifying amidst the daily banter and serene evening walks. Chapter 84. Here, an umbrella. Upon returning to the dormitory, Hao Junren had just concluded a match in honor of kings. "We have training tomorrow afternoon," he remarked. "Training?" Yu-hung paused momentarily before recollecting. "What time?" "From 2 to 4, Hao Junren replied. It won't interfere. Yu-hung approached his desk and sat down, pulling out his phone. A few unread messages awaited him on WeChat. Ning Yatong had messaged, "Yu-hung, have you finalized the interview list?" Yu-hung opened the chat and typed back, "I'll send it to you." He forwarded the names of the 5 individuals tentatively confirmed for today. "These are the ones we have for now. The rest will be decided after tomorrow's interviews." Ning Yatong responded almost instantly. "Got it. Is the interview still at 5? "Yes, 5 o'clock. Lecture Hall 204, Yu-hung replied. "Okay, I'll head over early to prepare." Ning Yatong sent a playful cat emoji. Yu-hung smirked at the emoji, noting her fondness for using cat expressions. He typed again, "All right, I have basketball training this afternoon, but I'll come over after. By the way, I'll edit that video tonight and send it to you." After sending the message, he waited a few seconds. Ning Yatong replied, "Really? That's great. Thank you, Yu-hung." She followed it with another cat emoji. Yu-hung decided not to respond further. Placing his phone aside and turning on his computer, he needed to organize the list of interviewees from today and edit the video. On the screen, he found the footage of Ning Yatong. He meticulously adjusted each frame along the timeline. The girl truly shone on camera, possessing an admirable figure and a natural expression. Halfway through, his phone vibrated again. He picked it up to see a message from Bai Xinran. "Bai Xinran, I'm going to take a shower and then go to sleep." Yu-hung raised an eyebrow and replied, "Okay, good night." Bai Xinran, "Good night to you too." A simple exchange, devoid of embellishments, yet it felt like Bai Xinran was keeping him informed. He chuckled softly, setting the phone aside to continue editing the video. In the girl's dormitory, Ning Yatong lay on her bed, fixated on her phone screen. She flipped on her back, staring at the ceiling. During the interview earlier, she had been acutely aware of Yu-hung, though he hardly glanced her way. However, that teacher, Qin Lu, had caught her attention. Ning Yatong furrowed her brows. Something about the day felt off. She couldn't quite pinpoint what was amiss, but she felt restless. Moreover, when Yu-hung spoke to her, her reactions seemed exaggerated, much like her own demeanor in the cinema that day. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Ning Yatong opened the interview list Yu Hong had sent and examined the 5 names. Chen Yuqiang, Zhou Minqi, Zhang Tingting, Lu Huai, Wang Liuyu. Indeed, they had all performed admirably today. She saved the list and then opened the chat with Shen Yueling. Ning Yatong, Yueling, are you asleep? A few minutes passed before Shen Yueling replied, not yet. Ning Yatong, are you coming to the club's interview tomorrow? It should be quite interesting. Shen Yueling, maybe. It depends on the situation. Ning Yatong, all right, just let me know if you decide to come. Shen Yueling did not respond further. Ning Yatong sighed, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Despite their recent increase in communication, she sensed a hint of coolness from Shen Yueling. However, that was to be expected, given that they both had feelings for the same person. Ning Yatong turned on her side, burying her face in the pillow. She felt a pang of envy towards Shen Yueling, who had known Yu Hong since childhood and shared years of companionship, whereas she was merely a high school deskmate. As she pondered, drowsiness began to envelop her. Just as she was on the verge of sleep, her phone vibrated again. Ning Yatong forced her eyes open and reached for the device. It was a message from Yu Hong. Yu Hong, the video is edited and sent to your email. Ning Yatong instantly perked up. She hurriedly replied, received. I'll watch it now. Yu Hong, rest early. Ning Yatong, you too. She exited WeChat and logged into her email, where she indeed found a new message. The attachment contained the edited video file. Ning Yatong clicked to download it, her heart inexplicably racing. Once the download completed, she opened the video. Yu Hong had done an exceptional job. The pacing was impeccable and the transition seamless. She saved the video to her phone and sent Yu Hong a message. Ning Yatong, I finished watching it. It's absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Yu Hong. Yu Hong did not reply. Perhaps he had gone to sleep. Ning Yatong placed her phone beside her pillow, her heart fluttering with happiness. She resolved to post on Douyin tomorrow, right after the interview. With her eyes closed, she gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, Yu Hong was awakened by the sound of rain. He opened his eyes to the rhythmic patter of raindrops outside, falling with a considerable intensity. Alas, the rain has awakened Hao Junren, who leans against the window, observing the downpour with considerable intensity. Lu Tiankai scrambles out of bed, exclaiming, oh no, I forgot my umbrella. Neither do I, comes the response. Ho Sudong rummages through the closet and produces a hooded jacket, saying, make do with this, put on the hood and run quickly. Yu Hong rises from his slumber, glances at his phone, and notes the time, 7:20. The early morning class begins at 8. He washes up, dresses, and descends the stairs with his roommates, where they gather at the dormitory entrance to peer outside. The rain is indeed relentless, with a multitude of raindrops crashing to the ground, creating a splash. Shall we dash? Hao Junren inquires, already holding a book above his head. Let us go. Lu Tiankai agrees, preparing himself as well. Ho Sudong has already donned his hood. Yu Hong clicks his tongue, readying to pull up the hood of his sweatshirt to join the sprint. Yu Hong, a familiar voice floats through the rain. Yu Hong looks up to see Ning Yatong approaching, her light pink umbrella shielding her as she jogs over. In her hand, she clutches a black folding umbrella. The rain is heavy, and in her haste, her pant legs and shoes have become soaked, her chest rising and falling with each breath. Here's an umbrella for you, Ning Yatong breathlessly declares as she reaches the eaves. I saw it was raining and thought you might not have brought one. She had returned to her dorm this morning specifically to fetch an extra, her backup. Hao Junren, standing nearby, raises his eyebrows and nudges Yu Hong with his elbow. Lowering his voice, not a bad treatment, huh? Lu Tiankai and Ho Sudong share knowing smiles. Ning Yatong catches their whispers, her cheeks flushing slightly. Thank you. Yu Hong takes the umbrella from Ning Yatong, unfurling it. Shall we share it? He proposes. My roommates are also without umbrellas. Sure. Ning Yatong responds eagerly. Then you can give your umbrella to them. The two step into the rain side by side, while Hao Junren and the others discreetly follow at a distance, exchanging laughter along the way. Does this girl have feelings for Yu Hong? Ho Sudong asks. Isn't it obvious? Hao Junren rolls his eyes. Is it really that clear? Lu Tiankai frowns, braving such heavy rain to deliver an umbrella. Isn't that a clear sign? Hao Junren laughs. The only ones who do such things are either your mother or someone who likes you. Is it really that exaggerated? Lu Tiankai squints. Isn't this just mutual assistance among classmates? Didn't Yu Hong mention they were desk partners in high school? All right, you're hopeless. Ho Sudong waves his hand dismissively. You'd be better off focusing on your gaming. Ahead, Yu Hong and Ning Yatong walk side by side. The umbrella forms a small sanctuary, creating an intimate space amidst the surrounding rain. This proximity draws them closer together. Ning Yatong steals a glance at Yu Hong. His profile is strikingly defined, with a prominent nose and delicate droplets of water clinging to his eyelashes. Her heart races slightly. Chapter 85. Am I still useful? The rain pours heavily. Thank goodness I brought a spare umbrella. Ning Yatong's voice is soft. Does this imply a hint of self-congratulation? Regardless, she continues, thank you. Otherwise the four of us would have been drenched. Yu-hung notices her pant legs and sneakers, which are already damp. I'm quite useful, aren't I? Ning Yatong beams. How did you know I didn't bring an umbrella? Yu-hung inquires, tilting his head. Ning Yatong says, he's spitting, you stuck with. I figured since it hadn't rained yet this semester, you might not think to buy one. You know me quite well, Yu-hung chuckles. Not really, Ning Yatong blushes. Quickly changing the subject. Did you stay up late editing videos last night? It was alright. Around midnight, Yu-hung replies. Oh, that late? You must be tired. It's fine. I promised you. Yu-hung responds casually. Promised you. Ning Yatong repeats in her mind, unable to suppress a smile. She lowers her head, watching as they walk side by side. His strides are long, yet he deliberately slows down, while her canvas shoes splash water at the edges of puddles. I've watched the videos several times, Ning Yatong says with a smile. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Good material. Any editing would work. Yu-hung states candidly. Shall I post it immediately after the afternoon interview? Sure. Ning Yatong's eyes light up. The engagement shouldn't be too bad, right? I'm a bit nervous. It'll be fine, Yu-hung assures her confidently. A video of this quality should easily garner tens of thousands of likes. Ning Yatong feels her cheeks warm from his words. It's not that impressive, her excitement is palpable, even affecting her stride, which becomes lighter. As her chest brushes against Yu-hung's arm, he notices the soft touch, raising an eyebrow. Neither retreats nor acknowledges the moment. Is this a hidden perk? Upon reaching the main building, Yu-hung closes the umbrella, shaking off the excess water. Thank you for the umbrella, he says, returning the pink umbrella to her. Let us hold on to that one until I can return it to you. I suspect the rain won't have ceased by the end of class. All right. Ning Yatong accepts the umbrella. I'll head to class now. She turns, takes a few steps, then glances back, waving at him before jogging upstairs. The early class on Introduction to Communication is painfully dull, a true waste of time. Even before his rebirth, he felt it was a time sink. And now he feels even more so. What utility do these theories hold? It would be far more beneficial to teach practical skills instead. After graduation, one could work in the film industry as a laborer. Meanwhile, at Qin Lu's home, the mother and daughter sit at the dining table, where a cup of milk and several slices of whole grain bread await. She lacks an appetite, her knees feeling sore, and her throat oddly swollen after a night's rest. Her throat is delicate. Even eating noodles too quickly can cause her choke. That little rascal nearly made her gag with his last remark. Mom. Qinya emerges from her bedroom. What for breakfast? Help yourself to some bread. Qin Lu gestures toward the table. Has this little girl already started eating breakfast? Qinya picks up a slice of bread and, with her mouth full, mumbles, are you going to school today? Yes. I have a meeting in the morning and a club interview in the afternoon. After breakfast, Qin Lu stands before her closet, momentarily lost in thought. Mom, are you wondering which stockings to wear? Qinya leans in, grinning. I think black would suit you well. It's slimming. At last, Yu-hung endures until the class bell rings. As he exits the classroom, he receives a WeChat message from Ning Yatong. Ning Yatong, Yu-hung. Do you have classes this morning? Yu-hung. Yes, third period in room 302. What is up? Ning Yatong. Shall we have lunch together? If the rain stops, can you return the umbrella to me? Yu-hung. Sure, what do you want to eat? Ning Yatong. Anything's fine. You decide. Yu-hung, all right. Let us meet at the entrance of the second cafeteria at noon. Ning Yatong. Okay. I'll head back to my dorm now. By the time the second class concludes, the rain has ceased. However, the sky remains overcast. As he approaches the cafeteria entrance with the umbrella, he spots Ning Yatong waiting, her head bowed as she checks her phone. She has changed out of her damp canvas shoes into a pair of dark sneakers. Have you been waiting long? Yu-hung asks as he walks over. Ning Yatong looks up, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. Not at all, I just arrived. She extends her hand, saying, give me the umbrella. I'll take it back. No rush, Yu-hung replies, withholding it. Let us eat first, and we can discuss it when we reach your dorm. It's crowded inside, and it's inconvenient to carry it. Oh, all right. Ning Yatong withdraws her hand, feeling a surge of happiness. This means they can walk together for a while after lunch, at least to the dormitory entrance. The two enter the cafeteria side by side. It is mealtime, and various food stalls have lines of varying lengths. What do you want to eat? Yu-hung inquires, glancing over. The stir-fried dishes here are decent. The noodle stall has a long line as well. Ning Yatong isn't particularly hungry. She simply wishes to spend more time with Yu-hung. I'm fine with whatever. It's up to you. Let's go for stir-fried dishes. Then, quickly, Yu-hung leads the way to the stir-fry counter. What will you have? It's on me. Huh? No need. Ning Yatong hurriedly waved her hand. Allow me to treat you. Why the politeness? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Really, it's unnecessary. I still have plenty of pocket money. Ning Yatong was reluctant to let Yu Hong spend his money. She was somewhat unaware of his family circumstances. After the start of university, Yu Hong had rented a villa, which took her by surprise. During their high school years, he had always seemed rather frugal. She was aware that he was starting a business, which required him to rent a place and purchase equipment, incurring considerable expenses. All right, then let us each order our own. Yu Hong conceded without further insistence. The two of them placed their orders and found a relatively quiet two-person table in a corner. They set their plates filled with food in the center, allowing them to share. Ning Yatong spoke softly, with a hint of hesitation. Yu Hong, may I come watch your training this afternoon? Upon hearing this, Yu Hong looked up at her, slightly taken aback. Aren't you free this afternoon? Ning Yatong nodded. Yes. I do like to watch you play basketball. Is that all right? She thoroughly enjoyed watching Yu Hong play. During high school, the boys played as well, but there were far too few physical education classes. They only had one class a week, which was often occupied by other activities. In fact, during their senior year, after the school leaders returned from observing another school, they directly canceled all physical education classes. Yu Hong squinted and smiled. Well, then let us go. They shouldn't deny entry. The indoor basketball court had limited space and typically required reservations. Today, they should have arranged it in advance. Besides, with a beautiful spectator, the training shouldn't be too tedious, right? Ning Yatong could hardly contain her joy. Then I'll go over with you after we finish eating. Sure, Yu Hong replied. Chapter 86. Meng Xiaoyui is in a relationship. After their meal, the two exited the cafeteria, the afternoon air imbued with the freshness of the rain. Ning Yatong fell in step with Yu Hong, walking side by side, when suddenly she recalled something and tugged at his sleeve. Hey, Yu Hong, let us turn this way. She pointed towards the direction of the commercial street beside the cafeteria. Yu Hong squinted in that direction. What is over there? Buying water? Ning Yatong pulled him along. No, we're heading to the pharmacy. Yu Hong halted, scrutinizing her. What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Ning Yatong continued to move towards the pharmacy, explaining. I'm going to buy you some things like a wrist guard and knee pads, some band-aids and iodine swabs, and we also need a bottle of anti-swelling pain relief tincture. You'll be training, running, and jumping, and possibly engaging in contact. What if you get hurt? She turned to look at Yu Hong, her expression particularly earnest. Yu Hong chuckled. The basketball court should have a first aid kit, right? But what if it doesn't? It's better to be prepared. Ning Yatong quickened her pace, urging him along. She felt that by buying these items for him, it was as if she could participate a little in his activities. Yu Hong ceased to resist and allowed her to pull him along. The pharmacy was small, with various medications displayed in glass cabinets. Excuse me, do you have sports wrist guards and knee pads? Ning Yatong inquired, leaning over the counter. Yes. Which type do you need? The owner retrieved several boxes from beneath the counter, showcasing knitted ones and those with silicone pads. Ning Yatong carefully examined them, squeezing the thickness of the silicone pad. Yu Hong, which one do you prefer? Yu Hong leaned closer. It's up to you, either is fine. Then let us go with the one with silicone pads. It offers better protection. Ning Yatong made the decision herself, selecting 2 wrist guards and a pair of knee pads. She also requested a box of band-aids, a pack of iodine swabs, and after searching the counter, a bottle of anti-swelling pain relief tincture. When it came time to pay, Ning Yatong eagerly grabbed her phone to scan the payment code. I'll take care of it. I can't let you spend money. Yu Hong blocked her attempt. Oh, come on. Ning Yatong deftly evaded his hand and quickly completed the payment. This is a thank you for helping me edit the video. After saying this, she grabbed the plastic bag and turned to leave. Yu Hong watched her retreating figure, clicking his tongue in amusement before following her. Once outside the pharmacy, Ning Yatong handed him the bag. Here you go. Got it. Yu Hong accepted the bag with a nod of thanks. No need for thanks. Ning Yatong replied with a bright smile. Shall we head to the basketball court now? It's still early. Let us walk you back to the dorm first. You could use a little nap, Yu Hong suggested. Holding the bag of supplies, Yu Hong walked alongside Ning Yatong towards the girls' dormitory. In truth, she didn't need to buy all these items. Yu Hong shook the plastic bag in his hand. Our team is training isn't that serious. We're just playing casually. But you still need to take care, Ning Yatong replied softly, her pace unconsciously slowing down. What if you get injured? They reached the base of the girls' dormitory. It was currently the designated nap time, and there were not many people around, just a few girls hastily entering and exiting with takeout bags. Shall I go up now? She asked, taking a couple of steps before glancing back at Yu Hong. He stood there, hands tucked into his sweatshirt pockets, watching her. An impulsive urge surged within Ning Yatong. She wanted to rush back and give him a hug, just for a moment, but she didn't dare. Instead, she simply waved goodbye and quickly dashed into the building. In the afternoon, Yu Hong asked Hao Junren to head to the basketball court, first while he picked up Ning Yatong. When they arrived, Hao Junren was practicing layups beneath the hoop. Oh, how Junrin. He teased. Winking, brought your +1, huh? Don't say nonsense. I just wanted to watch you Hung train. Ning Yatong's face flushed bright red, instinctively wanting to look down, but feeling that would be too timid. Let us see how well you train. How Junrin dribbled the ball on the ground. With a beauty watching, the guys will surely be more spirited. Yu Hung shot him a glance without engaging in his banter, placing the plastic bag on a nearby bench. You can sit here and watch. Just don't get too close to the court, or you might get hit by the ball. Okay. Ning Yatong obediently sat down at one end of the bench and lifted her gaze towards the court. Yu Hung had already removed his outer jacket and was leisurely putting on the wrist guards Ning Yatong had just bought. After warming up, the players gradually began to arrive. Yu Hung completed his warm-up and dribbled the ball a few times to find his rhythm, beckoning Hao Junrin over. Come on, let us practice. Sure. Hao Junrin jogged over. The training consisted of fairly basic drills, mainly tactical coordination. Ning Yatong didn't understand the tactics, but found Yu Hung's dribbling captivating. The ball seemingly glued to his hand. He passed a high lob to Hao Junrin, who scored effortlessly beneath the basket, dramatically shouting in celebration. Great shot. Ning Yatong couldn't help but cheer softly. Yu Hung glanced back at her, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The coach blew the whistle. All right, 15-minute break. Stretch a bit and hydrate. The players scattered in small groups to grab their water. Yu Hung wiped the sweat from his forehead, picked up the towel draped over the bench to dry off, and then sat beside Ning Yatong in an empty spot next to her. He twisted open the bottle of water she had bought and took a large gulp. Tired? She asked quietly. Not really. Yu Hung set down the bottle and turned to look at her, the training intensity ISN T2 taxing. Ning Yatong smiled faintly. I think you're doing really well. It's all right. Yu Hung chuckled, leaning back slightly, his posture relaxed. He had played a lot in high school. In this position, his arm almost casually encircled Ning Yatong's back, though he didn't touch her. At that moment, someone entered through the door of the basketball court. It was Meng Xiaoyui. She was carrying a box of electrolyte drinks and, upon entering, scanned the area before striding straight towards Wang Shuo, who was leaning against the base of the basketball hoop. Engrossed in his phone, upon noticing Meng Xiaoyui, he froze for a moment, then quickly stood up, a smile plastered across his face that seemed a bit too eager. Was Meng Xiaoyui there to see Wang Shuo? Had their relationship progressed to this point? Were they officially dating now? It seemed that Wang Shuo, who previously wouldn't even eat the breakfast Meng Xiaoyui brought him, was no longer treating her with such indifference. Water was offered with a sense of eagerness. Yet Meng Xiaoyui's expression suggested a hint of reluctance. She placed a box of water beside Wang Shuo's feet and murmured something softly. The distance was too great, and the sounds of others moving and conversing in the basketball court rendered Yu Hung unable to hear. He only observed Wang Shuo nod, then bend down to retrieve a bottle of water, which he did not drink himself, but instead turned to call over the other team members. Hey, come and have some water. Electrolyte water, it replenishes strength. Wang Shuo's voice rose slightly, yet remained soft and gentle. Zhou Yahang and Li Heiren were the first to approach, with Wang Shuo handing each of them a bottle. Song Xinyu adjusted his glasses, hesitated momentarily, and then also went over to take one. Hao Junrin, having just finished bragging, was catching his breath with hands on his hips when he spotted the free water and cheerfully strolled over. The smile on Wang Shuo's face grew brighter, even tinged with an air of deference. He personally retrieved another bottle from the box and twisted open the cap. Yu Hung noticed he even wiped the bottle's opening with a tissue before handing it to Hao Junrin, saying, "You've worked hard. Here you go." Wang Shuo twisting the cap for Hao Junrin and wiping the bottle's opening? Such attentive service. Could it be that he harbored some feelings for Hao Junrin? The way he looked at him, Yu Hung felt a shiver run down his spine. Hao Junrin nonchalantly accepted the bottle, gave it no further thought, and gulped down half of it, belching with satisfaction. Refreshing. As Yu Hung observed this scene, a peculiar sensation grew stronger within him. He took another sip of water and shifted his gaze to Meng Xiaoyui. Her physique, clad in jeans, truly accentuated her long legs. At that moment, she had removed her jacket, which now hung over her arm, revealing a fitted sweater that highlighted her slender waist. So delicate, it seemed one could encircle it with a single hand. Although her top was somewhat voluminous, it was not as modest as Ning Yatong's. The teacher blew the whistle, signaling the end of the break. Meng Xiaoyui turned and walked towards the exit. Just as she stepped out, Yu Hung turned his head and caught sight of Shun Yueling entering. Shun Yueling scanned the gym before making her way directly to the bench by Ning Yatong's side. Ning Yatong looked up, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she softly greeted, "Yueling, you're here." Shun Yueling acknowledged with a simple her gaze landing on Yu Hung. As he approached with the ball, he expressed his surprise. "What brings you here?" Ning Yatong chimed in, Yueling said she wanted to check out the club recruitment tonight. I told her we were at the basketball court and asked if she wanted to come over. Shin Yueling looked at Yu Hong and replied in a calm tone. You go practice, I'll stay here for a bit. All right, you two enjoy yourselves, Yu Hong said playfully, a teasing note in his voice. Just don't start fighting, behave. Shin Yueling shot him a glare, while Ning Yutong's cheeks flushed as she muttered softly. What are you talking about? Yu Hong found their reactions amusing and, clutching the ball, turned to dash back onto the court. After practicing for another 10 minutes, he noticed Meng Shiru had returned, holding an unopened bottle of mineral water. Her expression still seemingly indifferent. To his astonishment, she walked over to Shun Yueling and sat down beside her. While dribbling, Yu Hong stole glances at the trio. What could they possibly be discussing? Surely not basketball strategies. As he squinted, somewhat distracted, he made a quick bounce pass to Wang Shuo in an open position. Wang Shuo's reception was slightly off, resulting in the basketball landing with a thud against his fingers. Ouch! Wang Shuo exclaimed, shaking his hand as his index finger turned red and swollen. Did it hurt? Hao Junren, closest to him, leaned in to inspect his wrist. Should we take you to the infirmary? It did seem a bit swollen, and Yu Hong approached to take a look. I have some anti-swelling spray. Would you like to use it? Upon hearing this, Hao Junren clapped his hands in agreement. All right, let us handle this on the bench. He supported Wang Shuo toward the sidelines, where a flicker of an unusual expression crossed Wang Shuo's face. Gathering at the bench, Yu Hong retrieved the bottle of spray from the plastic bag beneath it. The three girls, noticing someone had been injured, stood up as well. Ning Yatong thought to herself that the medicine was indeed needed. Meng Shiru furrowed her brow slightly, taking a step forward to reach for the bottle from Yu Hong's hands. However, Hao Junren was quicker, snatching the bottle and cotton swabs from him. He twisted off the cap, pulled out a swab, dipped it in the solution, and then lifted Wang Shuo's injured hand to apply the medication. Wang Shuo's gaze fell on Hao Junren's hands, and his ears appeared to redden slightly. Yu Hong grinned and took a half-step toward Shin Yueling, lowering his voice. What did Meng Shiru say to you two earlier? Shin Yueling turned her head, whispering back. Nothing much, just asked for my WeChat. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow in surprise. She asked for your WeChat? Meng Shiru and Shin Yueling exchanging WeChat? Is she trying to get closer to me, through you? Yes, Shin Yueling confirmed, but I didn't give it to her. Then she started asking various questions. What kind of questions? Yu Hong pressed for details. She asked what apartment I'm in, my name, she paused, and her inquiries were quite detailed, rather strange. Yu Hong instinctively furrowed his brow at the thought. So detailed? He glanced over at Meng Shiru, who was now focused on her phone screen, seemingly checking something. Shin Yueling did not respond, but merely curled her lips in a slight disdain. She, too, felt that Meng Shiru's sudden approach and probing questions were rather intrusive. At that moment, Meng Shiru turned to Wang Shuo with genuine concern, asking, How is it going? It's nothing, sis. Just a little bump. It stings a bit. Wang Shuo replied with a smile, then curiously asked, Why did you come back? Meng Shiru paused before answering nonchalantly, I had no important matters this afternoon, so I thought I'd watch you practice for a while. She certainly couldn't admit that she had seen a striking beauty at the door and had returned for that reason. Sis? Hao Junren perked up at this term. Raising an eyebrow, what is this about you two being siblings? Wang Shuo nodded matter-of-factly. Yeah, she is my sister. Wait, what? Hao Junren's eyes widened in disbelief. You two are siblings? Biological ones? Wang Shuo clarified. Yes, we are fraternal twins. I take my father's surname, and she takes my mother's. Fraternal twins. Yu Hong's brow furrowed in realization. Everything clicked into place. No wonder Meng Shiru had unexpectedly confessed to him in a previous life, and after being rejected, she felt neither awkwardness nor defeat, continuing to contact him. He and Shun Yueling would often dine together, and Meng Shiru would follow along as if it were nothing. He had always assumed she was genuinely infatuated with him and persistently pursuing him. In reality, was she a lesbian? Not interested in him, but rather aiming for Shin Yueling? He remembered that as winter break approached, Meng Shiru had suddenly started distancing herself from him, and he had thought she had given up. Now, it dawned on him that during that period, Shun Yueling's demeanor was also off. While their relationship wasn't exceptionally close, they had been friends of sorts, and then suddenly, there was no contact. It was highly likely that Meng Shiru had revealed her true intentions and was rejected by Shin Yueling. In his past life, Meng Shiru had only approached him after knowing he was acquainted with Shin Yueling. However, after his rebirth, many things had changed. Up until now, Meng Shiru had no idea he and Shin Yueling were connected, as they had met by chance. Thus, the previous life's scenario was avoided altogether. Fortunately, he had not interacted with Meng Shiru post-rebirth, or else he would have foolishly believed she was interested in him, making a complete fool of himself. As Yu Hong observed the sibling duo, he couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a twinge of sympathy for their parents. Who would have thought that having both a son and a daughter could lead to such unexpected complications? Epilogue. Yu-hung's side job. Yu-hung lay in bed, the lights off. With his hands behind his head, he continued to ponder the events that had just transpired. After confronting Bai Xinran, the two of them had laid bare their mutual interests with candor. Moreover, she was a novice, a blank canvas upon which anything could be painted. Yu-hung's lips curled into a faint smile. It appeared he had stumbled upon a treasure. With time still on his side, he climbed off the bed and settled at his desk, opening his laptop. Observing the data trends on Bai Xinran's Bilibili backend, he felt a sense of reassurance. Qingya had also secured 2 captains today. The approval for the Virtual Streamer Association had been granted, and the posters were in the printing process. Everything was unfolding according to his plans. Money was flowing in, albeit not as swiftly as he desired. Leaning back in his chair, it creaked slightly under his weight as he stared at the ceiling. Live streaming and short videos had been his first thoughts upon his rebirth. This was the domain he was most familiar with. He understood that this industry could thrive for several years. And while the revenue from guild commissions and short video monetization might not promise vast fortunes, earning 10 to 18 million over a few years was feasible. Yet, this venture wasn't entirely secure. At any moment, it could cease to be profitable. He needed to consider alternative strategies, ones that were feasible and likely to succeed. Sitting up straight, he opened a new document, leaving the title blank. His fingers hovered over the keyboard for a moment before he began typing, jotting down whatever came to mind. He reflected on his own interests. Currently, this pursuit wasn't particularly mainstream. In a few years, it would become a fashionable trend. The current audience comprised a segment genuinely interested in this culture, unlike the future, where it would be a cacophony of oddities. However, the transition from niche to mainstream had its advantages. It would inevitably expand the market size. Regardless of authenticity, engaging in this realm necessitated some purchases. Yet, entering this industry and earning a living from it required the internet and a measure of fame. Opening a bubble tea shop allowed for banners announcing grand openings and the distribution of flyers on the streets. But such tactics would be deemed inappropriate here, perhaps leading to accusations of deviance. This industry was inherently reliant on the internet. But in 2018, where was the online traffic? Public accounts and Weibo were still the mainstays. Yet, Yu-hung knew that short videos were on the brink of a breakout. Douyin was about to embrace its spring. He needed to seize the opportunity on this platform. After all, there were already competitors on the public account front, with established figures to contend with. A fresh angle was necessary. Yu-hung lit a cigarette and took a puff. Female users. Indeed, the primary consumer demographic in this industry was women. Thus, he should create content aimed at them. The psychological needs were diverse, and these emotions required nurturing. How to nurture them? Through words? Through images? Both seemed somewhat lacking in immediacy and relatability. Yu-hung extinguished his cigarette. Sound. Yes, sound. The human imagination is the most powerful tool for rendering. Should he draft a few scripts to test the waters? Yu-hung created a new folder and decided to write a script themed around airport security. Title: Security Check. Ambient sound. Airport, a cacophony of voices. Male: Hello, ma'am. I suspect you may be carrying prohibited items. Please cooperate with us. Pause. Male: I apologize, but the detection machines never make mistakes. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Pause. Male: If it's inconvenient here, we can move to the back. Pause. Ambient sound. Footsteps, door opening. Male: Please open your suitcase. I appreciate it. Pause. Ambient sound. The sound of a suitcase opening. Male: Could you explain what these items are? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I have the authority to classify them as suspected prohibited items and detain them. Pause. Male: These items appear quite exquisite. They must not come cheaply. And you wouldn't want them confiscated, would you? Pause. Male: So please clarify, what are these items for? Pause. Male: What is this used for? Pause. Male: What? Can't you say? Or do you not wish to? Or are you simply embarrassed? Pause. Yu-hung typed several lines and felt that the plot had potential. After all, this was merely for fun. It wasn't a novel, so strict adherence to realism wasn't necessary. Creating the right atmosphere was sufficient. He exhaled, closed his laptop, and decided to record it later. Chapter 88. There is no right or wrong in affection. The training continued. While running, Yu-hung caught a glimpse of the long bench at the sidelines, where Shun Yueling and Ning Yutong sat side by side. While Meng Shiru had seemingly left at some point, he diverted his gaze, made a quick maneuver to shake off the defense, and took a mid-range shot. The ball hit the back of the rim and bounced out. Tisk! Yu-hung shook his hand and retreated to defend. His phone vibrated twice in his pocket. Seizing the opportunity during the opponent's baseline throw-in, he pulled out his phone to glance at it. The lock screen displayed 2 WeChat messages. He swiped the screen with one hand. Bai Xinran: I'm heading to the villa now. I'll be streaming from 4 to 9 tonight. Chinya, report. My mom dropped me off at the villa. I'm wearing stockings again, today black ones. Chinya, why have you been so busy these past 2 days? I haven't seen you in ages. Yu Hong smirked. She really was wearing black ones. Yu Hong, focus on the game. How Junren shouted. The basketball whizzed past Yu Hong's ear, snapping him back to reality as he turned and sprinted towards the opponent's half. Training continued for another half hour before the coach blew the whistle to gather the team, offering a brief recap. All right, that's it for today. Dismissed. The players dispersed in small groups toward the exit. Ning Yatong stood up from the bench and jogged over to Yu Hong. Want some water? I'm good. Yu Hong bent down to pick up his jacket from the ground, draping it over his shoulder and casually grabbed the plastic bag containing his medications. Let's go. I need to head back to the dorm for a shower. I'm drenched in sweat before heading to the lecture hall. Should we go over there first? Ning Yatong asked. Shen Yueling remained silent, but also got up. The three of them walked side by side out of the gym. The evening breeze carried a hint of chill. Ning Yatong led the way, while Yu Hong intentionally lagged a few steps behind. Shen Yueling's pace slowed as well, creating a small gap between them and Ning Yatong. Yu Hong leaned closer and lowered his voice. Did you get caught in the rain this morning? Shen Yueling kept her gaze forward, her tone flat. Why don't you wait until it snows to ask? Yu Hong was taken aback. Was she expressing displeasure at his lack of concern for her this morning? Indeed, it had rained heavily, and he had been preoccupied with sharing an umbrella with Ning Yatong. My bad, Yu Hong grinned. His voice tinged with a hint of appeasement. I was in a rush for class this morning and didn't think to check. Shen Yueling didn't respond, quickening her pace. Hey. Yu Hong caught up, his shoulder brushing against her coat sleeve. Why don't you ask if I got wet? Shen Yueling didn't falter in her stride, her voice drifting back. Didn't you have someone to bring you an umbrella? Yu Hong's heart sank. How do you know that? He inquired. Shen Yueling finally turned her head, giving him a fleeting glance. I was coming to bring you an umbrella this morning, she said slowly, but when I realized I was late, I left. After saying this, she quickened her steps to catch up with Ning Yatong, not looking back at Yu Hong again. He stood there, touching his nose. This was bad. She was upset. Ning Yatong observed Shen Yueling approaching and then glanced back at Yu Hong, whose expression was somewhat stiff, and quietly asked, Yueling, are you still going to the club recruitment later? Yes, Shen Yueling replied, but I'll return to the dorm to change clothes first. Great. I'll change too. Ning Yatong beamed, turning to Yu Hong. Shall we head out? Yu Hong was still preoccupied with the earlier conversation, absently responding. Take your time on the way. The two girls walked side by side toward the dormitory area. Ning Yatong clasped her hands behind her back, tilting her head slightly to observe Shen Yueling's profile. Yueling, did you also deliver an umbrella to Yu Hong this morning? Her voice was gentle, tinged with a hint of caution. She had overheard their earlier conversation, which prompted her to deliberately walk ahead. Shen Yueling's pace seemed to falter for a moment as she acknowledged with a soft Indeed, she had gone that morning, holding the umbrella as she approached the roadside, just in time to see Yu Hong and Ning Yatong passing by. At that moment, she had turned and walked away, feeling the cool raindrops trickle down her neck from the umbrella's edge. I'm on the 2nd floor, you're on the 6th. I'm a bit closer, Ning Yatong said, pursing her lips. Next time, I will walk a little slower. Although her words might sound boastful, that was not her intention. She merely wished to clarify to Shen Yueling that she did not mean to jump ahead deliberately. This could be seen as a sign of vulnerability. She understood Shen Yueling's somewhat proud nature. They both had affections for Yu Hong, and there was no absolute right or wrong in this regard. Until Yu Hong established a clear relationship, what were they to each other? Enemies? That seemed far-fetched. Rivals? It hardly reached that level, as they had always been good friends. Shen Yueling did not respond, but she comprehended the underlying message in Ning Yatong's words. Walk slower? It implied yielding opportunities. But who asked for that? She recalled a time during their senior year when the three of them huddled together to play cards during a break with barely enough time for a single round. The stakes were that the loser would have a small turtle drawn on their hand by the winner. Yu Hong had played as the landlord and emerged victorious. He first grabbed Ning Yatong's hand, grinning as he drew a crooked turtle, when it was her turn to be drawn upon. Their homeroom teacher unexpectedly appeared at the back door, causing Yu Hong to retract his hand and miss the chance. She had ignored Yu Hong for the rest of the day, leaving him perplexed. It was Ning Yatong who secretly informed him that she was upset because he had not drawn on her, indicating a disparity in treatment. Reflecting on this, Shen Yueling felt a twinge of discomfort. An inexplicable sense of irritation began to bubble within her. She was not exasperated with Ning Yatong, but rather frustrated with Yu Hong. What exactly did he want? He had laid his cards on the table with her. What about Ning Yatong? Was he merely stringing her along? Finally she spoke, her tone still mild, yet devoid of its previous coldness. It's just an umbrella. Whoever is closer should deliver it, as long as he stays dry. In classroom 204, Yu Hung sat in the center of the front row, with Qin Lu on his left and Ning Yutong on his right. At the podium, the third candidate was introducing himself, a bespectacled boy who spoke with a slight stutter. Yu Hung was not paying much attention. His peripheral vision flicked to the right. His fingers paused on his knee, shifting half an inch to the right, brushing against Qin Lu's pant leg. His fingertips glided lightly over the fabric of her stockings. Instantly, Qin Lu's body tensed. She did not turn her head, her gaze still fixed on the candidate at the podium. Yu Hung's fingers moved again. Yu Hung. Qin Lu turned her head, fixing him with a glare and whispering, "If you keep messing around, I'll 1T let you touch me again." Yu Hung froze. Withdrawing his hand, he refrained from any further movement until the interview concluded at 6 o'clock. As the last candidate departed, Ning Yutong straightened the scoring sheets on the table and turned to Yu Hung, asking, "Which of these do you think should proceed?" Yu Hung scanned the list and mentioned a few names, all of whom had performed reasonably well that day. Ning Yutong nodded, jotting them down, before looking at Qin Lu. "Teacher Qin, what do you think?" Qin Lu had already stood up and was organizing her bag. "I have no objections. You two can decide," she replied. Ning Yutong acknowledged with a beginning to pack her belongings. Yu Hung also stood up, stretching his stiff neck. He glanced at Qin Lu, who happened to be looking back at him. They locked eyes for a second before Qin Lu broke the gaze, picking up her bag. "I'll head back now. You worked hard," she said. "Safe travels, Teacher Qin," Ning Yutong hurriedly added. Qin Lu nodded and walked towards the classroom door, her high heels clicking crisply against the tiled floor. Yu Hung watched her retreating figure until she exited the classroom. "Yu Hung," Ning Yutong called to him. He snapped back to reality, responding with a "Shall we head out?" Ning Yutong had already finished packing. "Are you going back to the dormitory or?" "To the villa," Yu Hung replied. "By Zinran and Qin you're still live streaming." "All right," Ning Yutong nodded, not pressing further. "Then Yu Ling and I will head back to the dormitory first." Chapter 89, Racing Heartbeats. In the villa, by Zinran and Qin you were live streaming. Yu Hung changed his shoes and settled onto the sofa in the living room. A half-empty bag of potato chips and 2 empty cans of cola lay on the coffee table. He picked up the remote control, turning on the television with the volume set low. The flickering light from the screen illuminated the darkened living room. Leaning back against the sofa, Yu Hung pondered Qin Lu's demeanor from earlier that day. He had hoped for a moment of warmth in the office, similar to the previous day. Now, a sense of agitation and restlessness enveloped him. Suddenly, he sat up straight and pulled out his phone to message by Zinran. "By Zinran now? I'm live streaming. Yu Hung, otherwise. Where's the challenge? By Zinran. Are you serious?" This message was quickly retracted, followed by another. "Are you serious?" Yu Hung, absolutely now, immediately. By Zinran. "Okay, I got it." Yu Hung turned off the television, plunging the living room into complete darkness. He rose and ascended the stairs, pausing at the threshold of his room to glance toward Qin Yu's room before retracting his gaze, pushing open his door and shutting it behind him. He refrained from turning on the lights, instead collapsing onto his bed. The ceiling loomed as a vague gray in the darkness. The room was silent, save for the sound of his own breathing, gradually calming. Just as he flicked on the light, a knock sounded at the door. "Brother, are you awake?" Qin Yu's voice called from outside. Yu Hung adjusted his zipper and tugged at the hem of his sweatshirt. "Come in." The door creaked open slightly, and Qin Yu peeked in, her eyes scanning the room before settling on Yu Hung. She stepped inside, closing the door behind her, and sniffed the air. "Have you been busy with club activities these past few days?" Qin Yu approached the desk, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the surface. Having just completed a 3-hour live stream, her throat felt dry, and her voice was slightly hoarse. "Yes," Yu Hung replied, sitting on the edge of the bed. "Has your mother come to pick you up?" "Just left about 10 minutes ago," she answered, her nose twitching again. Qin Yu recognized the scent. She had seen it online. She squinted, her gaze trailing down to Yu Hung's hands. His fingers rested on his knee, long and distinctly knuckled. Taking 2 steps forward, she positioned herself in front of Yu Hung, squatting down to grasp his hand. This posture forced her to look up at him. "What are you doing?" Yu Hung leaned back, attempting to create distance. Qin Yu remained silent, lifting her gaze to meet his. Yu Hung returned her stare, his brow furrowed, an expression displeased. Suddenly, Qin Yu broke into a grin. Yu Hung froze for 2 seconds, and as realization dawned upon him, his heart began to race. It was the first time since his rebirth that he felt such a sensation. The impact was substantial, even for a man nearing 30. He withdrew his hand. "What the hell? What is wrong with you?" Qin Yu stood, hands on her hips. "You're the one doing something bad in your room." "Fine, you're impressive," he retorted, striding to the door. "I'm off to wash my hands. Wait here." "Wait for what?" Qin Yu inquired. "For your mother to pick you up." Yu Hung opened the door. "Unless you have something else in mind?" He left for the bathroom. Qin Yu remained rooted in place, staring at the pillow on the floor for a moment before bending down to pick it up dusting it off and placing it back on the bed. She sat down at the edge of the bed, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the sheet. The gray cotton fabric felt somewhat coarse. Just moments ago, Yu Hong had lain on this very bed? Ugh! Her features were scrunched together, and she felt the urge to rinse her mouth. The sound of running water emanated from the bathroom, cascading for quite some time. When Yu Hong returned, water dripped from his hands. The room fell into silence, with the air conditioning humming softly, releasing a warm breeze. Chinya fixed her gaze on Yu Hong's profile. His hair was somewhat tousled, likely from reclining on the bed earlier. A hint of stubble adorned his chin, subtle yet discernible upon closer inspection. What are you looking at? Yu Hong turned his head. At your unattractive face, Chinya retorted. Then don't look, he replied, turning away again. I insist on looking. Chinya stood up, advancing to Yu Hong's front, her face drawing near. What will you do about it? Yu Hong leaned back slightly, the chair creaking under him. Chinya, he lowered his voice, a note of restraint evident. I'm not going to. She straightened up, pouting. Why are you being so fierce? Yu Hong remained silent, suddenly feeling that this exchange was oddly familiar. He studied Chinya for a few seconds before unexpectedly flicking her forehead lightly. It wasn't hard, but the sound was loud. Ouch! What was that for? Chinya protested, clutching her forehead. To teach you to behave, Yu Hong retracted his hand. If you keep causing trouble, I'll call your mother and tell her you're neglecting your live stream duties to mess around in my room. You wouldn't dare. Chinya glared at him. Do you doubt my courage? Yu Hong raised his phone, pretending to unlock it. Chinya lunged to snatch it away. Yu Hong lifted his hand, raising the phone out of her reach. Despite her jumping attempts, she couldn't manage to grasp it. At 5 feet tall, she was dwarfed by Yu Hong's 6-foot frame. Get back. Chinya tugged at his arm. Who wants your worthless phone? He shoved the device back into his pocket, settling down. Stop messing around. Chinya panted, her chest rising and falling. Dressed in a loose sweatshirt with an oversized neckline, her movements caused one shoulder to slip down. Yu Hong glanced briefly before averting his gaze. Adjust your clothing, he said. Chinya looked down and pulled her neckline back into place. Such a pretender, she muttered under her breath. What did you say? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Nothing, she replied, sitting on the edge of the bed, her legs swinging. I just think with you and my mother like that, you shouldn't pretend with me. And so? Yu Hong paused momentarily. What does that have to do with you? Therefore, Chinya tilted her head, pondering. You need to be nice to me. Otherwise, I'll tell my mother that you bully me. How have I bullied you? Yu Hong inquired. You flicked my forehead earlier. She stated. That was your own doing. I don't care. Chinya swung her legs. You still owe me a favor. And how should I compensate you? Take me out for a meal. Her eyes sparkled. I want hot pot, the most expensive kind. Chapter 90. Can I eat you? Yu Hong regarded Chinya, his expression unusually solemn. Chinya, he said, his tone becoming grave, you must not engage in such behaviors anymore, like what happened earlier or the incident with lifting shirts. Chinya, who had been swinging her legs, halted, her playful demeanor fading. What's with you? You're scolding me again, she pouted. I'm not scolding you. I just want to clarify that what I have with your mother is an adult matter, and it doesn't concern you. He paused before continuing. You shouldn't meddle, understand? This girl had too much audacity. Yu Hong wasn't a saint. He feared that if Chinya continued her antics, he might one day lose control and act on impulse. Chinya lowered her head, remaining silent. Seeing her demeanor, Yu Hong sighed inwardly. This girl, who typically appeared fearless, was actually more sensitive than anyone else. Did you hear me? He asked again. I heard you. Chinya lifted her head. I just find it amusing. This is not amusing, Yu Hong said earnestly. Chinya, how old are you? Chinya bit her lip. I understand, she reiterated. I won't behave like this anymore. Yu Hong scrutinized her for a few seconds before reaching out to ruffle her hair. All right, cheer up. Your mother will arrive shortly and might think I've bullied you. As he tousled her hair, Chinya's sense of grievance flared up. She sniffled, turning her face away. You were already bullying me. How was I bullying you? You were fierce with me. I was being reasonable. That's still fierce. All right. I'm fierce. Yu Hong chuckled at her stubbornness. What do you want? Chinya turned her head, her eyes still red, but her lips curling into a slight smile. Take me out for hot pot. Didn't we just agree on that? At a barbecue as well. Insatiable, are we? Is that acceptable? Yu Hong assessed her, noting how quickly her mood shifted. Fine, he nodded, that works. A smile broke across Chinya's face, her eyes crinkling with delight. Seeing her smile eased Yu Hong's earlier unease. He genuinely feared that she might go too far. Had he lost control earlier, they would not be sitting here conversing now. He was aware of his own nature and often engaged in self-reflection. He could embody a traditionally normal person, even possessing more conventional views than most. Yet, in terms of relationships between men and women, he was decidedly unorthodox. Universal values and moral standards did not apply to him. Under this premise, victims should not arise, nor should anyone else be harmed. There were no taboos, for instance. With Qin Lu, he He found the thrill of their relationship lay in the identity itself. Stripped of that identity, the only differences between her and an ordinary 38-year-old woman were her appealing physique and beauty. But many women shared those traits, didn't they? While Qin Lu could take responsibility for her actions, he could not yet regard Qinya as someone capable of being held accountable for her actions. By the way, Qinya suddenly recalled, "What's Bai Xinran doing on her live stream?" She asked quite directly, tinged with curiosity and a hint of mischief. Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. "Nothing much. You're lying," Qinya scoffed. "I heard it when I came in. Your phone was making noise. Don't think I didn't notice." All right. Yu Hong wished to change the subject. "Your mother should be arriving soon. You should head down." Qinya jumped off the bed, adjusting her outfit. As she reached the door, she suddenly halted, turning her head to look back at Yu Hong. "Brother, what now?" "Thank you." Yu Hong was momentarily stunned. "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for not being angry with me," Qinya said, pressing her lips together. Yu Hong gazed at her, his emotions swirling. "I'm not angry," he replied. "Now hurry down." Qinya nodded and opened the door, stepping out. Yu Hong walked to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face, feeling slightly more awake. After drying off, he exited the bathroom and checked his phone. Bai Xinran's live stream had not yet concluded. He opened WeChat to inform her that she could wrap up. The sound of a car engine echoed from downstairs. Yu Hong glanced down to see Qin Lu's vehicle parked at the villa entrance. He refrained from descending, observing as Qinya entered the car, which then started and pulled away. The taillights diminished into the night. Only then did Yu Hong descend, taking a seat on the sofa. A message from Bai Xinran popped up. "I finished my stream." Yu Hong replied, Bai Xinran, "Did I complete my task for today?" Yu Hong, "Yes, well done." Bai Xinran, "That's good." Yu Hong, "Shall we talk?" Bai Xinran, "Are you in the living room?" Yu Hong, "Yes, why?" Bai Xinran, "I'll be going out shortly. Could you not speak to me initially? I need to take a shower." Yu Hong stared at the messages on his phone, tapping his knee with his fingers. Yu Hong, "Sure." After a moment, he added, "But you need to come out directly after your shower." Bai Xinran, "This." Bai Xinran, "You." Bai Xinran, "I." Yu Hong, "You choose for yourself. You can remain in the bedroom and fall asleep. However, if you come out, you must adhere to my instructions." Bai Xinran, "You are bullying me." Yu Hong's lips curled slightly. Yu Hong, "I'm not bullying anyone." Bai Xinran, "What else could this be if not bullying?" Yu Hong, "Clearly, I'm the one being bullied." Bai Xinran, she stared at this statement, biting her lip in astonishment for a couple of seconds, then stood up from the gaming chair, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door. Yu Hong was seated on the sofa, his elbows resting on his knees, engrossed in his phone. He did not lift his head upon hearing the door open. Bai Xinran hesitated for a moment. She wore only an oversized t-shirt that barely covered her thighs, and she could feel a slight friction as she moved. Holding something in her hand, she swiftly crossed the living room and slipped into the bathroom. After locking the door, she turned on the faucet. A while later, Bai Xinran pulled the door open, wrapped in a towel as she emerged. "All cleaned up?" Yu Hong asked softly, turning his head slightly. Bai Xinran replied with a low hum. "Come over," Yu Hong said. Bai Xinran moved her feet, stopping 2 steps away from the sofa. "Standing that far away, am I going to eat you?" Chapter 91. A slightly wrong Bai Xinran. Yu Hong leaned back against the sofa, observing her. "How do you feel today?" he inquired. "Still all right," Bai Xinran murmured, her voice barely audible. "A bit wronged?" Yu Hong noted the emotion in her tone. Bai Xinran immediately shook her head. "No. If there is, then say so." Yu Hong interrupted her. "There is no need to conceal emotions with me. We must be honest." Bai Xinran fell silent for a few seconds. "Perhaps a little wronged," she admitted, quickly adding, "just a tad. Because it was a bit sudden today, the disparity was quite large." Yu Hong asked. Bai Xinran nodded, affirming the vast difference. "Then why did you agree?" Yu Hong looked at her. "You did not refuse?" "Because," Bai Xinran took a breath. "This was your request, after all. You must obey what I say." Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Bai Xinran felt flustered by his actions and questions. "Isn't that how it should be?" she murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Yu Hong's heart raced a little. Indeed, she was quite gifted. "By God, you truly are a genius." Yu Hong smiled. "I find your answer quite satisfactory. But why do you still feel wronged?" Yu Hong squinted. "Since you believe you should accept it, you ought to be happy to have completed it." "Because," Bai Xinran mumbled, hesitating. "Because what?" Yu Hong probed. "Because you weren't present." Bai Xinran bit her lip. "There were so many people in the live stream. I couldn't see you on a user list. You didn't speak. I didn't know if you were there. I was a bit scared." Upon hearing these words, Yu Hong felt as though his heart had been struck, a sense of numbness washing over him. After Qinya entered, he had neglected her. "My fault." Yu Hong pursed his lips. There was suddenly something that came up. Bai Xinran paused, furrowing her brow. "Will someone in a higher position apologize?" Yu Hong chuckled at this. "Why wouldn't I? If a mistake is made, an apology is certainly warranted." Bai Xinran's nose twitched at his response. tears streaming down her cheeks. "We view," Bai Xinran whimpered. "There were several hundred people in the live stream just now. I was so anxious and frightened." Seeing this, Yu Hong felt a pang of sympathy. He stood up and walked over to embrace her. There, he soothed. Stroking her head, "You did wonderfully. This is my fault. It won't happen again." Bai Xinran leaned against Yu Hong, crying for a while until her tears gradually subsided. She was not accustomed to crying. In her lifetime, she could count the times on one hand. Yet in that moment, she could not hold it back. Yu Hong's hand continued to stroke her hair gently. "Have you finished crying?" he asked. Bai Xinran replied, her voice muffled. "I'm done." Yu Hong loosened his hold slightly, lowering his head to look at her. "Do you still feel wronged?" Bai Xinran shook her head. "No longer." "Is it because I said you did very well?" Yu Hong asked with a smile. Bai Xinran blushed, stammering, partially. "And the other part?" "Because you consider my feelings." Bai Xinran added. "So," Yu Hong continued, "why me?" "I don't know," she said, a hint of defeat in her tone. "It just feels like you are different from others. Talking to you feels possible." "Possible in what way?" Yu Hong pressed. "Possible to give a try." Bai Xinran repeated the phrase. "It wouldn't really go wrong." Yu Hong pursed his lips, chuckling softly. Bai Xinran truly was talented. Not only could she envision her future, but she could also imagine others. Exceptional individuals in higher positions were rare, but they certainly existed. As long as she encountered them, she would undoubtedly step into their world. He reflected on how the connections between people truly required fate. Bai Xinran was fortunate to have crossed paths with him. "Bai Xinran, do you trust me?" Yu Hong asked pointedly. Bai Xinran's heart skipped a beat. "I do," she replied softly, without hesitation. "I see now. So, this is how it is." Bai Xinran nodded, feeling a release and a tightening in some part of her heart. "Any more questions?" Yu Hong inquired. Bai Xinran shook her head. "All right then. Let's return to your room and sleep." Yu Hong stood up, recalling something. "By the way, at 7:30 tomorrow morning, you must come and wake me up." Bai Xinran looked up at him. Yu Hong's expression was quite serious, but she understood his playful nature. "I'll just shout for you at the door." "Can I not go in?" "That won't do." He leaned back. "I sleep deeply. You'll have to come to the bedside and nudge me a couple of times before I might wake up." "Is this also a task?" Bai Xinran's tone carried a hint of playful reproach she herself did not notice. "Indeed, this counts as a daily task." Yu Hong chuckled lightly from now on. "Every weekend, when you stay overnight at the villa, you must wake me up the next morning." Chapter 92, Idle. Yu Hong leaned against the headboard, smiling as he asked, "Are you feeling better now?" Bai Xinran nodded, "but my legs are still a bit weak." "You are truly honest." Yu Hong regarded her with a slightly exasperated tone. "Did it last until the end of the stream?" "You didn't say to stop," Bai Xinran murmured, a touch of grievance in her voice. "Fine," Yu Hong sighed. "This is also my fault." "All right, go back to your room." "There is one more thing." Bai Xinran bit her lip, her voice even softer. "What is it?" "The gaming chair, I want to change it." "Why?" Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Bai Xinran felt embarrassed to say. "Ah." Yu Hong understood. Chuckling softly and shaking his head. "All right, I'll buy one on JD right now that can arrive tomorrow." "Thank you." Bai Xinran exhaled in relief. "So, can I go back now?" "Go ahead." Bai Xinran returned to her room, collapsing onto the bed. Her legs did feel a bit sore. It wasn't just her legs. Her waist and arms felt the same. After Yu Hong finished his shower and dried his hair, he returned to his room. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he reclined backward, picking up his phone to check the time. Since Qin Lu had given him the cold shoulder, he had been feeling a bit irritable. Now, upon cooling down, he realized he'd been a bit reckless today. He had been too focused on satisfying his own desire for control and thrill, neglecting her situation. Today, both Shun Yueling and Ning Yutong were present. What if they noticed something unusual? What would happen to Qin Lu? She was an advisor. Reputation was something he could disregard. But she could not. Yu Hong clicked his tongue, tossing the towel aside. He had not handled this matter appropriately. He unlocked his phone and opened WeChat. In the pinned chats, he found Shun Yueling and typed, "Tomorrow is Saturday. Care to come over for lunch?" After a while, Shun Yueling replied, "Why?" Succinct and somewhat aloof. Yu Hong grinned, continuing to type, "Just for lunch." Shun Yueling, "You can cook?" Yu Hong's fingers flew across the screen. "I learned specifically for you." In truth, he had learned after getting married in his past life. However, at this moment, he truly was not very skilled. So his prior claim of not being able to cook was not entirely a pretense. The other party took a bit longer to respond this time. "Shun Yueling, what time is it?" Yu Hong felt a sense of relief. Their inquiry about the time indicated a willingness to engage. He replied, "Come over at 11:30. It will be just in time for lunch." Shun Yueling, as long as she agreed. He exited the chat with Shun Yueling and scrolled down, instinctively stopping at Qin Lu's profile. Without thinking, he clicked on it. The chat history remained frozen on the messages sent before he was blocked. Has she added him back? Yu Hong attempted to send a message. "What time will you bring Qinya over tomorrow?" The message was sent successfully, without a red exclamation mark appearing. Qin Lu had indeed unblocked him. However, Yu Hong stared at the screen, waiting for a few minutes, but received no reply. She probably saw it, but chose not to respond. Fine, he would discuss it when she brought Qinya over tomorrow. Just as he was about to close his eyes, his phone vibrated again. This time, it was Qinya. Qinya, report. I have safely arrived home. It had been quite a while since she reported. It felt like a conversation filler. Yu Hong replied, exasperated, got it. Hurry up and go to sleep. Qinya, I can't sleep. My mom looked a bit off when she came to pick me up today. What happened between you two? Yu Hong, nothing much. Qinya, impossible. Were you turned down by my mom when you were doing that thing in your room tonight? Yu Hong furrowed his brow and quickly typed. Qinya, did you not hear a single word I said? Qinya, I heard you. You said not to do that again, and here I am chatting with you. Not doing anything. Yu Hong, enough, hurry, and sleep. We have a live stream tomorrow. Qinya, I know, stop nagging. Good night, Captain Brother. Yu Hong. Qinya did not reply further. Yu Hong looked at the screen, clicking his tongue at the little girl. At around 8 in the morning, Bai Xinran stood at the entrance to Yu Hong's bedroom. She stared at the door for a moment before reaching for the doorknob. The door creaked open a crack, revealing a dark room with the curtains drawn. Yu Hong lay in bed, still sleeping naked, the blanket curled around him. Bai Xinran stood at the door, softly calling. Yu Hong, it's time to get up. The person on the bed remained unmoving, so she pursed her lips and took 2 steps forward. Approaching the bedside, she saw Yu Hong lying on his side, breathing evenly and appearing to be in a deep slumber. She gently reached out and nudged his shoulder. Yu Hong. Still no response. Adding a bit more force, she nudged him again, raising her voice slightly. Get up. Only then did Yu Hong slowly open his eyes, his gaze still somewhat dazed and bleary. He turned his head to see Bai Xinran standing by the bed and blinked. What time is it? Almost 8:30. Bai Xinran replied, averting her gaze. Yu Hong acknowledged, propping himself up to sit, still bleary-eyed as he looked at Bai Xinran. Did you sleep well last night? Not bad, Bai Xinran replied, her gaze flickering. If you have nothing else, I'll step out first. What's the rush? Yu Hong tossed off the blanket and headed straight for the bathroom, showing no concern for his state. Wait for me to wash my face, and we'll go downstairs together. Bai Xinran stood still, watching him enter the bathroom. He was even more brazen than last time, not hiding himself at all. After Yu Hong finished washing up, he emerged wearing a robe. All right, let us go downstairs. The two descended in single file. Yu Hong wore a slight smile of contentment. Having her wake him up was, in itself, a test of obedience, fostering a habit in her. It was also a subtle way to diminish any embarrassment she might feel about their candid interactions. While they were having breakfast, Yu Hong's phone chimed. It was a WeChat message from Shun Yueling. Shun Yueling, I will arrive at 11:30 sharp. Yu Hong quickly replied, okay, I'll be waiting. After sending the message, he chewed on a piece of bread, squinting at Bai Xinran across the table. Do you have anything planned for today? Bai Xinran shook her head, no why? Shun Yueling is coming over at noon, Yu Hong said casually. I need to discuss something with her. Bai Xinran was taken aback. Then I can just return to the dorm. She thought it was necessary to avoid any misunderstandings. No need. I just want to play a game with you, Yu Hong smiled. What game? Cosplay. Huh? You want to cosplay as a rice dumpling? Chapter 93. Shun Yueling's thoughts. After finishing breakfast, Yu Hong instructed Bai Xinran to think about how to sketch the design. He needed to go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients. The villa rarely cooked, and besides drinks and bread, the fridge only contained frozen foods. He changed his clothes and stepped outside, pulling out his phone on the way. He noticed that the message he sent to Qin Lu last night still hadn't received a response. After pondering for a moment, he sent another message. Yu Hong, it's gotten colder today. Dress warmly when you go out. The message was sent successfully, and he was not blocked again. Yet, there was still no response. Was she planning to give him the cold shoulder? Yu Hong shrugged, mentally calculating the menu. Shun Yueling liked tomato beef brisket, so that was one dish. He would also prepare sweet and sour pork ribs. For the vegetables, sautéed garlic choy and hand-torn cabbage would suffice, as they were easy to make. He would buy some minced meat to make meatball soup. For 2 people, 4 dishes and a soup would be quite a feast. As for Bai Xinran, Yu Hong smirked. She could wait a bit longer to eat. Yu Hong pushed the shopping cart, heading first to the fresh produce section. After gathering all the ingredients, he rolled the cart past the beverage aisle, contemplating for a moment before grabbing a bottle of orange juice. Shun Yueling did not like carbonated drinks. At 11:20, the doorbell rang. Yu Hong wiped his hands and walked over to open the door. Shun Yueling stood outside, holding a paper bag. You're here, Yu Hong said, stepping aside to let her in. Shun Yueling entered with a neutral expression, placing the paper bag on the shoe cabinet. I brought you some fruit. Great. Yu Hong closed the door. Lunch will be ready shortly. Please have a seat. Shun Yueling changed into slippers and walked to the living room to sit down. She surveyed her surroundings, The house was relatively tidy. Leaning back on the sofa, she took out her phone to scroll for a while before putting it down again. She was somewhat curious whether Yu-hung could indeed cook. In the past, he could barely boil instant noodles or cook rice and porridge, often messily measuring the water. While she was lost in thought, Yu-hung emerged from the kitchen holding 2 plates of food. Time to eat. Shen Yueling stood up and walked to the dining table, glancing at the dishes, which looked presentable enough. Let us give it a try. Yu-hung served 2 bowls of rice, handing one to her. Shen Yueling picked up a piece of hand-torn cabbage and put it in her mouth. The flavor was surprisingly decent. How is it? Yu-hung inquired. Not bad. Shen Yueling replied, taking another piece. Better than I expected. Yu-hung smiled. Of course, I learned specifically for you. I don't believe it. Shen Yueling shot him a glance. When did you learn? Just recently. Yu-hung replied nonchalantly, thinking that living in the villa meant he couldn't rely on takeout all the time. Shen Yueling did not probe further and continued eating. The two enjoyed a quiet meal for a while until Yu-hung broke the silence. Shall we talk about what happened yesterday? Shen Yueling paused with her chopsticks. Looking up at him, what do you want to discuss? Her tone was flat, devoid of emotion. I won't make excuses. Yesterday morning, Yu-hung set down his chopsticks and leaned slightly forward. I genuinely did not think of you. Shen Yueling placed the pork ribs into her bowl, poking at them with her chopsticks. And then I didn't expect you to come, Yu-hung continued, watching her. When I stepped outside and saw the rain, my first instinct was to run and avoid getting wet. And then Ning Yatong came to bring me an umbrella. Shen Yueling's poking action halted. She likes you. Shen Yueling raised her eyes, her voice still steady. Bringing you an umbrella was her way of wanting you to remember her kindness. Of course, I'm aware of that. Yu-hung nodded. I know she likes me, and she brought the umbrella to surprise me or to showcase her feelings. He paused before continuing. But Yueling, you are different. Shen Yueling's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Between us, there is no need for such gestures. Yu-hung's voice lowered. How many years have we known each other? Our birthdays are just a week apart. We have bathed together since childhood. It was I who purchased your first sanitary napkins when you got your first period. And during the tumultuous time when my brother encountered his misfortune, it was you who spent several nights by my side. Shen Yueling's ears flushed slightly, yet her expression remained as indifferent as ever. So what? She retorted. Yu-hung gazed at her and replied. You could have easily sent me a message or called before you left this morning. If you had, I would have known you were coming. I would have waited by the dormitory door to take your umbrella, thus sparing you from a futile trip and from standing in the rain, watching me share an umbrella with someone else. Shen Yueling fell silent for a moment. I understand, but what about Yuding? If you're taking my umbrella, what about her? This is what we need to discuss further, Yu-hung continued. The act of lending an umbrella may very well occur again in the future. Shen Yueling lifted her gaze to meet his. Since we have already discussed our relationship, Yu-hung elucidated there will certainly be more instances like this, not just with Ning Yuding, but perhaps with someone else as well. I don't want you to dwell too much on these matters, he added. If Ning Yuding or anyone else wishes to show off, that is their affair. But between you and me, we can be more candid. Your concern for me delights me, and I will reciprocate that care in the future. However, do not allow others to dictate your emotions. Shen Yueling bit her lower lip, her chopsticks puncturing the ribs in her bowl to a pulp. Each word from Yu-hung struck her like nails. She wanted to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Because he was right, at least partially. She had indeed never contemplated a romantic relationship with Yu-hung. The term dating felt too formal, laden with promises, constraints, and a myriad of complications that she loathed. After that fateful afternoon in the summer, something had shifted. The way Yu-hung looked at her had changed, and her body responded to his touches. She was uncertain if agreeing to maintain this non-dating intimacy with Yu-hung was the right choice. Yet at least her body and spirit were yearning, albeit with some confusion. So what now? Shen Yueling finally spoke, her voice slightly dry. Are you saying I should not concern myself with whom you share an umbrella? Yu-hung regarded her thoughtfully, delaying his response as he lifted his glass for a sip. I wish for you not to suffer over such matters, he stated. If Ning Yuding brought me an umbrella, I accepted it and used it. Whether I remember her fondly or reciprocate her feelings does not affect what we share. What do you mean by does not affect? Shen Yueling countered, meeting his gaze. If I see you walking away with her under one umbrella, how can that not pain me? Isn't that what you call affecting? That is merely an emotional response, Yu-hung replied, setting his cup down. Emotions can exist, but they are fleeting. Do not allow them to govern your actions. Just as now, you sit here, your emotions having subsided, enjoying my meal, which I specially prepared for you. That is real, and it brings joy, does it not? What should I do then? Shen Yueling's tone turned icy. Should I smile and applaud while watching you be affectionate with someone else? Yu-hung chuckled. That is not necessary. You can directly tell me when you are unhappy. You can express your displeasure, and I will comfort you. However, he paused, Everything has its limits, does it not? Just as Shun Yueling was about to respond, Yu Hong continued, if you remain upset, I could find a more special way to cheer you up. Upon finishing his statement, Yu Hong wore a smile, intently observing Shun Yueling. Who needs your comfort? She averted her gaze. Just eat your meal. Yu Hong chuckled, recognizing that he had successfully placated her, and that his words had been absorbed. What about your streamer friend? Shun Yueling suddenly inquired. Is she not here? Yu Hong swallowed his food, maintaining a calm demeanor. She is here, just staying in her room. Is she not having lunch? Shun Yueling looked at him. She has her own matters to attend to. Yu Hong replied vaguely, busy to the point of neglecting her meals. No need to concern yourself with her. Shun Yueling refrained from asking further. There was no need to probe deeper. There were always people and affairs around Yu Hong that she did not fully comprehend. Just like that by Xin Ran, what partnership was she forming with him in the realm of virtual streaming? Yu Hong had never struck her as someone inclined towards entrepreneurship. What are your thoughts? Yu Hong asked, noticing her lost in contemplation. Nothing. Shun Yueling snapped back to reality, setting down her chopsticks, feeling full. Only that much? Yu Hong observed the remaining food in her bowl. You should eat a bit more. I can't eat anymore. Shun Yueling pulled a tissue to wipe her mouth. You can finish it yourself. Do you have plans this afternoon? Yu Hong queried. Yes, I have assignments to complete, Shun Yueling replied. Once you finish, I will head back. Are you in such a hurry? Yu Hong squinted playfully. Do you really not need me to comfort you in a special way? T-Sate. Shun Yueling shot him a sidelong glance. I know what you're thinking. Just wait a moment. I believe I'm almost ready. Chapter 94, The New Chair. By Xin Ran nibbled daintily, her head perpetually bowed. Yu Hong sat across from her, and she covertly stole a glance at him. He was gazing out the window, lost in thought. What are you looking at? Yu Hong suddenly turned his head. Bai Xin Ran quickly lowered her gaze, pushing a morsel of food into her mouth. Nothing. Bai Xin Ran remained silent, continuing to eat with her head down. Have you completed the design sketches? Yu Hong shifted the subject. I've sketched a draft. Bai Xin Ran set her chopsticks down. The details may need some refinement. Send it to me, Yu Hong said, pulling out his phone. Bai Xin Ran forwarded the draft she had saved on her phone. Yu Hong opened it, squinting at the screen for a moment. Looks good, he nodded. Continue working on it this afternoon. Once completed, I'll find someone to create the model. Thank you, Bai Xin Ran replied softly. Good work deserves a reward. He paused. Studying her. Will you be streaming this afternoon? Yes, Bai Xin Ran nodded. At 4 o'clock sharp. What was the response from the captain and the fans? Yu Hong inquired. He had urged her to be cautious during her previous live session, ensuring it didn't negatively impact her stream. The response was decent. Bai Xin Ran pondered before continuing. Yesterday's stream garnered about the same revenue as before, over 30,000, with several new captains joining. Even after the stream ended, many expressed their intention to join, claiming they came due to curiosity. Yu Hong nodded at the data she provided. Not bad. It didn't backfire. He stood up to tidy the dishes. And Bai Xin Ran rose to assist him. You stay seated, Yu Hong instructed. Are you feeling better now? Bai Xin Ran hesitated, then sat back down. She watched as Yu Hong stacked the plates and carried them into the kitchen. Her legs did feel somewhat weak, trembling a little during their meal. Yet, she dared not voice this, fearing he might think her fragile. After washing the dishes, Yu Hong returned to find Bai Xin Ran still lost in thought. What occupies your mind? He asked, sitting across from her. Nothing, Bai Xin Ran snapped back to awareness. I was just thinking about what to stream this afternoon. Still doing casual chats? Yu Hong probed. Yes, Bai Xin Ran replied, nodding. Gaming is also an option, depending on my state. In her current condition, gaming seemed challenging. Her reactions would likely lag. Anything will suffice. With yesterday's performance, even if today's stream is lackluster, it won't significantly impact us, Yu Hong remarked, glancing at the time on his phone. It's nearly 2. You should head back to your room and rest. All right, Bai Xin Ran stood, her steps still a bit unsteady. Yu Hong watched her ascend the stairs, narrowing his eyes. This girl is becoming increasingly obedient. In recent days, their conversations had transformed entirely from what they once were. He leaned back into the sofa and opened WeChat, where a message from Ning Yuding awaited him, containing a screenshot of the Douyin backend data. Ning Yutong exclaimed, Yu Hong, look, the video has nearly 100,000 likes. We're approaching 10,000 followers. Yu Hong opened the screenshot and noted that the statistics were indeed impressive, having just posted it last night. Achieving such numbers on a new account was commendable. He replied, very well, keep posting. Let's upload a video every 3 days, and next week we shall continue filming. Ning Yutong responded almost instantly, okay. Thank you, Yu Hong. Yu Hong did not reply further and exited the chat interface. At that moment, who was reigning supreme in the Douyin arena? It could be said to be Dai Gula K, whose viral hip-shaking dance had garnered millions of followers in just a month. Given Ning Yutong's quality, It was safe to predict that she could also amass millions of followers within a few months if she maintained consistency. As Yu-hung contemplated this, the doorbell rang. He opened his eyes and glanced at the time. It was still before 2 o'clock. Who could possibly be visiting at this hour? Approaching the door, he peered through the peephole. Ah, a delivery. The gaming chair he had ordered for by Xin Ran had arrived. The old one was indeed beyond salvaging, too dirty to clean. Yu-hung, right? Here's your gaming chair. Please sign here, said the delivery person. Yu-hung took the pen, signed his name, and expressed his gratitude. The delivery person pushed the box inside and turned to leave. Yu-hung closed the door and dragged the packaging into the living room. Dusting off his hands, he regarded the large cardboard box on the floor. The box was emblazoned with an image of the chair, its black and gray color scheme appearing quite sturdy. He squatted down and began to unpack. Hearing the commotion, Bai Xin Ran shuffled out of her room, wearing a t-shirt that accentuated her figure. She glanced down, deciding it was acceptable as she had already seen everything that needed to be seen. Yu-hung had assembled the new chair, placing it in the center of the living room. With a black mesh fabric and gray frame, it featured adjustable armrests. Give it a try, Yu-hung suggested, pointing to the chair. Bai Xin Ran approached and sat down. The angle of the chair's backrest was just right, and the lumbar support was perfectly positioned. Leaning back, she found it indeed more comfortable than the previous one. How does it feel? Yu-hung inquired. Quite good, Bai Xin Ran replied. All right, I'll dispose of the old one later, Yu-hung stated. Bai Xin Ran nodded. Just make sure not to get the new one dirty, he joked, or we'll have to buy another. Bai Xin Ran's face flushed, and she quickly covered the marks on the chair, realizing she was only in a t-shirt. I'll be careful, she assured. Yu-hung chuckled, just teasing you, we can always get another if it gets dirty. With that, he moved to sit on the sofa, while Bai Xin Ran wheeled the chair back to her bedroom. The living room fell into silence. However, the quiet did not last long as the doorbell rang again. He got up and walked to the door, looking through the peephole to see Qinya standing outside. Yu-hung opened the door. You're here, come in. Qinya looked up, tucked her phone in her pocket, and stepped inside, exclaiming, traffic was a bit congested today. My mom drives like a snail. Yu-hung shifted his gaze slightly, glancing at the car parked by the roadside. Qin Lu had yet to exit the vehicle. You go ahead. The equipment is all set up, Yu-hung instructed Qinya, changing his shoes and heading outside. Qinya blinked at Yu-hung, then turned to glance at the car. A faint smile gracing her face. She closed the door but did not ascend the stairs, instead leaning against the window to peer outside. Yu-hung approached the car, noticing the passenger window was still closed. He raised his hand and tapped on the driver's side window. She looked at him, silent and unwilling to roll down the window. Yu-hung pointed at the passenger seat, mimicking the action of unlocking it. Qin Lu pressed her lips together, shook her head, and reached for the gear shift. She didn't want to talk to him, at least not at that moment. As the front of the car began to turn slowly, she contemplated driving off. Yu-hung stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of the car, blocking her path. Qin Lu slammed on the brakes, a surge of anger rising within her. Childish. Chapter 95, Impulse. She pressed the horn, the sound piercing the air. Yu-hung remained motionless, his hands tucked into his hoodie pockets, watching her intently. Qin Lu pressed the horn again, this time longer. Yu-hung still did not budge, maintaining his gaze through the windshield. Qin Lu tightened her grip on the steering wheel. She couldn't just ram into him, nor could she keep honking indefinitely. The two remained in a stalemate for a while. Eventually, Qin Lu relented, her hand dropping from the horn as she leaned back against the seat, averting her gaze. Observing her reaction, Yu-hung walked around to the passenger door and pulled on the handle, finding it still locked. He tapped on the window once more. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lu pressed the button to unlock the door. Yu-hung opened the door and slid into the seat. Once the door was closed, the space felt suddenly confined and intimate. Yu-hung didn't speak immediately. He adjusted the seat to find a comfortable position before turning to face Qin Lu. She continued to stare straight ahead, her body tense. The weight of his gaze made her feel uneasy. Still angry? Yu-hung asked, his voice low. How long do you plan to ignore me? I'm not ignoring you, she replied, her tone somewhat stiff. Qinya here, I need to go back. As she spoke, her hand returned to the gear shift, feigning a readiness to drive. About yesterday, Yu-hung continued. It was my fault. I didn't consider your situation. Qin Lu's hand paused over the gear shift, her expression displeased as she retorted, when have you ever considered my situation? Then I'll make a point to consider you more in the future, he declared, reaching out to rest his hand on her thigh in a comforting gesture. Just speak and don't touch me. Qin Lu's voice rose. Yu-hung frowned slightly, finding her reaction excessive. Since yesterday, he had sensed something was amiss. Logically, even if she were upset, she shouldn't react as she had. Furthermore, she had mentioned that if he acted recklessly again, she would never allow him to touch her. The implication was that if he behaved, she would permit it, yet here they were in this intimate space. and she wouldn't even allow a gentle touch on her leg. Had something occurred? He gazed at Qin Lu. Is this about yesterday in the classroom? Qin Lu bit her lip, remaining silent. Did something happen? Yu Hong's tone turned serious. Did someone see us? Qin Lu, he pressed. Did something happen? Tell me. She still said nothing, though her chest rose and fell more noticeably. She gazed ahead, her eyes lacking focus. Did someone discover us? Yu Hong pressed, fearing the worst. No. Qin Lu finally spoke, her voice dry. No one found out. Then what is the matter? Yu Hong continued. Yesterday, my parents were shopping at the mall and saw Lin lying with that girl. They asked me what was going on. They don't know about this? Of course not. They think we simply have a troubled relationship. Qin Lu sighed, so I told them. And then? Yu Hong prompted. Ha! Qin Lu laughed bitterly, then they scolded me, saying we caused chaos in the house over such trivial matters, ruining Qin's education, and that they never approved of us in the first place, insisting it was my choice to marry him. Over something so trivial? Yu Hong's hand on her thigh remained firm, tightening slightly. What else could it be? To them, chaos at home and a child's education being disrupted is a grave sin. Who is right or wrong does not matter. As she spoke, she attempted to shift her leg, but Yu Hong's grip held her firmly in place. So you believe it's all your fault? I don't know. Yu Hong, somewhat amused despite the situation, remarked, did you grow up under oppressive education? Qin Lu paused at his words. Is that so? Perhaps. Her parents had always been particularly strict, providing little room for leisure. In addition to diligently studying at school, she also attended tutoring sessions and extracurricular classes upon returning home. Reflecting on her era, it cannot merely be described as ahead of its time. It was rather absurd. After marriage and entering the workforce, she was both a devoted wife at home and a cornerstone teacher outside. In her childhood, she was a tool for their boasting and flaunting, and now, in the decline of family fortune, she had become a source of solace for their conversations. As Yu Hong observed Qin Lu biting her lower lip in profile, he suddenly posed an unrelated question. Do you curse? Taken aback by his inquiry, Qin Lu turned her head, her brows knitting together. Curse? How could I not? Of course. She could. She had mentally berated Lin Lion to shreds when he had made her furious. It's not the you little rascal kind of cursing. Yu Hong smirked. That's far too refined. Sounding almost flirtatious. Qin Lu felt her ears flush and glared at him. Then how should one curse? Naturally, one should curse in the most vulgar manner. Yu Hong stated matter-of-factly. You know some national curses, right? Like calling someone an idiot? The kind with profanity. Qin Lu opened her mouth, but it felt as though something was lodged in her throat. Throughout her life, she had never uttered such words. She shook her head, her voice dropping. I can't bring myself to curse. Yu Hong studied her for a few seconds, then abruptly released his grip on her leg and pulled out his phone. He quickly swiped the screen, seemingly searching for something. The spot on Qin Lu's leg where he had pinched still tingled, and as she watched him, she wondered what he was concocting. Found it. Yu Hong turned the phone screen toward Qin Lu. There's a match between the Capital Workers Stadium and the Spring City Yatai in the Super League, and there are tickets. Let us go. He tucked his phone away succinctly. Huh? Qin Lu was momentarily at a loss. Where to? To curse, Yu Hong replied, unfastening his seatbelt with a professional air. Qin Lu's mind struggled to catch up. Now? To the Capitol? To watch a game? I have to. The next 24 hours, Yu Hong interrupted. Just let me handle it. Qinya is with me, and she'll be sleeping here tonight with by Xin Ran. So there is no issue. Qin Lu's heart skipped a beat. She gazed at Yu Hong's face, so close to hers, and his expression was devoid of mockery. He was serious. A rebellious impulse, almost incongruous for her age, stirred within her. I must be insane, she murmured, yet her hand involuntarily released the gear lever. Swap seats. Yu Hong had already opened the car door, moved to the driver's side, and tapped on the window. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lu unbuckled her seatbelt and shifted to the passenger seat. Yu Hong settled in, adjusted the seat, familiarized himself with the controls of her vehicle, and then deftly shifted gears and pressed the accelerator. The car gliding smoothly out of the Villa District and heading toward the city. Life often presents a moment of impulsive fervor, leading to extraordinary experiences. And the person who shares in that madness may be etched in your memory for a lifetime.